"Sweeney Todd," he said, "you are wanted in court." "I am ready," said Todd. He rose with alacrity and accompanied the governor and 2 turnkeys. It was the custom then to place prisoners accused of such heavy offenses as fell to Todd's charge in irons, and if the authorities had any suspicion of violent intentions upon the part of such prisoners, the irons accompanied them to the bar of the Old Bailey. Todd was so accompanied, and as he walked along, his irons made a melancholy clank together. His imprisonment preceding his trial had been uncommonly short, but yet it had been sufficient to bring him down greatly in appearance. He had never been one of the fat order of mortals, but now he looked like some great gaunt ghost. Every patch of color had forsaken his cheeks, and his eyes looked preternaturally lustrous. Those who had not been accustomed to the sight of him during his imprisonment in Newgate shrunk from him as he followed the governor through the gloomy passages of the prison. 2 well-armed officers kept close upon his heels, so that Todd could not complain of a want of attendance. Todd goes to take his trial. Even he recoiled when he was brought into the court of the Old Bailey, for it was a complete sea of heads, and from the dock he could hear the roar and the shout and the shrieks of people outside who were still struggling for admission. It was then that the idea first seemed to strike him that the public in him had recognized one of those notorious criminals that awaken in no small degree popular indignation by their acts. Indeed, upon his first appearance in the court, there was a strange kind of groan of execration, which was tolerably evident to all, and yet not defined enough for the judge to take any notice of. The strife continued at the door of the court, and it was quite evident that the officers were engaged in a severe struggle with the crowd outside. "Let the doors be closed," said the judge. "The court is already inconveniently crowded." Upon this order, the officers redoubled their exertions, and being assisted by some of the spectators already within the court, who were fearful of being trampled to death if the crowd should once get in, the doors were made to shut and fastened. A yell of rage and disappointment came from the mob, and then a loud voice that towered above all other noises shouted, "Bring Todd out, and we will hang him at once without any further trouble. We only want Todd." The countenance of the prisoner turned as white as paper, and his glaring eyes were fixed upon the doors of the court. "It is quite impossible," said the judge, "that the business of the court can be carried on under these circumstances. I hope that the civil power will be sufficient to repress this tumult without. Otherwise, it will be my duty to send for a guard of military, and then bloodshed may be the consequence, from which those who create this riot alone will be in any way answerable." "Bring him out," cried 100 voices. "Out with him, Todd, Todd, we want Todd." There was then such a furious hammering at the doors of the court that it was quite impossible to hear what anyone said. Sir Richard Blunt suddenly appeared on the bench, and leaning over to the judge, he said, "My lord, I am collecting a force with which I shall be able to clear the entrances to the court." "I wish you would, Sir Richard. This riot is most disgraceful." "It is, my lord, but it shall be suppressed now with as much speed as may be." With this, Sir Richard immediately retired. He collected together a force of 50 constables, and forming them into a sort of wedge, he suddenly opened a side door and attacked the mob. The fight, for a hand-to-hand fight it now was, did not last more than 10 minutes, when the mob gave way, and every one for himself became the cry. In 5 minutes more, the party of officers had possession of all the avenues to the court, and a profound silence succeeded to the riot that had taken place. "I think now," said the judge, "we may proceed to business. This riot has been a most disgraceful one, and if the officers will bring anyone before me who has taken part in it, I will commit him to prison at once." "They are all dispersed, my lord," said Sir Richard. "The court thanks you, sir," said the judge. "Let the proceedings commence at once." Todd now glared about him, and his lips kept moving as though he were repeating something to himself in a whisper. The governor of Newgate leant forward and said, "Do you wish to say anything?" Yes, where is she? Mrs. Lovett, do you mean? I do. Why am I here and she not? Where is she? If she be innocent, why then so am one, I do not see her. She will not be here. Not here, Howie. She is dead. Todd nearly dropped to the floor, and from that moment a great portion of his courage, small as it was, departed, and he looked like a ghost rather than a living man. At times, he kept muttering to himself the word dead. The usual formalities were gone through, and then Todd was roused up to plead to the indictment, charging him with the murder of Francis Thornhill. The governor touched him on the shoulder. Plead to the indictment, he said. Dead, cried Todd. Why is she dead? Prisoner at the bar, said the clerk of the arraign. Do you plead guilty or not guilty to the charge here made against you? Not guilty, cried Todd, as he roused himself up and glared at the judge like an enraged tiger. Government had entrusted the prosecution to the Attorney General of the time being, and that functionary was in court. He rose to open the case and spoke as follows amid the most breathless silence. My lord and gentlemen of the jury. The prisoner at the bar was originally indicted, along with a female named Lovett. Where is she? Said Todd. Prisoner, said the judge, at the proper time you will have an opportunity of making any observation you may think fit, but it is scarcely necessary for me to inform you that this is not the time. She is not dead, cried Todd. She has been let escape by some juggling in order that all the vengeance of the law might be directed against me. It is not true that she is dead. Some of you are chargeable with allowing that woman to escape. I tell you that she is a fiend and not a woman, but she has had gold at her disposal, and she has bribed you all. I say she has bought you all. Prisoner, said the judge, this cannot be permitted. You only deeply prejudice your own case by this conduct. That is impossible. I know that you are all in one large conspiracy against me, and you have let that woman escape, in order that the last drop should not be wanting to fill my cup of bitterness to the overflowing. It will be impossible, said the Attorney General, to proceed with the case if the prisoner at the bar continues these interruptions. Prisoner, said the judge, I and all here present are disposed to give any allowance and indulgence to a man in your situation, but let me beg of you to be silent. I am done, said Todd, but it is false to say that she is dead. That fiend cannot die. She is a devil, I tell you all, and if there be any here who fancy that she is dead, I tell them that they are mistaken. She cannot be killed, I know that well. Go on with what you call your proceedings. I have no more to say to you. Chapter 127. The Trial of Sweeney Todd continued. This ebullition of feeling upon the part of Sweeney Todd was by some of the spectators looked upon as a vague indication of insanity, while some of the members of the bench looked very mysterious, and asked themselves if it were not the first step in the direction of some very clever defense. But then they were gentlemen who never exactly saw anything as the world in general agrees to see it. The judge shook his head, as if he rather doubted Sweeney Todd's implicit promise that he would not again interrupt the proceedings, and among the whole of the spectators of that most extraordinary trial, the most intense interest was evidently rather on the increase than the diminution. The judge, finding that Todd did not again say anything for a few moments, slightly inclined his head to the Attorney General, as much as to say, pray get on, now that there seems an opportunity of so doing, and that personage, learned in the law, accordingly rose again, and having adjusted his gown, addressed himself again to the case before him, with his usual skill. My lords and gentlemen of the jury, if this were only some ordinary everyday proceeding, I should not sit so calmly under the indecorous interruptions of the prisoner at the bar. But when I feel, in common with all here present, that that person has so great a stake as his life upon the issue of this investigation, I am disposed in all charity to allow a latitude of action that otherwise would not, and could not, be endured. Gentlemen of the jury, I yet hope that these unseemly interruptions are over, and that I shall be permitted in peace to make those remarks to you, which it is my duty to make on behalf of the Crown, who prosecutes in this serious case. Nothing can be further from my wish than to heighten by any strength of phraseology or domestic detail the case against the prisoner at the bar. I shall confine myself to a recital of the bare facts of the case, feeling that, while I cannot detract from them, they are of such a character of horror as to require no adventitious aid from the art of the orator. Gentlemen, it appears that the prisoner at the bar is arraigned for the willful murder of Francis Thornhill. From what information we have been able to collect, the prisoner, Sweeney Todd, is a native of the north of England. He came to London about 18 years ago and was in very great poverty when he opened a small barber's shop in Crutched Friars. He remained in that shop about 17 months and then paid £125 for the lease of a house in Fleet Street, for which he was thus only to pay a rental to the Skinners' Company of £17.10 per annum, he consenting to keep the premises in ordinary repair. The lower part of this house had been a small hosier's, but the prisoner at the bar altered it into a barber's shop, and he has there continued to reside until his arrest upon the serious charge which we are brought here to investigate. But with the pursuits of the prisoner during his occupancy of that house, it is not our province just now to inquire, as all our attention must be directed to a consideration of the one charge, to answer to which he stands at the bar of this court, and I shall therefore proceed to detail the evidence upon which the prosecution founds that charge. It appears that upon the 3rd day of August last, a ship of 400 tons burthen, called the Star, arrived in the London docks. On board of that ship was the captain and a crew of 9 seamen and 2 boys. As passengers, there was a Colonel Jeffrey and a Mr. Thornhill, whose death is the motive of the present proceedings. There was likewise a large dog named Hector on board the vessel, which was very much attached to Mr. Thornhill. Now, gentlemen of the jury, it had so happened that Francis Thornhill had been commissioned, during the progress of a wreck at sea, by a young gentleman named Mark Ingestry, to take a certain string of oriental pearls, valued at somewhere about £16,000 sterling, to a young lady in London named Johanna Oakley, and this Francis Thornhill, fully believing that Mark Ingestry had perished at sea, was most anxious to fulfill his request regarding this valuable and important string of pearls. As early as possible he landed from the ship, taking the string of pearls with him, and his faithful dog Hector accompanied him on shore. At this moment, Hector, who was in court, having for the second time heard his name mentioned, began to think probably that something was going on concerning him, and he set up a loud bark of defiance. The effect of this was greatly to interest some of the auditory, while it brought a smile to the faces of others. Todd turned deadly pale, and in a voice of alarm he cried, "Keep off the dog, I say." "Bow wow wow," barked Hector again. "That dog," said the judge, "must be immediately removed from the court. Officers, see to it." "I beg, my lord," said the Attorney General, "that you will allow him to remain, for I assure your lordship that he is a witness in this most important case." "A witness?" "Yes, my lord, I speak advisedly, and as a favor I hope your lordship will permit him to remain." "Will anybody keep him quiet?" "Oh yes, your worship," cried the ostler. "I will keep pissin' like a mouse as has fainted clean away." "Who is that man, and what does he say?" said the judge. "My lord," said the Attorney General, "he says he can keep the dog quite quiet if you will allow him to remain." "Oh, very well. Pray proceed, Mr. Attorney." The Attorney General then resumed. "With the string of pearls, then, and the dog, which the jury have seen, Mr. Francis Thornhill went into the city to fulfill the request of Mark Ingestry. The address he had was to Mr. Oakley, a spectacle-maker in the city, with whom Miss Oakley, who was to have the string of pearls, resided. Gentlemen of the jury, neither Francis Thornhill nor the string of pearls ever reached their destination. It appears that on his route, Thornhill went into the shop of the prisoner at the bar to be shaved, and no one ever saw him come out again. The dog, though, was found sitting at the door of the shop, and when Todd opened his shop door, the dog rushed in and brought out his master's hat. Gentlemen, the captain of the ship and Colonel Geoffrey both became very anxious concerning the fate of Mr. Thornhill, and they made every inquiry. They questioned the prisoner at the bar, who at once admitted that he had shaved him, but stated that he had left his shop when that operation was over. The captain of the Star was compelled to go to Bristol with his ship, but Colonel Geoffrey, in conjunction with a friend, pressed his inquiries about Mr. Thornhill without success. The matter appeared to be involved in the most profound mystery, and the only hope of an elucidation of it consisted in the probability that such a valuable piece of property as the string of pearls would be sure to turn up some day in someone's possession. Gentlemen, it did so turn up. It appeared that at Hammersmith resided a Mr. John Mundell, who lent money upon securities, and it will be deposed in evidence that one evening the prisoner at the bar, magnificently attired and in a handsome coach, went to this Mr. Mundell and pawned a string of pearls for some thousands of pounds. It is to be regretted that this Mundell cannot be brought before the jury. He is dead, gentlemen, but a confidential clerk of his, who saw the prisoner at the bar, will depose to the facts. We thus then, gentlemen of the jury, commit the prisoner with the disappearance of Thornhill, and now we come to the strongest features of this most remarkable case. It appears that for a considerable time past, the church of St. Dunstan's had become insufferable from a peculiar stench with which the whole of that sacred edifice appeared to be constantly filled, and it baffled all the authorities to account for it. No one had been entombed in any of the vaults beneath the church for a considerable time, and in fact, there was no apparent reason for the frightful miasmatic odor that upon all occasions filled the edifice, and day by day got worse instead of better. Scientific men, gentlemen of the jury, were consulted with regard to this stench in the church, and various very learned theories were broached upon the subject, but no one thought of making an accurate examination of the vaults beneath the church, until Sir Richard Blunt, the well-known magistrate, privately undertook it. Gentlemen, Sir Richard Blunt found that almost every vault was full of the fresh remains of the dead. He found that into old coffins, the tenants of which had mouldered to dust, there had been thrust fresh bodies with scarcely any flesh remaining upon them, but yet sufficient to produce the stench in the church, by the effluvia arising from them and finding its way into the pews. In one vault, too, was found the contents of which were too horrid for description. Suffice it that it contained what butchers, when speaking of slaughtered animals, call the offal. The stench in St. Dunstan's church was no longer a mystery. Well, gentlemen of the jury, Sir Richard Blunt persevered in his investigations, and found that there was an underground connection from exactly beneath the shaving shop of the prisoner at the bar, and the cellarage of a house in Bell Yard, Templar Bar, which was his property and which was in the occupation of a female named Lovett, who this day would have stood at the bar by the side of the prisoner, had she not, despite every vigilance used to prevent such an act, succeeded in poisoning herself while in prison in Newgate. Gentlemen of the jury, it will be shown in evidence that the way the larger portion of the flesh of Todd's victims was got rid of was by converting it into meat and pork pies upon the premises of Mrs. Lovett. Beneath Todd's shop was found a diabolical contrivance, by which he could make anyone he pleased fall through the floor upon the chair they sat on to be shaved, while an empty chair, in all respects similar, took the place of the one that had been occupied by the unfortunate victim. If the unhappy man, thus betrayed in a moment of confidence, was not killed by the fall, he would, at all events, be sufficiently stunned to become an easy prey to Sweeney Todd, when he chose to go down and dispatch him. And now, gentlemen of the jury, and you, my lord, I may be told that these wholesale murders have nothing to do with the indictment, which simply charges the prisoner at the bar with the willful murder of Francis Thornhill. But I reply that it was impossible to make apparent to the jury the mode by which Francis Thornhill came by his death, without going into these painful details. Todd's house was found crammed with property and clothing sufficient for 160 people. A thrill of horror pervaded the court at this announcement. Yes, gentlemen of the jury, and among that clothing is the sleeve of a jacket, which will be sworn to as having belonged to Francis Thornhill, but we have yet more cogent evidence of the fact that Thornhill met his death at the hands of the prisoner at the bar. His hat, gentlemen, will be identified by the dog now in court. But gentlemen, is that enough? No, the law wisely looks for the body of a murdered man, and I do not call to mind an instance of a conviction following from murder where there has not been some satisfactory identification of the remains of the murdered man. We will produce that proof. Among the skeletons found contiguous to Todd's premises was one which will be sworn to as being that of the deceased, Mr. Thornhill. One bone of that skeleton will be produced in court and sworn to by a surgeon who had the care of it when once fractured on board ship, and who, from repeated examinations such a surgeon only could make, knows it well. This announcement on the part of the Attorney General produced an enormous amount of excitement in court, for many persons had come, prepossessed with the idea that the non-production of the dead body of the alleged murdered man would be a serious hitch in the prosecution. Todd looked up, and in a loud, clear voice he cried, "No, no." "Yes," added the Attorney General. "Yes, gentlemen of the jury, that is all I have to say for the prosecution. The facts are as clear as light, and you will hear from the mouths of creditable witnesses the various particulars which it has been my duty on behalf of the prosecution to lay before you this day." Chapter 128. Todd's trial continues and goes all against him. The Attorney General sat down. It was quite clear now to the most superficial observer that the case against Todd had been just picked out for convenience sake and was one among many. From the moment that the Attorney General had mentioned what facts he could prove, the fate of the murderer was certain to the minds of all. They looked upon him in every respect as a doomed man. Of course, the remarks of the Attorney General occupied a much greater space than we have felt that, in justice to the other portion of our story, we could give to them. But what we have presented to the reader was the essential portion of what he said. All eyes were turned upon Todd to note how he took the statement for the prosecution, but there was little to be gleaned from his face. His eyes seemed to be wandering over the sea of faces in the court, as if he were in search of someone whom he was disappointed in not seeing. There was a pause of some few moments' duration, and then the Attorney General called his first witness, who was examined by the junior counsel for the prosecution. This witness's deposition was very simple and concise. "I was master of the ship Star," he said, "and arrived in the port of London on the day named in the indictment against the prisoner at the bar. Mr. Francis Thornhill had mentioned to me and to Colonel Jeffrey that he had a valuable string of pearls to take to a young lady named Johanna Oakley, and he left the ship with his dog, Hector, to deliver them. I never saw him again from that hour to this. I was anxious about him and called at the barber's shop in Fleet Street, kept by the prisoner at the bar. The prisoner readily admitted that such a person had been shaved at his shop and then had left it, but why the dog remained he could not tell. The dog named Hector was at the door of the prisoner's house. He had a hat with him. My name is Arthur Rose Fletcher, and I am 42 years of age." "Is this the hat that you saw with the dog in Fleet Street?" "The hat was produced." "Yes, that is the hat. I will swear to it." "Whose hat is it, or was it?" "It belonged to Mr. Thornhill, who wore it on the day he left the ship to go into the city with the string of pearls." "That is all then, Mr. Fletcher, that we need trouble you with at present." The judge now interposed, and in a mild voice addressing Todd, he said, "It is not too late for you to consent to the appointment of counsel to watch your case. I dare say some gentleman of the bar will volunteer to do so." "With the prisoner's consent," said a counsel who was sitting at the table below the judge. I will attend to the case. Be it so, said Todd gloomily. Upon this, the counsel rose, and addressing the captain of the ship, who had not yet left the witness box, he said to him, Mr. Fletcher, how is it that you can so positively identify this hat of the alleged murdered Mr. Thornhill after such a space of time? By a remarkable flaw in the rim of it, sir. An accident occurred on board the ship by which Mr. Thornhill's hat was burnt, and this is the same hat. When he left the ship, we joked him about it, and he said that perhaps he would buy a new one in the city. Indeed, then he might have sold this one. He might, certainly. And so the dog, seeing it left at some place where it was sold or given away, and not comprehending such transaction, might have taken possession of it. Of that I can say nothing. Very well, Mr. Fletcher, I do not think I need trouble you any further. This affair of the hat seems to fall to the ground most completely. The Attorney General did not say a word aloud, but he whispered something to the junior, who nodded in reply. The next witness called was John Figgs, the groom at the coach office, who had rescued Hector from Todd's malevolence. His testimony was as follows. I saw a crowd of people round the door of Todd's shop, and I went over to see what it was all about. The dog, as I calls Pisson, but as everybody else calls Hector, was trying to get into the shop. Someone opened the door, and then he came out with a hat in his mouth, after rummaging all over the shop and upsetting no end of things. I tried to coax him away, but he would not come by no means. At last, the next day I found him very bad, and that he had been pissoned, and so I calls him Pisson, and took him to the stables and got him over it. What is it he says he calls the dog? Asked the judge, with a very perplexed look. Pisson, my lord. But what is pisson? He means poison. Oh, is that it? Then why do not he say poison? It's very absurd for anybody to say pisson when they mean poison all the while. It's all the same, said the groom. Pisson is my way, and the t'other is yourn, that's all. What became of the hat? Asked the junior counsel for the prosecution. I do not know. When I found the dog, in a very bad state indeed, it was gone. Now, John Figgs, said Todd's counsel, could you identify that hat again among 500 hats like it? 500. Yes, or 1,000. Well, I should say not. It would not be an easy matter to do that, I take it. I could tell you a particular horse among any lot, but I ain't so well known in the way of hats. Is this the hat? Can you deliberately swear that this is the hat in question? I should not like to swear it. Very well, that will do. John Figgs was permitted to go down upon this, and it was quite evident that some faint hope was beginning to quicken in the eye of Sweeney Todd, as he found that his self-appointed counsel began to make so light of the evidence of the hat. For the moment, he quite forgot what proofs were still to come to fix the deed of murder upon him. Colonel Jeffrey was now called. He deposed clearly and distinctly as follows. I knew Mr. Thornhill and much regretted his loss. In company with Mr. Fletcher, I went to Todd's shop to make some inquiry about him, to the effect that he had been shaved there and had then left. I did not feel satisfied, and when Mr. Fletcher was found to be in London, I got the assistance of a friend of mine, named Rathbone, and together we prosecuted what inquiries we could. I picked up a hat from Todd's passage, and after putting myself into communication with Sir Richard Blunt, I delivered the hat to him. I have been in constant communication with Sir Richard Blunt upon the subject of this inquiry for a long time. We found that the prisoner at the bar had a sort of apprentice or errand boy in his shop, named Tobias Ragg, and we endeavored to get some disclosures from that boy, when he suddenly disappeared. I found him again on a doorstep in the city, and he has made certain disclosures which he will repeat in evidence to the court today. On the 4th of last month, I accompanied Sir Richard Blunt to a cellar beneath Todd's shop, and he showed me a contrivance in the roof by which anyone could be let down. We took workmen with us and made certain alterations. I afterwards accompanied Dr. Steers of the Ship Star to the vaults of St. Dunstan's, and I saw Dr. Steers take a bone from there. Pray look at that hat, Colonel Geoffrey. Is it the same you found at Todd's door? It is. Did you mark the bone that Dr. Steers took from the vaults of St. Dunstan's? I did, and I may state to save trouble that I placed upon the hat a private mark by which I am enabled to swear to it. Todd's counsel rose, and in a very respectful voice he said, Did you ever see this string of pearls about which so much fuss is made, Colonel? Yes, Mr. Thornhill showed it to me. Oh, do you know a young lady named Johanna Oakley? I had that pleasure. You had, have you not now? I have the honor of her acquaintance since her marriage. She is now Mrs. Ingestry. The counsel seemed to be a little staggered by this answer, but after a moment or two he resumed saying, Do you know a young lady named Arabella Wilmot? I 999. What Colonel did again, is she married? Yes, that young lady is now Mrs. Geoffrey, my wife. The counsel had evidently intended to make some point against the Colonel's evidence, which was completely destroyed by the fact of the two marriages, but he resumed the attack by changing his ground. Colonel, he said, do you know a boy named Tobias Ragg? I do. He is a resident in my house. Will you take upon yourself to swear that that boy or lad, or whatever he may be called, is in his right senses? I will. Will you swear that he was never confined in a lunatic asylum, from which he made his escape raving mad, and that since then you have not kept him to listen to his wild conjectures and dreamy charges against the prisoner at the bar? I will swear that he is not mad, and... Come, sir, I want an answer, yes or no. Then you will not get one. Your question involves 3 or 4 propositions, some of which may be answered in the negative and some in the affirmative. So how can you get a reply of yes or no? Come, sir, remember where you are. We want no roundabout speeches here, but direct answers. It is impossible to give a direct answer to such a speech as you made. Nothing but ignorance or trickery could induce you to ask such a thing. We cannot allow such language here, sir. I call upon the court for its protection against the insolence of this witness. The court does not think proper to interfere, said the judge quietly. Oh, very well, then I am done. But I am not, said the colonel. I can inform you, and all whom it may concern, that the proprietor of the lunatic asylum in which the boy, Ragg, was so unjustly confined, is now in Newgate, awaiting his trial for that and other offences, and that I have succeeded in completely breaking up the establishment. The counsel did not think proper to say anything more to the colonel, who was permitted, after firing this last shot at the enemy, to quit the witness box. Sir Richard Blunt was the next witness called, and as his evidence was expected to be very important indeed, all attention was paid to it. There was that buzz of expectation throughout the court, which is always to be heard upon such occasions, when anything very important is about to take place, and every one shifted his place, in order the more correctly to hear what was going on. The Attorney General himself arose to pursue the examination of Sir Richard Blunt. It was evident that the appearance of this witness roused Sweeney Todd more than anything else had done since the commencement of the proceedings. His eye lighted up, and setting his teeth hard, he prepared himself, with his left hand up to his ear, to catch every word that should fall from the lips of the man who had been his great enemy, and who had wound around him the web in which he had been caught at last. The appearance of Sir Richard Blunt was very attractive. There was always about him an air of great candor, and the expression of his features denoted generosity and boldness in a most astonishing degree. Chapter 129. The Trial of Sweeney Todd continued. The peculiar circumstances under which Sir Richard Blunt had found out all the villainy of Todd and overtook him and Mrs. Lovett in the midst of their iniquities were well known to the people assembled in the court, and some slight manifestations of applause greeted him as he stood up in the witness box. This exhibition of feeling was not noticed by the court, and the Attorney General at once began his examination in chief. "Sir Richard," he said, "will you have the kindness to put into the form of a narration what you have to say concerning the charge upon which the prisoner at the bar is arraigned?" "I will do so," replied Sir Richard, and then after a moment's pause, during which you might have heard a pin drop in the court, so intense was the stillness, the magistrate gave his important testimony against the now trembling wretch at the bar of that solemn court. "A considerable time ago," he said, "my attention was drawn to the circumstance that a number of persons had disappeared, who were residents about the neighborhood of Fleet Street and its vicinity. Such disappearances were totally and perfectly unaccountable. Not a trace could be found of very many respectable men who had left their houses upon various objects and never returned to them. The most striking peculiarity of this affair was that the men who disappeared were for the most part great substantial citizens, who were far from likely to have yielded to any of those temptations that at times bring the young and the heedless in this great city into fearful dangers. I saw the Secretary of State upon the subject, and it was agreed that I was to have a carte blanche as regarded expenses, and that I was to give nearly the whole of my time and attention to the unraveling of the mystery. It was then that after my careful inquiry I found that out of 13 disappearances no less than 10 had declared their intention to be to get shaved or their hair dressed, or to go through some process which required them to visit a barber. I then personally called at all the barbers' shops in the neighborhood, but never alone. To this fact of having someone waiting for me in the shop, I no doubt owe my life, for I have been 8 times shaved and dressed by the prisoner at the bar." Todd uttered a deep groan and looked at Sir Richard as though he would have said, "Oh, that I had you the 9th time so much at my mercy." There was quite a sensation and a shudder through the court, as Sir Richard then stated how many times he had run the fearful risk of death at the hands of such a man as Todd, and then Sir Richard went on with his narration, which deeply and powerfully interested the judge, counsel, jury, and spectators. I did not find anything suspicious in the shop itself of the prisoner at the bar, although each of these times that I was within it, I looked at it narrowly, but I did find that he always made an effort to get the person who was with me to leave the shop upon some pretext or another, which of course never succeeded, and then without, in the least, appearing vexed at the failure, he would go on with his shaving in the coolest possible manner. This, however, was only suspicion, and I could take no advantage of it unless something else developed itself likewise, but that was not long in happening. My attention was directed to the peculiar odor in St. Dunstan's Church, and from the moment that it was so, I in my own mind connected it with Sweeney Todd and the disappearances of the persons who had so unaccountably been lost in the immediate neighborhood of Fleet Street. In the midst of all this, then, I had a formal application made to me concerning the disappearance of Mr. Francis Thornhill, who had been clearly traced to the shop of the prisoner at the bar, and never seen by anyone to leave it. From that moment, I felt that it was in the prisoner's shop that the parties disappeared, but the means by which they were murdered remained a profound mystery, and I felt that unless these means could be very distinctly proved, a conviction would be difficult. I instituted a careful search of the vaults beneath St. Dunstan's Church, and I found a secret passage communicating with the cellar of the pie shop in Bell Yard, and afterwards I found a similar passage communicating with the cellar under the prisoner's shop. Upon reaching the latter cellar, the first object that presented itself to me was a chair fixed to the roof by its legs. That chair I at once recognized as identically like the one in the shop, in which I had so frequently sat, and in a moment the whole truth burst upon me. The plank upon which the shaving chair rested turned upon a center and could be so made to turn by a simple contrivance above, so that any unfortunate person could be let down in a moment, and the vacant or supplementary chair would come up and take the place of the one that had been above. Prosecuting my researches, I found the skeleton of many persons in the vaults and much putrid flesh, which fully accounted for the odor in St. Dunstan's church. I found likewise that no meat from any butcher or salesman ever found its way to the pea-shop in Bell Yard. So upon research actuated by that fact, I found that the supply of flesh was human, and that was the way the prisoner at the bar got rid of a great portion of his victims. Measures were taken to prevent any more murders, by some persons in my pay always following anyone into the shop, and then, when the evidence was all ready by the finding and identification of Mr. Francis Thornhill's leg bone, I took measures to apprehend the prisoner at the bar. I shall, of course, be happy to answer any questions that may be asked of me. The Attorney General then spoke, saying, "Have you found out by what means the shaving chair in the shop of the prisoner was prevented from falling at the moment anyone sat in it?" "Yes, by a simple piece of mechanism which communicated with the parlor. He could release the swinging board or keep it firm at his pleasure. I have had a model of the whole of the apparatus and building, which will be laid before the jury. It is here in the hands of an officer." "Here you is," said Crotchet, coming forward with a large parcel in his hands, which, upon being taken from its case, was found to be an accurate representation of Todd's house, with the diabolical contrivances he had got together for the purpose of murder. The model was handed to the jury and excited immense and well-deserved commendation. "I have no further questions to ask of you, Sir Richard," said the Attorney General, "but I am sure the court and jury cannot but feel much indebted to you for the very lucid manner in which you have given your evidence." "One moment, Sir Richard, if you please," said Todd's counsel, as the magistrate was about to leave the witness box. "I will not detain you for long." "I am quite at your service, sir," said Sir Richard Blunt. "How was it then that, after you felt convinced of the guilt of the prisoner at the bar, as you state that you were, although I think upon very insufficient grounds, that you did not at once arrest him, does it not seem very strange that you permitted him for some weeks to go on just as usual?" "I did not permit him to go on just as usual. I took every precaution to prevent him from adding to the list of his offenses. It is well known that a person in my situation must not act upon his own convictions of the guilt of any party. It was absolutely necessary that I should be able to bring satisfactory proof before a jury of the guilt of the prisoner at the bar, and it would have been quite premature to arrest him until I had that proof." "And pray, Sir Richard, when did you consider you had that proof?" "When the surgeon was able to swear to a portion of the remains of Mr. Francis Thornhill." "Oh, then I am to understand that you rest the case for the prosecution upon a bone." "I do not prosecute." "But you took the prisoner into custody, sir, and am I to believe that you did so solely on account of the finding a bone in some of the vaults of St. Dunstan's?" "You can conclude so." "Oh, I can conclude so. Very well then. Gentlemen of the jury, it appears that the whole case against the prisoner at the bar, my worthy and exemplary client, rests upon a bone. That will do, Sir Richard. We will not trouble you any further. Perhaps the court will stop the case, as it only rests upon a bone." "Not exactly," said the judge. The next witness was the surgeon, and his evidence was listened to with great attention. He said, "I was in the vaults of St. Dunstan's Church, and I looked over a great quantity of osteological remains. Among those remains, I found a male femur." "A what, sir?" said Todd's counsel. "It would be better," said the judge, mildly, "if the witness would be so good as to give the vulgar names to what he may have to speak of, as the jury may well be excused for not being in possession of anatomical and scientific nomenclature." "I will endeavor to do so," said the surgeon. "I beg to assure the court that it was from no feeling of pedantry that I used the scientific terms, but they are so common professionally that they are used without thinking that they are other than the terms in common use." "That is just the way I view it," said the judge, and the court had not the least idea of anything else. "Pray go on, sir, with your evidence." "I found, then, a large quantity of human bones," said the surgeon, "in the vaults of St. Dunstan's, and among them a male thigh bone, which I have with me." Here he produced from his greatcoat pocket the bone he spoke of, wrapped up in paper, and deliberately untying the string which bound the paper to it, he handed it to the jury. One of that body, more bold than the rest, took it, but several of the jurymen shrunk from it. "Now, sir," said the Attorney General, "can you upon your oath, without the slightest reservation, take upon yourself to say whose thighbone this was?" "I can. It was the thighbone of Mr. Francis Thornhill." "Will you state to the court and jury the grounds upon which you arrive at that conclusion?" "I will, sir. Mr. Thornhill met with an accident of a tedious and painful nature. The external condyle or projection on the outer end of the thighbone, which makes part of the knee joint, was broken off, and there was a diagonal fracture about 3 inches higher up upon the bone. I had the sole care of the case, and although a cure was effected, it was not without considerable distortion of the bone and general disarrangement of the parts adjacent. From my frequent examination, I was perfectly well acquainted with the case, and I can swear that the bone in the hands of the jury was the one so broken, and to which I attended." "Very well, sir. That is all I wish to trouble you with." The Attorney General sat down, but Todd's counsel rose and said, "Did you ever have a similar case to that of Mr. Thornhill's under your treatment?" "Never a precisely similar one." "But you have heard of such cases?" "Certainly." "They are sufficiently common not to be positively rare and curious in the profession." "They are not common, but still they do occur sufficiently often to lose the character of rarity." "Of course, you have no other means of identifying the bone but by its having been fractured in the way you describe?" "Certainly not." "Then it may be the thighbone of anyone who has suffered a similar injury." With this remark, the counsel sat down, and the surgeon was permitted to retire. The bone was laid upon the counsel's table, and there it reposed, a sad memento of poor Thornhill, and a mute but eloquent piece of evidence against the prisoner at the bar. Todd, however, did not seem to be at all moved at the sight of the relict of the murdered victim. Probably he had for too long a time been intimate with the remains of mortality during the frightful trade he had carried on, for such a circumstance to touch him in any perceptible way. The next witness called was another medical man, who merely corroborated the ship's surgeon as to the fact of the bone produced having been fractured in the way described. Chapter 130. Todd entertains some hopes of an acquittal. The next witness was the sexton of St. Dunstan's. "Will you state to the jury when the last entombment took place in the vaults of St. Dunstan's?" was the question asked of him. "On the 30th of January, 5 years ago," he replied. "A gentleman named Shaw from Chancery Lane was placed in a vault, but no one since then. The vaults were considered offensive to the living and was not used." "Let the medical men be called again," said the Attorney General. They were so called, and the question put to them was as to the age of the bone produced in court. They both swore that it could not have been 6 months in its present condition. It had all the aspect of a fresh bone, and they entertained no sort of doubt upon the subject, but that the flesh had been roughly taken off it, and then the slight remainder had rapidly dried and decayed. This then was the case for the prosecution, and it will be seen that the evidence or confession of Mrs. Lovett was not at all made use of or attended to, so that even in her dying hope of doing vast injury to Todd, she failed. The case was considered to be good enough without such testimony, and the lawyers, too, were of opinion that it would not be received by the judge, even if tendered, under all the circumstances. The Attorney General rose again and said, "That is the case, my lord and gentlemen of the jury, for the prosecution, and we leave it in your hands to deal with as you shall think fit." Todd's counsel now rose to commence the speech for the defense, and he spoke rather ingeniously as follows. "My lord and gentlemen of the jury, I have, upon the part of my client, the prisoner at the bar, most seriously to complain of the vast amount of extraneous matter that has been mixed up with this case. To 1 grain of wheat, we have had whole bushels of chaff, and gentlemen have been brought here surely to amuse the court with long-winded romances. Gentlemen, the prisoner at the bar is clearly and distinctly charged with the murder of one Francis Thornhill, and instead of any evidence, near or remote, fixing that deed upon him, we have nothing but long stories about vaults and bad odors in churches and movable floorboards and chairs standing on their heads, and vaults and secret passages and pork pies. Really, gentlemen of the jury, I do think that the manner in which this prosecution has been got up against my virtuous and pious client is an outrage to your common sense." Todd rather looked up at this. It was something to hear even an Old Bailey counsel call him virtuous and pious, and a gleam of hope shot across his heart that things might not be quite so hard with him after all. "This, gentlemen of the jury," continued the counsel, "is an attempt, I must say, to take the life of a man from a variety of circumstances external to the real charge to which he is called upon here to plead. Let us examine the sort of evidence upon which it has been thought proper to put a fellow creature to this bar upon a charge affecting his life. In the first place, we are told that a number of very respectable men went out from their various respectable houses and never went back again. Pray, what has that to do with the death of one Francis Thornhill? Then we are told that the respectable men went to get shaved, and then that Sir Richard Blunt had a shave no less than 8 times at the prisoner's shop, and yet here he is quite alive and well to give his evidence here today, and no one will say that Sir Richard Blunt is not a respectable man. Then we have a bad smell in the church of St. Dunstan's. Really, gentlemen of the jury, you might as well say that the prisoner at the bar committed felony, because this court was not well ventilated. We are told to come more particularly to the evidence, such as it is, bearing upon the case, that Francis Thornhill left a certain shop intending to go into the city to Miss Oakley, and that on the road he went into the prisoner's shop to be shaved, and from that we are asked to infer that he was murdered there, because nobody saw him come out. Really, this is too bad. Hundreds of people may have seen him come out, and no doubt did do so, but they happened not to know him, and so just because no one was passing who could say, "Ah, Mr. Thornhill, how do you do? I see you have had a clean shave today," the prisoner at the bar is to be declared guilty of murder. Then we are told a long story about a bone, and that is declared to be a bone of the deceased. Gentlemen of the jury, what would you think of a man who should produce a brick and swear that it belonged to a certain house, but this bone is to be identified on account of having been fractured, when the medical witness swears that such fractures are far from rare? Then again, a hat said to be the hat of the deceased is sworn to as belonging to him because of some injury it had received. Granted that it did belong to him. No doubt he sold it in Fleet Street and bought a new one, and there is no proof that that hat produced is the same one that is said to have been taken out of the prisoner's shop. I do think, gentlemen, that you will see upon what a string of sophistry the evidence against the prisoner at the bar rests, who shall take upon himself to say that Mr. Thornhill is not now alive and well somewhere. We all know that persons connected with the sea are rather uncertain in their movements. But gentlemen, the prisoner at the bar has a plain, unvarnished tale to tell, which will clear him from any suspicions. At this point, the learned counsel hitched up his gown upon his shoulders and settled his wig upon his head, as though preparing for a grand effort, and then he continued. Gentlemen of the jury, my client is a religious man, as anyone may see by the mild and gentlemanly look of his amiable countenance. He took the premises in Fleet Street in the pursuit of his highly useful calling, and he had no more idea that there was a movable board in his shop, and that his shaving chair would go down with anyone than the child unborn. Is it likely that a man who could stoop to such baseness as to make money by murder would occupy himself with such a trivial employment as shaving for a penny? The deceased gentleman, Mr. Francis Thornhill, if he be deceased at all, came into my worthy client's shop to be shaved, and was, at that time, a little the worse for some small drops that he had indulged himself with, no doubt, as he came along. The prisoner at the bar did shave him, and then he said that he had to go and see a young lady, and that he should buy a new hat as he went along. The dog, about which so much has been said, came into the shop along with his master, and while the shaving was going on found out, and actually devoured, half a pound of tripe, off which the prisoner at the bar was going to make his humble dinner. O gentlemen of the jury, ask yourselves if a murderer is likely to make half a pound of tripe satisfy him for dinner. Ask your own consciences and your own common sense that question. Well, gentlemen of the jury, when he was shaved, and after my client had had to turn this dog twice out of his shop, Mr. Thornhill left and went towards Fleet Market. The prisoner watched him from his door and actually saw him begin fighting with a porter at the top of the market, and then as another person came in to be shaved, the prisoner at the bar returned into his shop to attend to that customer and saw no more of Mr. Thornhill. In the course of a quarter of an hour, however, the dog pushed the door of the shop open and brought in a hat in his mouth, but the prisoner turned him out again, and that is all he knows of the transaction. Gentlemen of the jury, the prisoner at the bar is well known for his benevolence and his piety. Even at a time when the bad odor in St. Dunstan's induced many of the parishioners to go elsewhere, he always attended his own church, and in the most pious and exemplary manner made the responses. I ask you as men, gentlemen of the jury, if you could do that with the consciousness that you had committed a murder. Gentlemen, it is for my client a most unfortunate thing that a person named Lovett, who kept the pea-shop in Bell Yard, is not now in the land of the living. If she were so, there is no doubt but that she would have told some true tale of how the vaults beneath the old church connected with her shop, and so have cleared the prisoner at the bar of all participation in her crimes. That murder has been committed in conjunction with that woman, who committed suicide rather than come forward and clear the prisoner at the bar, against whom she had a spite, there can be no doubt. But gentlemen, it is the wrong man who now stands at this bar. The real murderer has yet to be discovered, and therefore it is that I call upon you, in the sacred name of justice, to acquit my client. With this the counsel sat down, and Todd looked positively hopeful. He drew a long breath or two and ventured a keen glance towards the jury box. "Do you call any witnesses?" asked the junior counsel for the prosecution. No, witnesses. Innocence is its own best safeguard." "I waive my right of reply, my lord," said the Attorney General. Upon this, nothing remained for the judge to do but to sum up the evidence, and after arranging his notes, he proceeded to do so in that clear and lucid style for which some of our judges are so famous. The prisoner at the bar, Sweeney Todd, stands charged with the willful murder of Francis Thornhill. It appears that Francis Thornhill left a certain ship for the purpose of proceeding to a Miss Oakley in the city of London, with a string of pearls, which had been confided to him to deliver to that lady by a Mr. Mark Ingestry. We have it in evidence that Francis Thornhill, on his route down or along the northern side of Fleet Street, went into the shaving shop kept by the prisoner at the bar, and from that instant he is not again seen alive. The prisoner at the bar takes a string of pearls, similar to those which were in the possession of Francis Thornhill, and raises upon them a considerable sum of money of a man named John Mundell. It appears then that the hat of Mr. Francis Thornhill is taken from the premises of the prisoner by a dog, and it further appears, upon the clear testimony of respectable persons, that beneath the prisoner's shop is a contrivance by which people might be killed, and there or thereabouts contiguous to that contrivance, a certain bone is found, which is proved to be the thigh bone of Francis Thornhill. Gentlemen of the jury, the sequence of evidence by which it is attempted to bring this crime home to the prisoner at the bar lies in a very small compass indeed. Firstly, there is the tracing of Francis Thornhill to the prisoner's shop, and his disappearance from thence. Then there is the hat found there or taken from there, and then there is the thigh bone sworn to be that of Francis Thornhill, and certainly found in such contiguity to his premises as to warrant a belief that he placed it there. Gentlemen of the jury, the case is in your hands. This was a very short summing up, but the bar quite understood it to mean that the guilt of the prisoner was so clear and transparent that it was not at all necessary for the judge to go elaborately through the evidence, but merely as a matter of form, leave the facts in evidence to the jury. And now came that awful moment to Todd, when the question of guilty or not guilty hovered on the lips of those 12 men who were to decide upon his fate. The jury laid their heads together for a few moments only, and then they turned round and faced the court again. The clerk of the arraigns rose and spoke. Gentlemen of the jury, how say you? Do you find the prisoner at the bar guilty or not guilty of the crime laid to his charge in the indictment? Guilty, said the foreman. A cheer burst from the auditors, and the judge raised his hand, saying, Officers, repress this unmanly exultation that a fellow creature is found guilty of a dreadful crime. I beg that any person so offending may be brought before me at once. The officer could not or would not find anybody so offending, but the judge's words had the effect of calming the tumult at all events, and then all eyes were turned upon Sweeney Todd, who stood in the dock glaring at the foreman of the jury, as though he had only imperfectly heard what he had said, or if he had perfectly heard him, doubting the evidence of his own senses as regarded the real, full, and true meaning of the dreadful word guilty. Chapter 131. Todd makes an attempt upon his own life. In the course of a few minutes, the tumult in the court was effectually suppressed, and then, as it was known that the judge would sentence Todd at once, all eyes were turned upon the criminal to note the effect which that awful moment was likely to have upon him. The judge spoke. Sweeney Todd, you have been by an impartial and patient jury convicted upon the clearest evidence of the murder of Francis Thornhill. Have you anything to say why sentence of death, according to the law, should not be passed forthwith upon you? Todd did not seem to understand the question, and the governor of Newgate repeated it to him. He started then and glared at the judge, as in a deep hollow voice he said, Death, death, did you say death? Such says the law, not one. If you have anything to say why that sentence should not be pronounced against you, now is your only time in which to say it. Todd passed his hand twice across his brow before he spoke, and then, in a vehement voice, he said, It is false. I did not kill the man. There is a vile conspiracy against me. I say I did not do it. Who saw Muhet I was upon me? I was at chaplet prayers when you say among you that I did it. It is a plot, nothing but a plot from first to last. You would make me the victim of it among you. Who saw me kill him? I know nothing of hidden places in the old house. It is not true, I say, upload a vile plot for my destruction. Have you finished? Said the judge. Have I not said enough? I know nothing of it. I am a poor man, and strive to get a living as best I might, and among you now you bring a bone from some churchyard to kill me with. You swear anything, I know you all well. If the man you say I killed be really dead, I here at this moment summon his spirit from another world to come and bear witness for me that I did not kill him. These last words Todd yelled out in such a tone of frantic passion that everybody looked aghast, and more than once, more than commonly superstitious spectators thought that the appeal to the beings of a supernatural world might yet be answered in some way. There was a death-like stillness in the court for some few moments, and then the governor of Newgate in a whisper said to Todd, Have you finished? Finished what? He cried in a startling tone. Finished what? Finished pleading for my life? Yes, I have, for I know that they have made up their minds to murder me. I have no witnesses, they are all in the grave now. That woman, Lovett, who is dead, you tell me I cannot say if she be dead or not. She is hard to kill, that woman could exculpate me. But as I say, my witnesses are in the grave, and there is no truth in spirits visiting this world again, or she and the man you say I murdered would appear here, and yell in your ears, all of you, that I did not do it. The judge sat quite patiently. He was evidently resolved to hear quietly what Todd chose to say. It could but occupy a little more time, and as his fate was fixed, it did not matter. If you have finished your observations, prisoner, said the judge, it will now be my duty to proceed to pass upon you the sentence of the law. But I have said I did not do it. I am not guilty. It does not lie within my power to decide that question. The jury have found you guilty, and all I have to do in my capacity here is, in accordance with that finding, to sentence you according to law. If you could have stated any legal impediment to the passing of the sentence, it would have had effect, but now it is my painful duty to hold. I will, and can state a legal impediment. What is it? I am mad. The judge opened his eyes rather wider than usual at this statement, and the jury looked at each other in wonder and amazement. Among the spectators, there was a general movement, too, of surprise. Mad, said the judge. Yes, added Todd, holding up his arms, I am mad, quite mad. Do you think any other but a madman would have done the deeds with which you charge me? I either did not do them, and am saved, or I did do all these murders, the consequences of which you would heap upon my head, and am mad. What is there in the wide world would compensate a man for acting as you say I have acted? Could he ever know peace again? What is madness but an affliction of Providence? And dare you take the life of a man who has acted in a certain way, in consequence of a disease with which the Almighty has thought proper to visit him? I tell you, you dare not, and that I am mad. This speech was uttered with a vehemence that made it wonderfully effective, and at its conclusion, Todd still held up his arms and glared upon the judge with the look of one who had advanced something that was utterly and completely unanswerable. The judge leant over to the recorder and whispered something to him, and the recorder whispered to the judge. Mad, mad, shrieked Todd again. The Attorney General now whispered something to the judge, who nodded, and then addressing Todd, he said in calm and measured tones, however great the novelty of a plea of insanity put in by the party himself may be, it will yet meet with every attention. I shall now proceed to pass sentence of death upon you, and after you are removed to the jail of Newgate, certain physicians will see you and report upon your mental condition to the Secretary of State, who will act accordingly. Todd dropped his arms. The judge put on the black cap and continued. Sweeney Todd, you have been convicted of the crime of murder, and certain circumstances, which it would have been improper to produce before this court in the progress of your trial, lead irresistibly to the belief that your life for years past has been one frightful scene of murder, and that not only the unhappy gentleman for whose murder you now stand herein so awful a position has suffered from your frightful practices, but many others. It will be a satisfaction, too, to the court and the jury to know that the woman named Lovett, who you say would and could have proved your innocence had she been in life, made shortly before her death a full confession wherein she inculpated you most fearfully. False, false, cried Todd. The judge took not the slightest notice of the interruption, but continued his speech. It is now my painful duty to pass upon you the sentence of the law, which is, that you be hanged by the neck until dead, and may heaven have mercy upon you, for you cannot expect that society can do otherwise than put out of life one who, like yourself, has been a terror and a scourge. Quite mad, cried Todd, quite mad. Officers, remove the prisoner, said the judge, who was much disgusted by the attempt of Todd upon their credulity by stating that he was mad. The governor of Newgate laid hold of him by the arm, but Todd raised his voice again, saying, One moment, only one moment. Before I leave this court, I have a great desire to say something to Sir Richard Blunt." "If Sir Richard Blunt has no objection," said the judge, "the court can have none. Is that gentleman present?" "I am here," said Sir Richard, as he made his way towards the dock in which Todd was. "What is it you have to say to me, Sweeney Todd?" "It is for your private ear." "Then I decline to hear it. If you have anything to say to me, say it out and openly. I decline any private communications." "Nay, but it really interests those whom you love. Come a little closer to me, and I will speak it." "Now," said Sir Richard, as he reached the front of the dock, "speak at once, and say what it is. The court is too indulgent to you." "Is it really?" With the rapidity of thought, Todd drew a small table knife from the breast of his apparel and made a stab at Sir Richard's neck with it. But the magistrate had had by far too long experience with such men as Todd to be so taken at unawares, and he dropped to the floor of the court before the point of the knife reached him. The governor of Newgate sprung upon Todd and disarmed him in a moment. Todd, on his trial, attempts to kill Sir Richard Blunt. From seeing Sir Richard Blunt drop, the general impression in the court was that he was killed or seriously injured by Todd, and in a moment a scene of unparalleled confusion arose. Everybody got up from their seats, and the place was full of cries. "Kill him," cried some. "Down with him," shouted others. "Hang him at once. A surgeon for Sir Richard." Amid this babel of confusion, Sir Richard Blunt rose again and sprung upon the barrister's table, calling out in a loud voice that rose above every other sound, "I am perfectly unhurt." Upon this such a cheer arose in the court that the judge saw that it was perfectly hopeless to attempt to stop it by any ordinary means, and he only held up his hand deprecatingly. The cheer was thrice repeated, and then Sir Richard dismounted from the table, and a death-like stillness ensued in the court as the judge spoke. "How was it possible," he said, "that the prisoner at the bar could be furnished with such a weapon at a time like this?" The governor of Newgate felt that this question was addressed to him, and he tremblingly spoke, saying, "My lord, I have not the most distant idea upon the subject. He was searched this morning carefully before leaving his cell. It is beyond my comprehension." "My lord," said a counsel at the table, rising, "there was a very similar case about 5 years since, when a notorious criminal attacked a witness for the prosecution with a fork, and it appeared afterwards that as he was brought through some of the day-rooms of Newgate to the bar, he had hastily snatched it up from a table that he passed without the officers noticing him." "This is very likely a similar case," said the judge. "It may be so, my lord," said the governor. Todd yelled with rage when he found that Sir Richard Blunt had escaped his malice. If he could but have taken his life or inflicted upon him some very serious injury, he would have been satisfied almost to have gone to death, but to fail was almost enough to drive him really mad. "Curses on ye all," he cried, and then he burst into a torrent of such frightful invectives that everybody shrunk aghast from it, and it is quite impossible that we should transfer it to our pages. How long he would have proceeded in such a storm, there is no knowing, had not the officers rushed upon him, and by main force dragged him from the dock and the court into the dark passages leading to Newgate. His voice was yet heard for several moments, uttering the most dreadful and diabolical curses. It may be supposed that after what had happened, the officials of the prison were not over-tender in the treatment of Sweeney Todd, for they well knew that they would be some time before they heard the last of the knife business, and indeed it was a piece of gross carelessness to allow a man in Todd's situation, and such a man as Todd too, to have an opportunity of doing such very serious mischief in a moment as he might have done. There can be very little doubt that if he had been content to do an injury to any other witness but Sir Richard Blunt, he would really have succeeded, but that personage was too wary to fall in such a way. It was not thought advisable by the prison authorities to take Todd back to the same cell from which they had brought him. It was an idea of the governor, and by no means a bad one, that desperate criminals were caused to change their cells now and then, as it baffled and cut up completely any combination they might in their own minds have made for an attempted escape. So Todd found himself in a new place. "Why is this?" he said. "Why am I placed here? This cell is darker than the one I before occupied." "It's quite light enough for you," growled a turnkey. "Yes," added one of the officers who had been in court. "Folks who are keen and bright enough to pick up knives and nobody see 'em must not have too much light in their cell. Oh, will not it be a mercy when you are settled next Monday morning?" "The fetters hurt me," said Todd. "Oh, they are too light," said the officer, "and for your satisfaction I have to tell you that the governor has ordered you another pair." At this moment, a couple of blacksmiths came into the cell, carrying with them the heaviest set of irons in the whole prison, which the governor had determined Sweeney Todd should be accommodated with. Without a word, they proceeded to knock off the fetters that he wore. "So you are not contented," said Todd, "to cage me as though I were some wild animal, but you must load me with irons. And a good job, too. And you think to hang me? Rather. Then thus I disappoint you, and be my own executioner." As he spoke, he snatched up one of the smith's hammers and made a blow at his own forehead with it, which, if it had taken effect, would unquestionably have fractured his skull and killed him instantly. But one of the officers just managed to strike his arm at the moment and confuse his aim, so that although he did strike himself, it was not with anything like sufficient force to do himself any hurt. The hammer was wrested from him in a moment, and he was thrown to the floor of the cell, and the heavy irons placed upon him. Todd's second attempt at suicide in the condemned cell at Newgate. Chapter 132. Todd makes an acquaintance in Newgate and tries an escape. In the course of a quarter of an hour more, Todd was left alone. The irons he wore weighed upwards of 100 weight, and it was with some difficulty that he managed to get up and sit upon the stone seat that was in the cell. It was close upon evening, and the cell was getting very dark indeed, so that the walls, close as they were together, were only very dimly discernible indeed. Todd rested his head upon his hands and thought. "Has it then really come to this?" he said. "Am I truly doomed to die? Oh, what a dreadful thing it is for me now to begin to doubt of what I always thought myself so sure, namely, that there was no world beyond the grave. Oh, if I could only still please myself with an assurance of that, but I cannot now. Oh, no. He started, for the cell door opened, and the turnkey brought him in his food for the night, which he placed on the floor. It was not then the custom to sit up with condemned prisoners. "There," said the man, "it's more than you deserve. Good night, and be hanged to you. Here's the sheriff been kicking up the devil's delight in the prison about that knife affair." "I hope he will discharge you all," said Todd. "Do you?" "Oh, yes, I wish you had all one neck only, and I a knife at it. With what a pleasant gash I would force it in an inn." "Well, you are a nice article, I must say. Bring me 2 candles, and pens, ink, and paper." The turnkey stared with astonishment. "Anything else," he said, "in a small way that you would like? Buttered rolls, perhaps, and a glass of something good. Perhaps a blunderbuss would suit you. I tell you what it is, old fellow, it ain't very often that anybody goes out from here on a Monday morning to be scragged, that we do not feel a little sorry for them, but I do not think we shall any of us cry after you. You may sleep or do what you like now until tomorrow morning, for you have got it all to yourself. 2 candles, indeed. Well, I am sure what next? 2 candles, oh my eye." The turnkey banged shut the door of the cell and barred and bolted it in a passion, and then away he went to the lobby, which was the great gossiping place, to relate the cool demands of Sweeney Todd. Once more the prisoner was alone, For some time he sat in silence, and then he muttered, "All the night to myself. He will not visit this cell until the morning. A long, long night, many hours of solitude. Well, I may chance to improve them. It was well in that scuffle for the hammer, when they threw me down, that I contrived to grasp a handful of tools from the smith's basket and hid them among my clothing. Let me see what I have, let me see, or rather feel, for by this light, or rather by this darkness, I can only judge of them by the feel." The tools that Sweeney Todd had been clever enough to abstract from the smith's basket consisted of 2 files and a chisel. He ran his fingers over them with some feeling of satisfaction. "Now," he muttered, "if the feeling to die were upon me, here are the means, but it has passed away, and even with these small weapons, and in a cell of Newgate, I do not feel quite so helpless as I was. It will be time to die if all should fail else, but yet if I could only for a time live for revenge, what a glorious thing it would be. How I should like yet to throttle Tobias. What a pleasure it would be to me to hold that girl by the throat, who so hoodwinked me as to impose herself upon me for a boy, and hear and see her choking. How I should like to see the blood of Sir Richard Blunt weltering forth, while his colour faded, and he expired gradually." Todd ground his teeth together in his rage. "Yes," he added, while he moved with difficulty under the weight of his iron. "Yes, I have bidden adieu to wealth and the power that wealth would have given me. I have carried on my life of crimes for nothing, and in blood I have waited to accomplish only this world of danger that now surrounds me to give to myself the poor privilege of suicide, but yet how fain I would live for vengeance." His chains rattled upon his limbs. "Yes, for revenge. I would fain live for revenge. There are some 5 or 6 that I would like to kill. Yes, and I would gloat over their death agonies and shriek in their ears, I did it. I, Sweeney Todd, did it." The fetters entangled about his legs and threw him heavily to the floor of the cell. He raved and cursed frightfully until he was too much exhausted to continue such a course, and then he sat upon the floor, and with one of the files he began working away assiduously at the iron, in order to free himself from those clogs to his movements. As he so worked, he heard the prison clock strike 10. "10, he said, 10 already. Of a truth I did not think it was so late. I must be quick. Others have escaped from Newgate, and why should not I? The attempt will and shall be made, and who knows but that it may be successful? A man may do much when he is resolved that he will do all he wishes or die." Todd filed away at the chains. "Who will stop me?" he said, with the feeling that will possess me. "Who will say, I will stop this man, or he shall kill me? No one, no one." The file was a good one, and it bit fairly into the iron. In the course of a quarter of an hour Todd had one wrist at liberty, and that was a great thing. He was tired, however, of the comparatively slow progress of the file, and he made a great effort to break the chains from his ankles, but he only bruised himself in the attempt to do so without succeeding. With a feeling of exhaustion, he paused. "Oh, that I could find an opportunity of exerting so much force against those whom I hate," he said. At this moment he fancied he heard a slight noise not far from him, and every faculty was immediately strained to assist in listening for a repetition of it. It did not come again then. "It must have been imagination," he said, "or some sound far off in the prison conveyed by echoes to this spot. I will not suffer myself to be alarmed or turned from my purpose. It is nothing, nothing. I will use the file again." He commenced now upon the other wrist, and by the little experience he had gathered from his practice at the one which he had already filed in 2, he got on more quickly with this one. He found that a long, light movement of the file did more work than a rapid grading process. In much less time, then, this other wrist manacle was off, and he could lift up both his arm in freedom. "This is something," he said, "nay, it is much, very much indeed. I feel it, and accept it as a kind of earnest of success. Where is the man, where are the 2 or 3 men that will dare to stand in my desperate way when I have one of these files in each hand and are free from fetters? They will need be mad to do it. Such an amount of zeal is not to be found. No, they will step aside and let me pass." It now became a matter of great importance with him to get the other two fetters that bound his ankles undone. He felt as if he should go mad if he did not quickly release himself from them now. Sitting upon the floor of the cell, he set to work, but he found that the file he had been using did not bite very well. The work it had done already had dulled its powers, but the other was fresh and keen, and with it he made great progress. The left-hand shackle was entirely removed, and now only by his right ankle was he connected with that hundredweight of iron, which held him to the ground. "I shall be free," he muttered. "I shall be free. Did they think to hold me with these chains? Ha ha, no. It may be that there is a dark spirit of evil that aids men such as I am, and if it be so, I will consent to be wholly his, if—" Todd started, for the same noise that had before come upon his ears now attracted him. It was plainer, though, than before, and at the moment he thought that it must be in his cell. A cry of terror rose to his lips, but he smothered it in the utterance and bent again all his faculties to listen. The sound did not now pass away like an echo as it had done before, but it went on steadily, and he could trace it as localizing itself against one of the walls of the cell. It was a profound mystery. He could not make out what it meant. It was a strange, dull, scraping noise. At times he thought it was some animal in the cellar, rat, probably, but then the sound was too continuous, and although he stamped once and said hush several times, it steadily continued. The darkness in the cell was now so intense that it was in vain to attempt to pierce it. Any straining of the eyes only peopled the palpable black atmosphere with all sorts of strange shapes, conjured up by the imagination. So Todd was glad to close his eyes after a few moments' experience of that character. "I will know what this is," he said. "I must know what this is, and I will know." He held out his arms, and he slowly advanced towards the side of the cell from whence the sound came. "Speak," he said, "if you are mortal, speak. If immortal, I fear you not. I am now past all such terrors. You can but kill me." His hands touched the cold stone wall, and then he felt it from the floor upwards, but nothing but the chill surface of the stones was perceptible, and yet the scraping noise continued, and at last he felt convinced that it came from the other side of the wall. Now he did not know what to think, for he had no means of knowing what was upon the other side of that wall. It might be a corridor of the prison. It might be a room belonging to one of the officials, who was about some work that, if explained, would not appear singular at all. He placed his ear to the exact spot from whence the noise came, and he listened attentively. As he so listened, Todd began to have other notions about that noise, and for more than once the square block of stone against which his ear reposed shook in its place. "It must be a cell like this," he said, "that is on the other side of the wall, and that, no doubt, is some prisoner at work trying to effect his escape. If so, it is fortunate. He must be a bold man, and we can help each other." Still Todd hesitated what he should do, notwithstanding the hypothesis regarding the noise he heard appeared so very probable. He was resolved to spend a little more time in listening, for he felt that once to commit himself would possibly be to spoil his own chances of escape. He kept his ear to the stone of the wall, then which shook more and more each passing moment. Suddenly he heard a voice. In a drawling accent, it sang a few lines of a popular thieves' song. The beak looked big and shook his head. Hey-oh, the beak. He wished such family cares were dead, that honest folks might get their bread. Hey-oh, the beak. The family cove, he grinned a grin. Hey-oh, the cove. Says he, to prig I think no sin. For sure a Romany must have tin. Hey-oh, the cove. It must be all right, thought Todd, or he would not sing that song, but what good it can do him to get from his own cell into this, I cannot imagine. He would be equally confined here as there, and all his labor thrown away. But together we may do something. I will speak to him. Yes, I think I will speak to him. Todd still waited and lingered before he gave any intimation of his presence and knowledge of what was going on, and then the song ceased, and by the renewed vigor with which the tenant of the next cell worked at the stone, it would seem that he had got very impatient at the length of time it took him. Suddenly the stone, which was about a foot square, shook so that Todd withdrew from it, thinking that it would come out of its place altogether. And as it was evidently the object of the prisoner at the other side to push it through into Todd's cell, he thought it better to stand on one side and let it come. Suddenly, with a crash, it fell through, and then Todd spoke for the first time to the prisoner. Chapter 133. The Progress of the Operations to Escape from Newgate. "Who's there? Who are you?" cried Todd. "The deuce," said a voice from the adjoining cell. "Sold at last, after all my trouble. Confound you, why did not you speak before and save me the last hour's work?" "What do you mean?" cried Todd. "I'm a desperate man. Do not tamper with me. Do you belong to the prison or do you not?" "I belong to the prison. I should think not. Do not you?" "Oh, no. Why, you do not mean to say that you are a prisoner?" "I am, indeed, and condemned to die." "All's right then. Bravo, this is capital. I thought I was in the end cell, do you know, and that by working through the wall by the assistance of Providence always I cannot get out of the old trade. I mean to say that I thought I was working through a wall that would have taken me into one of the corridors of Newgate, and then there would have been a chance of getting off, you know." "I do not know and did not know," said Todd, "but if there be really any chance of escape, I am a desperate man and will risk anything for it. Only say that you will help me." "Help you? Of course I will. Do you think I am in love with these cold walls? No, I will get a light in a moment, and we can then have a look at each other. Are you in fetters?" "I was, but I have a file, and have succeeded in freeing myself from them completely. Are you?" "Yes, but I have muffled them with some pieces of my clothing that I have torn up for the purpose, and please the Lord, they will make no noise." Todd was rather amazed at the religious expressions of the other prisoner, but he forbore to make any remark concerning them, and as something had been said about getting a light, he resolved to wait patiently until it was procured, when he would be able to see who it was that chance had so very strangely thrown him into companionship with. "You see," added the other prisoner, "a religious lady left me some tracts, and as I told her they did not allow light here, she was kind enough to smuggle me in some phosphorus matches, in case in the night I should wish to read." "Very kind of her," said Todd. "Oh, very. Let us praise the bother. I shall never get out of the habit of chaunting, I do believe." In a moment now, a faint blue light illumined the cell adjoining to Todd's, and as the religious lady had been kind enough to bring some little wax ends of candles, the prisoner lit one, and placing it upon the ledge left by the displaced brick in the wall, he put his face close to it and looked at Todd. Todd did the same thing and looked at him. "Humph," said the prisoner, "they are not going to hang you for your beauty, whoever you are, my friend." "Nor you," said Todd, who was a little stung by this cool remark, "for I must say a more villainous-looking countenance than yours I never saw in all my life." "Then you certainly never looked in a glass." "Hark you, my friend," said Todd, "if we are to aid each other in getting out of Newgate, it will not be by railing at each other through a square hole in the wall of our cells. We had better leave all remarks about our looks to other folks, and at once set to work about what is much more important, namely, breaking our way out of this most detestable of all places." "Truly," said the other, "you speak wisdom, and the Lord the deuce take it, when shall I get rid of the cant of the conventicle? My dear sir, you see before you a man who has been a great victim." "What is your name?" "Lupin they used to call me, the Reverend Josiah Lupin." "Ah," said Todd, "I heard something of your case. I believe you murdered a woman, did you not?" "Why, my friend," said Mrs. Oakley's old acquaintance, "for indeed it was no other, I do not mind confessing to you that a woman met with a slight accident at my place, and they say I did it. But now that I have been so candid, pray who are you? They call me Todd. The Reverend Mr. Lupin screwed up his mouth and whistled. Humph, he said, the religious lady only this morning told me all about you. You used to polish the people off in your barber's shop and then make them into pork pies, I believe. How, said Todd. And you had a charming assistant in the shape of a lady named Lovett, I have been informed, who used to help you to scrape the bones of the poor devils who had only just slipped in for a shave, and by no means expected such a scrape. How, said Todd. Stop a bit, said Mr. Lupin. Do not come that sort of laugh again. It do not sound at all pleasant. Well, I think we may manage to get out of Newgate, do you know, by a little hard work, if you are willing. But mind you, I do not want to be made a pork or a veal pie of, if you please. I never ate them myself, said Todd, so there is no temptation. But I sincerely hope, my friend, that you do not believe one word of the many calumnies that have been heaped upon my character. Oh dear no, and you, too, are well aware that I am the most falsely accused and innocent clergyman that ever lived. Perfectly. My dear sir, you are a very reasonable man, and I do not see any reason on earth that we should not be capital friends from this moment. Just help me to move another of these stones, and I shall be able to creep through the opening into your cell. Todd very kindly assisted the Reverend Mr. Lupin, and in the course of a few minutes, another of these large square blocks of stone that formed the wall of the cell being removed, he was able to creep through the aperture with the assistance of Todd. All's right, said Lupin, as he shook himself. And now, my new friend, I will borrow the same file with which you released yourself from your fetters and get rid of mine. Here it is, said Todd. You work upon one leg, and I will work upon the other, for I have two files here, although one of them is a little blunted by the work it has already done. Yet it will help, and time is everything. It is, said Lupin. Work away, for I am not able to think of anything until I am free of these confounded irons. They worked in real earnest, and to such purpose, that in a much less space of time than anybody would have thought it possible to accomplish the process in, the fetters of Mr. Lupin dropped from him, and like Todd, he stood so far free from restraint. Now he said, I have some first-rate picklocks, and if Providence tush, I mean if we are lucky, we shall get on capitally. The next thing we have to do is to get out of here, and by far the shortest way is to work through the wall. Have you any other tools beside the files, for they are not much use now to us? Yes, a chisel. A chisel, oh my friend, you are indeed a wonderful man. A chisel, what may not be done with a chisel, a strong, good chisel too. Oh, if we do not chisel our way out of Newgate now, it will be very hard indeed. Come, you shall see an old hand at work. Perhaps you have not had much experience at prison breaking. Certainly not, said Todd. Well, this will be a good lesson to you. Now you will see how nicely I will get one of these old square blocks of stone out of its place. Todd smiled grimly. Perhaps he thought he could have given the Reverend Josiah Lupin a good lesson in some things, but at that time he was only too happy to meet with a companion who promised such great things in the way of immediate escape. Certainly Mr. Lupin showed great dexterity in handling the chisel, with which he had been furnished by Todd, and in a much less space of time than anyone would have thought the work could have been performed in, he had loosened the stone in the wall that he wished to dislodge. Let us both push it, he said, and we shall get it through easily. But its fall will make an alarm, said Todd. Oh no, the distance is too short, and it will go down easy. Now for it. They pressed upon the stone, both of them, and by a skillful joggling movement, Lupin got it to move along until it was beyond its center of gravity, and then, with a heavy bump, down it went on the other side. They both now paused for some moments, and spoke not a word, for they were anxious to discover if the fall of the stone into the passage beyond the cells had made any noise sufficient to attract the attention of the prison officials. All was still. "It's as right as possible," said Lupin. "They are asleep, the greater part of them. The pretended vigilance in this place and the sleepless watchfulness is all a fudge. Turnkeys and police officers and governors of Newgate are but flesh and blood, and they will take things easy if they can." "You are quite a man of the world," said Todd. "Oh yes, I have seen a little of it. But I say, Master Todd, deal candidly with me now. Have you not some secret hoard of cash, upon which we can make ourselves comfortable when we get out of this mousetrap? I have not a penny piece, but you ought to have something, I should say. I do not mean to say but that I had money, but it was not hidden, and the police have got hold of that. If I were acquitted, they kindly said they would let me have it. But if found guilty, of which they did not entertain the smallest doubt, I could not want it." "Curses on them," said Todd. "They had enough of mine to have made us both rich men, very rich men. Oh, that I had been off a month ago." "Do not fret about that. We are all in the hands of a gracious Provipisha. I am forgetting again. Whatever you do, Todd, in this world, do not turn parson to a parcel of old women, for the phraseology will stick to you as long as you live, if you do. But commettle me now, you do know where to lay your hand upon money." Todd thought that it would be very indiscreet to say no to this little proposition, so with a nod and a smile he replied, "Only a few hundreds, that's all." "A few hundreds, that is a pretty good all, and will do very well indeed, my dear friend. Is it an understanding that we go halves?" Quite. "Then, if we do not get out of the stone jug pretty soon, it will be a strange thing to me. Now let us work away like bricks, and we will show them that two determined men can laugh at their bolts and bars and stone walls." "How confident you are," said Todd. "You surely forget that we must go through much before we can see the outside of the walls of this dreadful place. I wish I could be as sure of the result as you are, or as you seem to be." "It is one half the battle to make sure. There goes another of the stones. Now follow me through this opening in the wall. It leads to a passage from which we can reach one of the smaller inner courts, and from that we shall get on through the chapel to the governor's house, and if we cannot get out there, it's a bad case." Mr. Lupin, who had, in a great measure, now that he no longer had any sanctified character to keep up, thrown of his timid nature, ventured to scramble through the opening in the wall, and he assisted Todd to follow him. The two murderers, Todd and Lupin, escaping from the cell of Newgate. They both now stood in a narrow vaulted passage, and then they paused again for several minutes to listen if any noise in the prison gave intimation that anyone was stirring. But everything was perfectly still, and so deathlike was the silence that, but that they well knew to the contrary, they might have supposed that they were the only living persons within that gloomy pile of building. The little bit of wax candle that had been brought to Lupin by the pious lady, and which he had lit in his own cell, for the purpose, at first, of having a good look at Todd, was now upon the point of going out. But he was very well provided with wax candlings, and he speedily lighted another, as he said in a tone of irony, "The sheriffs will write a letter of threats to the pious lady when they find how much she aided us in escaping." "They ought," said Todd. "We will pray for her." Lupin laughed as he with a light step now crept along the vaulted passage and reached a massive door at the end of it, up and down which he passed the light several times. Then he muttered to himself, "Good, only the lock, and it will need to be a good one if it resist me. I used to be rather an adept at this sort of thing." "Then you are," said Todd, "a professional." He paused, for he did not like to say thief, but Lupin himself added the word cracksman, and Todd nodded. "Yes," added Lupin, "I was a cracksman, but I got known, so I thought the chapel dodge would suit me, and it did for a time, and would for some time longer, but that the little accident of which you have heard something took place in the chapel, and that idiot Mrs. Oakley found me out. Ah, you never after all can be a match for a crafty old woman. They will have you at some moment when you least expect it. She regularly sold me." Chapter 134, The Escape and the Retreat in Conwood, Hampstead. While Mr. Lupin talked, he did not lose time, but he was working away at the lock of the door at the end of the passage. After a few moments, there was a crackling sound, and then the lock yielded to the exertion of Mr. Lupin and went back into its home. The door, with a wheezing sound, slowly opened. "All's right," whispered Lupin. "The less we say now, Todd, the better, for our voices will go farther now that we shall be clear of this passage. Come on, follow me." They both emerged into the night air, and crouching down, Lupin ran along the little yard in which they were, and which was not above half a dozen yards across. He paused at a door, and then suddenly starting away from it, he muttered, "It is not this one. Ah, this is it. Stand quite close up against the wall, and then there will be the less chance of anyone seeing you. I must work away at this door." "Where does it lead to?" whispered Todd. "To the chapel." Todd screwed himself up into the smallest space that he possibly could against the wall, close to the door, while Lupin tried to open it. That door for more than 10 minutes baffled him. Probably that fact was owing in some degree to the circumstance of his being in the dark, for of course, before emerging from the vaulted passage, he had thought it prudent to extinguish the little light he had. "It baffles you," said Todd, in a voice of great anxiety. "As yet, yes. No, it is open." Todd breathed more freely. "Come in," said Lupin. "Come in. We have done wonders as yet, my friend, and we will do wonders yet, I think, if Providence only looks with a gracious there I go again. When shall I forget that chapel, I wonder?" "It do not matter," said Todd. "I used to find a little religion answer very well myself." "Not a doubt of it. Now then that the door is fast, we may muster up a light again." With the aid of one of his matches, Lupin again illuminated the little wax end of the candle, and then Todd found that he was in a small kind of vestibule from which a green baize door led directly into the chapel. In fact, that was the entrance by which the lower class of offenders confined in Newgate were brought to the chapel on Sundays. The little building looked much larger by the faint light of that one candle than it really was, and Todd glared around him with a feeling of terror as he had not felt since he had left his cell. Perhaps, after all, a good deal of that was owing to the low temperature of the chapel that lent a chill to his system. "Look at that seat," said Lupin, pointing to one. "Do you know what it is?" "Only a seat," said Todd. "Is there anything particular in it?" "Nothing, except the kind of interest it might have for you, as being the one upon which the condemned prisoners sit, on the Sunday previous to their execution, that is all." Todd turned aside with a shudder. "Enough," he said, "enough, that is enough. Let us get on, and not waste time in idle talking about such idle matters as these. I do not feel very well." "And I," said Lupin, "would give a few bright pieces out of those hundreds that you have hidden for a glass of brandy. But that's not to be thought of now. This is a door that leads from the chapel to the governor's house, through which the parson and the governor and sheriffs come on the occasion of Sunday service here. It is by that we must attempt an escape in this place." Sweeney Todd and Mr. Lupin looked like two spectres as they crept noiselessly through the chapel of Newgate. But Lupin appeared to know perfectly well the route which it was necessary for him to take, and he soon went up 3 small steps and applied his ear to the panel of a door to listen, as he said, "Through here lies our route." "Is all still?" said Todd. "Quite, I do not believe, except ourselves, there is any one up and about in Newgate, except a couple of lazy fellows in the vestibule, but we are too far off them to be in any danger of their overhearing us. This door will not give any trouble. Ah! What is the matter?" "It is bolted on the other side." "Then we are foiled." "Not at all. It will take us a little time to unbolt it, that's all. Hand me the chisel." Todd handed it to him, and then holding the light for Lupin, the latter set to work upon the paneling of the door to cut away sufficient of it to enable him to get his head through, to draw back the bolts, one of which was at the top of the door and another at the bottom of it. The door, though, was not built for strength, for it was scarcely imagined that it would ever be attacked, so that the paneling was only of an ordinary character, and as the chisel was a good one, and Mr. Lupin was tolerably expert in its use, the chips from the wood soon began noiselessly to fall about him. He worked in a circle, so that when he should get fairly through the panel, there would be quite space enough for him to get his arm through and unfasten both the bolts, and this he completed in about 10 minutes. "I should never have got on without you," said Todd. "The only notion I had of the affair was to try and fight my way out of the prison, and if I fell in doing so, I was no worse off than I should be on Monday morning, indeed, rather better, for I could not endure the agony of waiting for death." "They would not have killed you." "They must." "Nay, they will go through fire and water here, and suffer anything, rather than that a man should escape the gallows. They would have flung themselves upon you and overpowered you by numbers, and on Monday morning, if you had a breath of life left in you, you would have been dragged out to death." Todd shuddered. "And you so innocent, too," added Lupin. "But it is the innocent that in this world, verily, are chastened alway." "You are getting into your old habit of preaching again," said Todd roughly. "So I am. I'm much obliged to you, my friend, to put me in mind of it. Very much obliged. I was for a moment preaching, but here is the door open, and now I beg that you will tread as though you trod upon a mine, for we do not know what persons in this portion of this confounded building may be upon the alert." "Oh, that we were only in the open air," said Todd. "Hush, hush." The villain Lupin, almost as bad in his way as Todd was in his, now shaded the little light with his hands and crept on slowly and cautiously until he reached the staircase, which was nicely empaneled, and up that he slowly took his way. Before he got to the top of it, he blew out the light, and waiting there until Todd was close to him, he said, in the smallest possible whisper, "Follow me and be careful. I am afraid the light might gleam through some keyhole and betray us. Come on, and recollect that a slip or a stumble may be fatal. Think that the rope is about your neck." "I will," said Todd. "I will. I almost seem to feel it actually. Oh yes, I will be very careful." "Hush, hush. Are you mad to go on talking so?" Todd said no more, and Lupin crept on until he got right to the top of the stairs. Then, holding by a balustrade that was continued along the landing, he reached the head of another flight of steps, which led directly down to the hall or passage of the governor's house. Lupin was terribly afraid that Todd would come upon these second stairs at unawares and stumble down some of them, so he waited at the head of them until Todd touched him, and then he whispered the one word, "Stairs." "Yes," replied Todd, and then Lupin commenced the descent, followed by his trembling companion, and for the matter of that, Lupin himself shook now like an aspen leaf. The steps were 14 in number, and then, by the feel of a mat at the foot of them, Lupin was satisfied that he had actually gained the whole of the governor's house. Todd was close behind him. "Stop," whispered Lupin, and Todd stopped as suddenly as though he had been some piece of machinery that could be in a moment arrested in its progress. Lupin well knew now that without a light it would be folly to attempt opening the door of the governor's house, which, as a matter of course, was well secured, and very reluctantly he lit another match and ignited the wax candling again. He placed Todd in such a position on the mat at the foot of the stairs that his bulky tall form acted as a screen against the rays of the light ascending the staircase, and then, with something of his old nervousness and abject fear of manner and expression, he narrowly scrutinized the door. "Curses on all these precautions," he muttered. "We may be detained here until morning." In good truth, the door of the governor's house was very well fastened up, and Mr. Lupin might well feel a little staggered at the sight of it. A chain that was up across it he easily removed, and the bolts offered no obstacles, but what was the most serious consisted of a small but exquisitely made lock that was on the door, and the key of which, no doubt, at such an hour was under the governor's pillow. Todd at that moment would have given anything to be able just to say, "How are you getting on?" But in such a place, with, for all he knew to the contrary, the governor of Newgate within a dozen yards of him, he dared not open his lips. And now Lupin brought all his old skill to bear upon that one little lock upon the governor's door, and yet it resisted him. 5 minutes' attempt to pick, it was to him pretty conclusive evidence that it was not to be done. He had the chisel in his pocket, and in despair he inserted it between the door and the post. It broke short off by the handle. Lupin uttered a groan, which was echoed by Todd, and then they both stood glaring at each other in solemn silence. Todd crept towards Lupin, and leaning forward he whispered faintly, "It cannot be done." "No," said Lupin, "that lock stops us." "Lost," said Todd, "we are lost then." "Hush, let me think. The key of this lock is with the governor, of course. Now, Todd, you are a man of strong nerves, you know, or else it would have been quite impossible for you to have gone through life in the way you have done. What do you say to going and trying to get the key?" "Aye. Yes, to be sure. I have, up to this moment, you know, done all the work, and if this lock had not baffled me, I would have done the remainder cheerfully. But could you not take one of these files? The end of it is very sharp, and persuade the governor to give up the key." "Kill him, you mean?" "You may call it killing. If I thought it could be done with anything like a certainty of result, I would make no more of the life of the Governor Thanthan." Todd was at a loss for a simile, and Lupin helped him out of the difficulty by saying, "Giving a man a clean shave for 1 penny, or eating a veal pie." Todd nodded. "Now hark you," continued Lupin, speaking in the same very low whisper, indeed, that he had conducted the conversation in. "It is quite a maddening thing, you see, to find that there is nothing between us and liberty but this door. Every moment is of the greatest possible importance. Will you do it?" "Are you mad?" "No, I am quite sane, I confess, though that I have not the pluck to do it. You ought to be a man of courage. What is it to you if you were to murder everybody in this house so that you got this door open? That is the great object, the only object. And to you, you know, 3 or 4 more deaths will not make much consequence." "My friend," said Todd, with a sickly smile, "I am afraid you believe the calumnies that have been heaped upon my innocent head. But if nothing can be done but what you say, I will make the attempt. There are 2 files, though, and they are equally sharp. Do you take one, and I will take the other." "You want me with you?" "I do, most surely." Well, if it must be so, it must. I will come. Let us set about it at once, and—" Before Mr. Lupin could say another word, there came a sharp rap at the door from the outside with the knocker, and so sudden and so utterly unexpected was the sound at such an hour, that Lupin and Todd fell on each other in their hurry to escape, they knew not where. Chapter 135. The Chase Through Smithfield and the Murder. They were afraid to speak, were those 2 murderers, as they now stood trembling in the passage of the governor's house in Newgate. They could only be conscious of each other's presence by the hard breathing which their fears gave rise to, and as Lupin had extinguished the little light, the most intense darkness reigned around them. Bang, bing, bang, went the knocker upon the door of the governor's house again. Last, said Todd. If Lupin was not the most hardened villain of the 2, he was certainly at that moment the most courageous. He aimed a blow at Todd in the dark to give effect to his admonition for silence, but it did not take effect. Todd, however, was quite still now, and in the course of a few moments the knock at the door was repeated a 3rd time. Then Lupin whispered to Todd, "Keep yourself up as close against the wall as you can. Someone will come to the door, and you can throttle whoever it is, while I take the key of the little lock from them." "Yes," said Todd, faintly. The word had hardly escaped his lips, when a flash of light from above came streaming down into the passage, and from each side of the door, close to the passage wall, against which they screwed themselves into as small a compass as possible, they saw a man approaching. The person who came to answer the knock at the governor's door was evidently only just roused from sleep, for he was looking heavy and yawning as he came. The candle he carried swayed to and fro in his hand, and it was very unlikely that he would see anything that was not remarkably close to his nose. "Ah, dear me," he yawned. "Cannot people come at reasonable times? Who would be a governor's clerk, I wonder, dear, get up at all hours of the night in Newgate? Ah, heyo." Mr. Lupin wanted to say only 2 words to Todd, and those were "kill him," but he was afraid even to whisper them, lest Todd should not be equally discreet in reply. He knew he could whisper softly enough, but he thought his companion might not be so accomplished in that particular, so he was silent. Before the individual who had announced himself to be the governor's clerk could get into the passage down the flight of stairs, the person on the outside of the door got impatient and executed another rather startling rap. "Oh, bother you," said the clerk. "I only wish you were at the bottom of the Thames. I am coming, stupid. Do not you see the light through the little bit of glass at the top of the door, Thata, dear? How gapish I am, you keep hammering away there, as if you thought we were all deaf or stupid." The clerk was evidently wakening up, but as he carried the light right in front of his eyes, he had not the smallest chance of seeing either Mr. Todd or Lupin, and in that way he reached the passage, or hall it might be called from courtesy. To be sure, how could he for one moment suspect to find 2 of the most notorious criminals in all Newgate snugly hidden in the hall? We must consider how very improbable such a thing was before we blame the clerk for any imprudence in the matter. The grand object of Lupin, who kept his sharp little ferret-looking eyes upon the clerk as he descended, was to note if he had a key with him at all. If he had, there could be no doubt of its being the key of the little lock that had so baffled his, Lupin's, attempts to open it upon the door of the governor's house. To his great satisfaction, he saw that, dangling from the clerk's finger by a piece of tape, he did carry a key, and Lupin at once naturally concluded it was the one he wanted. "Only just let me find out now," said the clerk, "that this is something about nothing, and will not I make a riot about it in the morning? To rouse a fellow out of his bed, it is really too bad, as if any kind of thing could not be just as well done in the daytime as in the middle of night. Now, stupid, who are you?" These last words he addressed to the person outside, by placing his mouth close to the keyhole. A voice responded something, the only recognizable word of which was donkey. "What do you say?" cried the clerk again. "You area donkey, do you say?" "No," said the voice from the outside through the keyhole, "but you are." "Oh, am I, you infernal vagabond? I will soon let you know what's what, I will, you rascal." With this the clerk began to open the door, and the moment he got the key in the little lock, so that Mr. Lupin was thoroughly aware it was the one he wanted, he sprung upon the unfortunate clerk, and dashing his head against the door, which was heavily plated with iron, he knocked him insensible in a moment. To open the lock was the work of an instant, and the door creaked upon its hinges. "Who are you?" said Lupin. "A messenger from the Secretary of State," said the man on the outside, "and I shall report your insolence." "Do not," said Lupin. "Indeed, I shall." "Then take that." With the file he dealt him a frightful wound in the face, and then they both rolled down the whole flight of steps together, for Mr. Lupin had overbalanced himself with that blow. Todd sprang over them both and gained the open street, just as a watchman who was opposite began to spring his rattle at seeing such a scuffle going on at the governor's door. The messenger from the Secretary of State, notwithstanding his wound, grappled with Lupin, but that rascal got hold of him by his hair and knocked his head against the pavement until he was quite dead. Then rising, he cried, "Through Smithfield, Todd, follow me." "I will," said Todd, and off they both set, pursued by the single watchman, who had happened to be the sole witness to the whole affair, and who, finding himself outstripped by the 2 men, wisely stopped at the corner of Giltspur Street to spring his rattle, which he did with a vengeance that soon brought others to his assistance. An escape from Newgate. The watchman kept crying, an escape from Newgate. There they got through Smithfield, two men, one very big and the other not so big. An escape from Newgate. The astonished watchman, leaving Newgate behind. These cries soon sent about a dozen persons on the trail of the fugitives, and as the alarm was understood at the prison, 4 of the most bold and skillful men upon the premises at once started in pursuit. From the watchman who still stood at the end of Giltspur Street, they heard in what direction the prisoners had gone, and they did not lose a moment in dashing after them, calling out as they went. £50 reward for 2 prisoners escaped from Newgate. £50 reward for them. These words summoned up many an idler who was trying to dream away the night in the pens of Smithfield, and the officers soon got together a rabble host for the pursuit of Todd and his villainous companion. But these officers, with their £50 reward, were rather late in the field. It was the few persons who first heard the rattle and the outcries of the watchmen, who were close upon the heels of the men, and they kept them well in sight right across Smithfield and so on towards Barbican. Todd heard the shouts of the pursuers, but he did not look back, for fear of losing time by so doing, and the fact was that Mr. Lupin was so fleet of foot that it required all the exertion of Todd to keep up with him at all. Upon any less exciting occasion, it is extremely doubtful if Todd could have kept up such a race, but as it was, he seemed to lose his wind, and then in some mysterious way to get on without any at all. Mr. Lupin crossed Aldersgate Street and dashed down Barbican. He then turned down the first opening he came to on the right, and he did so not because he was making for any known place of safety, but because he knew that a labyrinth of small streets were thereabouts, amid the intricacies of which he hoped to baffle his pursuers, and it was certainly, under the circumstances, very good policy in him to take. The course he 999. From the moment of so abruptly turning out of Barbican, they were both out of sight of their pursuers, who had been able to keep them steadily in view up to this. But although that was the case, they were not without their perils, for a watchman met them both and aimed a blow at Lupin's legs with his stick, crying in an Irish brogue, "Stop that, my beauty, stop that anyway." Lupin sprang upon him like an enraged tiger, and turning the stick from his hands, he laid him flat with one blow of it, and on he rushed, carrying it with him as a defense against the attack of anyone else. They now turned a corner and met a string of half-drunken gents of the period, arm in arm, and occupying the whole breadth of the pavement. Lupin avoided them by swerving into the roadway, but they caught hold of Todd, crying, "Here's the devil, let's make him an offer for his tail." Certainly Sweeney Todd was not at that moment disposed for trifling, and he laid about him with his immense fists in such style that the gents were all rolling in the kennel in a moment or two. And then, however, before Todd could again reach Mr. Lupin so closely as he had been, he heard a loud shout of, "There's one of them, come on, come on." That was no drunken shout, and Todd immediately felt that the danger was imminent. He rushed on at increased speed and just got up to Lupin at the corner. They turned it together, and then Todd managed to say, "They cometh come." "Officers," said Lupin. "Yes, I think so, anon, oh, push on." "This way." Lupin crossed the road and sprung down a narrow court, but even as he did so, came that voice crying, "There they go, stop them, there they go, £50 reward." A frightful oath burst from Todd's lips as he emerged from the court still close upon the heels of Lupin. They were now in a tolerably wide street, and they saw but one individual in it, and he was evidently, by the curious manner in which he sometimes favored the curbstone by walking upon it for a few paces, and then lumbered up against the house, just a little gone in intoxication. This individual, after some fumbling in his pocket, produced a latch key, and having staggered up the steps of a house, he made some ineffectual attempts to open the door. "Hold," said Todd to Lupin, Anything is better than this race for life. We can hide in the passage of that house until the pursuit is past. Come." "A good thought," said Lupin. By this time, the inebriated individual had succeeded in opening the street door with his latchkey, and he was so elated at having performed the feat that he stopped to laugh before he entered the house. The moment, however, that he did get into the passage, Todd sprung up the steps and very adroitly placed his foot against the door, so that when the person from within slammed it as he thought shut, it was a good 2 inches off that condition. It was then amusing to hear him, with drunken gravity and precision, as he thought, shooting the bolts into their sockets, after which, often tumbling on his way, he went along the passage and upstairs. Todd opened the door. "Come," he said. "All's right," said Lupin. "Stop thief, cried a chorus of voices at the corner of the street. "Indeed," said Lupin, "the Lord be good to you all." He stepped into the house after Todd and very quietly closed the door. The passage was profoundly dark, and there they both stood, those 2 convicted murderers, listening to what was taking place outside their place of refuge. They heard the sounds of several voices, and it was quite evident that just about that spot the pursuers were baffled and did not know now which course to take after the fugitives who were so snugly ensconced so near them. Chapter 136. Todd and Lupin escape to Conwood. "What's to be done?" said a voice. "I will be hanged if I know," said another, "and yet I feel sure that they came this way. I thought how it would be when they took to all these streets. Lord bless you, we might have passed them in some doorway easy enough a dozen times." "So we might," said the other voice. "All we can do now is to go round to the different outlets of the city and give an alarm." "Well, I will not give it up yet," said a third person. "I feel quite sure they are lingering somewhere about here, and I will be on the watch yet for a time and hunt about quietly. You be off and give the notice to the watch, and leave Johnson and I to do what we can." "Very good, I wish you luck." There was a scuffle of feet, and it was quite clear that some of the men had gone off at a quick pace, leaving, no doubt, the 2 only in the street. "Well," whispered Lupin, "well, my friend, what do you think of all this?" "I do not know what to think," said Todd. "I am very tired." "Ah, and so am I, but that cannot be helped. I ain't used to such a run as we have had, but it will not do us any harm. If we can get off, it will be a world's wonder, I can tell you. It ain't now every day that a fellow gives Newgate the goby." "No, and I must say that I did not myself expect it, but I was prepared to cheat the hangman." "That's a poor enough lookout." "Yes, but it's a something. She did it." "She, who the deuce is she?" "Mrs. Lovett." "Oh, I recollect. I have heard of her, I have heard of her. She was the nice creature who lived in Bell Yard, was not she, and accommodated the folks with pies." "Yes," said Todd, and if Lupin had seen the horrible contortion of visage with which he accompanied the word, even he, with all his nerve in such matters, might well have been excused for a sudden accession of terror. "Well," added Todd, after a pause, "you are a man of judgment, Mr. Lupin, and all I want to know now is what you mean to do. Get away from here as soon as possible, but it will not be quite safe to try it yet. This house is very quiet, and no doubt everybody is in bed and asleep, so I shall get a light and look about a little. It would be quite a providential thing to find something to eat." "Yes, and to drink," said Todd. "Just so. I would give something handsome now if I had it for a good glass of brandy. That run has made me first hot and then shivery all over, but who knows what luck may be in store for us. Come now, where's a light, and we shall soon, by the help of Providence, see what sort of a crib we have got into." It was lucky for them both that Lupin had retained about him the means of getting a light, for if he had not, they would have been left to conjectures merely regarding their position. He ignited one of the little pieces of wax ends, and when the small flame rose and began to burn steadily, he held up the piece of candle, so they both looked curiously about them. The hall of the house in which they were was well got up. A handsome table and some old carved chairs were in it, with some crests upon the backs, and upon numerous pegs hung hats, cloaks, and coats. "Humph," said Lupin, "this is the very place for us. I shall take the great liberty of making free with some gentleman's coat and hat, and I think you had better do the same." Todd at once practically acquiesced in the suggestion, by slipping on a large cloak with sleeves and placing upon his head a hat richly bound with silver lace. "Upon my word," said Lupin, "you almost look respectable." "Do I?" said Todd. "It is not then on account of the company I am in." Lupin smiled as he said, very good, but the less we cut at each other, my friend, the better." "You began it," said Todd. "So I did, so we will say no more about it, as yours was the hardest hit. How do I look in the cloak and hat?" "Just nice," said Todd, making a frightful face. Lupin laughed again. "Come," he said, "now that we have a little time to spare, let us see if these people keep a good larder. If they do, and they lock it up at night, they will find that the cat has been at it by the morning, I rather think. Tread as lightly as you can, Todd, and keep down your voice as you have done. Sounds go so far in the night time." "They do," said Todd. "I have heard them at odd times." Lupin led the way along the hall, at the end of which was the staircase, and to the right of that a door which was not fast, so that they passed on quite easily to the domestic portion of the house, and soon found the way to a kitchen, which was upon the same floor. Then they opened a door that led into a little sort of outhouse, paved with red bricks, and in one corner of that was a larder or safe, well stocked with provisions. Lupin took from it a magnificent quarter of venison, with scarcely a quarter of a pound cut from it, and that, with some bread, were the only viands that he felt disposed to take from the larder. "It will be wholesome," he said, "and do us a world of good by the aid of Providence, and we do not know what we may have to go through yet in this world of woe. Amen." "You fancy you are in the chapel again?" "Dear me, yes, I do. Well, it do not matter. Come, friend Todd, let us recruit ourselves a little. Oh, that I could find the way to the wine cellar of these people, and yet that should not be a difficult matter. Let us think, it must be somewhere hereabouts." "There is a door," said Todd, pointing to one at the end of the outhouse. "It seems to be locked, and if so, it is no doubt that of the cellar." "We will try it," said Lupin. With this he quickly opened the door, by the aid of his picklocks, which no ordinary lock could withstand the fascinations of for a moment, and then sure enough the supposition of Todd was found to be correct, for a goodly collection of bottles in long rows presented themselves to the eye. Lupin at once laid hold of a bottle, and breaking off the neck of it, he decanted a quantity of its contents into his throat, rubbing his stomach, as he did so in a most ludicrous kind of way, to indicate how much he enjoyed the draught. "Nectar," he said, when he took the bottle from his mouth to enable himself to breathe. "Nectar." "Is it?" said Todd, as he seized upon another bottle. "I am partial generally to something a trifle stronger than wine, but if it be really good, I have no particular objection to a drop." With this Todd finished off half a bottle of the rich and rare old port that was in the cellar. They then worked away at the haunch of venison, and having made a very hearty meal, they looked at each other as though they would both say what next. "You say you have money," said Lupin. "True," said Todd. "But not here, of course, my friend, and who knows what difficulties we may find in our way before we reach your nice little hoard. Where did you say it was?" "Hidden beneath a tree in Con Wood, close to the village of Hampstead. I went one night, and myself placed the cash there in case of accidents." "And how much do you suppose, my friend, there is?" "I know what there is. I put away £2,000, and that you know will be £1,000 for you and another for me. I purpose in that manner equitably to share it, for I am not ungrateful for the great assistance you have been to me in this escape from Newgate." If Mr. Lupin had not swallowed 2/3 of a bottle of old port wine, the probability is that he would have detected that Todd was deceiving him by the whining, canting tone in which he spoke. The fact was that Todd had not 1 farthing hidden in Con Wood, but he thought it highly desirable while there existed any danger, and while Mr. Lupin was likely to be useful to him, to keep up such a delusion. "Well," added Lupin, "you really are a liberal fellow. But as I say, there is no knowing what good a trifle may be to us before we reach your snug £2,000 in Con Wood. I propose to see what we can get in this house. People who keep such a good cellar and such a capital larder ought to have something in the place worth the taking in the way of cash." "Yes, but I am afraid it will be hazardous," said Todd. "A little, perhaps, but with this carving knife, do not you think we might make things pleasant?" "That is possible. Well, if anything worth having is to be got, let us set about it at once, for I think we have spent time enough in this house, and no doubt our friends are upon the move off, if they have not gone long before this." "Come on, then." They both left the kitchen, and each being armed with a knife, they cautiously opened all the room doors on that floor, but they only found the usual furniture of such apartments, and it was quite clear that no cash was to be had in that portion of the premises. "Come upstairs," said Lupin, with a look of savage determination. "Come on, Todd, we will see what can be done upstairs." They carefully ascended the staircase, but they only just peeped into the drawing-room, and then they went up to the floor upon which the bedrooms were situated. They paused at the first door they came to, and Lupin very carefully tried the lock. It was only on the latch, and in the room a rushlight was burning. They both crept in, and their footsteps made no noise upon the soft carpeting of the apartment. A bed was in the room, and upon it lay a young lady. Lupin gave a hideous grin as he looked at her, and then stooping down by the bedside he said, in a whisper, "If you scream, everybody in this house will be murdered. If you scream, everybody in this house will be murdered. If you that will do." The young lady awakened with a start, but the words that were twice repeated still rung in her ears, and scream she did not, but she looked half dead from fright. "Now, my dear," said Lupin, "Providence has brought us to your bedside, and if you make any disturbance, we mean to submit you and the whole of the family to the operation of a carving knife, the Lord willing. All we want is money, and if we can get that quietly, we will go and not so much as ask your pretty little lips for a kiss." "The murderers in the young lady's chamber." "Oh, heaven protect me," said the young lady. "Amen," said Lupin. "Now, my dear, who is in the house besides you?" "My father, the alderman, and my mother, and the servants above stairs. Oh, spare my parents." "Very good. Where can any money be got hold of?" "Will £100 content you?" "Yes," said Todd, putting his head between the curtains at the foot of the bed. The young lady gave a faint cry, and Mr. Lupin flourished the carving knife over her. "Where are the £100? He said, "and we will go." "In my father's room. It is the next room. His purse is on the dressing-table. If you will let me go and get it, I will give it to you upon your promise then to leave the house." "How are we to trust you, not to say that we are here?" "I swear by all that is holy I use the name of the great God. Oh, indeed, you may trust me." "Go," said Lupin. The young lady got out of bed, and both Todd and Lupin followed her from the room. She crossed the landing and at once opened the door of a room. Then they heard a man's voice say, "Who's that?" And the young lady replied, "Only me, father. I want something out of your room. I shall not be a minute." "Bless the girl," said a female voice, "what can she want?" In a minute or two, the young lady came back to the landing, where Todd and Lupin were waiting for her. "Now," said Lupin, in a low voice, "now, my little dear, have you got it?" "Quick, quick," said Todd, "or you die. I am half a mind to cut your throat as it is, just for the pleasure of the thing." The young lady stood just upon the threshold of the door of her father's room, and then, as Lupin held up his light, she raised both her hands, in each of which was a horse pistol, and presenting one at Lupin's head and one at Todd's, she said, "Thieves, thieves, thieves." Chapter 137, The Murder at Conwood, Hampstead. It would be quite impossible to describe the effect that was produced upon Lupin and Sweeney Todd by this heroic conduct on the part of the young lady, from whom they did not in the least expect any such active resistance to their proceedings. Lupin was constitutionally by far the greater coward of the two, and when he saw the bright barrel of the pistol in such startling and unexpected contiguity to his head, he at once stepped back, and missing his footing, fell down the stairs to the landing place immediately below that flight. Todd thought that there would be just a chance of dashing in upon the young lady and disarming her of her pistols, but now that both of them were leveled at him and she began to cry out, "Help! Help! Thieves!" again, louder than before, he reluctantly abandoned the idea, and turning, he bounded down the staircase. The young lady leant over the stairhead and fired one of the pistols after him, which so accelerated the movements of Todd that he tumbled right over Mr. Lupin and fell down all the way to the hall with Lupin after him. Under any other circumstances than the dangerous and exciting ones in which they were in, no doubt they would both of them have been too much hurt to do anything but lie on their backs in the hall, but the feeling that if they were taken it would be to death was sufficient to rouse them, and they both scrambled to their feet. Lupin got the street door open and dashed out, closely followed by Todd. A watchman tried to stop them, but him they felled with a blow, and then off went Lupin down a cross street that led him into Old Street Road, and with Todd at his heels, who was very faint. "Stop, stop," panted Todd, "stop." "What for?" said Lupin. "I cannot run so fast. Are you hurt? Oh, that I had a knife at that girl's throat." Lupin paused and held by a post at the corner of a street and swore dreadfully as he too panted a little for breath, although he was by no means so much used up as Todd was. But then Lupin was a younger man and much lighter on his feet than our old friend of murdering notoriety. "Oh dear," said Todd, "what's to be done now?" "Nothing." "Nothing, did you say? But my dear friend, something must be done. We have positively wasted half the night, and we are without money and half dead. I am covered with bruises from head to foot by the fall down the staircase, and it will be daylight in another half hour or so at the utmost." "Ah," said Lupin, "we must breakfast somewhere, I am thinking, my friend." "And so am one. Well, well, we have made certainly a mess of our adventure at the alderman's, but it cannot be helped now. The idea, only to think of it now, Todd, of you and I, two such men as we are, and as the world refutes us to be, being beaten back, and you may say, thrown down 2 pair of stairs, by a girl of 16 or thereabouts." Todd growled out some malediction. "It was the will of Providence," said Lupin. "But who is this? Stand aside, Todd, and let this old gentleman pass on. We may as well not be seen and described by anyone." "Do you think he may likely have enough about him," whispered Todd, "to pay our expenses for the day?" "A lucky thought. It is more than likely that he has. Knock him down and rob him, Todd. There's not a soul in sight. Give him one of the knocks you used to give the poor devils you made the pies of, you know." "Be quiet," said Todd. "I am amazed that a man of your profound sense and sagacity should give ear to such idle rumors about me. I am really both shocked and surprised, Mr. Lupin." "Amen," said Lupin. "You robbed the old man, and we will not quarrel about any such nonsense, Todd. Here he comes, grinning like an old polecat. What business has a man of that age out at such a time as this?" "None," said Todd, "except to provide us with a little money." Todd cast a keen glance around him and was convinced that the report of Mr. Lupin that no one was in sight was quite correct, so he stepped up to the old man and said, "Good morning, sir." "Thieves, thieves," cried the old man and began to run, but Todd put out one of his long legs and tripped him up. Then pouncing upon him, he extracted a well-filled purse from his pocket and holding it up to Lupin, he said, "This will do." "Rather," replied Lupin, "come on." Off set Lupin again on a run, rather to the discomfiture of Todd, who had not had such a scampering about for a long time indeed. But yet, he felt the necessity of getting as soon as possible out of the immediate vicinity of the old man whom they had just robbed, so they did not stop until they got right away on the northern side of Finsbury Square. That side of the ancient square of Finsbury was not built then, and beyond it, where there is now such a squalid and uninviting neighborhood, there was nothing but fields. "Now," said Lupin, "let us look at the purse." "Here it is," said Todd. "It's very light." The fact was that notwithstanding the speed at which he was compelled to run to keep up with Lupin, or rather to keep a few paces only behind him, Todd had contrived to abstract the better part of the contents from the purse, and to pocket them, for the story with which he had tickled the ears of Lupin of his having any money concealed in Conwood, Hampstead, was a mere delusion got up for the purpose of making him, Lupin, more than commonly solicitous concerning his, Todd's, safety in the escape from Newgate. "Yes," replied Todd, "it is light, but such as it is it may be of some service to us. Take it, Mr. Lupin, and you can be the treasurer. You know I can trust to you." "Implicitly," said Lupin, as turning out the contents of the purse into his hand, he said, "Here are 4 guineas and a half, and about 6 or 7 shillings in loose silver." "Better than nothing," said Todd, with a look of great philosophy. "Our first care now is to get a breakfast." "I do not know," said Lupin. "I took quite enough at the alderman's to last me some time. I should say, get out of London as quickly as we possibly can, and when we are at Conwood, we can, at our ease, consider what course we will feel inclined to take with our money in our pockets." "A couple of thousands," said Todd. "Exactly so. I move that we strike across the fields now at once, and make for Highgate and Hampstead, so that at each step we shall be leaving some danger behind us." "Agreed," said Todd. "Come on, for my part one, should like very much to find a conveyance of some sort, but that, I suppose, is impossible." "Quite, besides, on foot we are much less likely to be recognized and described. Come on, Todd. You ought to be able to walk to Hampstead, surely, after the little trifling exercise that you have had only." "Trifling, do you call it?" said Todd, making one of his most hideous faces. "Trifling? I have not a bone in my body that do not ache. Trifling? I am one mass of bruises from top to toe, and I never in all my life felt so exhausted, but yet the love of life and of liberty will lend me strength. So come on, I will go on to Hampstead, and I will reach it, my friend, unless I drop by the way." "Well spoke," said Lupin. They now pursued a course which led them rapidly by the back of the city road, and through the now well-populated district called Hoxton, and keeping on in that way, they crossed the highroad near to Stamford Hill, and soon began to get a good view of the heights of Highgate and Hampstead in the distance. "Brandy," said Todd, "brandy." "Why, what's the matter?" "My good friend, I cannot get on without some brandy. I am rather used to a little stimulant at times, so I must have it. Then we have no risk now to run by going into a public-house." "I do not know that, Todd, but if you cannot do without, some brandy you must have. To be sure, we are in luck's way so far that we are provided with hats and coats from the alderman's hall, and therefore people cannot have a description of us. The first quiet little hotel we come to, Todd, I promise you that I will not object to our stopping at, so that you may have your drop." "Yes," said Todd, "that will do. My good friend, it is the only thing that keeps me up. When I used to feel a little down in spirits, I poured some other spirits down, and then I get up again." "Exactly. Here we are, at an old roadside house called the Adam and Eve, which will be the very thing. They may take you for Adam and me for Cain or Abel. Come along." They halted at the door of the little public-house, but upon going in they found the landlord and landlady bargaining with a man who was hawking something, and the following words came upon the startled ears of Todd. Only threepence, sir, I assure you, and the most exact likeness of Sweeney Todd, the murderer, taken while he was on his trial at the Old Bailey. You will see what a look he has, and the artist has been most successful in the squint, and only threepence. He will be hanged on Monday, of course, said the publican's wife. Oh yes, ma'am, in course, and there's expected such a crowd as never was known at the execution. No doubt of it. Well, I will give twopence. And a drop of ale, said the publican. Here you are, master, you shall have it. A capital likeness. If you was only now to catch a sight of the original Todd, you would know him in a moment by the look of this picture, particularly the squint. Come in, whispered Lupin to Todd. Oh no, I do not want the brandy now. But I do, your speaking about it has got me into the mind of wanting some now, so come on and let us have it, my friend, at once. Why, you are not afraid that the portrait is too good a likeness, are you? Oh dear, I do not know, said Todd. I believe I have a remarkable nose, and rather an engaging look about the eyes. Come along. A quartern of the best brandy, said Lupin. Todd felt that now the safest thing he could do was to brave the matter out, as anything in the shape of a retreat would be much worse than actually making an appearance at the bar of the public house. And then it was truly ridiculous to see the manner in which Todd strove to alter the cast of his features by protruding one lip and putting on what he thought as a kind of satisfied smirking smile, extremely difficult indeed for his usual expression of face. There was only one slight comfort he felt, and that was in the circumstance that the news of their escape from Newgate had not yet reached that place. A nice, bracing morning, gentlemen, said the publican. Very, by the goodness of Providence, said Lupin. Amen, said Todd. I have just, gentlemen, been buying a portrait of the execrable Todd, and if either of you have happened to see him in London, perhaps you can tell me if it is at all like the villain. We frighten our children now, if they misbehave themselves at all, and tell them that Todd is coming to make them into pies, and then they are as quiet as possible. Ha, ha. How funny, said Todd. Well, said Lupin, as he looked at the twopenny portrait of Todd with a pretended critical air, I do not think it's like him at all. I saw him at Newgate, and my friend here is more like him than this picture. You do not say so, sir, said the landlord. He laughed Toddo ho. How he wished at that moment that he could have taken Lupin by the throat and strangled him. The brandy was duly discussed, and Lupin, having paid for it out of the contents of the old gentleman's purse, took a courteous adieu of the landlord, and with Todd left the house. Gracious goodness, exclaimed Todd, how could you dream of saying what you did about me at the bar? My good friend, that was for the express purpose of drowning suspicion for you. I saw the landlady staring at you most fixedly, and so I said it on purpose, for fear she should really begin to think you could be no other than Todd the murderer, execrable Todd, with whom they frighten the children. Oh well, said Todd, do not say anything more about it. I am quite satisfied. Indeed, I am more than satisfied, my dear friend. I thought you would be, when you come to think. Oh dear, yes. You may depend, Todd, that the greatest safety always runs alongside of the greatest danger, and that when you think that your fortunes are at the lowest, you may not unfrequently be upon the point of a highly favorable change, and it's all by the goodness of Providence. Bother you, said Todd. I do believe, if you were to live for 100 years, you would not forget your chapel experience. Perhaps not, but I made a good bit of money that way, taking one thing with another, Mr. Todd. Chapter 138, Con Wood and Hampstead in the Old Times. In such discourse as this, the precious pair beguiled the way to Highgate, from which they proposed crossing to Hampstead. Notwithstanding the liberal potations that they had taken at the alderman's house, and notwithstanding the brandy that had since been discussed, they neither of them felt any the worse for the imbibition. Probably the active exercise they took carried off all bad effects. But certainly, when they reached Highgate, both Todd and Lupin were hungry. "Let us turn into the old Gatehouse Tavern," said Lupin. "Do not you think a more obscure place," suggested Todd, "would be better for us, as we do not by any means court popularity?" "No, there is more safety in a large place like the Gatehouse, where plenty of guests are coming and going continually, than in a little bit of a public house where we should be looked at and scrutinized from top to toe, from the moment we went in to the moment we came out." "Very good," said Todd. "I think you reason well enough upon the point, and I give in to your better judgment completely. Ah, my good friend, I really do not know what I should have done at all without you." "Been hanged," said Lupin. Todd gave a shudder, which was a tolerably convincing proof of how fully he agreed in what Mr. Lupin said, and then they went into the old Gatehouse Tavern at Highgate, where they had a very plentiful breakfast, and by getting into a corner of the room in which they sat, they did not attract any observation beyond the mere casual regards of the visitors to the house. Before they left, though, Todd had the horror of hearing a great confusion of voices in the passage, and in a few moments one of the waiters came into the room, quite bursting with his news. "Gentlemen," he said, "the notorious Todd, and a man named Lupin, who was a murderer likewise, have escaped from Newgate." "Escaped," said Lupin. "You do not say so." "Dear me, when?" said Todd. "Last night, gentlemen, last night, and coming." The waiter was compelled to leave the room, as a bell rung violently. "Let us go," said Todd. "Yes, I think, now that the news has reached here, it will be wise to do so." "Come along, then." Todd rose in a moment, but Lupin in a whisper strictly cautioned him not to show any symptoms of hurry or alarm, and he was so far master of himself to see the necessity of such a caution, so that they both got safely out of the Gatehouse Tavern and took the route to Hampstead by Swain's Lane without having anything said to them. "This is an escape indeed," said Todd. "Yes," said Lupin, "you may depend that in a very little time there will be some officers at the Gatehouse, but if we can get to the wood within the next half-hour, I think we are safe enough. What do you think?" "I think that if our safety depends upon getting into Con Wood in half an hour, we ought to be there in half the time." "Do you, then, come on for a run?" "Oh dear," said Todd, "I am all aches and pains and not at all fit for running, but I suppose I must. Do not go very fast, Mr. Lupin, or I shall never be able to keep up with you." "Then you go first, and run as fast as you can without greatly distressing yourself, and I will adopt my speed to yours." "That will be better," said Todd. Off they both set down Swain's Lane, and as the first part of that well-known thoroughfare from Highgate to Hampstead goes downhill, they got on speedily with very little exertion. But when the foot of the little slope was reached, it was quite another thing, and Todd was fast subsiding into a walk, when Lupin cried to him, "We are pursued." At these words, Todd fell flat in the roadway. "You pup," said Lupin, "there is a turn in the lane just ahead of us, and when we reach that we must get over the hedge and hide. I do not know that they are actually after us, but there are horsemen in the lane coming from Highgate." Todd got up as far as his hands and knees, and then, as his ears were close to the ground, he said, "We are lost, for I can hear horsemen coming from the other direction too." "The deuce you can." Mr. Lupin stooped to listen, and in a moment he was assured of the fact. He seized Mr. Todd by the collar, saying, "Now, Todd, if you want to escape, rouse yourself and follow me, but if you do not care about it, say so at once, and I will look after my own safety." "Care about it?" cried Todd. "What else do you suppose I care about in all the world?" "Come on, then." "Here I am. Oh, yes, I am coming on as quick as you like now, Lupin. The dread of capture banishes all fatigue. I can now run like a hunted hare." "There is no occasion," said Lupin. "This way. We must hide now. Speed would do us but little good against horsemen. This way." Lupin ran on until he got to the turn of the lane, which hid the horsemen from Highgate effectually from their view, and as the mounted party coming from the direction of Hampstead had not got so far as to appear, he thought it was just the place to halt at. "Now, Todd," he said, "we must get over the hedge here, and our only chance of safety, if these men are really on the lookout for us, is to hide in the meadow." Without waiting for Todd to make any remark upon the very doubtful means of escape presented, Lupin scrambled through the hedge. Todd then followed him, and the first care of Lupin's was to arrange the twigs that had been displaced in the hedge by their passage through it, so that there should not appear to be any gap at all there. Immediately upon the other side of the hedge, which they had thus crossed, there was a ditch, and a large heap of manure. Mr. Lupin, without the slightest ceremony, laid himself down, and pulling a lot of the manure heap over him, he nearly covered himself quite up. "This is very shocking," said Todd. "It's quite a luxury compared to a cell in Newgate," replied Lupin. "You had better be quick." The word Newgate acted upon the imagination of Todd as a very powerful spell, and he at once lay down and began to follow the example of his friend, Lupin. And indeed so very anxious was he, while he was about it, to hide himself completely, that he nearly smothered himself outright in the manure. "I hope this will do," he moaned. "Silence," said Lupin. Todd was as still as death in a moment. As they now lay close to the earth, all sounds upon it were much more clearly brought to their senses than when they were walking, so that there was no sort of difficulty in distinguishing the tread of the horses that were coming from Highgate from those that proceeded from the other direction, and which latter ones were not quite so near as the others. Faintly, too, they could hear the hum of commotion, which showed that the party consisted of 3 or 4 persons. And now the mounted men from Highgate got right down into the hollow, close to the bend in the lane, and they paused, while one said, in a clear voice, "We ought not to go any further. Those from Hampstead should meet us now, I think." "They are coming," said another. "Ah, so they are. I wonder if they have seen anything of the rascals. I do hope they will soon be nabbed, for this patrolling business is very tiresome." These words were quite sufficient, if any doubt had been upon the minds of Lupin and Todd, to convince them that the mounted men were after them, and of the great peril they would have been in if they had stayed in the lane. To be sure, there was nothing in what had been said to add to the supposition that the horsemen had any knowledge of the fact that the persons they sought were in that neighborhood, and that might be considered to decrease the danger a little, but yet it was sufficiently great under all circumstances. In the course of the next 2 minutes, the Hampstead party came up and joined the others. "Any luck?" said one. "No, we came right on across the heath, but we neither saw nor heard anything of them, and it is quite impossible to say, as yet, that they have come in this direction at all. I do not myself think it at all likely." "Why not?" "Because of all neighborhoods close to London, it is the most high and exposed, while at the same time it is not thickly peopled." "Well, there may be something in that. We have heard nothing of them in Highgate up to now, so I suppose we may go back again the way we came, and you will do the same." "Have you been in any of the meadows?" "No, but it's easy to get over the gate yonder and take a look all round. The enclosures are not very numerous about here, and they would find it difficult to hide. Hold my horse, George, and I will get into the meadows and take a look." When Todd heard these words, he looked upon himself as lost, and could hardly suppress a groan. The man who had last spoken got over a gate that was at some little distance off, and stood upon an elevated spot of the meadows to look about him. "There's nothing moving," he said. "Come along then," cried another. "Let's get on." Here's a compost heap. They are perhaps in the middle of that. Is it worth looking at? Not exactly. Come on. The man retired to the road again and mounted, and in the course of a few moments, the two parties rode back again upon the way that they had come. Todd, said Lupin. Todd. Oh, groaned Todd. Todd, I say, get up. Are you out of your mind? The danger is past now. They are gone. Gone, said Todd, looking up. You do not say so. Did not I hear one of them say that he would look in this very place? Yes, but that was only a joke. A joke, said Todd with a deep groan. A joke, was it? Oh, how very careful people should be when they make jokes, when other people are hiding from their enemies. It might be very funny to him, but it was quite the reverse to me. That's true enough, but get up now, and in the name of everything that's safe and comfortable, let us get to the wood. These fellows are evidently patrolling the road, and they will be back again in a little while, and still come across us if we do not manage to get out of their way before that time. Come along. We can get to the wood now quickly. Ah, dear me, said Todd, as he shook himself to get rid of as much of the unsavory mess he had lain in as possible. Ah, dear me, truly I have now hit upon evil times, and fortune, that I thought petted me, has slipped from me like a shadow, leaving me glad of a manure heap in a field as a place of shelter. All that is very true, said Lupin, but it do not get us on a bit. I am ready, I'm quite ready, groaned Todd. They were upon the point of going into the lane again, but they were compelled, or rather thought it prudento, wait until a man had passed, who, by the box that he carried on his back, was evidently a hawker of goods about the country. He soon trudged out of their way, and then they both got through the hedge again into the lane. The place of their destination was now close at hand, upon their left, and watching a favorable spot by which to do so, they crossed the hedge upon that side and got into the fields. But although a sharp run across 2 or 3 meadows would have taken them at once to Con Wood, they did not think it at all prudent so to expose themselves to observation. Skirt the hedge, Todd, said Lupin, and stoop down so as to keep your head as much below the top of the hedgerow as possible. You are inconveniently tall just now. Upon this instruction, Todd bent himself almost double, and in that attitude he managed to scramble close to the hedge, and up to his knees, at times, in the ditches and drains that he came across in such a situation. In this way, then, they got on until they reached the outskirts of Con Wood. Not a creature was to be seen, and the most profound and solemn stillness reigned around them. Todd was not used to that intense quiet of the country, and he shook at it rather, but Lupin took no notice of his emotion. Here we are at last, he said, and all you have to do, Todd, is to point out the spot where you have hidden your money, and then we will divide it, and wait until nightfall before we venture out of this snug place. Come along, said Todd, it's all right. And then they both dived amongst the trees, which, in some places, quite shut out the daylight. Chapter 139. The Adventures in Con Wood of the Two Murderers. Todd was so much exhausted by the time they reached the wood that he at once cast himself to the ground upon a heap of dry leaves, and he felt that he was speaking only the truth when he said, I could not go a step further just now if it were to save my life. I feel that I could not, and here I must lie and rest. Dear me, said Mr. Lupin, what a poor creature you must be. How old are you, Mr. Todd? I do not know, said Todd. The church I was christened at was burnt down only the day after, and all the books burnt. My father and mother are dead, and the nurse was hanged, and the doctor cut his throat. Upon my word, said Lupin, they were a lively set. I suppose it was remorse did all that. Remorse? What do you mean by remorse? Why, that sort of feeling, you know, might be awakened in their minds by finding that you were not exactly the sort of baby that was expected. You must have looked a beauty in long clothes, Todd, and as for your age, I should guess it about 55. Guess your own age, said Todd, and leave mine alone. Oh, if it's at all a sore subject, I will not say another word about it. But come now, Todd, you charming creature, could you not manage to crawl a little way further? What for, if we are safe in the wood at all? We are safe enough here where we are now. But my dear friend, you quite forget. What do I forget? Do not plague me, Lupin. It is enough just now to remember that we have by almost a miracle made an escape from Newgate. And as for forgetting, I would be right glad to forget, if I could, that I had ever been there, but that will be impossible. It will not be very easy, said Lupin, and if possible, it will take a long time. But what I was just mildly going to remind you of was, that in this wood your £2,000, you know, are hidden, and that we were to share the amount. Ah, my dear friend, yes, I had not forgotten that little affair. It is, of course, very important, but let me rest a little, if you please. Oh, certainly. And then, my dear companion, it will be necessary to get a spade, you know, to dig it up. Our nails decidedly are neither long enough or strong enough, and I do not at all see how it is to be done without a spade, or something that shall be a good substitute for one. Oh, nonsense, said Lupin. How deep do you suppose it lies? About 2 feet. Very good then, you need give yourself no uneasiness about the digging it up. I have the chisel and the 2 files here, and if I cannot dig 2 feet into the earth with them, and my hands to shovel out the mold with, I am a Dutchman, that's all. Only you show me the spot, that's all, and I will not ask you to tire yourself in the matter. In a little, said Todd, in a little. Without being so old as you would make me out, I am still older than you are, Lupin, and cannot go through the amount of fatigue that you can. Just let me recover myself a little, and then, instead of crawling to the spot where my money lies hidden, I shall be well able to walk to it and show it to you. Very good, very good. Of course, I do not want to hurry you too much about the matter, only the sooner we do get a hold of the £2,000 the better. I wonder, too, that you do not feel rather anxious to see that it is quite safe, for some accident might have discovered it, for all you know to the contrary. Oh no, my friend, nothing but an earthquake could do that. You may depend it is quite safe where I put it. In a little time I shall be able to show you the exact spot, which I have so accurately in my mind's eye that I can walk to it with the greatest of ease. Of course, I did not trust such a valuable deposit to the ground without accurately marking the spot that I had made my bank. Is it in gold? Allol, I did think of hiding notes, but I was afraid that the damp, if there should come any heavy rains, would have the effect of rotting them, and I had no iron box sufficiently small to place them in, so I brought all gold, and a good weight it was too. Ah, we will make that weight light by dividing it. Just so. Lupin's mouth actually watered at the idea of getting possession of such a sum, and as he turned his head aside, he muttered to himself, If I do not put Todd out of this world and save the hangman the trouble, it shall go hard with me, and then I shall have all the money to myself, and I can get to America and be a free and enlightened citizen for the remainder of my days. Mr. Lupin could hardly forbear an audible chuckle over this delightful prospect, so that it will be seen that both of these villains meditated evil intentions towards each other, from which it may be gathered how much faith is to be put in the association of men for any guilty design. Was it likely that such persons as Todd and Lupin, after being false and ruffianly to all the world, should be true to each other, except so far as their common interests dictated? No, Todd amused Lupin with the story of the buried gold in the wood at Hampstead, because he, Lupin, was of assistance in his escape from Newgate, and Lupin assisted him to escape with the idea of murdering him in the wood, and securing for himself all the money that he believed was there hidden. It was quite evident that Lupin was desperately impatient at the rest Todd was taking, previous to showing him where the money was hidden, and he walked to and fro, looking as vexed as possible, and yet fearing to say too much, lest he should get up a quarrel, the result of which might be that Todd would refuse to show him where the gold was at all. I think, he said, If I were to manage to get a good thick stave off some tree, it would help considerably in digging, would it not?" "Without a doubt," said Todd. "Then I will try, and by the time I have got it, perhaps you will be rested enough, my dear friend, to make an effort to get up and show me the spot where to dig for the gold." "I should not wonder," said Todd. Mr. Lupin found that he was obliged to be contented with this doubtful acquiescence of Todd's, and he busied himself, by the aid of the chisel and the files, in getting off a stout strong bough from a sycamore tree, which he shaped to a tolerable point. It looked like a formidable bludgeon, and as he eyed it, he thought what a capital knock on the head it would give to Mr. Todd. It was rather odd that the same idea crossed Todd's mind, and as he saw the bit of wood, he muttered to himself, "That would do it, one blow from that would do it." Now Todd had but one solitary incentive to the murder of Lupin, and that was that he feared when he found out how he had been deceived regarding the money, he would find some mode of denouncing him to the police while he took care of himself, and therefore, upon that mere idea, Todd would take his life. But then, steeped in blood guiltiness, as Todd was, the taking the life of anyone always seemed to him to be the readiest way of solving any difficulty connected with them. It was his motive to consider that that was the shortest and easiest mode of settling the affair if anyone became at all troublesome, and he was not all likely to make an exception in favor of such a personage as Mr. Lupin. "All ready," said Lupin. "Are you rested now?" "Yes," said Todd as he rose. "Ah, dear me, yes, as much as I can expect, until I get a regular night's repose, you know, friend Lupin, but I do not expect that very soon." "Oh, who knows? We are continually in this world getting what we do not expect and not getting what we do, so you may rest easy enough, Todd, much sooner than you expect. Come, lean on my arm if you feel fatigued." "Oh no, thank you. Lend me the stick, it will help me on the best, for it seems just about my height." Lupin could not very well refuse Todd's request with any prospect of keeping him in good humor at the same time, so he gave him the stick, although it must be confessed he did not do so with the very best grace in the world. But Todd did get it, and that satisfied him. "Is it far off?" said Lupin. "Oh dear no, quite close at hand, quite close. There's a small chestnut tree and a large chestnut tree, and there's a small fir tree and a large fir tree, and a large oak tree and a small oak tree, and then there is a blackberry bush and a little stream of water." "Good gracious, is there anything else?" said Lupin. "No, my dear friend, that is all." "Well, I must confess that your description would not have very materially assisted me in finding the spot. Indeed, I thought nothing could possibly be more clear." "Clear to you, Mr. Todd, it may be, but not to anyone else, but that do not matter a bit as you are here yourself to point out the exact spot. Are we near it now?" "Yes, you see that cluster of bushes?" "Yes, oh yes." "Well, the money lies hidden right in there, and you cannot miss it if you scramble in. Lend me the stick to clear away the brambles and the nettles, and I will creep in." "My dear friend, I shall fall down if I lend you the stick. There is no difficulty in getting in. Do not you see there is a gap that you have only to push through, and there you are." "Well, well," said Lupin, "that's enough, I will get through. Come on, let us secure the gold." Lupin stooped to push his way through the gap in the hedge, for the bushes grew so close together just there that they resembled an enclosure carefully planted on purpose. Then Todd took the heavy stick that had been cut from the sycamore tree in both hands, and swinging it in the air, he brought it down with a stunning crack on the back of Lupin's head, just at the juncture of the neck. "God," said Lupin, and it was the first time in his life that, with true sincerity, he had pronounced that sacred name. He then turned and sunk to the ground, with his face towards Todd. He could not speak now, but the look that he gave to his murderer was awful in the extreme. The injury he had received had quite paralyzed him, and his hands hung helplessly, but the quality of mercy belonged not to Todd's composition. Again the huge stick was raised, and this time it fell upon the top of Lupin's head. The wretched man uttered one faint sigh and expired at once. "Dead," said Todd, as he stood gaunt and erect before his victim with the stick stretched out in his hand. "Dead, quite dead, ha! Todd kills the murderer, Lupin." Todd made one of his old faces. He must at that moment have fancied himself engaged upon his ancient business in the cellars beneath his house in Fleet Street, or he never could have made the sort of face which had become so very incidental to him in that locality. The body fell huddled up, and the change that rapidly took place in the countenance was something truly awful to behold, but it had not much effect upon Todd. He had struck many a man down to rise no more, against whom he had no cause of suspicion or of dread, and it was not likely that he would scruple to do so to one whom he both feared and hated as he did Mr. Lupin. "That is done," said Todd, as he slowly let his arm droop until the stick touched the ground, and then relinquishing his grasp of it, he let it fall entirely. "That is done." A slight noise close at hand made the murderer start, and caused the blood to turn cold around his heart from very abject fear that there had been some witness to his crime. "What was that?" he said. "What was that?" All was still again. It was but some wild bird taking flight from a low branch of a neighboring tree, not liking the vicinity of man, and especially such a man as Mr. Todd. For we may well suppose even those little feathered, fragile things are gifted with some of that physiognomical power that seems to be an attribute or an instinct of all animals with regard to the human race. "It was nothing," said Todd very gently. "It was nothing at all. This has been an easily done deed, and a safe one, nearly noiseless too. It may be many a long day ere the body be discovered. I will drag it in among the bushes, so as to hide it for as long a space as may be, else if it were found early it would be a kind of index to my route, and would, at all events, show that I had been here." Full of this idea, Todd laid hold of the body and turned it back upwards. He even did not like to look in the face more than he could help. Then seizing the corpse by the collar of his coat, he dragged it into the hollow space among the bushes and cast it down, saying as he did so, "Rest you there, Mr. Lupin. I have only saved the hangman after all the trouble of taking your life, for I can feel well assured that such would have been your end. You thought yourself a clever fellow, but after all you were nothing to me. Rest there. You were useful up to the moment that we reached the wood and were in comparative safety. After that, you became an encumbrance, and so I have got rid of you, as I am in the habit of doing all such encumbrances to my views." Sweeney Todd then crept out from among the bushes, and after having cast the stick with which he had done the murder in among the bushes on top of the body, he walked rapidly away to another part of the wood. Ever and anon he stopped to listen if he could catch the slightest indication of the presence of anyone else in the wood. But all was still, save now and then the song of some wild bird, as it lit for a few moments upon the branch of some tree to warble a few notes, and then dart off again into the fresh and fragrant air. "I am safe here," muttered Todd. "I am safe here for the present, and until nightfall I will remain. But between this time and sunset I must determine what I shall do, and it must be done quickly, for on the morrow the pursuit will be of a wider, as well as of a closer character than what it has been today." Chapter 140 shows how the news of Todd's escape was received by all concerned. Having traced Todd and Lupin thus far in their escape from the meshes in which the law had so properly bound them, we will now for a time leave the archvillain Todd in Con Wood, Hampstead Heath, while we take a glance at what ensued in London, upon the escape of the two worthies from Newgate. It has often been remarked that one person in London does not trouble himself about his neighbor's affairs, as is done in smaller communities, or know what is happening in his immediate vicinity. But it is likewise true that nowhere does news travel so fast or acquire so many exaggerations as in London. Thus, then, in the course of a few hours, there was scarcely a person in the metropolis that was not aware of the escape of Sweeney Todd and Mr. Josiah Lupin from Newgate. And not only were they aware of the mere fact of the escape, but women had added so many extravagances to the whole affair that it was quite wonderful to think of the fertility of invention of the illiterate persons who had added so many wonders and exaggerations to the real facts of the case, which, after all, lay, as the reader knows well, in a very small compass indeed, considering the magnitude of the result. Nor were the newspapers published on the ensuing morning at all backward in pandering to popular taste by making the affair as striking and as wonderful as they possibly could. In one quarter of the town, it was firmly believed that not only had Todd and Lupin set Newgate on fire, but that they had murdered the governor and half a dozen turnkeys, and then made their way into the Old Bailey through the ruins of the prison over the dead bodies of their victims. In another part of London, it was currently reported that an infuriated mob had attacked the prison for the purpose of taking out Todd and hanging him forthwith, and that in the midst of the confusion incidental to such a scene, he had succeeded in making his escape in the disguise of a turnkey, with a huge bunch of keys in his hand as a symbol of his profession. Then again, in the highly religious district of Islington, it was fully believed, and in fact cried through the streets, that His Infernal Majesty, in his own proper person, had called at Newgate at about 12:30 at night, and taken away both the prisoners at once, without any further ceremony. But all these idle rumors might be safely left to sink or swim, as the incredulity or the credulity of their authors and hearers might determine, since it was after all only to a very few persons that the escape of Sweeney Todd was of the smallest importance, and to still from that, the fate of Mr. Lupin was of any importance at all. The persons with whose feelings and wishes we and our readers feel interested are those to whom the escape of Todd presented grounds for some anxious and painful reflections, and it is to them and their proceedings that we would now draw the attention of our readers. One of the first persons to whom the news was taken in a clear and compact, unexaggerated form was Sir Richard Blunt, and at an early hour of the morning he was roused from his rest by a messenger, who presented him with a brief note, containing only the following words from the Secretary of Newgate. Newgate. Sir, the prisoner, Sweeney Todd, has escaped from the jail, along with one Josiah Lupin. I am, sir, yours obediently, John Smith. The deuce he has, cried Sir Richard, as he sprung out of bed and began to dress himself with unusual speed, for Sir Richard seldom did anything in a hurry, as experience had long since told him how very little was gained by hurry and how much was sometimes lost. As soon as he got his things on, he descended to his private room, and there found an officer from the prison waiting to give him the particulars of the escape, which was done in a very few words. And they are clear off, said Sir Richard. Quite so, sir. Well, after this, I rather think the Secretary of State will agree with my opinion that it is not bolts and locks and bars that are to be trusted to keep notorious and bold malefactors in prison, but a stout and watchful personal superintendence, and until that is the case, there will be continual prison escapes. Such a man as Todd should not have been allowed to be for 5 minutes quite alone. I think so, too, said the officer, and there's another thing must be put a stop to before any good is done in Newgate. What's that, my friend? Why, Sir Richard, the religious ladies must be stopped from coming in. The moment now that any notorious malefactor is cast for death, the prison is besieged by religious ladies, who, if they had their own way, would eat, drink, and sleep with him in his cell, and they bring in all sorts of things that are quite enough to help the fellow. Out of limbo, why, Sir Richard, there was Michael Richardson that was cast for death for murdering his wife. A religious lady came to pray with him and brought him in files and tools enough for him to get out of the stone jug, and off they both went together to America. It is a serious evil. I believe you, Sir Richard, and I think The only way will be to let 'em all know that, before they pass the lobby, they will be well searched by a couple of turnkeys." "That ought to stop them," said Sir Richard, as he rung the bell sharply. "You may depend upon it, I will mention your suggestion to the Secretary of State." One of the magistrate's servants now made his appearance in answers to the summons by the bell. "My horse directly, Jones," said Sir Richard Blunt. "Yes, sir." In the course of 10 minutes, Sir Richard Blunt was mounted, and off at a good trot to the city. Anyone would have thought that he was going to Newgate, but such was not the case. The prisoners had flown, and he felt that by going to the prison he could only gratify his curiosity by seeing the precise mode in which they had effected their escape, when by going where he did go, he might do some good. He did not halt until he found himself at the shop of old Mr. Oakley, and then, although the hour was a very early one, he knocked at the door. Mr. Oakley put his head out at the window, and Sir Richard said, "Do not be alarmed. I only want to speak to you for a few moments." "Oh, dear me, yes," said the old man. "I am coming downstairs directly I am coming." In a few moments the old spectacle-maker opened the door and came out to the side of the horse, from which the magistrate did not dismount, but leaning down to Mr. Oakley, he said, in an earnest tone, "There's no occasion for any alarm, but I have come to tell you that Sweeney Todd has escaped from prison." "Oh, Lord!" "Hush, it is of no great moment. Where is your daughter and Mr. Ingestry? I must put them upon their guard against anything that may arise, for there is no exactly saying what that rascal, Todd, may be at." "Oh, he will murder everybody." "I think, Mr. Oakley, that is going just a little too far, for I will take good care that he do not murder me, nor anyone else, if I can by any possibility help it. I will soon have him, I think. Where is Mr. Ingestry, Mr. Oakley?" "Oh dear, they are at the new house in Chain Walk, Chelsea. It's just opposite to the water if you go." "I know all about it, thank you, Mr. Oakley. All's right. Be under no apprehension, and above all things, do not you believe one word of anything you hear about Todd from popular rumor or from the newspapers. I will let you know everything that is of any consequence, personally or by letter. Good morning. I hope Mrs. Oakley is quite well this morning." "Yes, charming, but dear me." "Yes, it is dear me. Good morning." Away rode the magistrate, and now he put his horse, which was a good one, to a smart trot, and made his way to Colonel Jeffrey's house in a very short space of time, for London was not quite so large as it is now, and it was not a day's journey to go from one house to another. If your friends happened to reside at different ends of the town, the Colonel, at that hour of the morning, was up and walking in his garden. When Sir Richard Blunt was announced, he guessed at once that something very unusual had taken place, and after shaking hands he said, "I know there's some news, Sir Richard. Is it pleasant or the other way?" "In truth," said Sir Richard, "that is a question I can scarcely answer you yet. All I have got to say is that you had better look out, for they have let Todd get out of Newgate." "Escaped?" "Exactly so." "Now that is too bad. One would really have thought they would have taken care of such a fellow as that. How in the name of all that's abominable is it that if anyone escapes from Newgate, it is sure to be some notorious rascal who ought by all means to be the most carefully kept in it?" "Ah, that I do not know, but I quite agree with you that it is a fact nevertheless. It's a very awkward thing, and I am particularly obliged to you for coming to let me know." "Why, the fact is, Colonel, my opinion of Todd is just this, that now he has lost all his money he is just like a wild beast, and that revenge against all and everyone who has been instrumental in bringing him to his present condition will be the dominant feeling in his breast." "Not a doubt of it." "Then by awaking you to a sense of this danger both to yourself and to your protégé, young Tobias, I am doing my duty. It is not courage that will protect anyone from Sweeney Todd. If that had been the case, this is the last house I should have dreamt of coming to with a warning, but it will be only by the greatest circumspection that his attempt to assassinate may be avoided and the villain foiled. I thank you with all my heart, and feel the truth of your observation. I will not mention the matter to poor Tobias, for I feel that it would drive him half mad with terror, but I will take care to keep such a watch upon him that no harm can come to him from Todd, now that I know that there is danger. He may, of course, hear of the affair from other sources, but he shall not from me. That is right. Mind you, Colonel, I do not think this state of alarm must last long, and as regards Tobias, I am in hope that at the same time he hears of Todd's escape, he may hear of his recapture, for I am going to set about that as soon as I possibly can, after I have warned everyone interested to keep themselves on the lookout concerning the rascal. You think you will have him again? Oh yes, he must be without resources, or at all events, comparatively so, and under such circumstances we shall soon trace him. Besides, he is rather a remarkable man, and one who, once seen, is not only easily known again, but easily described, so that when I set all the agencies on foot which I have at my command to find him out, he cannot for long elude me. I sincerely wish you every success. Thank you, Colonel, for I must now be off, for I have to get to Chelsea to warn the ingestries of the possible, if not the probable danger of Todd trying some delectable scheme of revenge against them, for he is most furious, I know, against Johanna. Off with you, Sir Richard, at once. Do not let me detain you when you are upon such an errand. I would not have any harm come to Mrs. Ingestry for worlds. Nor one good morning. The magistrate mounted his horse again, and waving his hand to the colonel, he again started at a good round trot, and made the best of his way by the nearest possible route he could to Chelsea, where Mr. and Mrs. Ingestry had set up housekeeping in Chain Walk. That portion of Chelsea was then very fashionable, and from the appearance of the houses even now, it is very easy to see that it must have been a very desirable place at one time. All the evidences of wealthy ease meet you on every hand, as you look at those broad, well-put-together, aristocratic residences, with their pretty bit of highly cultivated garden in front of them and their massive doorways. It was in one of these houses that Johanna and her young husband had taken up their residence. The string of pearls had been actually purchased by royalty of Johanna, and had produced a sum of money that had not only placed the young couple above all the ordinary pecuniary accidents of life, but had enabled them to surround Mr. and Mrs. Oakley with comforts, although the old spectacle-maker, from very habit, would stick to his shop, declaring, and no doubt with great truth, that his daily labor was now such a thing of habit that he would be miserable without it. It was a very different thing, though, for old Mr. Oakley now to work at the bench in his shop, when he felt that he was placed above the real necessity for doing so, to when he had worked very hard indeed to support himself and Johanna, during the period, too, when in consequence of Mrs. Oakley's rather insane predilection for the Reverend Josiah Lupin, there was no comfort in the house, and but for Johanna, all would have gone to rack and ruin. The frightfully dirty ditch that lies before and beyond Chain Walk, Chelsea, was not then in existence, so that the really handsome row of residences was not destroyed as it is no be such dubious companionship. The river, too, was much clearer than now of craft, and likewise much sweeter, so that really at times, when the sun shone upon its ripples, it really deserved the title of the Silver Thames. It was still an early hour when Sir Richard Blunt reached Chelsea, that is to say, it was what then was considered an early hour, for all the world was not in the hurry that is the fashion now, and people did everything in a much more easy and deliberate way than they do now. What is gained, or pretended to be gained, by all the hurry-scurry and jostling and driving that characterizes society at present? We must confess ourselves at a loss to imagine, and we are decidedly of opinion that people were both happier and better when everything was taken in an easy way, and when folks did not disturb their dignities by all sorts of frantic maneuvers to save time, as if the whole end and aim of life was to get through as much of what is called business as possible, and as if the principal business of everybody was not to be as quiet and comfortable as possible. The magistrate could not but pause for a moment as he reached Chain Walk and saw the bright sun shining upon the water, and gilding with beauty the sails of some small craft that were taking advantage of a light, pleasant breeze to get along without labor. "A pretty enough place this," he said, "and I do not know any that I should prefer to idle away my life in if I had nothing to do, as I hope to have some of these odd days, but not yet." Chapter 141 shows how Todd made up his mind to vengeance. Sir Richard drew bridle opposite the house of Mr. Ingestry and called to an urchin who was passing to ring the bell for him. The boy complied, and in a few moments a servant made an appearance, to whom Sir Richard said, "If your master is stirring, pray tell him that a gentleman wishes to speak to him for a few moments." These words were hardly past the lips of the magistrate when someone, with a bunch of flowers in her hand and one of the prettiest of pretty morning dresses, came to the door. It was our old, dear, young, kind friend Johanna. We cannot help calling her Johanna still, although perhaps it would be more proper for us to name her Mrs. Ingestry, but it seems so odd to append that title of Mrs. to our gentle, youthful Johanna, whose dangers in Todd's shop we have watched and trembled at so often in times past. "Ah, my dear friend," she cried, when she saw who it was, "I am so glad to see you." "And I am equally glad to see you," said Sir Richard, "particularly as you look so well and so happy." Sir Richard Blunt pays a visit to Johanna at Chelsea. "Yes, I am happy, Mark, here is Sir Richard come to breakfast with us." "Nay, I did not think of dismounting." "Oh, but you must. I will hold the bridle of the horse, and you will have to ride over me if you attempt to go away. Mark, where are you?" Upon these repeated calls, Mark Ingestry made his appearance at the door, and looked pleased enough to see Sir Richard, who, finding that they would take no sort of denial, he felt that he could not do otherwise than dismount and enter the house. A servant of the Ingestries took charge of his horse, and he was soon in the breakfast-room of the pretty house, inhabited by the young couple. It did not escape the observation of Johanna that there was a cloud of seriousness upon the countenance of Sir Richard Blunt, but she did not make any remark, although each moment she felt more and more convinced that it was some matter of business that called the magistrate to their abode so early, for it will be remembered that, although he had transacted a good quantity of business, the day was yet very young. Mark Ingestry did not appear to have any idea beyond the fact that it was very kind of the magistrate to visit them, but the reader will easily excuse him for not being so acute an observer as Johanna. "I hope," said Mark, "that you will often take a canter over here, Sir Richard, before the business of the day commences, and breakfast with us. I know how very hopeless it is to expect you often at any other time." "It is rather so," replied Sir Richard, "and my stay now must be very limited indeed. How do you both like your new house?" "It is charming," said Johanna, "and the view from the windows is full of animation for the greater part of the day." "It's the view indoors," smiled Mark, "that to me is so delightful and so full of animation." "That is just what I should have supposed," said the magistrate, glancing at Johanna with a smile. "Now, positively, I must go and take my breakfast in some other room," said Johanna, "if there are to be any compliments. They are quite absurd, you know, among married folks." "And a little unfair," said Sir Richard, "at meal times, I think, above all others." "Indeed," said Mark. "Yes, to be sure," added Johanna, "for you know one is either obliged to hear the compliments, which feed no one but with false viands, or leave the table upon which there may be something much more substantial and decidedly more palatable." "I give in," said Mark, "I give in. I do not for one moment profess to be a match for you alone, my dear, but when you get Sir Richard to side with you, I feel that I had better say as little as possible." "A graceful defeat," said Sir Richard, "is almost as good as a clumsy victory." "Much better," said Johanna, "a great deal better. But now, Sir Richard, you have not ridden over here to help us at our breakfast or to talk badinage." Mark opened his eyes very wide indeed, and looked from Johanna to the magistrate, and from the magistrate to Johanna, with evident surprise. An expression of great anxiety was each moment gathering over the face of Johanna, which Sir Richard saw, and with all that tact which with him was a kind of second nature, he said, "I have had the pleasure of seeing your father this morning, and they are all well at the old house, and as comfortable as can be." Johanna drew a long breath of relief, and then Mark Ingestry cried in a voice of surprise, "What, do you mean to say you have been in the city before you came here, sir?" "I have, my friend, and I have been to Colonel Jeffreys, too, before I came here. If I had not, I should not be able to indulge myself with the pleasure of staying here for even the short time that I have been beneath your roof. I must, however, go." "Something has happened," said Johanna. "So there has," said the magistrate with a smile, "but it cannot be anything very serious, you know, as all our dear friends are well. Anything falls light in comparison with the health and happiness of those whom we love." "Oh yes, said Johanna, "you are right, and you are very good to preface bad news in so kind a manner, Sir Richard. It is good and kind and grateful, and like you in all respects. I thank you from my heart." "But what's it all about?" cried Mark Ingestry. "Good gracious, what's it all about? Who talks of bad news? If all our friends are well, how can there be bad news? Do not keep us in suspense, Sir Richard." No, said Johanna. "I will not." Both Johanna and Mark Ingestry looked most intently at the magistrate, as he said, in his quiet way, "Sweeney Todd has escaped from Newgate, and is now at large." Mark Ingestry sprang to his feet, and Johanna, for a moment, turned rather pale. "The villain!" cried Mark. "Hush," said Johanna. "Oh, hush, Mark." "It was of the utmost importance," continued Sir Richard Blunt, speaking quite calmly, "that all who were in any way comprehended in the list of what Sweeney Todd would call his enemies should be speedily informed of this fact, and that is what has brought me to Chelsea at so early an hour in the morning." "We thank you from our hearts," said Johanna. "We do indeed," said Mark, "but let him beware of me. He dare not, villain as he is, come within the reach of my arm. The spirit of my poor murdered friend, Thornhill, will cry aloud for vengeance, and nothing should save the murderer from death." "Oh, Mark, said Johanna, "do not speak in such a strain. You do not know Todd. You know nothing of the character and of the capabilities of that man. He is not only one of the most wicked, but he is likewise one of the most crafty and unscrupulous." "That is true," said the magistrate. "He does not know him. Do you suppose for one moment, Mr. Ingestry, that I would have ridden over here to give you such a special warning concerning this man if I apprehended any open attack? Not that I could have trusted to you to ward off. Your life has been one of danger and adventure, but not you, nor I, nor all the world can be prepared against what Todd may, in the profound depths of his imagination, attempt." "All that is true," said Johanna, "most true." "You now really alarm me," said Mark. "Then I did not mean to do so. All I wished was that you should be made aware of the real extent of the possible danger. For myself, I look upon all such men as Sweeney Todd as mad men, to a certain extent, and now that he is deprived of his money, there is no knowing but he may be willing to sacrifice his life for the gratification of, no doubt, one of the most powerful feelings of his mind, which is revenge." "No doubt," said Johanna. A flush of color came over the cheek of the young husband, and he took the hand of Johanna in his, as he said, "Oh, Sir Richard, only tell me now I may best secure this treasure against the machinations of that monster in human shape." "Nay now, Mr. Ingestry," said Sir Richard, "do not fall into the other extreme and make too much of this danger. We are very apt to pet some peril until we make it to our imagination assume a much larger shape than really belongs to it. I hope that Todd will be in custody again soon." "Is it likely, sir?" I fancy so. From this day I abandon all other objects and pursuits, and devote myself to that task alone." "Then there is a hope," said Johanna. "Yes," added Sir Richard. "My impression is that he has no money, and that I shall soon apprehend him. But if, unknown to me, he has any secret funds, he may make an attempt to leave the kingdom, and so foil me. And if he does, I follow him, for I am determined that sooner or later, dead or alive, Todd shall be given up to the law." "But you will advise us what to do," said Mark in jestry. "In your experience, you can suggest to us the best mode of proceeding in this emergency." "I have been thinking of that as I came along, and my advice is that you leave London immediately. I do not think that the danger, admitting that there is any at all, is immediate. Todd for some days will be far too intent upon evading pursuit and recognition to think of much else, besides his personal safety, so that you will have ample time to leave." "We will do so," said Johanna, "at once. Where would you advise us to go?" "There is a little fishing village on the south coast called Brighthelmstone. It lies in a pleasant enough valley stretching to the sea. There you can remain quite unsuspected of Todd, and enjoy the fair sea breezes that make the place delightful without a thought of danger, for it is not that way he will go, as the place is not a port from which he could take shipping if he wished to leave England. And if he did not wish to leave at all, nothing could be further from his thoughts than going so far from London, and the spot upon which all his revenge could alone be attempted to be gratified." "We will go," said Johanna, appealingly looking at Mark in jestry as she spoke. "Certainly," he replied. "Well then," said Sir Richard, "since that is so far settled, I have a favour to ask of you both." "You have but to name it," said in jestry. "You ought rather to say that you have a command to give us both." "Yes," said Johanna, "that is so. No, if I thought that, I should not like to mention it, but I appeal to your candour to say yes or no to the request, according as you really feel inclined when you hear it. You know how anxious Todd has been to take the life of the poor lad, Tobias, who has suffered so much at his hands." "Oh, yes, said Johanna. "Well, have you any objection to take him with you?" "None in the least," cried Mark. Johanna turned to him with a smile as she said, "Mark, I thank you with all my heart for that ready reply and acquiescence with the proposal of Sir Richard Blunt, and I echo it by likewise saying, none in the least." "You have met the proposal as I anticipated you both would," said the magistrate, "or I should not have made it. You will find poor Tobias one of the most gentle and inoffensive of beings, but his nature has been so acted upon by Todd that it would drive him to the verge of madness if he thought that the villain were at large. So I do not wish that he should know as much until it can be coupled with information of his recapture. The secret shall be kept. Then my business is concluded, and I am sorry to say my pleasure also, for it has been a real one to visit you both, and I must be off at once. I will communicate with Colonel Geoffrey about Tobias, and manage how he shall come to you. A post-chaise will take you in 6 hours to the place I have mentioned, which you will find marked on the map." "I know it," said in jestry. "That is well, and now good day." The Ingestries took a warm and affectionate leave of Sir Richard, who, in 10 minutes more, was on his road to London. Chapter 142 returns to Todd in the wood at Hampstead. While all this was going on, contingent upon his elopement from Newgate, Todd was still in the wood at Hampstead, that wood in which he had committed so barbarous a murder, in ridding the world of almost as great a rascal as himself, in the shape of Mr. Lupin. Todd was as anxious as possible to leave the wood, but he felt that to do so in daylight would be jeopardizing himself much too seriously. He was not without money, as the reader is aware, and after placing some distance between himself and the dead body of Mr. Lupin, he sat down upon the roots of an old tree to think. It was not that Todd had any particular terrors connected with the dead body of Mr. Lupin that induced him to get away from the neighborhood of the body, but he thought it was just possible some people might come into the wood, and in such a case, he did not wish to be connected with the deed in consequence of any contiguity to it. "What shall I do?" said Todd, after he had rested for some time with his head upon his hand. "That is the question, what shall I do? I have some money, but not enough. Oh, that I had but a tithe of the amount that once was mine. I would yet leave England forever, and forego all my thoughts of vengeance, unless I could contrive from a great distance to do some mischief, and that might be done if very cunningly contrived, but they have taken from me all." Here Mr. Todd indulged in a few expletives, with which we do not think proper to encumber our pages, and after swearing himself into a state of comparative calmness again, he held up his left hand, and separating the fingers, he began to count upon them the names of people. "Let me see," he said, "let me see how many throats now it would give me a very special pleasure to cut Humpha. Sir Richard Bluntone, Tobias Ragtwo, Colonel Jeffrithry, Johanna Oaklifer, and her husband, that is, I suppose, by this time 5, confound him. Ah, those make up the 5 that I most specially should like to sacrifice, a whole handful of victims. After they were comfortably dispatched, no doubt, I could think of a few more, but it is better to confine one's attention to the principals for a time. The others may drop in afterwards, when one has nothing more important to do." He thought he heard a noise in the wood, and he stooped his head to listen. It was nothing, or if it had been anything, it quickly ceased again, and he was tolerably satisfied that he was alone. "What a delightful thing now it would be," he muttered, "if I could poison the whole lot of them at once, with some drug that would give them the most excruciating agony, and then I should like to go round to them all, and shout in their ears, I did it, I, Sweeney Todd, did it. That would be glorious indeed. Ha, ha." "Ha," said a voice behind him, following up his hideous laugh most closely in point of tone. It was almost with what might be called a yell of terror that Todd sprang to his feet, and turned round, fully expecting to see someone, but not the slightest vestige of the presence of any human being met his eyes. After gazing for a moment or two, he thought that surely someone must be hiding behind one of the trees, and he sprang forward, crying, "Disclose yourself, villain, crafty wretch, you, or I must die." There was no reply to this, and he could find no one, although he looked narrowly about for the next quarter of an hour all over the spot. He felt quite convinced that no one could have slipped away without him hearing something of the footfall, however light it might be, and he was left, by this extraordinary circumstance, in a complete maze of terrified conjecture. He trembled in every limb from positive fright. No man was probably more generally free from what might be called superstitious terrors than Sweeney Todd. At least, we may certainly say that no guilty man ever could be more free from them. Had such not been the case, it is quite impossible that he could have carried on the career that he did. But of late, 2 or 3 things had happened to him to give his imagination a kind of jog upon such subjects. He might well be excused for a little kind of nervousness now, when he felt quite confident that a laugh from no mortal lungs had sounded within a few inches of his ears at so strange a moment. "What can it be?" he said in a voice of terror. "What can it be? Have I all along been mistaken, and is there such a thing as an invisible world of spirits about us? Oh, what can I think? What excuse can I now give myself for an unbelief, without which I should have gone quite mad long, long ago?" The heavy drops stood upon his brow, and he was forced to stagger back and hold by a tree for support. After a few moments of this condition, however, the determined spirit of the man triumphed over the fears that beset him, and raising his voice, he said, "No, I will never be the slave of such wild fancies. This is no time for me to give way to a belief in these things, which all my life I have laughed to scorn. If I had believed what the world pretends to believe, I must have been stark staring mad to load my soul with guilt in the way I have done, if my recompense had been the accumulated wealth of all the kingdoms of the earth. For death would, despite all that, come and rob me of all, leaving me poor as any beggar who lays him down by the roadside to die." While he spoke, he glared nervously and apprehensively about him, and then he drew a long breath, as he added, I take shame to myself now to have one particle of fear. Have not I, at the hour of midnight, many and many a time threaded the mazes of the dark vaults of St. Dunstan's, when I knew that I was all but surrounded by the festering, gaunt remains of heaps of my victims? And shall I here, with the open sky above me, and only the known neighborhood of one dead villain, shake in such a way? No. He stamped upon the ground to reassure himself, and then, as though willing to taunt the unseen laugher into a repetition of the mocking sound, he again cried, "Ha-ho!" There was no response to this, and it was rather a disappointment to Todd that there was not, for a hope had been growing upon his mind to the effect that it was only some echo in the wood to which he had been indebted for his fright. But now, when it did not occur again as it ought to have done, if it had been a result from any natural cause, he was thrown back upon his strength of mind merely to shake it off as best he might. "Fancy, fancy," he cried. It was but fancy after all, but he did not believe himself when he so spoke. Todd remained in the wood tolerably free from any more alarms until the sun sunk in the west, and while there was positive darkness in that place where he was hiding, a sweet twilight still lingered over the fair face of nature. "I must not venture forth yet," he said, "but in another hour it will be dark alike upon the heath as in the wood, and then I will go into the village and get some refreshment, after which I rather think that London, with all its dangers, will be the best place for me. I have heard of people hiding there for many a day. I wonder now if a lodging in the Old Bailey would be a good thing. Surely they would never think of looking for me there." Todd rather chuckled over this pleasant idea of a lodging in the Old Bailey. It was just one of the notions that, for its practical extravagance, rather pleased him than otherwise, but although it had something to recommend it, it required rather more boldness than even he was master of to carry it out. But such thoughts sufficed to amuse him until darkness was upon the face of the land, and to withdraw his thoughts from other and more tormenting matters, so that for a time he even forgot the seemingly supernatural laugh that had sounded so oddly behind him and produced in him such a world of alarm. He heard the clock of Hampstead Church proclaim the hour of 9, and then he thought that he might venture from his place of concealment, and yet it will be seen that Todd had not been able to concoct any definite plan of operations. Then he was wishing to do many things, and yet unable in that anxious state of his fortunes to do anything at all. Truly, Sir Richard Blunt was right enough when he said that Todd, for a time, would be much too busy with his own affairs to take any active step for the accomplishment of any of his revenges. In the wood now the darkness was so great that literally you could not see your hand before your face, and the only plan by which he could leave it was by blundering right on and trusting to get out at any point to which his chance steps might lead him. In about a quarter of an hour he came to a rather precipitous bank, which he clambered up, and then he found himself on the outskirts of the wood and not far from the village. He heard someone coming along the roadway and whistling as he came. The moon was struggling against the shadowing influence of a mass of clouds in the horizon, and Todd felt that in a little time the whole place would be light enough. "Am I sufficiently unlike myself," he said, "to trust an appearance in the village? I want food, and most of all I want drink. Yes, now more than ever, I cannot pretend to live without stimulants. Yes, I will risk it, and then I will go to London." He sprang down into the road, and in as careless a manner as he could, he walked on in the direction that he thought would take him to the village. The man who was whistling as he came along rather increased his pace, and to the great alarm of Todd, overtook him and said, "A fine night, sir, we shall have. The moon is getting up nicely now, sir." Todd breathed a little more freely. After all, it was not an enemy, but only one of those people so common in places a little way out of town, who are talkative to anyone they may meet, for the mere love of talking. For once in his life, Todd determined upon being wonderfully gracious, and he replied quite in a tone of serenity, "Yes, it is a nice night, and, as you say, the moon is rising beautifully." "Yes, sir," added the man, who was carrying something that Todd could not, for the life of him make out. Yes, sir, and I am not sorry to get home now. I have been all round by Hendon, Golders Green, and Finchley, sticking bills. Bills? Yes, sir, about the murderer Todd, you know. Oh, You know, sir, he has got out of Newgate, and there's £500 reward offered by the government for him. A nice little set-up that would be, sir, for anyone, would not it, sir? Very. All the bill stickers round London have had a job in putting up the bills, and they say that if it costs £1 million of money, they intend to have him. And very proper too, said Todd. Can you spare a bill, my friend? Oh yes, there's hand ones as well as posters. Here's one, sir, and you will find a description of him. Oh, do not I only wish I could come across him, that's all. I would make rather a tidy day's work then, I think. That would be a little better, sir, than the pastapot, would not it? Rather, said Todd, but he might be rather a dear bargain, for such a man, I should think, would not be very easily taken. There's something in that, sir, as you say, but yet I would have a try. £500, you know, sir, is not to be picked up every day on the roadside. Certainly not. Is that Hampstead where the lights are to the left there? Yes, right on. I live at West End, and my way lays this way. Good night, sir. Good night, said Todd. I hope you may have the luck of meeting with this Todd, and so earning the £500 you mention. But I am afraid, after all, there is not much chance, for I heard he had gone down to the coast, and had got on board a vessel and was off by this time. That may not be true, though. Good night. Chapter 143. Todd takes a look at his old quarters in Fleet Street. The village of Hampstead was, at the time of which we write, really a village. It still retains many of its old houses and picturesque beauties, but it is not quite such a little retired spot as it was. If ever anyone walked through Hampstead, however, who was less inclined than another to pause and speculate upon its beauties, certainly that man was our doubtful acquaintance, Sweeney Todd. He did not think it quite prudent to stop in the High Street to solace himself with any worldly comforts, although he saw several public houses very temptingly open, but passing right on, he descended Red Lion Hill and paused at a little inn at the foot of it, that is to say, on the London side of the pretty village. Brandy was Todd's request, and he was met by a prompt "Yes, sir." But Todd had, among his varied experiences, to find out what Hampstead brandy was, and the moment he placed a portion of it in his mouth, his eyes goggled furiously, and spitting it out, he said, in a voice of anger, "This is some mistake." "Mistake, sir?" "Yes, I asked for brandy, and you have given me the rinsings of some bottles and dirty glasses." "Oh dear no, sir. That brandy is the very best that you will get in all Hampstead." "The best in all Hampstead," repeated Todd with a groan. "What must the worst be, I wonder?" "I assure you, sir, it is considered to be very good." "Considered," said Todd. "Then, my friend, there's your money, and as the brandy is considered to be so good, you can drink it, but having some respect, from old companionship, for my inside, I decline it. Good evening." With these words, Todd laid a shilling upon the bar and strode away. "Well," said the publican, "how singular. That's the 8th person who has refused that 1 quartern of brandy and paid for it. Here, wife, put this back into the bottle again and shake it up well." Todd pursued his route down Haverstock Hill until he came to the then straggling district of Camden Town, and there he did find a house at which he got just a tolerable glass of brandy, and feeling very much invigorated by the drop, he walked on more rapidly still, and a thought took possession of him, which, although it was perhaps not unattended with danger, might turn out to be a very felicitous one. During his career in the shop in Fleet Street, he had collected a number of watches from the pockets of the murdered persons, but he had always been afraid to attempt the disposal of the best of them. The fact was that at that time everybody had not a watch as at present. It was an expensive article, and Mr. So-and-so's watch was as well known as Mr. So-and-so himself, so that it would have been one of the most hazardous things possible for Todd to have brought suspicion upon himself by going about disposing of the watches of his victims. It was the same, too, with some other costly articles, such as rings, lockets, and so on. And as he had realized as much money as he could previous to his arrangements for leaving England, Todd had left some of this description of property to perish in the fire, which he hoped to be the means of igniting in Old Fleet Street upon his departure. Now, as he crept along by Tottenham Court Road, he mused upon the state of things. If, he muttered, I could only get into my late house in Fleet Street, I know where to lay my hand upon portable property, which was not worth my consideration while I had thousands of pounds in gold, but which now would be a fortune to me in my reduced circumstances, if I could but lay my hand upon it. The more Todd thought over this proposition, the more pleased he was with it, and by the time he had indulged himself with 2 more glasses of brandy, it began to assume, to his mind, a much more tangible shape. It may be done, he said, it surely may be done. If I could only make my way in the church, it might be done well, and surely one of these picklocks that I have about me might enable me to do that. The picklock he alluded to was one that he had put in his pocket to accommodate Mr. Lupin, when they were both so intent upon their escape from Newgate, and when Mr. Lupin was foolish enough to believe that Todd really had £2,000 buried in Conwood, Hampstead. There was one thing, however, which made Todd pause. He did not think he was sufficiently disguised to venture into the locality of his old residence, and unfortunately for him, he was rather a peculiar-looking man. His great chance, however, was that in Fleet Street surely no one would now think of looking for Sweeney Todd. I must be bold, he said. I must be bold and resolute. It will not do to shrink now. I will buy a knife. This was a pleasant idea to Todd. Buying a knife seemed almost like getting halfway to his revenge, and he went into an obscure cutler's shop and bought a long double-edged knife, for which he gave 2 shillings. He then carefully concealed it in his clothing. After this, he hit upon a plan of operations which he thought would have the effect of disguising him. At that period, wigs were so commonly worn that it was nothing at all particular for a person to go into a wigmaker's and select one, put it on, pay for it, and go away. Yes, said Todd, I will buy a wig, for I have art enough and knowledge of wigs to enable me to do so as shall produce the greatest possible change in my appearance. A wig will be the thing. Todd had hardly well made this declaration than he came upon a wigmaker's, and in he went, pointing to a wig that was on a block, and which had a very clerical kind of look. He inquired the price of it. Oh, my dear sir, said the wigmaker, that is much too old-looking a periwig for you. Let me recommend you a much younger wig. Now, sir, here's one that will take a matter of 10 years off your age in a moment. Todd had discretion enough to know well that he could not make up young, so he merely pointed to the wig again and inquired the price. Well, sir, it is a couple of guineas, but... Without another word, Todd laid down the couple of guineas, and putting the wig upon his head, he left the shop, certainly having given the wigmaker an impression that he was the oddest customer he had had for some time. But little did he suspect that that odd customer was the criminal with whose name all London was ringing, and upon whose head with or without a wig so heavy a price was set. After this, Todd made his way to a shop where second-hand clothing was bought and sold, and there he got accommodated with an old grey coat that reached down to the calves of his legs, and he bought likewise a very voluminous white cravat, and when he got into the street with these articles and purchased at another shop a walking cane with a great silver top to it, and put one hand behind his back and stooped very much, and moved along as if he were afflicted with all the corns and bunions that his toes could carry, and by bending his knees decreased his height 6 inches, no one could have known him. At least, so Todd flattered himself. In this way he tottered on until he got to the immediate neighborhood of Fleet Street. To be sure, with all his coolness and courage, he could not help shaking a little when he came to that well-remembered neighborhood. And I, he thought to himself, and I by this time hoped and expected to be far over the sea, instead of being such a wretch as I am now, crawling about, as it were, amid pitfalls and all sorts of dangers. Alas, alas. He really shook now, and it was quite astonishing how, with his old wig, and his old grey coat and his stick, and his stooping posture, old and venerable, yes, positively venerable, Sweeney Todd actually looked. "Ain't you well, sir?" said a respectable man, stepping up to him. "Can I assist you?" Todd perpetrated about half a dozen wheezing coughs, and then, not sorry for an opportunity of trying his powers of imitation of age, he replied in a tremulous voice. "Ah, sir, yes, old age, sirrug hug. Oh, dear me, I feel that I am on my last legs, and that they are on the shake old age, sir, will come on. But it's a comfort to look back upon a long life well spent in deeds of charity." "Not a doubt of it," said the stranger. "I was only afraid, sir, you were taken suddenly ill as you stood there." "Oh, no, thank you, sir." "Good evening, sir." "Good evening, my good sir. Oh, if I had you only in my old shop with a razor at your throat, would not I polish you off," muttered Todd as the stranger left him. In the course of another minute, Todd was on the Fleet Street side of Temple Bar. He could almost see his old house, that house in which he had passed years of deep iniquity, and which he had hoped, ere that time, would have been a heap of ruins. There it was, tall, dismal, and gaunt-looking. The clock of St. Dunstan's struck 11. 11, he muttered. A good hour. The streets are getting deserted now, and no one will know me. I will stoop yet more, and try to look older still. Todd a little over acted his part, as he tottered down Fleet Street, so that some individuals turned to look after him, which was a thing he certainly did not wish, as his great object was to escape all observation if possibly he could. So he corrected that, and went on rather more strongly, and finally he came exactly opposite to his own house, and getting partially into a doorway, he looked long and fixedly at it. What thoughts at that time chased each other through the guilty mind of that man, it is hard to say, but he stood like a statue, fixing his regards upon the house for the space of about a quarter of an hour. Once only he clapped his teeth together and gave a sort of savage growl. It was lucky for Todd that no one saw him just then, or they would have thought him rather an extraordinary old man. The house was perfectly dark from top to bottom. The shutters of the shop, of course, were all up, and the shutters of the first-floor windows were likewise closed. The other windows had their old dingy blinds all down, and to all outward appearance, that den of murder was deserted. But Todd could not believe such to be the case. In his own mind, he felt fully sure that Sir Richard Blunt was not the man to leave the house without some sort of custody, and he quite settled with himself that there was some one or more persons minding it, and no doubt, by order, sitting there in one of the back rooms, so that no light should show in front. "Curses on them all," he muttered. "Ah, you are looking at old Todd's house, sir," said a voice. Todd started, and close to him was a person smoking a pipe and looking as jolly as possible. "Yes, I," stammered Todd, for he was taken by surprise rather. "Oh, yes, sir, I am amazed at the great wickedness of human nature." "You may well, sir, you may well. Lord bless me, I never thought him a good-looking man, but I never thought any ill of him neither, and I have seen him lots of times." "Indeed, sir, pray what sort of man was he? I never saw him, as I live in Soho, and I am so much in years now that in the bustling daytime I do not care to come into streets like this. For you see, sir, I cannot move about as I could 60 years ago, and the people, God help them, are all in such a hurry now, and they push me here and there in such a way that my failing breath and limbs will not stand it. And yug. Oh dear. Poor old gentleman, I do not wonder at your not liking the crowds. How old may you be, sir?" "A matter of 89, sir. It's an old age to get to, but I am younger than my brother, yet ha, oh dear, if it was not now for the rheumatism and the lumbago and a pain in my shoulder and a few other little things, I should get on very well. Not a doubt of it, but you asked me what Todd was like, and I will tell you, sir. He was nigh upon 6 feet high, and his face was 2 feet of it. He was just as ugly as anyone you would wish to see for a pattern in that way, and that's his house, where he murdered all the people. Peace be to their souls. Amen, and there are underground places that lead right away through the vaults of St. Dunstan's to Belliard, where Mrs. Lovett's pea-shop was, you know, sir. I have heard, dear, I have heard. A very wicked woman, indeed very wicked, and yet, sir, it is to be hoped she has found mercy in another world. There would need be plenty of it, said the man with the pipe, if Mrs. Lovett is to be accommodated with any. My friend, said Todd, do not be profane, and now I must go, as I do not like being out late. And so must I, for my pipe's out. I shall turn in now. Good night, sir, and a pleasant walk home to you. Thank you, sir, thank Yaoug. I think if it were not for my cough, I should do very well. Todd hobbled away, and the man who lived in Bouverie Street went home. Todd had not got any real information from this man, but the brief conversation he had had with him had given him a sort of confidence in his disguise and in his power of acting that he had not had before, so that, upon the whole, he was not sorry for the little incident. And now it was quite evident that the streets were getting very much deserted. During the whole length of Fleet Street, there was not half a dozen persons to be seen at all, and Todd, after casting a rapid glance around him to note if he were observed, suddenly crossed the way and boldly went up to the door of old St. Dunstan's Church. When once close to the door of the old building, he was so much in shadow that he felt tolerably secure from observation, but still he lingered a little, for he did not want to do anything so hastily as to rob it of its caution. With his back against the church door, he glanced right and left, and then for the space of 5 minutes he bent all his faculties to the one task of ascertaining if anyone was sufficiently near to watch him, and he got perfectly satisfied that such was not the case. He stood securely against the old church door. So far, he muttered, I am safe, quite safe. Chapter 144. Todd makes his way into his own house. When Todd was satisfied that he was not watched or even observed by anyone, he turned and commenced operations upon the door of the church. The cunning person who had put on the lock had had a notion in his necromantic head that the larger you made a lock, the better it was, and the less likely to be picked, and the consequence of this was that Todd found no difficulty in opening the church door. The moment he felt the lock yield to the false key he employed, he took another keen glance around him, and seeing no one, slipped into the sacred edifice and closed the door behind him. Feeling then up and down the door until his hand touched a bolt, he shot it into its socket, and then a feeling of great security took possession of him, although the interior of the church was most profoundly dark, and anyone would have thought that such a man as Todd in such a place could hardly have been free from some superstitious terrors. An overbearing selfishness, however, mingled with the most vengeful and angry feelings, kept Todd above all these sensations, which are mostly the result of vacant-mindedness. The church felt cold, and the silence had about it a character such as the silence of no other kind of place has. It may be imagination, but the silence of a church deserted always appears to us to be a silence different from any other, as the silence in a wood is entirely different from any other description of stillness. All is quiet enough here, whispered Todd. I and the dead have this place to ourselves now, and so we have often had it. Many a time have I waited about this building in the still hours of the night, when all London slept, and opened some little window, with the hope of letting out the stench from the dead bodies before the morning should bring people to the building, but it would not do. The smell of decomposition lingered in the air, and it is here still, though not so bad. Yes, it is here still. I can smell it now, and I know the odor well. Todd was sufficiently familiar with St. Dunstan's Church almost to go over it even at that hour, and amid that darkness, without running against anything. But yet he was very careful as he went, and kept his arms outstretched before him. He dreaded to get a light, although he had the means of doing so, for Mr. Lupin had, at his request, given him some of the matches and little waxcandlines that the pious lady had supplied him with. Yet Todd knew how small a light would suffice to shine through some of the richly stained glass windows of the church, and therefore he dreaded to give himself a light. He felt confident that he should have no sort of difficulty in getting into the vaults, for in consequence of recent events, the stone that covered up the entrance could not be fast, and he knew from past experience that his strength was sufficient to raise it if he once got hold of it, and if it were not fastened down by cement, which, no doubt, was not the case now. "I shall yet get," he said, "into my old house. The time has been rather short, and the goods there deposited by me in old times may there remain, and if so, I will carry away enough with me to keep me far above the necessities of life, and when once I have achieved that much, I will from some obscure place meditate upon my revenge." In the course of about 10 minutes, he found the flat stone that led into the vaults, and to his satisfaction, he found that it was merely laid crosswise over the aperture, in order to prevent anyone in daytime from heedlessly tumbling in. But at night, it was not, of course, expected that anyone would be there to fall into such a danger. With one effort, Todd removed it. "Good," he said. "Now I can make my way, and once below the level of the floor of the church, there will be no danger in at once accommodating myself with a light, which will be useful enough in the vaults." Getting upon his hands and knees now, Todd, for fear of a fall down the stone steps, cautiously got down the first few of them, and then he paused to light one of the bits of taper with which he was provided. In the course of a few moments, the tiny flame was clear and bright, and shading it with his hand, Todd carefully descended the remainder of the stairs. How still everything was in those vaults of old St. Dunstan's! Were there no spirits from another world, spirits of the murdered, to flit in horrible palpability before the eyes of that man who had cut short their thread of life? Surely, if ever a visitant from another world could have been expected, it would have been to appear to Todd to convince him that there was more beyond the grave than a forgotten name and a mouldering skeleton. When he reached the foot of the stairs and was satisfied that the little light was burning well, he held it up above his head and bent a keen glance around him. "Ha ha," he laughed, "so they have been doing their best, poor fools, as they are to meddle with such rubbish to rid the family vaults of some of the new tenants that I took occasion to introduce into them. Well, let them, let them. I did play a little havoc with the gentility of the dead, I must admit." With this highly jocose remark, Todd passed on, taking a route well known to him, which would conduct him to the cellar that, it will be recollected, was immediately underneath his shop. It was from this that he hoped to get into the house. Todd in the scene of his murders. It took Todd much less time than it would have taken anyone else to make his way to that cellar, but then no one was or could be so well acquainted with all the windings and turnings of the excavation that led to it as he, and finally he reached it, just as he found the necessity of lighting up another little piece of wax candle, as the one he had already lit had burnt right to his hand. He found a piece of wood, into which he stuck the new one securely, so that it was much handier to hold. Todd now felt the absolute necessity of being much more cautious than before, for he did know who might be in the shop above, and he did know that a very small sound below would make itself heard. Holding up the light, he saw that his nice little mechanical arrangement regarding the 2 chairs remained just as it had been as he used to use it. "Ah," he cried, "it will be some time in London again before people will sit down in a barber's chair with anything like confidence, particularly if it should chance to be a fixture. Ha!" Todd was getting quite merry now. The sight of the old familiar objects of that place had certainly raised his spirits very considerably, and no doubt the brandy had helped a little. Setting the light down in a corner of the cellar, he placed himself in an attitude of intense listening, which he kept up for about 5 minutes, at the end of which time he gave a nod and muttered, There may be someone in the parlor that I will not pretend to say no to, but the shop is free of human occupants, and now for the means of getting into it. If anybody can, I can, and that with tolerable ease, too. The apparatus by which Todd had been in the habit of letting down his customers consisted of a slight system of lever, which he could move from the parlor, but provided he could reach so high, he could just as easily release the loose plank from where he was, in which case the chair that was above would have a preponderating influence, as that was on the heaviest arm of the plank from the center upon which it turned. "I can manage that," he said, and then taking the knife from his pocket, he found that by its aid he could just reach high enough to touch the lever that acted as a kind of bolt to keep the plank in its place. The moment he removed that bolt, the plank slowly moved, and then Todd caught the end of it in his hand and pulled it right down, so that it assumed a perpendicular aspect completely. Holding then the piece of wood to which he had attached the wax light in his mouth, he climbed carefully and noiselessly up into his old shop, and when there he replaced the plank, and on the end of the board, which was the counterpoise to the chair, he placed a weight, which he knew where to lay his hands upon, and which kept the chair in its place, although a very little would have overcome the counterpoise and sent it down to the cellar below. Todd extinguished his light, and the moment he did so, he saw a very faint illumination coming from the parlor through a portion of the door, into which a square of glass was let in, and through which he, Todd, used to glare at poor Tobias. The sound of voices, too, came upon his ears, and he laid himself flat down on the floor, close to the wall, under a kind of bench that ran along it for a considerable distance. "I am certain I heard something," said a voice, and then the parlor door was opened, and a broad flash of light came into the shop. "I am quite sure I heard an odd noise." "Oh, nonsense," said someone else. "Nonsense." "But I did, I tell you." "Yes, you fancied it half an hour ago, and it turned out to be nothing at all. Lord bless you, if I were to go on fancying things out of what I have heard since I have been in this house, minding it for Sir Richard Blunt, I should have been out of my mind long before this, I can tell you. But it was very odd." "Well, the shop is not so large. You can soon see if Todd is in it. Ha, ha, ha." No, I do not expect to see Todd there exactly, I confess. It would not be a very likely place in which to find him." "Well, is there anything now?" No, it all seems much as usual, and yet I thought I did hear a noise, but I suppose it was nothing, or a rat perhaps, for there are lots, they say, below. It might have been a rat. I did not think that before, and I feel all the easier now at the idea." "Then come and finish our game." "Very good, all's right. You make a little drop of brandy and waiter, and we will just have this game out before we go to rest, for I am getting tired, and it's late." "Not quite 12 yet." "Ain't it? There it goes, by St. Dunstan's clock." Todd counted the strokes of the clock, and by the time they ceased to reverberate in the night air, the man who most unquestionably had heard a noise in the shop had gone into the parlor again, half satisfied that it was a rat, and sat down to the game at cards that had been interrupted. These were two men that had been put into the house to mind it, until the authorities should determine what to do with it, by Sir Richard Blunt. They were not officers of any skill or repute, although they were both constables, but then Sir Richard did not consider that anything in the shape of great intelligence was required in merely taking care of an empty house, for the idea of Todd ever visiting that place again had certainly been one that did not even enter the farseeing brain of the magistrate. "It's my deal," Todd heard one of them say, "but you go on, while I mix the brandy and water." "Indeed," muttered Todd, as he gathered up his gaunt form from under the bench. "Indeed, so there are two of you, are there? Well, if there is another world, you can keep each other company on your road to it, for I am not going to let your lives stand in the way of my projects. No, I shall yet polish off somebody in my old place, and it is a pleasure that it should be two friends of that man Blunt, whom I so hate that I have no words in which to express it." Todd crept up to the parlor door with the long knife in his hand that he had bought at the cutler's in Camden Town, and putting his eyes close to the pane of glass in the door, he looked in at the two men. They really seemed to be quite comfortable, those two men. A bright fire was burning in the grate, and a kettle was singing away upon the hob at a great rate. A pack of cards, some pipes, and some glasses were upon the table that they had dragged up close to the fireside, and they were, take them all together, about as comfortable as anybody could well expect to be in that gloomy parlor of Todd's at his house of murder in Fleet Street. They were stout, strong men, though, and as Todd looked, he thought to himself that with all his strength and with all his desperate fighting for life, as he would do, it was not a desirable thing for him to come into personal contact with them. Cunning, he muttered, will do more than strength. I must bide my time, but I will kill them both if they are in my way, and that they will be is nearly past a doubt. There, said the man who was mixing the brandy, and waiter, there, you will find that a stiff, comfortable glass, lots of brandy and lots of sugar, and only water enough to make it hot and steamy. You know how to mix, Bill, said the other, as he took a drop and then was obliged to cough and wink again. It was so strong and hot. Ah, thought Todd, if it would only choke you. The other man then took his drink at the brandy, and he too coughed and winked, and then they both laughed and declared how precious strong it was, and one of them said, the fun of it is that it was old Todd's, and when he laid in such good stuff as this, he little thought that we would be enjoying it. I wonder where he is. Oh, he's far enough off by this time, poking about at some of the seaports to try to get away, you may depend. Is he, muttered Todd. You will find, my kind friend, that I am near enough to cut your throat, I hope. Chapter 145. Todd has a narrow escape and has a bit of revenge. It was quite a provoking thing, and gall and wormhood to Todd in a manner of speaking, to see those two boisterous men enjoying themselves in his parlor. There could be no doubt in the world, but that if he had had the means then and there to do so, he would have hurled destruction upon them both forthwith. But he could only look at them now and wait for a better opportunity. The fact was that now, for the first time, Todd found that the architecture of his old place of residence was far from being of the most convenient order, inasmuch as you could not reach the staircase leading to the upper part of the residence without going through the parlor, so that he was a prisoner in the shop. I tell you what it is, Bill, said one of the men, assuming quite a philosophical look. That fellow, Todd, as used to live here after all, was some use to society. Was he? Yes, to be sure, cannot you guess? Not one. I cannot see what use a fellow can be to society who cuts folks' throats. Cannot you? No, nor you neither, if you come to that. Yes, I can. Do not it make folks careful of going into a strange barber's shop? Let me ask you that. Oh, you idiot, that's always the way with you. You begins with looking as wise as an owl as has found out something wonderful, and then when one comes to find out what it is, it's just nothing at all to nobody. I tell you what it is, old fellow, it strikes me you are getting a drop too much. No, but I have got something on my mind. It stands on a very small place then. What is it? Just you listen and I will tell you. I did think of not saying anything about it, because you see I thought, that is to say, I was afraid if I did, you would go off at once. Off. I do not mean dead, I mean out of this place, that's all, not out of this world. But now I feel as if I ought to tell you all about it, you know, and then you can judge for yourself. You know you slept here last night, on that large sofa in the corner. Yes, in course. Very good. You had had what one may call just the other drop, you know, and so. No, I had not, but you had. I recollect quite well you dropped your light, and had no end of trouble to get it lighted again, and kept knocking your head against the mantel-shelf, and saying do not, as if somebody was doing it to you. Go along with you. Will you listen, or will not you, while I tell the horrid anecdote? Horrid, is it? Above a bit. It's enough to make all your hair stand on end, like quills on a guinea hen, as the man says in the play, and I expect you will dream of it all night. So here goes, and do not you interrupt me any more now. Go on, I will not. Well, you know we had a pretty good fire here, as we have now, and as 12 o'clock went ding-dong by old St. Dunstan's, we thought it was time to have some sleep, and you lay down on the sofa, saying as you could see by the fire light, while I took the candle to go upstairs to bed with, you know, Todd's bed, I suppose it is, on the second floor, and rather damp and thin, you know. Goodness gracious, tell me something I do not know, will you? Do you want to drive a fellow out of his mind? Well, well, do not be hasty, I am getting on. I took the light, and shading it with one hand, for there's always a furious draught upon the stairs of this house, up I went, thinking of nothing at all. Well, in course, I had to pass the first floor, which is shut up, you know, and has all sorts of things in it. Yes, go on, go on. Is it interesting? It is, only you go on. I will warrant now it's a ghost you are coming to. No, it ain't, but do not precipitate, and you shall hear all about it. Let me see, where was I? Oh, on the first floor landing. But as I say, I was thinking of nothing at all, when, all of a sudden, I heard a very odd kind of noise in the front room of the first floor. I wonder you did not fall headlong downstairs with fright, candle and all. No, I did not. It sounded like the murmur of people talking a long way off. Then I began to think it must be in the next house, and I thought of going up to bed and paying no attention to it, and I did get up 2 or 3 steps of the second floor stairs, but still I heard it, and it got such a hold of my mind, do you know, that I could not leave it, but down I went again and listened. I thought of coming to you, but somehow I did not do so. Now go on. Well, after listening with my ear against the door for some time, I was certain that the sound was in the room, and I do not know how I screwed up courage enough to open the door very gently and look in. You did. I did, and the very moment I did so, out went the light as clean as if you had taken your fingers and snuffed it out. But in the room there was a strange pale kind of light that was not exactly like twilight, nor like moonlight, nor like any light that I ever saw, but you could see everything by it as plain as possible. Well, well. The room was crammed full of people, all dressed and looking at each other, and some of them were speaking, and upon all their clothes and faces there was blood, sometimes more and sometimes less, and all their eyes looked like the eyes of the dead, and then one voice more loud than the rest said, all murdered by Todd. The Lord have mercy upon his soul. Oh, gracious, what did you do? I felt as if my breath was going from me, and my heart kept swelling and swelling till I thought it would burst, and then I dropped the candle, and the next time I come to my senses, I found myself lying on the bed in the second floor, with all my clothes on. You dreamt it. Oh, no, it's no use telling me that. I only wish I thought so, that's all. But I tell you, you 999, you may tell me as much as you like, but in the morning when I came down, there was the candle on the first floor landing, just as I had dropped it. What do you think of that? Of course, after I drew out my head again from the first floor front room, I must have gone upstairs in the middle of my fright, and I dare say I fainted away and did not come to myself again till the morning. Oh, stuff, do not try to make me believe in your ghost stories. If I thought it was true, I should bolt out of the house this minute. You would, really? Yes, to be sure. Is a fellow to stay in a place with his hair continually standing on end? I should like to know. Hardly, but it's all stuff. Take another drop of brandy. Now I tell you what, if you have the courage to go with me, I will take the light now and go up to the first floor and have a good look all about it. What do you say to that now? Will you do it? I do not much mind. Only say the word, and I am quite ready. Well, I will. If so be they are there, they will not do us any harm, for they took no more notice of me than as if I had been nothing at all. But how you do shake. I shake, you never were more mistaken in all your life. It's you that's shaking, and that makes you think I am. You are shaking, if you please, and if you do not like the job of going upstairs, only say so, I will not press it upon you. Oh, I will go. You are sure of it now. You do not think it will make you ill, because I should not like that. Come now, only say at once that you would rather not go, and there's an end to it. Yes, but I rather would. Come on, then come on. Courage, my friend, courage. Look at me and be courageous. You do not see me shivering and shaking and shrinking. Keep up your heart and come on. You wretches, muttered Todd. It shall go hard with me now, but I will play you some trick that shall go right to drive you out of your shallow wits. Go, it is the very thing I would, of all others, have wished you to do. It was quite clear that the man who had proposed going upstairs to explore the first floor was much the more alarmed of the two, and now that he had made the proposal, he would gladly have seized upon any excuse for backing out of it, short of actually confessing that his fears had got the better of him. No doubt he had been greatly in hopes that his companion, who had told the ghost story, would have shrunk from such an ordeal, but as he did not do so, there was no resource but to carry it out or confess that it was but a piece of braggadocio which he wanted the firmness to carry out. He strove now to talk himself out of his fears. Come on, ghosts indeed. There are no such things, of course, as any reasonable man knows, and if there are, why, what harm can they do us? I say, what harm can they do us? I do not know. You do not know, no, nor nobody else. Come on, I say. Of course Providence is Providence, and if there are ghosts, I respect them very much indeed, and would do anything in the world to oblige them. The valiant proposer of the experimental trip to the first floor uttered these last sentences in a loud voice, no doubt with the hope that if any of the ghostly company of the first floor were within hearing, they would be so good as to report the same to their friends, so that he might make his way there with quite a good understanding. They trimmed the candle now, and having each of them fortified himself with a glass of brandy that Todd had laid in for his own consumption, they commenced their exploit by leaving the parlor and slowly ascending the staircase that led to the upper portion of the house. Of course, Todd knew well the capabilities of that house, and long before the two men had actually left the parlor, he had made up his mind what to do. The door of communication between the shop and the parlor was not fastened, so that he could open at the moment, and when the men left that latter room, he at once entered it. Todd's first movement, then, was to supply himself with a good dose of his own brandy, which he took direct from the bottle to save time. Ah, he whispered, drawing a long breath after the draught, I feel myself again now. In order to carry out his plan, he knew that he had no time to spare, for he did not doubt but that the two men would make their visit as short as possible to the first floor, so with cautious but rapid footsteps slipped into the passage and at once commenced the ascent of the staircase after them. The light they carried guided him very well. How little they imagined that any of its beams shone upon the diabolical face of Sweeney Todd. Cannot you come on? Said one of the men to the other. Damn, how you do lag behind, to be sure. Anyone would think you were afraid. Afraid, me afraid, that is a good joke. Well, come quicker, then. You will both of you, thought Todd, come down a little quicker, or I am very much mistaken indeed. The distance was short, and the landing of the first floor was soon gained by the men. He who had seen, or dreamed that he had seen, the strange sight in the room upon a former occasion was decidedly the most courageous of the two. Perhaps, after all, he was the least imaginative. I think you said it was the front room, said the other. Oh yes, I heard not a sound in the back one. Here's the door. You hold the light while I listen a little. Yes, it'll hold it. Keep up your courage and do not shake now. Oh, what a coward you are. Well, that's a good one. You are shaking so yourself that you will have the light out, if you do not mind. Do try and be a little steady with it, and your teeth chatter so in your head that they are for all the world like a set of castanets. Oh, how you do talk. Come, listen at the door. I must say I do not hear anything, but I have the greatest respect for ghosts, I have. I never say one word against the dead, God bless 'em all. While this man held the lighter, rather waved it to and fro in his agitation, the other, with his ear placed flat against the panel of the door, listened attentively. All was perfectly still in the first floor, and he said, "Perhaps they have not begun yet, you know." "Perhaps not. Shall we go away now?" "Oh, no, there's no end of curious things in the room, and now that we are here, let's go in, at all events, and have a little look about us. Do not be afraid, Kamekam." "Oh, I ain't exactly afraid, only, you see, I do not see much the use of going in, and, you know, we have already heard an odd noise in the shop tonight." "But that was nothing, for I looked, you know." "Yes, but I am afraid the fire will go out below, do you know?" "Let it go then. If you are too much of a coward to come with me into this room, say so at once, and you can go downstairs while I have a look at it by myself. You cannot have the candle, though, for it is no use my going in by myself." "What, do you expect me to go in the dark?" "Oh dear, no, I could not do that. Open the door, and I will follow you in. I ain't a bit afraid, only, you see, I feel very much interested, that's all." "Oh well, that's quite another thing." With this, the most courageous of the two men opened the door of the front room on the first floor and peeped into it. "All's right," he said. "There ain't so much as a mouse stirring. Come on." Highly encouraged by this announcement, the other followed him, and they allowed the door to creak nearly shut after them. While this hesitation upon the stairs was going on, Todd had been about halfway up from the passage, crouching down for fear they should by chance look that way and see him. But when he found that they had fairly gone into the front room, he made as much speed to the top of the stairs as was consistent with extreme caution, and laying his hand upon the handle of the lock of the door of the back room on that floor, he noiselessly turned it, and the door at once yielding, he glided in. The two rooms communicated with each other by a pair of folding doors, and the light that the men carried sent some beams through the ill-fitting junction of the two, so that Todd could see very well about him. Chapter 146. There is a fire in Fleet Street after old Todd escapes. When once he had gained that back room, Todd considered that his design against the peace of mind of the two men was all but accomplished, and it was with great difficulty that he kept himself from giving a hideous chuckle that would at once have opened their ears to the fact that someone was close at hand, who, whether of this world or the next, was a proficient in horrid noises. He controlled this ebullition of ill-timed mirth, however, and listened attentively. "There do not seem much else beside lots of clothes," said one of the men, "and hats, and sticks, and umbrellas." "Ah," said the other, "and they all belong to the murdered men that Todd cut up to make pies of." "Horrible, horribles." "You may say that, old friend. It's only a great pity that Sir Richard has so expressly forbid anything to be touched in the old crib, or else there's some nice enough things here, I should say, that would make a fellow warm and comfortable in the winter nights." "Not a doubt of that. Here's a cloak now." "A beauty, quite a beauty, I say. He cannot know what is really here. Do you think he can?" "What, Sir Richard?" "Yes." "Oh, do not he. I would not venture to touch so much as an old hat here, for I should feel, as sure as fate, he would find it out." "Oh, nonsense, he could not. And as for the ghosts, they do not seem at all likely to interfere in the matter, for there's not one of them to be seen or heard of tonight." "No, I defy the ghosts, Ahem. I begin to think, do you know, that ghosts are all a sham. Why, here we are, two men as brave as lions, or we should not have come here, and yet the deuce a ghost is to be seen. I tell you what I would do if one was to come. I would say, 'Old fellow, was this your cloak?' And then if he said yes, I would say, 'Well, old fellow, it's of no use to you now, you know, will you give it to me?'" "Ha ha, capital. Why, you have quite got over all your fears." "Fears? Rubbish. I was only amusing myself to hear what you would say." "Was you, though, only acting after all?" "Precisely." "Well then, I must say you did it remarkably well, and if you take to the stage, you will make your fortune. Oh, here's a nice brown suit now, that would be just my size. I should feel inclined to say to the ghosts what you would say about the cloak. Well, let's say it, and if nobody says anything to the contrary, we will take it for granted. I will take the cloak, and you the brown suit. Sir Richard will be none the wiser, and we shall be a little the richer, you know. Mr. Ghost, may I have this cloak, if you please, as you cannot possibly want it. Upon my life, you are a funny fellow, said the other. And then holding up the brown suit, he said, Mr. Ghost, who once owned this, may I have this brown suit, as it is of no use to you now. It was at this moment that Todd dashed open the two folding doors, and with one of the most frightful, fiendish yells that ever came from the throat of man, he made one bound into the front room. The effect of this appearance, and the sound that accompanied it, was all that Todd could possibly wish or expect. The two men were almost driven to madness. They dropped the light, and with shrieks of dismay, they rushed to the door, tore it open, and then they both fell headlong down the staircase to the passage below, where they lay in a state of insensibility that was highly amusing to Todd. Todd alarms the two Bow Street officers. "Hong hong," he laughed as he stood at the head of the stairs. "Hong hong." He listened, but not so much as a groan came from either of the men, and then he clapped his huge hands together with a report like the discharge of a pistol, and laughed again. Todd had not been so well pleased since his escape from Newgate. He slowly descended the stairs, and more than once he stopped to laugh again. The passage was intensely dark, so that when he reached it, he trod upon one of the men, but that rather amused him, and he jumped violently upon the body. "Good," he said, "perhaps they are both dead. Well, let them both die. It will be a lesson to others how far they interfere with me. Society and I are now fairly at war, and I will win as many battles as I can. They cannot say, but this is a well-fought one, 2-1. Ha, they ought to make me a field marshal. Ha." Making the most hideous faces, just for the fun of the thing, Todd made his way to the parlor, and taking from a corner, where he knew to lay his hands upon them in a moment, a couple of old newspapers, he twisted them up into a kind of torch, and lighting it then at the fire, he went with it flaming in his hand to the passage. The two men lay profoundly still. Terror and the fall they had had combined to throw them quite into a swooning state, from which probably it would be hours before they would recover. "This is capital," said Todd. "Lie there, both of you, until I have transacted the business in this house that brought me here. Then I will, perhaps, think of some amusing way of finishing you both off her." Still carrying the flaming papers in his hand, Todd now made his way to the first floor and found the candle that the men had dropped. That he lighted, as it would be much more convenient to him than the papers, and then he trod them out, for he did not wish any great light as yet to appear from the windows of that house, and perchance awaken the attention of some passing traveler or curious neighbor. Shading the light with his hand, and looking like some grim ogre, Todd took his way to the second floor. As he went, he every now and then muttered his satisfaction to himself, or gave utterance to one of his unearthly laughs, for in the whole of that night's adventure there was much to please him. In the first place, he hoped, and fully expected, to get enough booty from the house to place him a little at his ease as regarded money matters, provided that with it he should be fortunate enough to get away from England. Then, again, it was no small satisfaction to Todd to do anything which looked like a triumph over Sir Richard Blunt, and this not only looked like it, but really was. "Good step," he muttered, "a capital step, and a bold one too, but bold steps are always good ones. Who knows but that from some place of security I may laugh at them all yet, and then, if I do not succeed in killing any of them before I go, I can at my leisure think of and mature some scheme of revenge against them, and there is much to be done with ingenuity if you're quite unscrupulous. Ha, ha, I have some dainty schemes, if I can but carry them out in the time to come her." When Todd reached the second floor, he at once went into the front room, in one corner of which was a large old-fashioned bureau. Now it was not to be supposed that this bureau had escaped the scrutiny of Sir Richard Blunt, but then it had so happened that, before he came to search it, he had all the evidence he wished against Todd, so that the search was not so complete or so scrutinizing as it might have been. "We shall see that it was not," said Todd, as he drew out the drawers one after the other, all the locks forced. "Well, be it so, that was just what I expected, but I do not think they have moved it from the wall by the look of it." The bureau, it was quite evident, had not been removed from the wall. It was of immense weight, but Todd managed to move it by short, sudden jerks, and then, when he had got it quite away at right angles from the wall, he said, "Here was it that I hid, until some favorable opportunity should occur for the private disposal of them, various articles of value that I dare not try to convert into money in my open way, for fear of detection. Here are watches and rings and jewels that were described in handbills, offering rewards for missing persons, and in advertisements in the papers, so that it became most unsafe for me to show them even to the not very scrupulous Hebrews, who have from time to time bought goods of me." As he spoke, he removed a portion of the back of the bureau, which slid out of its place softly and easily, for it was made with great skill and care. This sliding piece, when it was fairly removed, disclosed a receptacle capable of holding a great quantity of small articles, and filled up with narrow shelves, as if to hold them securely. There were costly watches-wigs with rare jewels set in them, for the fashion of wearing wigs was so common at the time that many wealthy residents of the temple would pop into Todd's shop for a little arrangement of their wigs or a puff of fresh powder if they were going somewhere in a hurry and so lost their lives. Then there were some pairs of rich diamond knee and shoe buckles, and a few lockets, and a whole heap of chains of gold. Said Todd, "Here is enough to set me up for a time, if I can dispose of them, and now I must run risks that I would not think of while I had thousands at my command. I must take these things that I was content enough to leave behind me, lest they should at some inopportune moment lead to my detection. Now they shall do me service." Todd commenced filling his pockets with this dangerous kind of property, each article of which was associated with the frightful crime of murder. A couple of £1,000 certainly would not have paid for what Todd upon this occasion managed to stow away about him, and he thought that if he could get 1/4 of that amount for the articles, that it would not be a very bad night's work, considering the not very flourishing state of his finances at that time, compared with what they had been. During the process, though of stocking himself with the contents of the secret place in the bureau, he more than once crept to the door of the room, and going out upon the landing, he leant over the staircase and listened. All was most profoundly still, and he was satisfied that Sir Richard Blunt's 2 men remained in the passage, in the same state of insensibility if not of death in which he had left them. Leaving there some articles of smaller importance than those with which he loaded himself, Todd pushed the bureau back into its place again, and then, taking the light in his hand, cautiously descended the stairs. When he reached the passage, there lay the 2 men as he had left them. Indeed, he had been absent much too short a space of time for any very material change to take place in their condition. "Well," he said, "now to dispose of you two, what shall it be? Shall I cut your throats as you lie there, or no, I have hit it. No doubt you have both been full of curious speculations respecting how I disposed of those persons whom I polished off in my shop, so you shall both know exactly how it was done. Ha, a good joke." Todd's good joke consisted now of going into the parlor and fastening the levers which held up the shaving chair. Then he lifted up one of the insensible bodies of the men and carried it into the shop. "Sit there or lie there, how you like," he said, as he flung the man into the large shaving chair. It was quite a treat now to Todd, and put him in mind of old times, to arrange his apparatus for giving this wretched man a tumble into the vaults below. He went into the parlor and drew the bolt, when away went the man and the chair, and the other chair that was on the reverse side of the plank took the place of that which had gone. "Ha, ha," shouted Todd, "this is Granthise's most glorious. Ha, ha, who would have thought now that I should ever live to be at my old work again in this house? It is capital, if that fall has not broken his neck, It's a wonder. It used to kill 5 out of 7, that was about the average. Todd did not fasten the bolt again, but went at once for the other man. He was sitting up. Todd staggered back for a moment when he saw him in that position looking at him. The man rubbed his eyes with his hands and said in a weak voice, "Good God, what is it all about?" Todd placed the light on the floor within the parlor so that it shed sufficient rays into the shop to let him see every object in it. And then, with a cry like that of some wild beast rushing upon his prey, he dashed at the man. The struggle that ensued was a frightful one. Despair and a feeling that he was fighting for his life nerved the man, who had recovered just in time to engage in such a contest, and they both fought their way into the shop together. Todd made the greatest exertions to overcome the man, but it was not until he got him by the throat and held him with a clutch of iron that he could do so. Then he flung him upon the chair, but the man, with a last effort, dragged Todd after him, and down they both went together to the vault below. Todd and the Bow Street officers the death grapple. Chapter 147. Sir Richard Blunt and Crotchet commenced their search for Todd. When Sir Richard Blunt left Chelsea, he felt that he had given a sufficient warning to all who could feel in any way personally interested in the escape of Sweeney Todd from the punishment that his numerous crimes merited. He rode direct to the office of the Under-Secretary of State for the Home Department, and his name at once procured him an interview. This was not the supercilious personage who once before, upon an occasion of Sir Richard Blunt calling upon him regarding Sweeney Todd, had exhibited so much indifference upon the subject, and Sir Richard was received as he ought to be. "I have waited upon you, sir," said the magistrate, "to say that I have now made every arrangement that is possible for the purpose of counteracting any mischief that the man, Todd, might strive to do, and I think it very likely that I may not have the pleasure of seeing or communicating with you for some time." "Then you still think, Sir Richard, of going personally after the notorious ruffian?" "I do, sir. I feel that in some sort I am bound to rid society of that man. I had so large a share in his former apprehension and in his conviction that I feel his escape quite a personal matter, and I have no hesitation in saying that I shall not feel at ease until I have again placed him in the hands of the law. It is most desirable that he should be so placed, Sir Richard, and I have only 2 things to say to you upon the subject. One is, that I hope you will be careful of your own safety in the affair, and the other is, that anything we can do or any facilities we can throw in your way, you may most unhesitatingly command in the prosecution of your most praiseworthy enterprise." "I thank you, sir. I shall take one man with me. His name is Crotchet, and I should wish that in your name I might tell him that, in the event of our search for Todd being successful, he may count upon an adequate reward." "Certainly he shall have the whole reward, Sir Richard, and as for yourself, the ministry will not be unmindful of your service in a way that I am sure will be more gratifying to you than an offer of money." "Sir, I thank you. The government has already, upon more than 2 or 3 occasions, been sufficiently liberal to me as regards money to place me in a good position, and I have now no further desires of that sort. I will bid you good morning, sir, and at once start upon the expedition in search of Sweeney Todd. If he be alive and above ground in this country, I will have him." "If anybody will, you will, Sir Richard." The magistrate left the place and repaired at once to his private office, which was close at hand in Craven Street. There our old friend, Crotchet, was waiting for him. "Well, Crotchet," said Sir Richard, "I have just seen the Secretary of State, and if we catch Todd, you are to have all the money." "All on it, sir." "Oh, my eye, no, I does not want all on it, Sir Richard. I is not a pig." "I never thought you were, Crotchet, but you may make up your mind to the whole of the reward, as the government will provide for me in another way. So you know now, at starting, what you have to expect, and it will keep you in good heart during all the botheration we may have in looking after this man." Why, so it will, sir, you see, so it will. And if I do catch him and get all this tin, as is offered as a reward for him, I shall retire from the grabbing business, you see, sir. What will you do then, Crotchet? Set up a public house, sir, and call it the Crotchet's Arms, to be sure. That's the sort of ticket for me. Well, Crotchet, you will be quite at liberty to do what you like, and now let us at once start on our errand. We will, from the door of Newgate, see if we cannot trace the progress of this man with his new friend, that rascal Lupin. A tap sounded on the panel of the door of the room in which Crotchet and Sir Richard were conversing. "Come in," said the magistrate, and his clerk entered with a written paper in his hand. "Here, sir," he said, "is a report from a city officer, which will give a clue to the route that Todd and Lupin have taken, sir." "Ah, that is welcome. Let me see it." Two men broke into the house of Alderman Stanhope, one a tall man with a large face, the other shorter. "Humph, not a doubt of it. I will go and see about it. No doubt it was Todd and his new friend Lupin. This is something of a clue, at all events, however slight, and may, after all, put us upon the right track. Come on, Crotchet, we will do the best we can in this matter. Have you your pistols in good order?" "Yes, your honor, and a pair of darbies in my pocket, that if once they get on the wrists of old Todd, he will find it no such easy matter to get them off again." "That is right. I only want to get face to face with the ruffian, and then I will engage that he shall not be much further trouble to society or to individuals." Sir Richard Blunt and Crotchet proceeded then at once to the house in the city, into which Lupin and Todd, it will be recollected, had made a violent entry, and from which they had been so gallantly repulsed by the young lady. Then, from the description of the assailants, not a shadow of a doubt remained upon the magistrate's mind that they were the parties he sought, but their all clue seemed to be lost. He and Crotchet stood in the street looking about them rather despairingly, and then they thought of going to the roundhouse close to Finsbury, and when they got there, they found an officer, who reported that two men answering the description of the fugitives had been seen making their way westward, and he had met a woman who had passed them, and who had heard the words money and Con Wood. This was, in good truth, most important intelligence, if it could be relied upon, and that was the only kind of doubt that Sir Richard had. He spoke to Crotchet about it. "What do you think, Crotchet? Is it worthwhile to follow this seeming clue to Highgate?" "Yes, your honor, it is. We can go there and back again while we are considering about it here. It's clear enough, as we shall not get any other news in this part of the town, and so I advises that we go off at once to Highgate and calls at every public house on the road." "Every public house?" "Yes, your honor. Todd will not do without his drops of something strong to keep him a-going. These kind of feelings go down on till they have not the heart to say do not, when the hangman puts the noose round their necks, if they have not their drops. It's brandy, your worship, as keeps 'em a-going." "I do believe, Crotchet, that there is a great deal of truth in what you say, and that it is only by use of stimulants that they keep up a kind of artificial strength, as well as drowning reflection, and so they go blundering on in the career of crime. You may depend upon it, sir, they would cut their own throats in a week if it was not for the tipple, your honor." Acting then upon the practical advice of Crotchet, which in a great measure accorded with his own convictions, Sir Richard Blunt repaired to a liverystable and hired 2 good horses. He found no difficulty in getting them, upon declaring who he was, and so, well mounted, he and Crotchet went upon the very road that had been so recently traversed by the 2 culprits, Todd and Lupin. At the first public house they came to they got no news, but at the second they were told that 2 men, answering the description they gave of those they sought, had called and had some brandy. The magistrate no longer doubted but that he was upon the right track now. With such a feeling he pushed on, making what inquiries he could on the road. But until Highgate was reached they got no further news, and then, by dint of diligent ferreting out, they found a woman who had seen 2 men go down Swain's Lane, and from the description she gave of them there could be no doubt but that they were Todd and Lupin. Now, as Swain's lane led direct to Carn Wood, it was a great confirmation of the former intelligence, and Sir Richard made up his mind to search the wood, as well as it could be done by him and Crotchet. They engaged a lad from Highgate to come with them, and to take care of the horses, while they should go into the wood, but they did not say one word to him regarding their object in going there, nor could he possibly suspect it. Sir Richard and Crotchet both thought it would be much more prudent to keep that to themselves, than to put it in the power of a boy to gossip about it to every one who might chance to pass that way, while he was minding the horses. When the wood was reached, Sir Richard said to the lad, "Now, my boy, we shall not be very long gone, but you will bear in mind that if we are absent longer than you expected, you will be paid in proportion. So do not be impatient, but walk the horses up and down this bit of the lane, and think that you have got a very good job." "Thank you, sir," said the boy. "Across that there meadow is the nearest way to the wood. I seed 2 fellows go that way early this morning, and one on 'em was the ugliest fellow I ever saw, and he calls out to the other, 'Come along, Lupin, we shall be all right in the wood now.' Come along, Lupin, ha, ha." "You heard that?" "Yes, sir, I 999. You see, I was slogathering in the hedge, and they do not let you do it, 'cause they say you breaks down all the young twigs and spoils the hedge, and so you does. And so, sir, when I heard footsteps a-coming, I hid myself right down among the long grass, so that they did not see me." Mr. Crotchet gave a long whistle. "Very good," said Sir Richard. "We shall be back with you soon. You take good care of the horses." "I will, sir." "What do you think of that, Crotchet?" said Sir Richard, as they made their way into the very meadow across which Todd and Lupin had run to get to Carn Wood. "It's the finger o' Providence, your worship." "Well, I cannot deny, Crotchet, but that it may be so. At all events, whether it be Providence or chance, one thing is quite certain, and that is, that we are on the track of those whom we seek." "Not a doubt o' that, sir. Into the wood here they have been, but whether they have stayed here or not, you see, sir, is quite another affair. But it's worth looking well to, at all events, your worship, and I shall not leave an old tree in this here place, as we is coming to, that I shall not walk right round and have a jolly good look at, somehow or another." "Nor I, Crotchet. They may know of some hiding place in this wood, for all we know to the contrary, and if they do, it strikes me we shall ferret them out." "In course we shall, sir, and here we is." They had reached the wood by this time, and before plunging into its recesses, the magistrate looked carefully about him, and Crotchet did the same. "Do you think, your worship, there's a chance of such a fellow as Todd staying long here?" "Why do you think that?" said Sir Richard. "Why, sir," said Crotchet, putting his head on one side, "this here is a sort of place that makes a man think. And always when I am in a quiet place like this, with the beautiful trees all about me, and the little birds a-singing, and the frogs a-croaking, it makes me think of things that I do not always think of, and of those as has passed away like spirits, and as we may meet in t'other world nor this, sir." "Indeed, Crotchet, I do not wonder that the silence and solitude of nature should have that effect upon you." "Exactly, sir. In course, it ain't for me to say whether in this air world there ought to be prigs and sneaks and cracksmen and all that sort of thing or not. But I will say, sir, as I am not a little surprised how anybody can do anything very wrong, sir, in the country." "Indeed, Crotchet." "Yes, sir, it has an effect on me. When I gets among the old trees and sees the branches a-waving about and hear the wind a-moaning among 'em, it makes me think as there ain't a great deal in this world as is worth the bothering about, you see, sir, and least of all is it worthwhile doing anything that ain't the right thing." "You are quite a philosopher, Crotchet, although you are not the first nor the only one upon whom the beauties of nature have produced an elevating effect. The reason, I fear, is that you are not familiar with such places as these. You are town-bred, Crotchet, and you pass your life among the streets of London. So such places as this affect you with all the charm of novelty, while those who are born in the country know nothing and care nothing for its sights and sounds." That's about it, sir. I should not wonder, said Crotchet, but I feels what I feels and thinks what I thinks. They now had fairly penetrated into Caen wood, and we may here appropriately remark that Caen wood was much more of a real wood then than it is now, when it is rather an imitation of one than one in reality. The smoke and the vegetation-killing vapors of London have almost succeeded in begriming the green trees even at that distance off, and in a few short years Caen wood, we fear, will be but a thing of tradition in the land. So time works his changes. Sir Richard Blunt, with long-practiced sagacity, began his hunt through the wood. It could scarcely be said that he expected to find Todd there, but he would be satisfied if he found some conclusive evidence that he had been there, for that would show him that he was upon the track of the villain, and that he was not traveling wide from the course that Todd had taken. The idea that he might have at once on foot made his way to some part of the coast haunted Sir Richard, notwithstanding all the seemingly conclusive evidence he had to the contrary, and knowing well, as he did, how very little reliance ought to be placed upon personal descriptions, he did buoy himself up with many hopes consequent upon the presumed identity of Todd with the person who had been seen by those who had described him. Taking a small piece of chalk from his pocket, the magistrate marked a few of the trees in the different directions where they searched, so that they might not, amid the labyrinths of the wood, give themselves increased trouble, and in the course of half an hour they had gone over a considerable portion of the wood. They paused at an open spot, and Crotchet lifted from the ground a thick stick that appeared to have been recently cut from a tree. "This is late work," he said. "Yes, and here are the marks of numerous footsteps. What is the meaning of this strange appearance on the ground, as if something had been dragged along it?" Crotchet looked at the appearance that Sir Richard pointed out, and then with a nod he said, "Let's follow this, Sir Richard. It strikes me that it leads to something." Chapter 148 shows how Todd had a very narrow escape indeed. There was something in the tone of Crotchet that made the magistrate confident he suspected something very peculiar, and he followed him without a word. The track or trail upon the ground was very peculiar. It was broad and defined, and had turned in the direction that it went every little weed or blade of grass that was within its boundaries. A number of decayed leaves from the forest trees had likewise been swept along it, and the more anyone might look at it, the more they must feel convinced that something heavy had been dragged along it. What that something heavy was, Mr. Crotchet had his suspicions, and they were right. "This way, your worship," he said, "this way. It goes right into this hedge as nicely as possible, though the branches of these bushes are placed all smooth again." As he spoke, Crotchet began to beat the obstructing branches of a wild nut tree and a blackberry bush that seemed, by their entwining arms, to have struck up a very close sort of acquaintance with each other, and then he suddenly cried out, "Here it is, sir." "What, Crotchet?" "The dead un." "Dead? You do not mean to say that one such is here, and that the dead body of Todd is in the thicket?" "Come on, sir, I do not think it is him. It do not seem long enough, but here's somebody as safe as possible, sir, for all that. Push your way through, sir, it's only prickles." The magistrate did push his way through, despite the vigorous opposition of the blackberry bush, and thenlying upon its face, saw the dead body of a man. The readers of this narrative could have told Sir Richard Blunt what that body had been named while the breath of life was in it, but neither he nor Crotchet could at first make up their minds upon the subject. "Do you know him?" said Sir Richard. "I guess only." "Yes, and you guess as I do. This is Lupin, Todd's prison companion, and the companion in his escape." Crotchet nodded. "I went to Newgate," he said, "and had a good look at him, so that I should know him, sir, dead or alive. So I will just turn him over and have a good look at his face." With this, Crotchet carefully the aid of his footend over the body, and the first glance he got at the dead face satisfied him. Yes, your worship, he said, Lupin it is, and Todd has killed him. You may take your oath of that. Not a doubt of it. Such is the result of the association of such men. Todd has found him, or fancied he should find him, an encumbrance in the way of his own escape, and has sought this wood to take his life. That's about it, sir. And now, Crotchet, we may make certain of one thing, and that is, that Todd is not in this wood, nor in this neighborhood either. I should say that after this deed, the first thing he would do would be to fly from this spot. Not a doubt of that, your worship, but the deuce of it is to find out which way he has gone. We must be guided in that by the same mode of inquiry, Crotchet, that brought us here. We were successful in tracing him to this wood, and we may be equally successful in tracing him from it. We must go into the village of Hampstead and give information about this dead body, and we will make there what inquiries we can. They were neither of them very anxious to remain in Con Wood after discovering how it was tenanted, and in a very short time they were mounted again and went along the lane until they emerged upon Hampstead Heath, and so took the road to the village, where Sir Richard gave information to the authorities concerning the finding of the body of Lupin. There, too, he heard that a man answering the description of Todd had passed through the village and refused to partake some questionable brandy at a public house on its outskirts. This man was evidently proceeding to London. Crotchet heard this information with great attention, and when he and Sir Richard Blunt were alone, he said, I tell you what it is, sir, the country will never suit Todd. How do you mean, Crotchet? I mean, sir, that, in my opinion, he has gone back to London again. The country, sir, ain't the sort of place for such men as he is. You may depend upon it, he only came to the little wood to get rid of Lupin, and he has gone back to try and hide in London till the row is over. You really think so? I do, sir, and if we want to find him, we must go too. Well, Crotchet, of one thing I am pretty well convinced, and that is that he is not in this part of the country, for after the murder in the wood, which he will be in continual fear of being discovered, it is not likely he would stay about here. And so, as we have traced him a little on the road to London, we may as well, for all we know to the contrary, assume that he has gone there at once. Come on then, sir, said Crotchet. I feels what you calls a sort of dear me, what is it? A presentiment. A presentiment, Crotchet. Ah, sir, that's it. I feel that sort of thing, that old Todd will try and hide himself in some old crib in London, and not at all trust to the country, where everybody is looked at for all the world as though he were a strange cat. Lord bless you, sir, if I had done anything and wanted to hide, I should go into the very thick of the people of London, and I ain't quite sure but I would take a lodging in Bow Street. Sir Richard Blunt was himself very much of Crotchet's opinion regarding Todd's proceedings, for his experience of the movements of malefactors had taught him that they generally, after their first attempt to try to get away, hover about the spot of their crimes. And it is a strange thing that with regard to persons who have committed great crimes, there is a great similarity of action, as though the species of mind that could induce the commission of murder, from example, were the same in other respects in all murderers. To London, then, with what expedition they could make, Sir Richard Blunt and Crotchet went, and although they made what inquiry they could, they found no news of Todd. And now we must leave them for a while, thrown completely out in all their researches for the escaped criminal, while we once more proceed to the house in Fleet Street, where we left Todd in rather an uncomfortable situation. It will be recollected that, locked in the grasp of the officer, Todd, and that individual had gone down with the chair through the opening in the floor of his shop. This was the first time that Todd had undertaken that mode of getting into the cellars of his house, and when he found the chair going, he gave himself up for lost and uttered a cry of horror. It seemed to him at that moment as if that were the species of retribution which was to come over him, death, by the same dreadful means that had enabled him so often to inflict it upon others. No doubt Todd's anticipations of being dashed to destruction upon the stones below would have been correct had he gone down alone, or had there been no one already immediately beneath the trapdoor in the shop flooring. But as it was, he fell, fortunately for him, uppermost, and they both, he and the officer, fell upon the other man who had gone down only a short time previous. That saved Todd, but he was terribly shaken, and so was the officer, and it was a few moments before either of them recovered sufficiently to move a limb. The lives of those two depended upon who should recover his strength and energies first. Todd was that man. Hate is so much stronger a passion than every other, and it was under the influence of that feeling that Todd was the first of the two to recover, and the moment he did so, the yell of rage that he uttered really might have been heard in Fleet Street. It was very indiscreet of Todd, but at that moment he thought of nothing but revenge. His own safety became a secondary consideration with him. He grasped the officer by the throat. At the moment that, by the feel only, for that place was in the most profound darkness, Todd felt sure that he had the officer by the throat. He knew that his triumph was certain. It would have been as vain a thing to attempt to escape the chances of destiny as to dream of avoiding the grasp of that iron hand that now closed upon the throat of the unfortunate officer. It was just then, though, that the officer began to recover a little from the shock of his fall. It was only to recover to die. Better for him would it have been had he slept on in insensibility to the pangs that were awaiting him, but that was not to be. "Ah, wretch," shrieked Todd, "so you thought you had me, downed unto death, ha ha." The officer struggled much, and dashed about his feet and arms, but all was in vain. "Ha ha," laughed Todd, and that hideous laugh awakened as hideous an echo in the dismal place. "Ha ha, I have you now. Oh, but I should like to protract your death, and see you die by inches, only that my time is precious, and for my own sake, I will put you quickly beyond the pale of life." The man tried to cry out, but the compression upon his throat of those bony fingers prevented him. He had his hand at liberty, and he caught Todd by the head and face, and began to do him as much mischief as he could. There was for a few seconds a fierce struggle, and then Todd, keeping still, his right hand clasped about the throat of his victim, with the left laid hold of as much of his hair on the front of his head as he could, and raising his head then about 6 inches from the stone floor on which it had rested, he dashed it down again with all his might. The officer's arms fell nerveless to his sides, and he uttered a deep groan. Again Todd raised the head and dashed it down, and that time he heard a crashing sound, and he felt satisfied that he had killed the man. There was now no further use in holding the throat of the dead man, and Todd let him go. "Ha," he said, that is done, ha. Now am I once more lord and master in my own house. Once again I reign here supreme, and can do what it may please me to do. Ha, this is glorious. Why, it is like old times coming back to me again. I feel as if I could open my shop in the morning and again polish off the neighborhood. It seems as if all that had happened since last I stropped a razor above had been but a dream. The arrest, the trial, escape, Nugateth wood at Hampstead, all a dream. He was silent, and the excitement of the moment of triumph had passed away. No, he said, no, it is much too real. Oh, it is real indeed. I am the fugitive, the haunted man without a home, without a friend, and I have this night nor any other night any place in which I may lay my head in safety. I am as one persecuted by all the world, without hope, without pity. What will now become of me?" A low groan came upon Todd's ear. He started and looked around him. He tried hard to pierce with his half-shut eyes the intense darkness, but he could not, and muttering to himself, not yet dead, he crept to an obscure corner of the cellar and opened a door that led by a ladder to the floor of the back parlor, where there was a trap door, under which the large table usually stood, and which he could open from below. In the parlor Todd got a light, and feeling then still disturbed about the groan that he had heard below, he armed himself with an iron bar that belonged to the outer door, and with this in his right hand and the light in his left, he crept back again to the cellar. A glance at the two men who lay there was sufficient to satisfy him that they were no more, and after then taking from them a couple of pairs of pistols and a small sum of money, he crept back again to the parlour. As he did so, he heard St. Dunstan's clock strike the hour of 4. 4, he said, 4. It will not be light for nearly 2 hours yet, and I may rest myself a while and think. Yes, it is necessary now that I should think, for I have tiny a little time to do so, and much, oh, so much to think of. There's some of my own brandy, too, in the parlour. That's a comfort. The fire was still burning in the parlour grate. Todd raked the glowing embers together with the iron bar, and then he took a good draught at the brandy. It revived him most wonderfully, and he gave one of his old chuckles as he muttered, "Oh, that I could get a few whom I could name in such a position as I had yon man in the cellar a short time since. That would be well, indeed. Ha, I am, after all, rather lucky, though." A sharp knock come, at this moment, at the outer door of the shop, and Todd sprang in alarm to his feet. Chapter 149. Todd is in great peril in the early morning in London. The silence that ensued after that knock at his door, for he had become to consider it as his again, was like the silence of the grave. The only sound that Todd heard then was the painful beating of his own heart. The guilty man was full of the most awful apprehensions. "What is it?" he said. "Who is it? Who can it be? Surely no one for me. There is no one who saw me. No, it cannot be. It is some accidental sound only. I begin to doubt if it were a knock at all. Oh no, it was no knock." Bang came the knock again. Todd actually started and uttered a cry of terror, and then he crouched down and crept towards the door. He might, to be sure, have made his escape from the premises with some little trouble by the way he had got into them, but he was most anxious to find out who it was that demanded admittance to the old shop in Fleet Street, with all its bad associations and character of terror, so he crept towards the door, and just as he reached it, the knock came again. If the whole of his future hopelessly allude to the future that might be for him in this world only, for Todd had no hopes nor thoughts of another had depended upon his preserving silence and stillness, he could not have done so, and he gave another start. "Hush, hush," he then said. "Hush, I must be very cautious, no very cautious indeed, hush, hush." He then, in a tone of voice that he strove to make as different as possible from his ordinary tone, and which he was very successful indeed in doing, he said, "Who is there?" "It's me," said a voice, in defiance of all probability or grammar. "It's only me." "Oh, what a mercy," said Todd. "Open the door. Is it you, Joe? Why did not you come home? You might have got away easy enough. I have brought you something good to eat, old fellow, and some news." "Ah, what news, my boy?" "Why, they say that old Todd is in London." Todd fell to the floor in a sitting posture and uttered a deep groan. It was some few moments before he could summon strength and courage to speak to the man again. But he began to feel the necessity of doing something, for the man began to hammer away at the door, and the very worst thing that could happen to Todd just then would have been that man going away from the door of the shop with an impression that all was not right within it, and spreading an alarm to that effect. "I will open the door just wide enough," muttered Todd, "and then I will drag him in and cut his throat, and throw him down into the cellar along with the 2 others. That will only make 3 this morning, I may say, for it is morning now." Acting upon this resolve, which certainly was diabolically to the purpose, Todd spoke to the man again, saying in the same assumed tone in which he had before addressed him, all's right, I will open the door." "That's the thing, but you seem to have a bad cold." "So I have, a very bad cold, and it has affected my voice so that I can hardly speak at all." "So I hear." Todd slowly undid the fastenings of the door, and an infernal feeling of joy came over him at the idea of murdering this unhappy man likewise. It quite reconciled him to the danger in which he was, for he could not but know that the daylight was rapidly approaching, and that each moment increased his peril. "Yes," he muttered, "he will make 3 this morning, 3 idiots who fancy they are a match for me, but I will soon convince them of the contrary. I will soon put him out of his pains and anxieties in this world. Ha! He shall be an independent man, for he shall have no wants, and that is true independence. Todd drew the last bolt back that held the door. "Come, Joe, are you coming?" said the man. "Soon enough, my dear friend, soon enough," said Todd. "You will find me quite soon enough. Come in." Todd felt quite certain that if the man caught but the slightest glance at him, it would be sufficient to convince him that it was not Joe, and therefore he only now opened the door wide enough to let him slip into the shop, and kept himself back partially behind it, so as to be, with the exception of one arm, quite out of sight. The man hesitated. "Come in," said Todd, "come in." "Why, what's the matter with you?" said the man. "That makes you so mighty mysterious, eh? What is it, old fellow?" "Oh, nothing, come in." The man stepped 1 foot across the threshold and put his head in at the shop door. "Come now," he said, "none of your jokes, Joe, where are you?" Todd felt that that was a critical moment, and that if he failed to take advantage of it, the least thing would give the man the alarm, and he might draw back from the door altogether, and so stop him from executing that summary proceeding against him which he, Todd, thought essential to his interests. "No, old fellow, there's no trick, come in." "Oh, but I—" The man was drawing back his head, and Todd saw that the moment for action had come. Darting forward, he stretched out his right hand and caught the man by the throat, saying as he did so, in the voice of a demon, "In Ratchin, I say." The man's cravat came away in the hand of Todd, who rolled upon his back on the floor of the shop. The man, finding himself free from the terrific grip that had been laid upon him, fled along Fleet Street, crying, "Help, thieves, murder, Todd, help, fire, murder, murder." Todd lay upon his back with the cravat in his hand, and so utterly confounded was he by this accident, that for a few moments he felt disposed to lie there and give up all further contest with that fate that never seemed weary of now persecuting him after the long course of successful iniquity he had been permitted to carry on. He heard the loud cries of the man, and he knew that even at such an early hour how those cries would soon rouse sufficient assistance to be his destruction. He yet did not like to die without a struggle. Newgate, with its lonely cells, came up before his mind's eye, and then he pictured to himself the gibbet, and with a positive yell, partly of rage and partly of fear, he rose to his feet. "What shall I do?" he said. "Dare I rush out now into Fleet Street, and by taking the other direction to that in which this man has gone, try to find safety?" A moment's thought convinced him of the great danger of that plan, and he gave it up. There remained then nothing but the mode of retreat through the church, and no longer hesitating, he took the light in his hand and dashed open the little door that communicated with the narrow stairs that would take him underneath the shop. Before descending them, he paused to listen, and he heard the cries and shouts of men afar off. He found that his foes were mustering in strong force to attack him, and clenching his double fist, he swore the most horrible oaths. This was a process that seemed to have some effect upon the spirits of Todd. The swearing acted as a kind of safety valve to his passion. He descended the staircase, and when he reached the foot of it, he paused again. The noise in the street was not so acute. It had sobered down to a confused murmur, and he felt that his danger was upon the increase. Shading the light with one hand, for there was a current of air blowing in the cellars and secret passages, he looked like some fiend or vampire seeking for some victim among the dead. "They come," he said, "they come. They think they have me at last. They come to drag me to death. Oh, that I had but the power of heaping destruction upon them all, of submitting them all to some wretched and lingering death. I would do it. Curses on them, how I should revel in their misery and pain." He went on a few paces past the dead bodies of the two men, and then he paused again, for he could distinctly hear the trampling of feet upon the pavement near to the house. And then, before he could utter a word, there comes such a thundering appeal to the knocker of the outer door that he dropped his candle, and it was immediately extinguished in the start that he gave. It was quite evident that his foes were now in earnest, and they were determined he should not escape them by any fault of theirs, for the knocking was continued with a vehemence enough to beat in the door. But so long as it did continue, it was a kind of signal that his enemies were upon the outside. "I may escape them yet," he said, tremblingly. "Oh, yes, who shall take upon them to say that I may not escape them yet? I can find my way in the dark well, quite well. I am sufficiently familiar with this place to do so." That was true enough, but yet, although Todd was, as he said, sufficiently familiar with the place to find his way through it in the dark, he could not make such good progress as when he had a lamp or a candle to guide him. He heard a loud crash above. "They have broken open the door," he said, "but yet I am safe, for I have a wonderful start of them. I am safe yet, and I am well armed too. I hold the lives of several in my hands. They will not be so fond, from their love of me, to throw away their lives. Ha, I shall beat them yet, I shall beat them yet." With his hands outstretched before him, so that he should not run against any obstacle, he took his way through the gloomy passages that led to the vaults beneath St. Dunstan's church. The distance was not great, but his danger was, and yet such was his insatiable desire to know what was going on in his house, that he paused more than once again to listen. From what he heard, he felt convinced that many persons had made their way into the shop and parlor, and he anticipated a thorough search of the house. "Let them," he said, "let them. There is nothing there now that it can interest me to keep secret, absolutely nothing. Let them search well in every room. It will give me the more time." He struggled on in the dark a little further, and then he suddenly paused. A thought had struck him. "Oh, what a glorious thing," he said, "if I could only now fire the old house, and so scorch some of those idiots, who are no doubt running from room to room full of mad delight at the opportunity to do so, and at the prospect that they may light upon me, and so share the money among them that is offered for my blood. It is a tempting thought." Todd felt in his pocket for the matches that had been supplied to him by his departed friend, Mr. Lupin, and he found that he had some of them left, although all the little bits of wax ends of candles were gone. "A match will do as well as a torch to set fire to a house. I will chance it, for afterwards I shall most bitterly repent not having done so. Oh yes, I will go back and chance it. I know how to do it, and if that Sir Richard Blunt, whom I yet hope to see in death, has not removed the materials I placed for the firing of the house, I can do it easily. Oh, that will be most capital. I think it will make me laugh again. Ha ha, yes, it will make me laugh again." He stood for the space of time of about 2 minutes in deep thought, with his hands compressed upon his brow, and then he muttered, "Yes, there is no difficulty. If I can but reach the flooring of that cupboard beneath the parlor, it will do." He rapidly made up his mind to attempt this most perilous act of setting fire to his old house. After all, notwithstanding, it was now to his knowledge filled with his enemies, and that his returning was a matter of the greatest danger to himself. He crept back by the way he had gone, and soon reached the cellar again under his shop. That cellar run partially under the parlor likewise, and it was upon that circumstance, well known to him, that Todd based his hopes of being able, with safety to himself, to fire the old house. He shook a little as he reached the cellar underneath the shop. It was a natural thing that he should do so, for he knew that he was doing the very reverse of what impulse would have prompted him to do, namely, fly from his enemies. The mode of getting into that cellar might, for all he knew to the contrary, be found out at the most inopportune moment for him that could be conceived, and he might find himself surrounded almost at any moment by his foes. No wonder Todd shook a little. He quite forgot that the bodies of the two men were their high's two latest victims, and as he went crawling along with excessive care, the first thing he did was to fall over them both and measure his great length upon the floor of the cellar. It was quite astonishing how Todd controlled his temper when he had any object in view which an ebullition of rage would have had the effect of jeopardizing in any way. At another time, his oaths upon the occasion of such a fall would have been rather of the terrific order. But now he uttered not a word, but gathered himself up again with all the calmness and serenity of an ancient martyr, who feels that he is suffering for some great and good cause, dear to the interests of humanity. Sweeney Todd, however, was very anxious to discover if in his fall he had made noise enough to alarm those who were above, but he was soon satisfied that such was not the case, and that the lower part of the house was quite deserted, while they had made their way to the upper, intent upon searching in all the rooms for him, Todd. Ah, they little knew the piece of obdurate cunning that they had pitted against them there. "I shall do it," muttered Todd. "I shall easily do it. There is no one to prevent me. Ha ha, I do believe that I shall smother some of them before they can possibly find the means of getting downstairs. That would be quite a mercy of Providencio, quite." Chapter 150. Todd sets fire to his house and then hides in the church. Immediately beneath the parlor, where a portion of the cellar went, there was a quantity of old lumber. Perhaps if that lumber had been looked very carefully over, among it there might have been found some fragments of old and some of new coffins from St. Dunstan's, for with the rich, who had vaults of their own, it was the arrogant fashion to adorn the last sad and narrow home of humanity with silver plates and nails, and Todd had despoiled the grave of some of those costly trappings. Upon the heap of rubbish he scrambled, and that just enabled him comfortably to reach the floor of that parlor. That portion of the floor went under a cupboard in one corner, and in the floor of it 3 or 4 coarse round holes had been drilled with a centribit. Todd had had his own motives for drilling those holes in the cupboard floor. He now put his finger through one of the holes, and when he did so, he gave a chuckle of delight, for he was convinced that the contents of that cupboard had not been in any way interfered with, and that, as a consequence, he should find no difficulty in firing the house completely. So he said, "This is the cleverness of your much-vaunted Sir Richard Blunt. He has left a cupboard as crammed with combustible materials as it well can be, to the mercy of the first accident that may set fire to them, and now the accident has come. Ha!" Again Todd listened attentively, and was still further satisfied that all was profoundly still in the parlor, although he heard the racket and the banging of doors in the upper part of the house. "This is good," said Todd. "This is capital. All is well now. The fire will have made most excellent progress before they will discover it, and I will warrant that if once it takes a firm hold of the woodwork of this old house, it is not a trifle that will stop its roaring progress." With this, Todd ignited one of his matches and thrust it alight through one of the holes in the floor of the cupboard. A slight cracking noise ensued immediately. "That will do," said Todd, and he withdrew the match and cast it upon the ground. The crackling noise continued. He turned and fled from the place with precipitation. In the lower portion of that cupboard there was a quantity of hay, upon which oil and turpentine had been poured liberally. High up upon a shelf was a wooden bowl with 8 pounds of gunpowder in it, and Todd did not know a moment when the flames might reach it, when a terrific explosion would be sure to ensue. "It is done now," he said. "It is done, and they do not know it. More revenge, more revenge. I shall have more revenge now, and there will be more death." He knew that there was only one thing that could by any possibility prevent the gunpowder in the wooden bowl from becoming speedily ignited, and that would be in consequence of the hay being packed too close to do more than smolder for a little time before bursting into a flame. But that it must and would do so eventually, there could be no possible doubt, and it was in that hearty conviction that Sweeney Todd now most fully gloried. And now, as he had done before, he kept his arms outstretched before him to prevent him from injuring himself against any of the walls or the abrupt turnings in the passages between his own house and old St. Dunstan's. He stooped likewise, in order that he might not strike his head against the roof in places where it was very low and rough and rugged. Once only Todd got a little bewildered and did not well know his way, and then he ignited one of the matches, and by its small light he saw in a moment which way he was to go. "All is well," he said, and he rushed on, but yet he began to be a little surprised that he heard no noise from the house, no sound of the explosion, and inclining his ear to the ground, he stopped in one of the old vaults to listen. A low moaning sound came upon his ears like the muttering of distant thunder, and then a report, as though some heavy piece of timber had fallen from a great height to the earth. He fancied that the vault in which he was shook a little, and in terror he rushed forward. The gunpowder had exploded in the cupboard, and Todd's imagination was left to revel in the thought of the mischief which it had done to the house and to all within it. In 5 minutes more, he reached the foot of the little flight of stone steps that led to the church. All was profoundly dark still, as he thought, but he had not got up above 6 of those steps when he became conscious that the light of early dawn had already found its way through the windows of the church and was making everything within it dimly visible. Todd recoiled at this. He and daylight were decidedly not upon good terms with each other by any means. "It is morning, it is morning," he exclaimed. "What will become of me now? It is light." He staggered right back into the vaults again, and there gave himself to painful thought for a while. As he did so, he heard loud shouts in the street, shouts that awakened echoes in the old church. And if anything could have given to Todd, at such a time as that, very great satisfaction, it was to hear that those shouts were all commingled with the one prevailing cry of "Fire, fire, fire." That was a joy, indeed, to him. "It burns," he said, "but I am here a prisoner. I dare not go out into the daylight, but the old house, with all that it contains, is wrapped in flames, and that is much. It is now everything. Oh, that I could hear the cries of those who find themselves wrapped up in the unappeasable element and have no means of escape. They would indeed be music to my ears." This state of mental exaltation passed away very quickly, as it was sure to do, and gave place to the most lively fears for his own personal safety. For after all, that was the great thing with Todd, at least it was while any portion of his deep revenges remained yet to be accomplished. "What shall I do?" That was the question that he kept repeating to himself. "What shall I do?" He advanced now right up the steps into the body of the church. There at least he knew that he was safe for the present, and as he stood and listened, he thought that in the bustle and in the confusion that men's minds were in regarding the fire, he might emerge from the church and no one notice him and fairly get away without observation. If he only got a few streets off, it would be sufficient, and he should be able to tell himself that he had indeed and in truth escaped. With these thoughts and feelings, he approached the church door. The nearer he got to the old doors of St. Dunstan, the more appallingly and distinctly there came upon his ears the cries and the shouts of the people who were hurrying to the fire, and he muttered to himself, "Ah, it must be blazing briskly, no very briskly. It must be quite a sight to the whole of London to see the old den burning so bravely." An engine came rattling on, and with a roar and a crash went past the church door. "Capital," said Todd. "Upon my word, this is capital." Another engine, with the horses at a mad gallop, went by, and Todd quite rubbed his hands at the idea of the scene of confusion that he had by his own unaided efforts succeed in making in Old Fleet Street. "They did not think," he said, "when they closed the gates of the old prison upon me and told me I should die, that there was one half the mischief in me yet that they now find there is. Aye, and there is much more yet that they dream not of, but which they shall know some day." He laid his hand upon the lock of the church door. A long ray of the faint early grey light of dawn streamed through the massive keyhole, and at the moment Todd laid his hand upon the lock, that ray of light vanished. It was obstructed by someone on the outside. He recoiled several steps, and then from the outside he heard a voice say, "Lord bless us, yes, it's that old villain Todd's house, gentlemen, in course. It's come to a bad end, like its master will come to if he has not. When I saw the flames and heard him arroring, I said to my missus, convulsions. Says I, if that ain't Todd's house in a blaze." "You are right, Mr. Beadle," said a voice in reply. "Yes, gentlemen, perhaps I says it as oughtn't to say it, but I is commonly right in my way, you know, gentlemen, and so, as I says, convulsions. It's Todd's house afire." "And you think," said another voice, "we shall get a good view of it from the old church tower?" Yes, gentlemen, replied the beadle, whom the reader will not fail to recognize as our old acquaintance. Yes, gentlemen, I will warrant as you will get a capital view from the top of the old tower, where I will take you. Laura Mussy, how it is a roarin' that fire. I knowed it was Todd's house, and I said to my missus, conwulsions, says I, that's old villainous Todd's house afire. Todd ground his teeth together with rage as he listened to this. But he felt that if he would provide for his own safety, there was indeed now no time to lose, and he rapidly retreated into the body of the church. His first thought was to hide himself in one of the pews, but the divisions between them were not so high as to prevent a person of very moderate height, indeed, from looking over one of them, and there was quite light enough now for anyone in such a case to have seen him if they had chosen to glance into the pew in which he might take shelter. The case was urgent, however, and he had not much time for thought, so being close to the pulpit, he ran up its steps, opened the little door, and ensconced himself within it in a moment. There, at all events, he felt that he was hidden securely from any merely casual observation. The church door was opened almost before he could get the pulpit door shut, but he did manage to close it, and he was satisfied that he had done so without exciting the attention of those who were entering the church. Todd could, of course, from where he was, hear, with the greatest clearness and precision, every word that they said to each other as they walked up the aisle. Todd sets fire to his house, then hides himself in St. Dunstan's pulpit. One of the persons who were coming with the beadle to view the fire from the tower of the church went on speaking to his companions. And so, he said, I think, if no one be hurt, and the fire can be kept just within the limits of Todd's house, it will be no bad thing to have a place that is such a continual reminder of atrocious guilt, swept from the face of the earth. Yes, said the other, the only pity is that Sweeney Todd is not in it to go with it. Then the good thing would be complete. It would, gentlemen, said the beadle. Oh, when you comes to think of what he did, and what he might have done, oh, it makes my hair stand end, and my parochial blood curdle, to think of what he might have done, gentlemen. He could not do worse than he 999, not woos, oh. How is it possible? He committed a number of murders, and if you can find me anything worse he could have done, I shall indeed be very much surprised. Gentlemen, he might have polished me off, that's what he might have done, for he has actually had me hold of by the nose. Oh, convulsions, if I had only then thought that there was a chance of his polishing off, as he used to call it, a parochial authority, I should have. What, Mr. Beadle? Flewed through the window, sir, that's what I should have done, and told the world at large what had happened. Well, certainly, that would have been something. Everything, said the other gentleman, in a tone of voice that showed how much he was inclined to enjoy a joke at the expense of the beadle. It would have been everything, but how plain you can hear the roaring of the flames now, even in this church, with the door shut. You can, indeed, said the other. Ah, there dashes past another engine. Come, Mr. Beadle, the sooner we get on this tower the better. In a minute, gentlemen, but now as you is here arter the blessed old church has been shut up all night, I just ask you to say if it has the horrid smell as it used to have, which offended the holy nose of the bishop when he came to confirm the people. I smell nothing. Nor one very good, then that's so far satisfactory. 'Cause you see, sirs, only yesterday Sir Christopher Wren and two gentlemen come and left in the church a pailful of chemists, for the express purpose of taking away the smell. A what? A pailful of chemists. Of chemicals, you mean, I suppose, although that would be a singularly inappropriate term. But come on, Mr. Beadle, we are very anxious to get on the tower. This way, gentlemen, if you pleases. This will lead you nicely and fairly up those little stairs and right on. Oh, what a world we does live in, to be sure. With this general philosophical remark, the beadle, opening a little door at the extremity of the south aisle, pushed his friends up a narrow staircase that led to the top of the tower of Old St. Dunstan's, and from which certainly a very good view of the surrounding streets and of the temple could be obtained. And in the clear light of early morning, before the million fires in London were lighted, that view was seen to be a tolerably distinct one. Todd muttered the bitterest maledictions upon them as he heard them go up the little stairs. There he was certainly, to all appearance, safe enough, and he might, for all he knew, be safe enough until the next Sunday, but how was he to live in a pulpit even for the whole of a day? It might be that he would have to wait there until the dim shadows of the night should come again and wrap up the whole church in gloom, but how many weary hours must pass before that time would come, and what infinite danger there was that he might drop into sleep after all his fatigues, and so forget his caution and discover himself. Already the great fatigues he had passed through, and the many hours he had been debarred from rest, began to tell upon him, and it was with difficulty that he kept himself from dropping into slumber. He began to get fearfully alarmed at his situation. "What shall I do?" he said. "I must escape. Yes, how the fire roars, I will not sleep. Oh, no, it is done now, the old house is gone. Todd fell fast asleep in the pulpit. Chapter 151 shifts the scene to one of quiet goodness and serenity. The necessities of our story force us for a short space of time to leave Sweeney Todd in the pulpit of St. Dunstan's Church, and his house in process of demolition by fire, while we take the reader back again to Chain Walk, Chelsea, where the Ingestries resided in such loving and pleasant union. The communication that Sir Richard Blunt had made to them had had the effect of disturbing the serenity of Mark Ingestry to a much greater extent than he would have liked to admit, or than he was at all likely to let Johanna know. She too, the fair and gentle Johanna, felt an acute pang as she thought on the stern, revengeful character of Todd, and began to fancy that if he wished to work her any woe, he would take a means of doing so which would touch her much more severely than as if he aimed at her own life, by attacking that of her husband, to whom, after so many perils, she was at length so very happily united. "Oh, Mark," she said, you must promise me that you will depart at once from here." "We will be gone directly, Johanna, but who have we here? Why, there is an arrival already. I will go and see who it is. It is someone in a coach." "Oh, no, Mark, do not go." "Not go?" "No, you do not know, but it may be some horrible scheme of that fiend in the shape of man, Todd, to lure you to the door and kill you. I am full of fears, Mark, and cannot bear to let you go from my sight a moment." "Oh, Johanna, this is unlike you indeed. There, now look from the window, dear, and you will soon see how little you have to fear. Why, it's your father and your mother. Do you not see them, or does your tears and your fears together blind you?" "A little of both, Mark," said Johanna with a faint smile, "but I see that my dear father is there, and my mother too. I will fly to welcome them. They have heard of the escape of Todd, and cannot endure to have us out of their sight." As Johanna spoke, she hurried to the door to receive Mr. and Mrs. Oakley. The old man caught her in his arms as he said, "Oh, my own dear child, thank God I see you safe again." "Safe, father?" "Yes, my darling. You know that dreadful man, Satzat, oh, I do not know what to call." "The horrid Todd," put in Mrs. Oakley as she kissed Johanna. "He has escaped, my dear, from Newgate, but of course Sir Richard Blunt has been here to tell you as he said he would, so you know all about it." "Oh, yes, I'se come in. I am so glad you have come." "And so am I," said Mark Ingestry, making his appearance in the hall, "for here is Johanna starting at every little noise, and I do believe if a mouse were now to run across the floor, she would fancy that it was that old rascal, Sweeney Todd." "Ah, but my dear boy," said Mr. Oakley, "you really do not seem to have any idea of what a dreadful man he is. You do not, indeed." "I do not care either, father, but I only wish one thing, and that is, that he would be so good as to trust himself, for about half a minute, within arm's length of me, that's all." Heaven forbid, cried Mrs. Oakley. My dear son, you do not know he used Totohat, did he call it Johanna? Polish people off, ma. Ah, to be sure. Well, it's no use talking, said Mark, but if ever I get hold of him, I will polish him off to some purpose. But you have just come in time for me to say a very serious thing to you, mother, indeed. Oh, what is it? Cried Mrs. Oakley. Do not agitate us, said old Mr. Oakley, putting on his spectacles upside down. Do not agitate us, my boy, but tell us at once what the dreadful thing is. Why, Pa, said Johanna, Mark did not say it was a dreadful thing he was going to say. Well then, my dear, what is it? Ah, that indeed I do not know, but I would wager anything, that it is something not dreadful at all. Come, Mark, what is it? Speak out. Then it's just this, said Mark. We are going out of London, and I want you both to come with us, for I know very well if you do not, that you will be as miserable as possible, thinking of Johanna, and that Johanna will be in much the same state thinking of you, and that you will dream every night of Todd. The old couple looked at each other with surprise and gratification. Mr. Oakley took off his spectacles and said, My dear boy, do you know, I was just going to say that. That, in fact, put in Mrs. Oakley, we would be glad to go with you if you would let us, for Sir Richard said he would advise you both to go out of London, and leave him to find out and hang Todd at his leisure, you know. Yes, that was it, said the old man. That was the very thing that brought us over here, my dears, so if you will only be so good. Come, come, said Mark, it is, you must be so good. I asked you first, you know, so you do us the favor. Is not that it, Johanna? Of course it is. You are very, very good and kind, Mark. Oh, stuff, not at all. I say what I like, that's all, and when I say that it would please me mightily to have your father and mother with us, Johanna, where we are going, I mean it from my heart, as you know well. I know you do, Mark, and poor Tobias, father, is to be with us likewise. You have heard all about poor Tobias. Oh, yes, I's. Well then, Sir Richard Blunt told us that it would be the death of the poor lad if he should be in London, and hear that Todd has escaped from Newgate. So we gladly agreed to take him with us, for he more than anyone has suffered deeply from Todd's wickedness. Hilloa, cried Mark, as he glanced from the window, if here is not another coach at the door. Oh, who is it? Said Mrs. Oakley. It's Todd, of course, come to kill us all. I hope it is, said Mark. I will soon set you all at rest about him, but only look, if it ain't the Colonel and Arabella and Tobias. Well, if Todd wants to be down upon us all at once, now is his time certainly to do so. In a few moments, the Colonel and Arabella were shown into the room, and they were quite surprised to see the Oakleys there. But while Johanna and Arabella were embracing each other, Mark in jestry went up to the Colonel, and pointing slightly to Tobias, he whispered, Does he know? Oh, no. Very good, but he had better, I am convinced, for it will be sure to slip out in conversation some time or another, and then the poor lad will think much more of it than as if it were told to him in a quiet manner by his friends, for he will think that there is more to conceal than there really is. I am convinced that such will be the case. Then we will take an opportunity of telling him, but not just now. I want to speak to Johanna. There she is, then. And what does he want to say to me? Said Johanna, as she shook hands with the Colonel. Why, eighth fact is that, in fact, Sir Richard told me he would advise you to go out of town, and as I am pretty well aware that you set sufficient store by his advice to follow it, I think it is very likely you will go out of town. And so, dear, put in Arabella, and so, dear, in a word, we want to go with you, if you think that such an arrangement will not be disagreeable to you. Now that is the unkindest thing you have said, Arabella, for a long time. How could you suppose that it would be other than most agreeable to me to have with us such valued friends? There, I told you that, said the Colonel. Of course it will be all right, and we shall make quite a merry party, I will be bound. So that's as good as settled, and a very satisfactory thing it is, and the sooner we all set off the better. Here's Tobias quite delighted with the idea of his little excursion. Ah yes, said Tobias, and it is so kind and good of you, Colonel, and of all of you. But you know I leave my heart in London still, let me go where I may. Never mind, Tobias, said Johanna. I feel quite sure that you will find it in good keeping when you do come back again. So now we will make preparations at once for departure, and I hope we shall be quite delighted with where we are going. It is one of the pleasantest places, they tell me, on the coast, and will in time be a place of great importance. Well, said the Colonel, with a laugh, it's quite a pleasant thing to hear that it is on the coast, for that is something towards a knowledge of where it is. Ah, my dear Bytherby, said Mrs. Oakley, I should like to know where you really intend to take us all. To the little fishing village of Brighthelmstone, for it is nothing more, but then it lies pleasantly between the hills, and you can see the channel opening fairly before you, and there is an air upon the downs that is full of life and joy. You will be sure to like it, mother, and so will you, father, and you, Colonel, and you, my dear Arabella. You do not mention me, said Mark. Oh, that is because you know you are of no sort of consequence at all. You are nobody. Thank you. Well now, my dears, said Mrs. Oakley, do not begin to quarrel now, I beg of you, for that is the worst thing you can do. And so long as we get out of the way of having all our throats cut by that horrid Todd, I do not care where I go to or how many inconveniences I put up with, so long as it is a great way off. And I do hope that Sir Richard will soon catch him again and regularly hang him, as he deserves, the wretch that I do. A complete silence followed the utterance of the indiscreet speech of Mrs. Oakley's, which, if it did not at once open the eyes of poor Tobias to the real reason of the sudden journey, nothing would. All eyes were bent upon the lad, and rising from the seat which Johanna had made him take, he looked about him with dismay. Oh, tell me, someone, he then said, what does it all really mean? Believe me, my kind and dear friends, that I shall suffer less from the truth than as if I were left to make myself mad by thought. Oh, tell me all. You shall know all, said the Colonel. Oh, Mother Martha, said Johanna, why did you? Mrs. Oakley sat looking the picture of dismay, and Colonel Geoffrey added, This is an accident that I do not think is to be much lamented. Tobias must have known at some time, and it is better that he should know now that he is surrounded by his friends. Give me your hand, Tobias. You see that I smile, so it cannot be of great moment after all. Oh, tell me, tell me. I will. Todd has made his escape from Newgate, that is all, but he is friendless and penniless, and it will be quite impossible that he can remain many days at large, as Sir Richard Blunt is already upon his track. Let me beg of you not to be in the least alarmed at this intelligence. It ought not to alarm you. Todd will have too much to do to look after his own affairs to enable him to give a thought to anybody else. You will save me, said Tobias. I will. We will all stand between you and any harm, but I repeat, I do not apprehend any danger to you. They all spoke to Tobias cheeringly, and in the course of half an hour they got him into quite a different state of mind. And then, as he was to form one of the party, it was quite a relief to them all that they did not feel compelled to keep a guard upon their tongues in his presence. In the evening of that day they were all at Brighton. Johanna and company leave Chelsea to avoid the vengeance of Todd. Chapter 152. Todd has some further adventures in Fleet Street. We left Todd in the pulpit of St. Dunstan's Church while his old house was rapidly burning down, a perilous position for Todd. Perhaps, if he had courage sufficient to have made the attempt, he might have escaped at several junctures, but the dread of the consequences of capture was so strong in his heart and brain that while he felt that he was undiscovered in the pulpit, he preferred remaining there to making any precipitate means of escape. It will be remembered how the beadle had taken up several gentlemen to the roof of the church, in order that they might get a good view of the fire, and it was during that time that Todd thought of escaping, but the rapid approach of daylight daunted him. Oh, that I had remained in the wood at Hampstead, or anywhere but here in London, where the hands of all men are raised against me. Oh, I was mad to come here, but I am not quite lost. If I thought that, my senses would go from me this moment. Oh, no, I will be calm now again. I will not believe that I am quite lost yet. Of a truth, Todd felt that if he really gave up in despair, that he might commit some extravagance which would at once draw down upon him his enemies. And there he lay in the pulpit, his gaunt form huddled up so as completely to hide himself in it, and dreading to stay as much almost as he dreaded to leave. He heard still the loud shouts of people at the fire, and at times he thought he heard even the flames that were rapidly consuming the old den of iniquity in which he had committed so many crimes. The regular clank, clank, too, of the engine pumps came upon his ears, and he muttered, No, you may try your hardest, but you will not subdue that fire. It will blaze on in spite of you. You cannot, I say, subdue it. The house is too well prepared. I had a care for that before I left home. It will burn to the very ground, and below the ground, too, and the spot of earth only will remain that held the foundation of my old house. Would that all whom I hate were at this moment writhing in the flames. Then I might feel some sort of satisfaction with myself, and even this place of peril would be for the time quite tolerable to me. No doubt it would have been a vast satisfaction to Todd to have all that he hated in the flames of his burning house. But as yet he could only tell himself that the puny vengeance he had achieved had been upon the most inferior tools of those who had wreaked his ruin, while the principles remained untouched and most completely unscathed. What had he yet done to Sir Richard Blunt? What to Tobias? What to Johanna? What even to the dog that had played no inconsiderable a part in his final conviction of the murder of its master? Little, indeed, and the thought that his revenges were all to do scared his imagination and filled him full of rage as well as terror. He heard the sound of the footsteps of the people who had gone to the roof of the church with the beadle to see the fire, coming down again, and he shrunk still closer into the bottom of the pulpit. Oh, he said, if they could but for one moment guess that I was here, what joy it would give them to drag me forth to the light of day, to once again cast me into the condemned one's cell, and then to hoot me to the gallows. But no, I will not die a felon's death. Rather by my own hands will I fall, if my fortune should reach such a wretched extremity. Hush, oh hush, why do I speak? They cometh come. Well, gentlemen, as you say, the old house is gone at last, said the beadle, and I must say, though fires always gives me a turn, and as a parish authority perhaps I ought not to say it, I think it is a very good job. A good job, Mr. Beadle, said one. How do you make that out? Why, sir, who would have lived in it? Who would have paid rent and rates and taxes and given his Christmas box to the beadle like a Christian in Todd's old house, I should like to know. Well, you are right there. I know I is, sir. The fact is, that house would have been like a great blot, sirs, in the middle of Fleet Street. No one would have taken it for love or money, and it a very good thing as it's gone at last. You reason the matter very well, Mr. Beadle, said another, and I for a certainty subscribe to your opinion, that it is a good thing it is gone at last, and I only hope that its late owner will soon be in the hands of justice. Somebody is trying the door of the church. The beadle went to it, and upon opening it 2 persons entered the church. One of them spoke at once, saying, Is the beadle of St. Dunstan's in the church? Todd knew the voice. It was Sir Richard Blunt, and he shook so that the pulpit creaked again most ominously, so that if the attention of anyone had chanced to be directed towards it, they might have felt a kind of suspicion that it was occupied. Luckily for Todd, no one looked up, nor in any way noticed the pulpit. Lor, sir, yes, said the beadle. Here I is, and if I do not make a great mistake, sir, you is Sir Richard Blunt. I am. Lor bless you, sir, that's the way with me. If I sees a individual once and knows I knows again. It's a capital faculty, Mr. Beadle, but my friend, Mr. Crotchet here, will just go down with you through the vaults to make sure that the fire in Todd's house has in no way connected with this. We do not want to burn down the church. Burn down the church, sir? Oh, convulsions, me go down into the vaults with this gentleman. Bless you, sir, I should only obstructify him in the discharge of his duty. I could not think of doing it, I assure you, sir. He can go by himself, you see, and then he will have the advantage of nobody to contradict him. I would rather go without him, Sir Richard, said Crotchet, who was the gentleman. He's only a idiot. The beadle marched up to Crotchet until he got within about 2 inches of that gentleman's nose, and then slowly shaking his head to and fro, he said, "Did you call me a idiot?" "Yes, I 999. You did. Now, young man, mind what you say, because if you call me a idiot, I shall be bound to do." "What?" "Nothing at all. I see you are rather a low fellow, so I shall treat you with the same contempt as I did the very common person that pulled my nose last week. Silent contempt. That's how I serve people. I despise you accordingly." "Very good," said Crotchet. "That's by far the safestest way, old fella. So now I will go down into the vaults." "No news of Todd yet, Sir Richard," said one of the gentlemen, walking up to the magistrate. "Oh, Sir Christopher Wren, I beg your pardon," said the magistrate. "I did not see you at the moment. I am sorry to say that although we have some news of Todd, we have not yet been able to catch him. But we must have him. England is not so very large a place after all, and I do not think he has any means of getting away from it. The sooner the rascal expiates his crimes upon the scaffold, the better. I never before heard of a criminal in whose whole career there was nothing found that could excite the faintest feeling of compassion." "He is a desperate bad fellow indeed," said Sir Richard Blunt, "but I hope that he will not long trouble society. I have determined to give up all other pursuits until I take him, and I have a carte blanche from the Secretary of State to go to any expense, and to do what I please in the way of capturing him." Todd's heart sunk within him at these words. Had they come from anyone else, he would not have heeded them much, but from him they were of fearful import. "Oh, that I could kill that man," he muttered, "then I should know some peace. But while he lives, and while I live, we are like 2 planets in one orbit, and cannot long exist together." "I wish you every success," said Sir Christopher Wren. "I'm obliged to you, Sir Christopher. The fact is that Todd left his house pretty full of combustibles, and my men were unwise enough, contrary to my positive orders, to let them be there. And I am afraid that he may have contrived some mode of blowing up the church by a train or some other equally diabolical means, as he had such free and unrestrained access to it for so long." "What?" cried the beadle. "What did you say, Sir Richard?" "I merely said that I was apprehensive Todd might have concocted some means of blowing up the church. That is all." And me in it, convulsions." The beadle did not pause for another moment, but rushing to the door, he flew out of the church as if a barrel of gunpowder had been rolling after him, nor did he stop until he got right through Temple Bar and some distance down the Strand. "I am afraid I have frightened away our friend, the beadle," said Sir Richard Blunt. "And I do not wonder at it," replied Sir Christopher Wren. "I should not like exactly to be blown up along with the fragments of old St. Dunstan's church myself, so I will go." "Ah, I am sorry I mentioned it." "Are you, though? I am very much obliged to you for so doing. Excuse me, Sir Richard, for bidding you good morning rather abruptly, if you please." Sir Richard Blunt laughed as he bade Sir Christopher and his friend good morning Betheby. The friend had already made his way outside the church door, and was waiting for Sir Christopher in no small degree of trepidation. "For God's sake," he said, "come along at once, or we may all be blown up together." "Well," said Sir Richard Blunt, as he paced up the aisle of the old church, "I would risk a little scorching, if at the end of it I could only lay my hand upon the shoulder of Sweeney Todd." What on earth can have become of the rascal? But I must be patient, patience will do it, for that we shall come face to face again, I feel to be as established a fact for the future as that of my own existence now. Oh, thought Todd, if I now only dared to shoot him, if I only dared do it, and I would if it were not for the other one in the vaults, that wretch they call Crotchet, and yet I have a pistol here. If I thought that after shooting him through the head or through the heart, I could by one bold rush get out of this church, what a glorious piece of work it would be. This Sir Richard Blunt is the only man that I dread. Were he no more, I should feel completely at peace. I could shoot him now. Todd took a pistol from his pocket and presented it through the little crevice of the very slightly open door of the pulpit. The door would open a little in spite of him. Yes, oh yes, I could shoot him now, but the report of the pistol would perhaps bring that other villain they call Crotchet from the vaults, and then who shall say what would happen? And yet I have another pistol, and could shoot him too. Oh, how glorious! If I could take the lives of both these men, it would indeed be a good work. The magistrate paced to and fro waiting for Crotchet, and little suspecting that Todd was so near to him, and with a pistol aimed at him. If he had only guessed as much, he would have freely risked the shot, and would soon have been in the pulpit along with Todd. But it was not to be. Sir Richard Blunt had not any supernatural power by which he could tell of the proximity of Todd from no evidence of that fact at all. Yes, said Todd suddenly, I will shoot him. I will risk all and shoot him now. If I die for it, I shall have, at least, had a great and glorious revenge. I will shoot him now when he turns and walks up the aisle again. Todd felt calm and pleased now that he had actually made up his mind to shoot Sir Richard. He projected the barrel of the pistol about an inch or so through the crevice caused by the spring of the door, and he calmly waited for the opportunity of sending its deadly contents into the heart of the magistrate. The aisle down which Sir Richard had slowly paced was rather a long one, and he had walked down it some half-dozen times in deep thought and waiting for Crotchet. There was no reason on earth why he should not come up it again, and so expose himself to the deadly aim of Todd. He did commence the walk up it. If he had taken 20 steps, he would have been a dead man, but chance, or providence it is not for us to say which had it otherwise. After going about 10 paces, he turned abruptly to the left and made his way down a long narrow passage between the pews to the opening that led down to the vaults, where Crotchet was pursuing his inquiries. Todd was foiled. He drew back with a deep sigh. He is saved, he said, he is saved. It is not to be. Quite unconscious of the serious danger he had so narrowly escaped, Sir Richard went to the mouth of the opening to the vaults and called out, Crotchet, Crotchet. Here you is, sir, replied Crotchet. I was just coming. It's all right. The old vagabond has not done nothing, sir, to spread the fire out of his own blessed premises, as I can see. The church is not in danger, sir, I take it. Very good, Crotchet, then we need not remain here any longer. I cannot, for the life of me, think what has become of our man that we left in Todd's house. In all the riot and racket of the fire, no one seems to be at all aware of what has become of him. Is he a steady sort of a man, Crotchet? Why, yes, Sir Richard, he is, but if the truth must be told, he has got the fault of many. He is fond of the... Here Crotchet went through expressively the pantomime of placing a glass to his lips and draining it off, after which he rubbed his stomach, as much as to say, isn't it nice? I understand, Crotchet, he drinks. Rather, Sir Richard. Ah, that is the case of aller of nearly all men in his class of life. I should not wonder now, at all, if he has not been taking a glass of something in consequence of feeling lonely, and so set fire to the old house. Chapter 153. Todd astonishes the beadle and escapes prom St. Dunstan's. Oh, groaned Todd to himself. Oh, if I had but shot the villain before the other one came up from the vaults, and all would have been well, but I cannot shoot them both at once. It is not often that I lose anything by procrastination, but I have now, oh, yes, I have now. It is maddening, it is quite maddening, and I could find in my own heart almost to turn this pistol against my own life. only that I hope yet to live a little while for vengeance." A smart tap came against the church door. "Open the door, Crotchet," said Sir Richard. "We are alone in the church now," for the beadle was too careful of himself to remain after he found that there was some little danger. "Oh, sir," said Crotchet, with an expression of disgust in his face, "beadles is humbug, sir, and this beadle of St. Dunstan's is the very worst of the worst of beadles. Did not you notice, sir, what an old humbug he was before, when we was coming here on the hunt about Todd and that beautiful creature Mrs. Lovett? Then, sir, we found out what sort of a beadle that was. I rather think I despises beadles, sir, I does, your worship." Tap came the knock at the church door again. "You forget, Crotchet," said Sir Richard, pointing to the door. "Lor, your worship, so I 999. I begs his blessed pardon whosoever it is. Come in, there's nobody but the right sort here, whoever it is. Hilloa, it's our friend Green." "Ah, Green, are you looking for me?" said Sir Richard. "I was, sir." "Then you have news. What is it?" "Todd is in the neighborhood, sir, or was an hour or two ago, I am well assured." "Todd?" "Yes, sir, he was in his own house. A man came to the door of it to see the person minding it, and the door was opened a little way, and Todd tried to pull him in, and would have pulled him in, but his neckcloth gave way, and then the fire broke out directly after. The man has been in too great a fright, till just a little while ago, to venture into the street again." "You have seen him?" "I have, sir." "Bring him here, Greens." Green immediately left the church, and Mr. Crotchet set up a long and melancholy whistle. "In my heart I thought this might be," said Sir Richard, "and yet having no evidence to justify the suggestion of my fancy, I did not like to nurse the idea. Todd in this neighborhood, Todd in his own house. Oh, what a chance!" "Your worship," said Crotchet, shaking his head and speaking slowly, with an appearance of great wisdom, "your worship, it's mostly always the case. There's a special providence that always brings back folks as has done a murder back again to the place where they has done it, and the next time I am on the lay for a cove as has done a slaughtering job, I shall sit myself down, your worship, in the room where he did it and wait for him. It's a special thing of providence, it is, sir. I feel as sure as though I did it myself, as is not providence at all, but just Crotchet and no sort of mistake." "You are right, Crotchet, as far as examples go. We will only just listen to what this man that Green has gone for has got to say, and then we will be off and do our best." "Yes, your worship, we will, and here he is." Green, the officer, now brought into the church the very man with whom Todd had had the little adventure at the door of his shop, and notwithstanding the time that had elapsed since that little incident, the man was still in a state of terror, which was quite manifest in every feature of his face. "Why, what's the matter with you?" said Crotchet, as he dealt the man a blow on the back that nearly took all his breath away. "You look as scared as if you had just seen a ghost, old fellow, that you do." "It was worse than a ghost." Sir Richard Blunt stepped up to the man and said, "Do you know me? I am Sir Richard Blunt, the magistrate." "Oh, yes, sir, I know you." "Answer me then, clearly and distinctly, for much may depend upon it. Who was it opened the door of Todd's house for you, and strove, as I hear, to drag you into it?" "Sweeney Todd, sir." "Are you quite sure? Do you know him well by sight?" "Oh, yes, sir, I could swear it." "And you thought it very natural that he should be there, and if anybody there had so laid hold of you in the dark, you would, of course, at once have naturally concluded that it must be Todd." "Oh dear no, sir, I had not an idea that it could be him, sir, and if I had not seen his face, that I know quite well, I could not possibly have believed it to be him." "That is enough. I will not trouble you any further. I am much obliged to you for your information." "You are very welcome, Sir Richard, and I do hope you may catch the rascal soon. I shall never forget his having hold of me for the longest day I have to live." Still shaking at the bare remembrance of the danger that he had run, the man left the church, and peeping over his shoulder every now and then as he went, for fear Todd should be close at hand, he took his route to quite a different quarter of the town, where he fancied he should feel more secure, for he could not make up his mind to anything but that Todd must have some special desire to lay hold of him and add him to the already formidable muster-roll of his victims. When he left the church, Sir Richard Blunt turned to Cratchit and said, "Cratchit, you may depend now that Todd is in London and fancies that among its crowds will be his greatest chance of safety. I will take measures at once to discover him. Come along with me to Craven Street, and you too, Green, and I will explain to you both what I think will be the best plan to adopt." "All's right, sir. We will have him," said Cratchit. "I think we shall," said Green, "for large as London is, I rather think we know how to search it as well as most folks. I attend you, sir, and I will run any risk in the world to take the scoundrel prisoner." "And so will I," said Cratchit. "I know you both well," said Sir Richard, "and I cannot desire to be aided by better men than you both are. Come on. I will not speak further of any plans or projects except in my own office, where I know that there are no spies or eavesdroppers." "This blessed church is pretty safe," said Cratchit. "It ain't very likely that anybody is on the listening lay in it. It would be rather cold work, I take it. But howsomedever, there's nothing like being on the right side of the hedge, and in one's own crib, that one knows all the ins and all the outs of after all." They both followed Sir Richard Blunt from the church, and Todd felt that he was once again alone within that sacred edifice, the very atmosphere of which was profaned by the presence of such a wretch, so loaded with crimes as he was. "Gone," said Todd, looking up out of the pulpit, "and may all." We cannot repeat the maledictions of Todd. They were additionally awful spoken in such a building, and from such a place in that building. It was dreadful that the roof of a place reared to the worship of God should be desecrated by the raving curses of such a man as Todd. He was silent after he had satisfied his first ebullition of rage, and then he was afraid that he had gone too far and endangered his safety by making an appearance at all above the level of the pulpit, or by speaking. How did he know but that Sir Richard Blunt might, after all, have some sort of suspicion that he was not far off, and be listening close at hand? As this supposition, wild and vague as it was, and quite unsupported by any evidence, found a home in the brain of Todd, the perspiration of intense fear broke out upon his brow, and again he shook to the extent of making the old pulpit creak dreadfully. "Oh, hush, hush," he moaned, "be still, I am safe yet. There is no one here, I am safe, surely. There is no one in the church. Why do I suffer much more from what does not happen than from what does?" Still the notion clung to him for a little while, and he remained at the bottom of the pulpit quite needlessly for the next half-hour, listening with all his might, in order to detect the slightest noise that might be indicative of the presence of a foe. But all was as still as the grave, and by slow degrees Sweeney Todd got more assured. "I breathe again," he said. "They do not suspect that I am here. It is much too unlikely a place for them to dream of for a moment. Even Sir Richard Blunt, with his utmost prescience, does not think of looking for me in the pulpit of St. Dunstan's Church. I am safe for the present." He agreed with this feeling that he was quite alone in the church, and he was right. He looked over the edge of the pulpit. How still and solemn the place looked. The morning had advanced quite sufficiently now to shed a dim light into the church, and the noise in the street contingent upon the fire had nearly passed away. The fact was that the firemen had, after making a few efforts and finding them of no use, let Todd's house burn to the ground, and turned all their efforts towards saving the edifices on either side. In that object they were successful, so that the conflagration was over, and nothing remained but the frail wall of Todd's house. And so the clank of the engine pumps no longer sounded in his ears, but he could yet be certain that there was a great crowd in Fleet Street, for he heard the hum of voices, and occasionally the trouble that ensued when a vehicle tried to force its way through the dense mass of people that blocked up the thoroughfare, which at the best of times was none of the clearest. "Is there a chance now of escape?" said Todd. "If I could only make up my mind to it. I do not forget that I am disguised. I ought not to forget that. Who will know me? And yet that man knew me, that man that I missed killing at the old place. Yes, he knew me. He said he could swear to me. Confound him. I wish I could have sworn to his dead body. I wonder if they have left the church door open, or rather only upon the latch. I will descend from here and make a bold attempt." He opened the pulpit door, and had got about 3 steps down the little ornamental flight of winding stairs that led from the pulpit to the body of the building, when the church door was suddenly opened, and he fled back with a precipitation that made some noise, when he might have done so in perfect quietness, for it was not very likely that anyone would have looked up to the pulpit immediately upon their entrance to the building. A glance towards the door convinced Mr. Todd that it was the beadle. "Oh dear, I thought I heard something," said the beadle as he closed the door after him. "But I suppose it was only fancy after all. Now they say that all the fire is out, and that it is quite impossible for the church to be blowed up. I suppose I may come in without any danger. Lord bless us, that Sir Richard Blunt, I do believe, would think no more of blowing up a beadle than he would of eating a penny bun. That's my opinion of him." "Curses on your head," muttered Todd. "Bless me, what a world we live in," said the beadle. "Wretchbeast," muttered Todd, "what does he want here at this time of day?" "Yes, tomorrow's Sunday," said the beadle, as if pursuing a train of thought that had found a home in his brain. "How the weeks do run round, to be sure, and one Sunday comes after another at such a rate, that it seems as if there was weeks and weeks and weeks of 'em, without any of the other days at all. I wish I had not to come here." Todd uttered faintly some dreadful imprecations, and the beadle continued talking to himself to keep his courage up, as was evident from his nervous and fidgety manner. "Ah, dear me, convulsions. I tried to persuade my wife to come and dust the communion table and the pulpit cushions for tomorrow, but she politely declined. She needn't have thrown the bellows at my head, though, for all that." "Dust the pulpit cushions," thought Todd. "The wretch is coming up here. I shall have to cut his throat and leave him at the bottom of the pulpit for the parson to tread upon the first thing he does tomorrow upon coming up here to preach." As Todd spoke, he took a clasp knife out of his pocket and opened it with his teeth. "Oh yes, my old friend, I shall, I see, be under the painful necessity of cutting your throat, that I shall, and I shall not hesitate about it at all." "Yes," added the beadle, "I mean to say that to throw the bellows at the man is like adding insult to injury, for it is blowing him up in a kind of way that's anything but agreeable. Lor, how cold and rum the church does feel. Rum, why did I say rum and put myself in mind of it? Oh, do not I like it, rather. If I only now had a glass of real fine old Jamaica rum at this moment, I would be as happy as a bishop." "Oh, I will rum you," growled Todd. "Ay, ay." The beadle turned round 3 times, as though he were going to begin a game at blindman's buff, and then he said, "I thought I heard something. Oh dear, how shivery I do get, to be sure, when I am alone in the church. I will just get through the dusting job as quick as I can, and no mistake. Amen, amen, I am a miserable sinner, amen." Chapter 154 details the perilous situation of the beadle. Todd had heard all this with anger and impatience rankling at his heart. He began to have the most serious thoughts of sacrificing the beadle. Indeed, if any good could have been got to himself by so doing, he would not have scrupled to do so with the greatest speed. As it was, however, he could not concoct any plan of proceedings quickly which would benefit him, and so he was compelled to remain an auditor of the beadle's private thoughts, and a spectator of what he was about, when he chose to peep over the edge of the pulpit. "Well, it's astonishing," continued the beadle, "what a fever that fellow Todd has kept me in for I do not know how long, one way or another. Me and Fleet Street have been regularly bothered by him. First of all, I was in all sorts of doubts and uncertainties about the matter before they took him and tried him, and was a-going to hang him, and then I did think that he was as good as done for." As he uttered these last words, the beadle was banging one of the cushions of the communion table, so that he was compelled for want of breath to utter them at intervals. "Oh, confound you," muttered Todd. "If I only had hold of you, I would throttle you, and then think of what to do afterwards." Todd's great difficulty arose from the fact that he thought if he tried to descend from the pulpit, the beadle might see him and get the start of him in leaving the church, in which event the alarm that he would raise in Fleet Street would be such that any attempt to escape would be attended by the greatest hazard. "There is nothing for it but to wait," said Todd to himself gloomily. "I can do nothing else, but woe to him when I do catch him." "This dusting job on a Saturday," said the beadle, "does seem to me to be one of the most disagreeable of all that has to be done with the church. I do not mind one's duty on a Sunday, but this is horrid. On a Sunday there's lots of people, and the old place has a sort of cheerful look about it, but now I do not like it, and I have a good mind to get one of the charitabes of the blessed parish to keep me company." "I will kill him too, if you do," muttered Todd. The beadle paused upon this thought concerning the charitable, but as he had finished the communiantable, he did not think that, for the mere dusting the pulpit and its cushions, it was worth while to make any fuss. "It will soon be over," he said, "very soon. I will just pop up and settle the pulpit, and then get home again as quick as I possibly can. I do wonder now if that old Todd will be caught soon, the old wretch." The beadle began the ascent of the pulpit. "It's my opinion," he said, "that Todd, as he had other folks made up into piece, ought to be made into one himself, and then given to mad dogs for supper. Ha, that's a very good thought of mine, and when I go to the pig's eye, tooth, and tinderbox tonight, I will out with it, and they will knock their pots and glasses against the table beautifully, and cry out, 'Well done, bravo, bravo.' I rather think I am a great man at the pig's eye, tooth, and tinderbox." By this time the beadle had got quite to the top of the pulpit stairs, and had his hand on the door. Todd was crouched down at the bottom of the pulpit, waiting for him like some famished tiger ready to pounce upon his prey. He fully intended to murder the unfortunate beadle. "Well, here goes," said that most unhappily situated functionary as he stepped into the pulpit. Todd immediately grasped his legs. "If you say one word, you are a dead man." The shock was too much for the nerves of the poor beadle of St. Dunstan's, and on the instant he fainted and fell huddled up at the bottom of the little place. Todd immediately stood upon the prostrate form of the parochial authority. "Ha, ha," he laughed, "I have him now, and I shall be able to leave St. Dunstan's yet." He trampled as hard upon the beadle as he could, and then he took the clasp knife from his pocket and said, "It will be better to kill him. Rise, idiot, rise, and tell me if you can why I should not cut your throat." The beadle neither moved nor spoke. "Is he dead?" said Todd. "Has the fright killed him? It is strange, but I have heard of such things. Why, it surely must be so. The sudden shock has been the death of him, and it would be a waste of time for me to touch him. He is dead, he must be dead." Todd, full of this feeling, retreated 2 or 3 steps down the little winding staircase of the pulpit, and then reaching in his hand, he caught hold of the poor beadle by the hair of his head, and dragged him sufficiently out of the pulpit to be enabled to look him in the face. The eyes were closed, the inspiration seemed to be stopped, and there was, in truth, every appearance of death about the unfortunate functionary of the old church. "Yes, dead," said Todd, "but it will be better for me. He will be found here, and as no violence will show upon him, the doctors will learnedly pronounce it a case of apoplexy, and there will arise no suspicion of my having been here at all. It is much better, oh, much, than as if I had killed him." With this feeling, Todd pushed what he considered to be the dead body of the beadle back into the pulpit again, and then himself rapidly descended the little spiral flight of stairs. The clock of St. Dunstan's struck the hour of 10, and Todd carefully counted the strokes. 10, he said, "a busy hour of broad daylight, and I with such a price upon my head, and the hands of all men lifted against me, in one of the most populous streets in the city of London. It is a fearful risk." It was a fearful risk, and Todd might well shudder to find that his temerity had brought him into such a position, but yet he felt that if anything were to save him, it would be boldness and not shrinking timidity. One great cause of dread had passed away from Todd when Sir Richard Blunt left the church. If in any way Todd had had to encounter him, he would have shrunk back appalled at the frightful risk. When he gained the body of the church, he glanced again up to the pulpit, but all was there profoundly still, and the fact of the death of the beadle appeared to him, Todd, to be so very firmly established now as to require no further confirmation. Although the beadle had closed the church door, he had placed the key, most probably for security, in the inner side of the lock, and there Todd found it. He thought it would be a good thing to put it in his pocket, and he did so accordingly, and when the key was removed, he placed his eye to the keyhole and peeped out into Fleet Street. Todd could see the people passing quickly, but no one cast a glance towards the old church, and he began to reason with himself that surely there could be no difficulty in getting into the street quite unnoticed, if not quite unobserved. Again he told himself that he was well disguised. "I dread no eye," he said, "but that of Sir Richard Blunt, and he is not here to look upon me. There is not one else, I think, in London that would know me through this disguise. There was never but one who could do so, and she is dead. Yes, Mrs. Lovett might have known me, but she is no more, so I will venture. Yes, I will venture now." His heart failed him a little as he placed his hand upon the lock of the church door. It well might do so, for the risk he run, or was about to run, was truly fearful. He was on the point of sallying out among a population, the whole of whom were familiar with his name, and to whom he was as a being accursed, who would upon the slightest hint of identity be gladly hunted to the death. Truly, Todd might well hesitate. But yet to hesitate was perhaps to be lost. How could he tell now one moment from another when someone might come to the church door, and then he would be in a worse position than before? Yes, he felt that he must make the attempt to leave, whether that attempt should involve him in destruction or not, for to stay were far worse. He opened the door and coolly closed it again, and marched into Fleet Street. We say he did this coolly, but it were better to say that he acted a coolness that he was far from feeling. A very tempest of terror was at his heart. His brain for a moment or two felt like a volcano, and he reeled as he felt himself in the broad open light of day in Fleet Street among the throng of the population, and yet in that throng was in truth his greatest safety. "Ain't you well, sir?" said a man. Todd started and placed his hand upon the knife that he had handy in his pocket, and then he thought that after all it might only be a civil inquiry, and he replied, "Oh yes, thank you, sir, but I am old." "I beg your pardon, sir." The man passed on. "Oh, curse you, I should like to settle you," said Todd to himself as he passed through Temple Bar, but what a relief it was to pass through Temple Bar at all, to leave that now frightfully dangerous Fleet Street behind him. Oh yes, that was a relief indeed, and Todd felt as if some heavy weight had been taken off his heart upon the moment that he set foot in the Strand. "Am I safe?" he muttered. "Am I safe? Oh no, no, do not let me be too confident." He was superstitiously afraid of pluming himself upon the fact of having got so far in safety, lest at the moment that he did so, malignant destiny might be revenged upon him, by bringing in his way someone who might know him, even though his capital disguise. So he went on tremblingly. Todd did not like large open thoroughfares now, and yet perhaps, if he had set to work reasoning upon the subject, he would have come to the conclusion that they were quite as safe, if not a few degrees safer for him, than by-streets, but there was something in the glaring publicity of such a thoroughfare as the Strand that he shrunk from, and he was glad to get from it into the gloomy precincts of Holywell Street. That street then, as now, was certainly not the resort of the most choice of the population of London, but Todd liked it, and he was wonderfully attracted by a dirty-looking little public house which was then in it. A murder was committed in that house afterwards, and it lost its license, and was eventually destroyed by fire. "Dare I go in here?" said Todd. "I am faint for want of food, and if I do not have something soon I feel that I shall sink, and then there will be a fuss, and who knows what horrible discovery might then take place. This house is dark and gloomy, and in all likelihood is the resort of gentlemen who are not in the habit of having any superfluous questions asked of them, so it will suit me well." He dived in at the narrow doorway and found himself in one of the smallest and darkest public houses that he had ever beheld in all his life. For although he had lived so long in Fleet Street, so close at hand, he had never ventured into that den. "A nice parlor to the right, sir," said a rather masculine-looking specimen of the fair sex in the bar. "Thank you, madam." Todd went to the right, and opening a little door, which, in consequence of having a cord and pulley attached to it, made a great resistance, he entered a little grimy room, the walls of which were of wainscot, but so begrimed with tobacco smoke were they that they were of the color of the darkest rosewood, and the ceiling in no way differed from them in tint. A fire was burning in a little wretched grate, and the floor was covered with coarse sand, which crackled under Todd's feet. The furniture of this little den, which certainly had the name of parlor from courtesy only, consisted of the coldest-looking rigid wooden chairs and tables that could be imagined. Two men sat by the fire trying to warm themselves, for a cold wind was blowing in the streets of London, and the season was chilly and wintry for the time of the year. Todd, when he found the parlor had someone in it, would gladly have effected a retreat, but to do so, after he had made his way into the middle of the room, would have only aroused suspicion, so he resolved to go on and carry the affair through, and for greater safety, he put on a very infirm aspect, and appeared to be bent double by age and disease. He coughed dreadfully. "You do not seem to be very well, sir," said one of the men. "Oh dear me, no," said Todd. "When you are as old as I am, young man, you will not wonder at infirmities coming upon you." "Young man, do you call me? I am 40. "Ah, 40, when I was 40, and that was 30 years ago, I thought myself quite a youth. Oh dear me, but what with the gout and the lumbago and 2 or 3 more little things, I am nearly done for now. Oh dear me, life's a burthen." "What would you like to have, sir?" said a girl who waited upon the parlor guests and who came in for Todd's order. "Anything, my dear, you have in the house to eat, and some brandy to drink, if you please." "Sit by the fire, sir," said one of the men. "You will be more comfortable. We ought to make way for age." "Oh dear no, I thank you. I must be somewhere where I can rest my poor back at times, so I like this corner." It was a dark corner, and Todd preferred it. "It will do very well for me, if you please." "Oh dear me, do not disturb yourselves, gentlemen, on my account, I beg of you. I am an old broken-down man, and have not long to live now in this world of care and sorrow." Chapter 155. Todd gets the better of the sharpers and takes a boat. The girl brought Todd a plate of roast beef, a loaf, and some brandy, with which he regaled himself tolerably well, but he was uncomfortably conscious that the two men were looking at him all the while. "Gentlemen," he said, "it's a very odd thing, but my appetite continues good notwithstanding all my infirmities. I eat well, and I drink well, and the doctors say that that is what keeps me alive." "I should not wonder," said one of the men dryly. "Yes," said the other, with a laugh, "you are like us, old gentlemen. We live by victuals and drink." "I did not mean that," said Todd. "You young people are so fond of your jokes. Dear me, when I was young I used to be fond of my joke likewise, but now I am so old that what with my winter cough and the gout and all that sort of thing, my joking days are long since gone by. I lost my poor wife too, a little while ago, bless her heart. Ah me." Todd had the greatest inclination in the world to make up one of his old diabolical faces at this juncture, but he restrained himself, for he felt the danger of doing so, and then affecting to wipe away a tear, he added, "But I find my consolation in religion. There's where, gentlemen, an old man may look for comfort, and that strength of heart and soul, which in this world is denied to him." "Very true, sir, very true." "Ah, gentlemen, it is true, and there's nothing in all the world like an easy conscience. That's the sort of thing to make a man feel serene and happy in this world while he is preparing for the joys of the next. "How delightful it is, sir," said one of the men, "for us to meet with a gentleman who has the same opinion as ourselves. Will you join us in a glass, sir, if you please?" "Oh, yes, I's with pleasure. What a shocking bad fire, they tell me, has been in Fleet Street." "Yes, it's the notorious Todd's house." "Indeed." The man who had proposed the social glass rang the bell and ordered 3 tumblers of brandy and water, and then he said, "Ah, sir, if you or I could only lay hold of Sweeney Todd, it would be rather a good day's work." "Oh dear, God forbid," said Todd. "He would soon lay me low if I were to try to lay hold of him, with, as I may say in a manner of speaking, 1 foot in the grave. I am not, in the natural order of things, long for this world, gentlemen, and it is not for me to lay hold of desperate characters." "That's true, sir, but do you know the reward that is offered for him by the Secretary of State?" "No, is there really a reward for him?" "Yes, £1,000 clear to anyone who will lodge him in any jail. £1,000. Why, it makes a man's mouth water to think of it. One might retire, Bill, might not one, and give up all sorts of—" Bill gave his enthusiastic comrade rather a severe cautionary kick under the table, and it seemed to have the effect of stopping the word thieving from coming past his lips quite at unawares. At least, that was the way Todd translated it. He had not the smallest doubt but that the public house was a very indifferent one, and that the 2 men whom he was in company with in it were 2 of the most arrant thieves in all London. Todd resolved to act accordingly, and he did not let them see that he had the least suspicion of them, but he kept such a wary eye upon their movements that nothing they did or looked escaped him. They little supposed that so keen an observer watched them as Sweeney Todd was. The brandy and water that had been ordered soon made its appearance, and Todd, while perpetrating a very well-acted fit of coughing, saw one of the men just slightly wink at the other and take a little way from his waistcoat pocket a small bottle. "Oh," thought Todd, "my brandy and water will be prepared, I see, and if I do not look sharp, these fellows will rob me of all that I have run so much risk and took so much trouble to get out of the old house." After a moment's thought, he rose and said, "I will only go and pay for what I have had at the bar, and you must permit me likewise to pay for this." "Oh, no. "Oh, yes, but I will. I dare say that I have the most money, after all, for I have been very careful in my time, and saved a trifle, so you must permit me." The 2 thieves were so delighted at getting rid of him for a few moments, that although they declared it was too bad, they let him go. The moment he was gone, one said to the other, with a grin, "Bill put a good dose into the old chap's glass. He has got a rare gold watch in his pocket, and there's a ring on his finger that if it is not a diamond, it's as near like one as ever I heard of. Give him a good dose." "Well, but you know that even a few drops will settle him." "Never mind that. It's all right enough, pour it in." They put enough of some deadly drug into the glass of brandy and water that stood next to where Todd had been sitting to kill a horse, and then he returned and sat down with a groan, as he said, "It's quite a funny thing. There's a man at the bar inquiring for somebody, and he's got a red waistcoat on." "A red waistcoat?" cried both of the thieves, jumping up. "Did you say a red waistcoat?" "Why, yes, and I think he is what they call a Bow Street thingamy, Lord bless my old brain. What do they call them?" "A runner." "Ah, to be sure, a Bow Street runner, to be sure." Both the thieves bundled out of the parlor in a moment, and Todd was not idle while they were gone. The first thing he did was to decant his own brandy and water, which had been drugged into an empty glass. Then he filled his glass with the contents of one of the thieves' glasses. After that, he half filled that glass with the drugged spirit and filled it up from the other thief's glass, and that again he filled up with the drugged spirit. By this means, each of them had half from the glass they had, as they thought so very cleverly drugged for him to drink from, and as they had not scrupled to put in an overdose, it may be fairly presumed that there was in each of their glasses quite enough to make them very uncomfortable. They both returned. "There's nobody there now," said one. "Are you sure you saw him, sir? We cannot see anyone." "Did not I tell you he was going away when I saw him? It was only the latch of the door catching his topcoat that made me see his red waistcoat, and it was a wonder then that I saw it, for I am not very noticeable in those things. Oh dear, how bad my cough is." "Take some of your brandy and waiter, sir," said one of the thieves, as he winked at the other. "It will do you good, sir." "Not a doubt of it," said the other. "Do you think so? Well, well, perhaps it may. Here's my friendship to both of you, gentlemen, and I hope we shall none of us repent of this happy meeting. I am much pleased, gentlemen, to see you both, and hope the brandy and waiter will do us all a world of good. I will give you a toast, gentlemen." A toast, a toast. But mind, gentlemen, you must take a good draught. If you drink my toast, will you? "Will we? Aye, to be sure, if you will." "I promise, gentlemen. So here's the toast. It's to the very cunning fox who laid a trap for another and caught his own tail in it." "What a droll toast," said the two thieves. They paused a moment, but as they saw their new friend drink at least one half of his brandy and waiter in honor of the toast, they did the same thing and looked at each other quite contented and pleased as possible that the drugged spirit, at the very first pull, had been so freely partaken of. They had found, by experience, the victims they would have made perceived a disagreeable taste and would not drink twice. "Hilloa," said Todd. "What's the matter, old gentleman? Do you know, this is very good brandy and waiter." "Glad you like it." "Like it? I could not be off liking it. It's capital. Let's finish these glasses and have others at once." As he spoke, he finished his glass, and the two thieves were so delighted that he had taken it all, that they at once finished theirs likewise. And then they looked at him, and then at each other, until one said to the other, as he made a wry face, "I say, Bill, I do not much like my glass. How did yours taste, old fellow?" "Very queer." "How strange," said Todd. "Mine was beautiful. I hope, gentlemen, you have not made a mistake and put anything out of the way in your own glasses instead of mine." "Oh dear, oh ho, I am going, Bill." "And so am one. Oh murder, my head is going round and round like a humming top as big as St. Paul's." "And so is mine." "Then, gentlemen," said Todd, rising, "I shall have the pleasure of bidding you good day, and I hope you have just sense enough left to appreciate the toast of the cunning fox that laid a trap for another, in which he caught his own tail, and I have the further pleasure of informing you that I am Sweeney Todd." The two thieves, quite overcome by the powerful and death-dealing narcotic they had placed in the liquor, fell to the floor in a state of perfect insensibility, and Todd very calmly walked out of the public house. Todd turns the tables on the two sharpers and escapes. "This will not do," he said, when he reached the west end of Holywell Street. "I must not run such risks as this. I must now be off. But where to? That is the question. Out of London, of course. The river, I think, the river, that will be the best. I will house myself until night, and then I will hire a boat and go to Gravesend. From there, I shall not find much difficulty in getting on board some foreign vessel, and with what I have in my pockets, I will bid adieu to England for a little while, until I can sell my watches and jewels, and then I will come back and have my revenge, yet upon those whom I only live now to destroy." Full of these thoughts, Todd went down one of the narrow streets leading to the Thames, and as he saw a bill in a window of lodgings to let, he thought he should be safer there than in a house of public entertainment. He resolved upon taking a lodging for a week at any cost, and then leaving it in the evening after he should have had some rest at it, which he might do for the remainder of the day, provided the people would take him in, which he had very little doubt of them doing, as he did not intend to object to their terms, and he did intend to pay in advance. Todd knocked at the door. It was answered by a woman of the true landlady species, who, upon hearing that it was the lodging Todd was after, was all smiles and sweetness immediately. "I have come up from the country, madam," said Todd, "and my luggage is at an inn in Gracechurch Street. I intend to send for it in the morning, and as I am weary, if you can accommodate me with a lodging, as I have some business to transact for my son, the deacon, in London, I shall be much obliged." "Oh dear, yes, sir, walk in. We have every accommodation. The drawing-room floor, sir, at 3 guineas and a few extras." "That will just do," said Todd. "Will you be so good as to show me the rooms, madam?" Todd saw the rooms and, of course, admired them very much, and then he said, in the blandest manner, "I think the rooms very cheap, madam, and will take them at once, if you please. The reference I will give you is to the principal of Magdalen College, Oxford, the Reverend Peter Sly, madam. My own name is Bones, and my son is the Reverend Archdeacon Bones. I will pay you now a week in advance, and all I have to beg of you is that you do yourself justice as to charges. I will lie down and rest for a few hours, if you please, madam." "Oh dear, sir. Yes, certainly, Mr. Bones. There shall be no noise to disturb you, and anything you want, if you will be so good as to ring for, I will supply you with the greatest pleasure." "Thank you, madam." Thus then was it that Todd secured himself what appeared to be a wonderfully safe asylum until night. He got into the bed with all his clothes on, for he did not know how sudden the emergency might be that might induce him to rise, and he soon fell into a deep sleep, for he had undergone the greatest fatigues of late. Chapter 156. So Richard Blunt is very near taking his prisoner. We left the poor beadle in anything but a pleasant situation in the pulpit of St. Dunstan's Church. Now it so happened that the beadle was particularly wanted at home, and as he did not make his appearance, his wife repaired to the church to search for him, but it was locked by Todd, who had swung the door shut after him, and as he had taken the key with him, she could not make her way into the sacred edifice. As she stood at the door, however, she distinctly heard deep groans issuing from someone within the church, and in a state of great alarm, she ran off to one of the churchwardens, who had a duplicate key, and related what she had heard. The churchwarden, not being one of the most valorous of men, rather, upon the whole, declined to go into the church with no other escort than the beadle's wife, and as he, too, upon listening at the keyhole, heard the groans distinctly, he called upon the passers-by to assist, and got together quickly enough about 20 people to go into the church with him. "Gentlemen," he said, "I do not know what it is, but there's groans, and in these horrid times, when, for all we know, Sweeney Todd is about the neighborhood, one cannot be too cautious." "Certainly," said everybody. "Then, gentlemen, if we all go in together when I open the door, it will be the very best plan." This was duly agreed to, and the churchwarden, with a trembling hand, turned his key in the lock and opened the door. He then stepped aside and let all the crowd go in first, thinking that, as he was a man in office, the parish could not afford to lose him in case anything serious should happen. "Well, gentlemen," he cried, "what is it?" "Nothing," said everybody. "Then I will soon let nothing see that I, a churchwarden, am not to be frightened with impunity. That is to say, when I say frightened, I do not exactly mean that, but astonished, I mean. Come, if anyone be here, I call upon them to surrender in the king's name." A deep groan was the only response to this valorous speech, and the moment the churchwarden heard it, he bolted out of the church and ran right across the way into a shop opposite. For a moment or two, this precipitate retreat of the churchwarden had something contagious in it, and the whole of the men who had been induced to stop and go into the church with him were inclined to retreat likewise, but curiosity detained some 3 or 4 of them, and that gave courage to the others. "What was it?" said one. "A groan," said another, "and it came from the pulpit." "The pulpit," cried everybody. "Who ever heard of a pulpit groaning?" cried a third. You stupid, cried the second speaker, might it not be someone in the pulpit, and oh Lord, there's a head. At this they all took to flight, but at the door they encountered a man, who called out, What's the matter? Cannot you tell a fellow what the blessed row I say? This was no other than our old friend Crotchet, who was returning from a conference with Sir Richard Blunt at his private office in Craven Street. Oh, it's a ghost, a ghost. A what? A ghost in the pulpit, and there is his head. You do not say so, said Crotchet, as he peered into the church, and shading his eyes with his hand, saw the beadle's head just peeping over the side of the pulpit in a most mysterious kind of way. I will soon have him out, ghost or no ghost. Courage is as contagious as fear, especially when somebody else volunteers to run all the risk. And so when Crotchet said he would soon have the somebody out of the pulpit, the whole crowd followed him into the church, applauding him very greatly for his prowess, and declaring that if he had not then arrived, they would soon have had the ghost or no ghost out of the sacred building, that they would. But they kept within a few paces of the door for all that, so that they might be ready for a rush into Fleet Street if Mr. Crotchet should be overcome in the adventure. That was only prudent. But Crotchet was not exactly the man to be overcome in any adventure, and with an utter oblivion of all fear, he marched right into the middle of the church, and commenced the ascent of the pulpit stairs. "Come, said Crotchet. This will not do, Mr. Ghost. If you please, just let me get hold of you, that's all." "Oh," groaned the beadle. "Oh, yer is remarkably bad, is yer, but that sort of thing will not answer, by no means. Where is yer?" Crotchet opened the pulpit door, and reaching in his hand, he caught hold of the beadle by the leg, and fairly dragged him out on to the little spiral stairs, down which he let him roll with a great many bumps, until he landed in the body of the church, all over bruises. "Why, goodness gracious," cried the beadle's wife, "it's my wretch of a husband after all." The beadle had just strength to assume a sitting posture, and then he cried murder, 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 until Mr. Crotchet, seizing a cushion from a pew, held it up before his mouth, to the imminent danger of choking him, and said, "Hold your row, if you wants to be murdered, cannot you get it done quietly, without alarming of all the parish? If you has got anything to say, say it, and if you has got nothing, keep it to yourself, stupid." "Todd," gasped the beadle, the moment the pew cushion was withdrawn from his mouth. "Todd, Sweeney Todd." "What?" cried Crotchet. "Here he has been here, and I am a dead man, oh, I am a beadle. Oh, murder, murder." "Do not begin that again. Be quiet, will you? If you have got anything to say about Todd, say it, for I am the very man of all the world as wants to hear it. Speak up, and do not wink." "Oh, I have seen him. He's been here. I came to dust the bellowses, you see, after my wife had thrown the pulpit at my head for asking her to come with me." "Oh, he's a raving gentleman," said the wife. "As I am a sinner, it was the bellowses as I throwed at his stupid head, and not the pulpit as never was." "Go on," said Crotchet. "Confound the pulpit and the bellows too. It's about Todd I want to hear. Drive on, will you?" "Oh yes, I'm a-coming to that, but it curdles my blood and makes my wig stand on end. I had dusted the communion table and banged the cushions, and up I goes to the pulpit, meaning to do for that as soon as I could, when who should be there but Sweeney Todd." "In the pulpit," cried everybody. "In the pulpit," said the beadle. "Why did not you nab him at once?" roared Crotchet. "Because, my good friend, he nabbed me at once. He laid hold of me by this leg. No, it was this, no, it was not. It was this that is no." "Confound both your legs, where is he now?" "Why, really I cannot exactly say, for after stamping upon my inside for about half an hour, he left me for dead, and I was about half gone that way, and I have been a-groaning ever since, till now. I am going fast, very fast, and there will be an election for beadle again in this here parish. Oh dear, murder, murder, murder." What you is coming that again, is you, cried Crotchet, as he again caught up the pew cushion. I shall be obligated, after all, for to push this down your blessed throat. Hold your noise, will you, Mr. What's-your-name? The beetle was so terrified at the idea of the pew cushion again nearly smothering him, that despite all his injuries, he sprang to his feet and bolted out of the church. Well, did you ever know such a feller? Said Crotchet. Why, one would think he was afraid of Todd. The spectators thought that nothing was more probable, and as Mr. Crotchet considered that he had got all the information he was at all likely to get from the beetle, he did not at all trouble himself to go after him, but after considering for a few moments, decided upon seeking Sir Richard Blunt, and telling him that he had heard some unexpected news of Todd. Crotchet knew where to pitch upon Sir Richard at once, and when he related to him what had taken place, a look of great chagrin came over the face of the magistrate. Crotchet, he said, I have missed Todd then by what may be considered a hair's breadth. He must have been in the pulpit while I was in the church alone. Oh, that I could but for a moment have guessed as much. You, if you recollect, Crotchet, were in the vaults, and I was waiting for you. To be sure, Sir Richard. And so the rascal was almost within arm's length, and yet escaped me. Sir Richard Blunt paced to and fro in an agony of impatience and regret. To be so near apprehending Todd, and yet to miss him, was truly terrific. Lor, sir, said Crotchet, what's the use of fretting and pining about it? That will not bring it back, sir, I can tell you. After all, sir, you cannot do better than grin and bear it, you know, which is the out and outest policy on all these here occasions, you know, your worship. I wish as I would a knowed he would been in the church as much as you do, but you do not see me a cussin' and a knocking my own head about it, no how. You are right, Crotchet, but in good truth it is most desperately provoking. You will proceed as I have directed you, and I will run down to Norfolk Street River, for fear Todd should try to escape us that way. You will be so good, Crotchet, as to be as vigilant as possible. You know how to find me if you want me. Rather, sir. At this moment, and just as Crotchet was upon the point of leaving the room, an officer brought in a little slip of paper to Sir Richard Blunt, upon which was the word Ben. Ben, said Sir Richard. Who is Ben? Oh, I think I know. Pray show him in at once. It is my friend the beefeater from the tower. Easy does it, said Ben, popping his head in at the door of the room. Easy does it. So it does, Ben, come in. I am glad to see you. You can go, Crotchet. Pray be seated, Ben, and tell me how I can serve you in any way, my good friend, and you may be assured that I shall have exceeding pleasure in doing so, if I possibly can in any way. Lord bless you, said Ben, I hardly knows. There's ups and downs in this here world, and ins and outs. Not a doubt of it, Ben. And retreats within retreats, Sir Richard, and foxes, and laughing hyenas, as you cannot conciliate no how, if you woll up till you cannot woll up no more. Precisely, Ben. If I were a hyena, I do not exactly think, do you know, that such a process would conciliate me. Oh dear, yes, it's the only way. But what I have come about, Sir Richard, is what I calls a delicate affair. Oh dear, yes, I tries to take it easy, but I can't I'm. What, Ben? I am in love, oh. Well, Ben, there is no great wonder in that. I have been in love myself, and I believe very few indeed escape the soft impeachment. I hope your love is prosperous, Ben. Thank you kindly, Sir Richard, thank you. But you see, I thought you might tell me if there was any vice or natural kicking running in the family, and that's why I comed here. I tell you, Ben, why I do not even know the name of the family. Yes, you does, Sir Richard. The young woman as I fell in love with is Miss Julia Hardman, and her father is one of those chaps as nabs the bad uns for you know, Sir Richard. One of my officers. To be sure he is. Does he reside in Norfolk Street, Strand? Does he? Aye, he does, and that's how I came to know the little morsel of a cretur as has made for the first time an impression upon my heart. Oh, Ben, Ben, little could anybody think as you was a marrying sort of person, and here you is in love with Miss Julia. It does seem to me a little extraordinary, Ben, for I must confess I have heard you say some rather severe things against the married state. I have, and if it had not been for all the marrying set out with those two girls, Johanna and Arabella, I never should have got sich an idea in my head. Howsomedever, there it is, and there it is likely to remain. It's a aggravation, but there it is. And how did you get acquainted with Julia Hardman? Oh dear, there's a public house at the corner of her street, and after I had been to Cousin Oakley's, I used to go there at times and get a drain of something, you see, and then she used to come tripping in with a mug for the family beer, you see, and once it rained, so I took her up and carried her home beer and all, and that was how we got acquainted, you see, Sir Richard. A very natural way too, Ben. All I can say is that I know her father to be a very worthy man indeed, and I believe the daughter is a good and virtuous girl. You do not say so. Then as there's no vice and kicking, I do believe I shall have to marry her out of hand. Chapter 157. Todd finds that he has got out of the frying pan into the fire. After this little explanatory conversation between Ben and Sir Richard Blunt, the reader will probably guess that Todd's evil fortune had actually carried him to that very house in Norfolk Street, Strand, occupied by the Hardman family, to which he, Sir Richard, talked of going to give instructions to his officer, and in which resided the identical Julia, that Ben had carried home, beer and all, in the shower, and to whom his large heart had become so deeply attached. Todd could hardly have fairly expected to be waylaid by such a conjunction of events, and certainly when he laid himself down so comfortably and easily in the bed at the lodging-house for the luxury of a few hours' sleep, for which, if sleep he could, he had paid the moderate price of 3 guineas, he little dreamt that his enemies were rallying, as it were, around that house, and that in a short time their voices would be actually within his hearing. Truly it seemed as though there were henceforth to be no peace in this world for Todd, although, by circumstances little short of absolutely miraculous, he did continue to avoid absolute capture, near as he was to it at times. The great fatigue he had undergone, combined with the little refreshment he had taken at the public house in Holywell Street, induced a feeling of sleep in Todd's frame, and after he had lain in the bed at the lodging-house for about a quarter of an hour, and found the house perfectly still, and that the bed was very comfortable, he pulled the clothes nearly right over his face, and fell fast asleep. Nothing but sheer fatigue could have given Todd so unbroken a repose as he now enjoyed. It was for an hour or more quite undisturbed by any images calculated to give him uneasiness, and then he began for there was some noise in the house to dream that he was hunted through the streets of London by an infuriate mob, and by one of those changes incidental to dreams, when the reason sleeps and imagination ascends the mental throne. He thought that the heads of all the mob were armed with horns, like those of cattle, and that they come raging after him with a determination to toss him. This was not a dream upon which anyone was likely to be very still for any length of time, and Todd groaned in his sleep, and tossed his arms to and fro, and more than once uttered the word mercy, mercy. Suddenly he started wide awake as a knock came at the door and roused him. Todd blessed that knock at the moment, for by waking him it had rescued him from the dream of terrors that had been vexing his brain. He sat up in bed, and for a moment or two could hardly collect his scattered senses sufficiently to assure himself that it was all a dream, and that he was in the lodging-house in Norfolk Street. But the brain rapidly recovers from such temporary confusions, and Todd, with a long breath of immense relief, gasped out. It was, after all, but a dream. Oh God, but it was horrible. He fell back upon the pillow again, but sleep did not again come to him, and he began to feel a vague kind of curiosity to know who it was that had knocked at the door. And yet he told himself that it could not matter to him, for that in a house like that, of course, there must be plenty of people coming and going, and that, although the persons who kept it might control noises within the house, they could not possibly have any influence upon the knocker. Oh, it's all right, said Todd. It's all right. I will sleep again, I must sleep again, for it yet wants hours and hours to the night, when I may, at least, make the attempt to get off from England for ever. A faint sort of dozate, could not be called a sleep, was coming over Todd, when he suddenly heard the sound of voices, and he was startled wide awake by hearing his own name pronounced. Yes, he clearly heard someone say Todd. In a moment he sat up in bed and intently listened. He held his breath, and he shook again as his imagination began to picture to him 1,000 dangers. There were footsteps upon the staircase, and in a few moments he heard persons go into the next room, that is to say, the front one to that in which he lay, the room that he had paid for a few weeks' occupation of, and which was only divided from that in which he lay by a pair of folding doors that he knew were just upon the latch, and might, at any moment, be opened to discover him. He then heard a female voice say, "I do wish you would be quiet, Mr. Ben." "Ah," said another voice, "keep him in order, Julia, for he has been quite raving about your beauty as we came along the street, I can tell you. Do you think the servant will be able to find your father?" "Oh yes, Sir Richard. If Ma were at home, she could have said at once where he was, but Martha will find him, I dare say." Todd threw the bedclothes right over his head. It was no other than Sir Richard Blunt, who was in the front room of that diabolical lodging-house, and Todd looked upon himself as all but in custody. His sense of hearing seemed to be preternaturally acute, and although the bedclothes covered up his ears, and he could not be said to be exactly in his usual state, inasmuch as terror had half deprived him of his reasoning powers, yet he heard plainly, and with what might be called a perfect distinctness, every word that was spoken in the front room. Perhaps even in the condemned cell of Newgate, Todd did not suffer such terrors as he was now assailed with in that lodging, where he thought he was so safe, and which he had, as he fancied, managed so cleverly. "Will you be quiet, Ben?" said the girl's voice again. Make him, Julia," said Sir Richard. "Lord bless your little bits of eyes," said Ben, "do now come and sit in my lap, and I will tell you such a lively story of how the leopard we have got at the Tower lost a bit off the end of his tail." "I do not want to hear it." "You do not want to hear it? Camecum, my lambkin of a Juliohan, shall we be married? Oh, do name the day your Ben will be done for life. I want it over." "Well, I am sure," said Julia, "if you think you will be done for, you had better not think of it any more, Mr. Benjamin. It will not bear thinking of, my dear. It's like a cold bath in January. You had better shut your eyes and tumble in." "Upon my word, Ben," said Sir Richard, laughing, "you are anything but gallant, and if I were Julia, I would not have you." "Not have me? Lord, yes, she will have me. Only look at me." "Ah," said Julia, "you think, because you are a great monster of a fellow, that anybody would have you. But I can tell you that a husband half your size would be just as well, and I only wonder, after you have made all the neighbors laugh at me, that I have a word to say to such a mountain of a man, that I do, you wretch." "Laugh," cried Ben, "why, my duck, what do they laugh at? I should like to catch them laughing." "Why, you know, you wretch, that day it rained as if cats and dogs were coming down, you took me up as if I had been a baby, you did, and carried me home, and me with a jug of porter in my right hand, and the change out of a shilling in my left, so that I could not help myself a bit, and all the street laughing. Oh, I hate you." "She hates me," said Ben. "Oh." "But she do not mean it, Ben," said Sir Richard. "Do you think she does not, sir?" "I am sure of it. Do you now, Julia?" "Yes, Sir Richard, indeed I do really now, for he is quite a horrid monster, and I only wonder they do not put him in one of the cages at the Tower along with the other wild beasts, and make a show of him. That's all that he is fit for." "Oh, you aggravating darling," said Ben, making a dart at Julia and catching her up in his arms as you would some little child. "How can you go on so to your Ben?" "Murder," cried Julia. "Oh, if you are going to have a fight for it," said Sir Richard, I will go and wait downstairs, Julia. Bang came a knock at the street door. Oh, Ben, there's Ma or Pa, said Julia. Let me down directly. Do, Beno, pray do. Let me down, Ben. Do you love your Ben? Anything you like, only let me down. Very good. There you is then again on your little mites of feet. Lord bless you, Sir Richard. The girl loves the very ground as I walks on, she does, and she has comed over me with her fascinations in such a way as never was known. Ain't she a nice sleek and shiny, with a capital mane? But you should see her at feeding time, Sir Richard, how nice she does it, quite delicate and pretty, and you should see her. The door of the room opened, and Hardman, the officer, made his appearance. Your humble servant, Sir Richard. I hope I have not kept you waiting long. I was only in the neighborhood. No, Hardman, thank you, it's all right. I have not been here above a quarter of an hour. I am glad of that, sir. How do you do, Mr. Ben? Pretty well, said Ben, only a little hungry and thirsty, that's all. But do not trouble yourself about that, Mr. Hardman. I always do get hungry when I look at Julia. I hope, Mr. Ben, that do not mean that you will dine off her some day when you are married. Oh, Lord, no, bless her heart, no. She loves me more and more, Mr. Hardman. I am glad to hear it, Ben, very glad to hear it. But I presume, Sir Richard, that you have some orders for me. Why, yes, Hardman. There's that rascal Todd, you know, still continues to elude us. What I want you to do is to take charge entirely on the river and to make what arrangements you like at the various quays and landing places, and with all the watermen, so that he shall not have a chance of escaping in that way. Certainly, sir, I will set about it directly. Do so, Hardman. Expense in this case is of no object, for the Secretary of State will guarantee all that, but of course I do not wish you to be extravagant on that account. I quite understand you, Sir Richard, and will do my best. That I am sure you will, Hardman, and now I will go. I shall feel no peace of mind until that man is dead or in the cell again at Newgate. Todd popped his head out from under the clothes, and making the most hideous face, he shook one of his clenched fists in the direction of the front room. It would have been some satisfaction to him to have given a loud howl of rage, but he dared not venture upon it, so he was forced to content himself with the pantomime of passion instead of its vocal expression. I do hope, sir, we shall soon have him, said Hardman. It seems to me to be next thing to impossible he should escape us for long. Do you think he has any money, sir? He cannot have much, for all he has, if any, must be but the produce of depredation since his escape from Newgate. He certainly has not extensive means, Hardman. Then he must fall into our hands, sir. Julia, is that your mother just arrived, do you think? Yes, Pa, it is Ma's step. She has been out to get something or another, but I do not know what, as I was out myself all the morning, but it is Ma, I know. Mrs. Hardman came into the room, looking very red and flushed, and with a large basket on her arm. She looked from one to the other of the assembled guests with surprise and horror. What's the matter? Said her husband. Why, wife, you look panic-stricken. What has happened? Oh, gracious, where's the gentleman? The gentleman, cried everybody. Yes, the lodger, the highly respectable gentleman who took the first floor only a couple of hours ago. Oh, gracious, where is he? And a capital lodger, too, who paid in advance and did not mind extras at all. But what lodger, mother? Said Julia. Oh, Mum, I forgot, said Martha, suddenly coming into the room. I forgot to tell Miss Julia, Mum, that an old gentleman had taken the first floor, Mum, and gone to bed in the next room. In bed in the next room, said Sir Richard Blunt. I am lost, thought Todd. I am lost now, I am quite lost, and the only thing I can do is to kill as many of them as possible and then blow my own brains out. Do you mean to say, Ma, said Julia, that there's a gentleman asleep in the next room in the bed? Lor, said Ben, you do not mean to say that, Mrs. Hardman. He may be in bed, but if he is asleep, said Sir Richard, he is a remarkable man. Of course, if we had had the least idea of such a thing, we should not have come up here. But here we were shown by the servant. Oh yes, it's all that frightful Martha's fault. I'll kill no, I'll discharge that odious hussy without a character and leave her to drown herself. For heaven's sake, go downstairs, all of you, and I will go and speak to the old gentleman and apologize to him. Let me go, said Ben, and roll on him on the bed, and if that do not settle him, I do not know what will. Shall I apologize to him, said Sir Richard. Todd nearly fainted when he heard this proposition, but when Mrs. Hardman rejected it and insisted upon going herself, he felt quite a gush of gratitude towards her and breathed a little more freely once again. Chapter 158. Todd's Fearful Adventures on the River. Shall I lay hold of her, thought Todd, and choke her the moment she comes into the room, or shall I answer her and let her go again, which will be the safest course? I suppose I must let her go, for she might possibly make a noise. Ah, how I should like to have my hand upon all their throats. Mrs. Hardman came into the room on tiptoe, leaving the folding door just a little ajar. My dear sir, she said, are you awake? Oh, go to the deuce, said Todd. What did you remark, my dear sir? Go along, Hugh. Oh dear, how bad my cough is. I dreamt that no end of people were talking and talking away in the next room, but that cannot be, as I have paid for it. Oh dear, oh. Mrs. Hardman took her cue from this, and she was at once resolved to pass off the disturbance in the next room as merely a dream of her new lodger. Dear me, sir, she said in the blandest possible accents, have you indeed had a dream? What a singular thing. Hugh, is it? I do not think so. Well, sir, when I say singular, of course I mean that it's very natural. I always dream when I sleep in a strange bed, do you know, sir, and sometimes the most horrid dreams. Oh, go along. Yes, sir, directly. Would you like anything got for you, sir? A nice mutton chop, for instance, or a... No, good God, why do not you go? I am going, sir, thank you. There will be a very quiet house here, I assure you, sir. With these words, Mrs. Hardman was about to leave the room, flattering herself that it was all passing off quite comfortably as a mere dream, when Ben, thinking it incumbent upon him to do something civil, suddenly popped his head into the room, and in a voice that sounded like the growl of some bear for his food, he said, Take it easy, old gentleman. You will find that easy does it all the world over, and if so be as you ever comes near the tower, just you ask for Ben, and I will show you the beastacies, all gratis, and for nothing. Feeding time at 4 o'clock. Oh, you great ugly wretch, cried Mrs. Hardman, dealing Ben a sound box on the ear. How dared you interfere, I should like to know, you monster in inhuman shape. Oh, lor, said Ben, I only hope another of the family ain't so handy with her front paws. Oh ho, said Todd, no peace, no peace. Mrs. Hardman at once closed the door of communication between the two rooms, for she quite despaired now of being able to make any apology to her lodger, and she seemed much inclined to execute further vengeance upon Ben, but Sir Richard Blunt interfered, saying, Come, Mrs. Hardman, you should recollect that what Ben said was with the very best of motives, and anyone, you know, may go wrong a little in trying to do good. Let us all adjourn downstairs, and be no further disturbance to this old gentleman, who, taking everything into consideration, has, I think, shown quite an exemplary amount of patience. Todd heard those words. They seemed to him quite like a reprieve from death. I will come downstairs, of course, said Mrs. Hardman in an undertone, but for all that, this great monster of a Ben ought to be put in one of his own cages at the tower, and they're kept as a warning to all people. A warning, oh what, mum, said Ben. Mrs. Hardman was not very clear about what he would be a warning of, so she got out of the difficulty by saying, "What's that to you, stupid?" And as Ben was rather slow in explaining that it did rather concern him, she walked downstairs with a look of triumph that was highly amusing to Sir Richard Blunt, as well as to Mr. Hardman, the officer. How Todd listened to the footsteps as they went down the stairs, how his heart beat responsive to every one of them, and when he felt for certain that immediate and awful danger had passed away, he peeped out from amid the mass of bedclothes, with his eyes almost starting from his head. "Gone, gone," he gasped. "He has really gone. My mortal enemy, the only man who can make me tremble, that terrible Sir Richard Blunt, that he should be within half a dozen paces of me, that he should hear me speak, that he should only have to stretch out his hand to lay it upon my shoulder, and yet that I should escape him. Oh, it cannot be real." Todd heard some accidental noise in the house, and he immediately dived his head under the bedclothes again. "They are coming again, they are coming again," he gasped. The noise led to nothing, and after a few moments, Todd became convinced that it had nothing to do with him, so he ventured, half suffocated, to look up again. I must listen," he said in a low, anxious tone. "I must listen until he has gone. When I hear the street door of the house shut, I shall think that they have let him go, and then I shall be able to breathe again, but not before. Oh, no, not before. Hush, hush, what is that?" Every little accidental sound in the house now set the heart of Todd wildly beating. If one had come into the room and said, "You are my prisoner," the probability was that he would have fainted, but if he did not, it is quite certain that he could not have offered any resistance. A child might have captured him then, during the accession of terror that had come over him in that house, whither he had slunk purposely for safety and for secrecy. At length he heard a noise of voices in the passage, and then the street door was opened. As he lay, he could feel a rush of cold air in consequence. Then it was closed again, and the house was very still. He has gone," said Todd. The manner in which Todd pronounced these few words it would be impossible to describe. No shivering wretch reprieved upon the scaffold, with the rope round his neck, could feel a greater relief than did Todd, when he found that the door of that house was really closed upon Sir Richard Blunt. And then he began to felicitate himself upon the fact that, after all, he had come to that place. For now, he thought, "I know that, although I have been in great danger, it has passed away. And as Sir Richard Blunt has transacted all his business in this house, he is not likely to come to it again." That was a pleasant thought, and as Todd dashed from his brow the heavy drops that intense fear had caused to assemble there, he almost smiled. Very profound stillness now reigned in the house, for Mrs. Hardman was resolved to make up to her lodger as well as she could for the noise and disturbance that had been so unwittingly caused in her front room. She had made Ben go away, and as her husband had likewise gone, in pursuance of the orders of Sir Richard Blunt, to take measures lest Todd should make an escape by the Thames, the place remained as calm and still as if no one were in it but herself. Todd closed his eyes, and wearied nature sought relief in sleep. Even Sweeney Todd, with more than 20 mortal murders on his conscience, slept calmly for no less than 6 hours of that, to him, most eventful day. Twice during this long sleep of her lodger's had Mrs. Hardman stolen into the front room to listen, and been quite satisfied by the regular breathing, that, at all events, her lodger was not dead, and she kept herself upon the alert to attend to him whenever he should awake from that deep sleep. The long shadows of the houses on the other side of the street had fallen upon the windows of the Hardman's abode, and a slight fog began to make itself perceptible in London when Todd awoke. "Help, oh God, where am I?" he cried. He sprang half out of the bed, and then the full tide of recollection came back to him, and he fully comprehended his situation in a moment. "Hush, hush, hush," he said, and he listened most intently to hear if his sudden exclamation had attracted any attention. He heard a footstep on the stairs. "Hush, hush," he said again. "Hush, who is it? I must be very careful now, oh, very." The footstep paused at his door, and then he heard it in the next room, and Mrs. Hardman, advancing to the folding doors, said, in the blandest of accents, "Are you awake, sir, if you please?" Todd at once assumed the tone in which he had formerly addressed her, and replied, "Yes, madam, yes, I am awake." "And how do you feel now, sir, if you please?" "Oh, a great deal better, ma'am, a great deal better. Indeed, I feel quite refreshed. I will come out directly, my dear madam. Pray have the goodness to take this guinea. I shall want a cup of tea at times, and I think I could take a cup now, my dear madam. You can get it out of that, and keep the change, you know, till I want something else." "Oh, really, sir," said Mrs. Hardman, as she put her hand through a small opening of one of the folding doors and took the guinea. "It is quite delightful to have so pleasant a lodger as yourself, quite. I will get the tea directly, my dear sir, and pray make yourself quite at home, if you please." "Yes, ma'am, I will." "Do, sir. I should be really unhappy now if I did not think you were comfortable." "Oh, it's all right, ma'am. Oh dear, I do think my cough has been better since I have been here." "How delightful to hear you say that," exclaimed Mrs. Hardman, speaking in quite a tremulous voice of sympathetic emotion. "I will get the tea directly, sir." She left the room, and as she went down the stairs, she said to herself, "What a pearl of a lodger, to be sure. He pays for everything over and over again. I should not now in the least wonder but the dear old gentleman will quite forget the change out of this guinea. If he does, it is not for me to vex him by putting him in mind of it. I know well that old people never like it to be supposed that their memory fails them, so if he says nothing about it, I am sure I shall not. Oh dear, no." "Wretch," muttered Todd as he crept out of the back room into the front. "Wretch, I find that money will purchase anything in this house, but am I surprised at that? Oh, no, will not money purchase anything in this great world? Of course it will. Why then should this house be an exception to the rule so general? No, it is no exception, and I may be very safe for a few guineas well spent, and they are well spent indeed. Oh, so well." Todd then, as he flung himself into the depths of an easy chair, that was really easy for a wonder, considering that it was in a lodging house, began to arrange in his own mind his course of proceeding for the night. Let me think," he muttered. "I am now very much refreshed indeed, and feel quite strong and well and equal to any emergency. That sleep has done me a world of good, and it is strange, too, that it has been the calmest and the quietest sleep I have enjoyed for many a month. I hope it is not prophetic of some coming evil." He shuddered at the thought. Todd was each day, each hour, becoming more and more superstitious. No, I will not think that. I will not be so mad as to disarm myself of my courage by thinking that for a moment. I will take my tea here, and then I will sally forth, telling this woman that I will soon return, and then, after a dose of brandy, I will hire a boat and take to the river. What is that? The wind, with a sudden gust, came dashing against the windows, giving them such a shake that it seemed as if it were intent upon getting into the room to buffet Todd. He immediately rose, and going to the window, he placed his hideous face close to one of the panes and looked out. The sky was getting very black, and huge clouds were careering about it. The wind was evidently rising, and there was every appearance of its being most squally and tempestuous. Todd bit his lips with vexation. "Always something," he said, "always something to annoy me and to cross me, always. The tea, sir, if you please." Todd turned round so suddenly that he almost upset the servant with the tea equipage. "Oh, very well, that will do. You are the servant of the house." "If you please, sir." "Ah, you will then have to attend upon me while I am here, my dear, I presume." "Yes, sir, if you please." Very good. You are a very nice young woman, and there's half a guinea for you. I shall give you that sum every week while I stay here, you know." "Lor, sir, will you?" Yes, you can go now. Is the tea all right?" "Oh dear, yes, sir. You are very good indeed. Mrs. said as you was a very good lodger, which I knowed to mean as you did not be particular about your money, and now I sees you ain't. Thank you, sir, for me. I will get up in the night if you want anythink. Chapter 159. Todd makes a vigorous attempt to reach Gravesend. The servant was so profuse in her acknowledgments for the half-guinea that she seemed as if she would never get out of the room, and Todd had to say, "There, that will do. Now leave me, my good girl, that will do," before she, with a curtsy at every step, withdrew. "Well," she said as she went downstairs, "if I tell Mrs. of this, I am a Prussian. Oh dear, I keeps it to myself and says nothing to nobody, excepting to my Thomas as is in the Horse Guards. Ah, he is a nice fellow, and out o' this I will make him a present of a most elegant watch ribbon that he can put a bullet at the end of and let it hang out of his fob, all as if he had a real watch in his pocket." "Humph," said Todd, "I have bought her good opinion cheap. It was well worth 10 and 6 not to have the servant watching me with, for all I know to the contrary, eyes of suspicion well worth it." It was not very often that Todd indulged himself with a cup of tea. Something stronger was commonly more congenial to his appetite, but upon this occasion, after his long sleep, the tea had upon him a most refreshing effect, and he took it with real pleasure. Mrs. Hardman, in consideration of the guinea she had received beforehand, had done him justice, as far as the quality of the tea was concerned, and he had it good. "Well," he said, after his third cup, "I did not think that there was so much virtue in a cup of tea, after all, but of a surety I feel wonderfully refreshed at it. How the wind blows!" The wind did indeed blow, for all the while that Todd was taking his tea, it banged and buffeted against the window at such a rate that it was really quite a fearful thing to listen to it. A couple of candles had been lighted and brought into the room, but the gale without soon laid hold of their little flames and tossed them about so that they gave but a dim and sepulchral kind of light. Todd rose again and went to the window again. He placed his face close to the pane of glass, and shading his eyes with his hands, he looked out. A dashing rain was falling. "They say that when the rain comes the wind moderates," he muttered, "but I see no signs of that, yet it is almost a gale already." At that moment, there came such a gust of wind howling down the street that Todd mechanically withdrew his head, as though it were some tangible enemy come to seek him. "Always something to foil me here," he said, "always something, but out I must go. Let it look as strange as it may, I cannot stay a night in this house, for if I were to do so, that would involve the staying a day likewise, and it would be this time tomorrow before I dared venture abroad, and who knows what awful things might happen in that space of time. No, I must go tonight. I must go tonight." He could not help feeling that his going out, while the weather was in such a state, would excite a great amount of wonder in the house. But that was a minor event in comparison to what might possibly ensue from remaining, so he put on his hat. Tap-tap came against the panel of his door. Todd muttered an awful oath, and then said, "Come in." Mrs. Hardman entered the room. "I hope I do not intrude upon you, sir, but I was so very anxious to know if the tea was just as you like it, sir." "Oh, yes, I am going out a little way, my good madam, only a little way." "Out, sir?" "Yes, and why not, why not? Oh, dear me, how bad my cough is to be sure tonight, yug. Goodness gracious, my dear sir, you will not think of venturing out tonight, oh, sir." "Why not, madam?" "The wind, sir, the rain, sir, and the wind and the rain together, sir. Oh, dear, it is not a night to turn out a dog in, not that I like dogs, but I beg, sir, you will not think of it. Only listen, sir, how it does blow, to be sure." "Madam," said Todd, putting on a solemn look, "I must go. It is my duty to go." "Your duty, sir?" "Yes, whenever the wind blows and the rain comes down, I put a quantity of small change in my pocket, and I go out to see what objects of distress in the streets I can relieve. It is then that I feel myself called upon in the sacred name of heavenly charity to see to the wants of my poorer fellow creatures. It is then that I can find many a one whom I can make happy and comfortable for a brief space, at all events. And that's the way that I am always, you see, madam, with a bad cold." "Generous man," said Mrs. Hardman, wiping her eyes with the corner of her apron. "Not at all, madam, not at all. It is one's duty and nothing else. I feel bound to do it, but I shall want a little something for supper. A nice boiled chicken, if you please, and you will be so good as to get it for me, madam. Take this guinea, if you please, and we can talk about the change, you know, when I want anything else, my good madam." "My word," thought Mrs. Hardman, "he is a wonderful lodger, for he forgets all about his change. I feel that it would only vex the poor old gentleman to remind him of it, and that I do not feel justified in doing. Ahem, yes, sir. Oh, certainly, I will get the finest chicken, sir, that can be had." "Do so, madam, do so. Now I am going. Oh, Lord, there's a gust of wind. I like it. And there's a dash of rain. So much the better. Delightful, delightful, my dear madam. I shall find plenty of poor objects to relieve tonight. Under gateways, I shall find them, crouching upon doorsteps, and shivering on spots where a little shelter can be found from the inclemency of the weather. This is my time to try and do a little good with that superfluous wealth which Providence has given me." Mrs. Hardman made no further opposition to the benevolent intentions of a lodger who continually forgot his change, and Todd fairly left the house. Little did the landlady think, while she was grasping at the guineas, that there was a reward of £1,000 for the apprehension of her lodger, and that it would every pennypiece of it have been duly paid to her at the Treasury, if she could but have managed to lock him in a room until the officers of justice could be sent for, to pounce upon him and load him with irons and take him off to prison. But poor Mrs. Hardman had really no idea of how near she was to fortune, and when the street door closed upon Todd, she little suspected that she shut out such a sum as £1,000 sterling along with him. "That is managed so far," said Todd, as he shrank and cowed before the storm-laden gale that dashed in his face the rain, as he reached the corner of the street. There Todd paused, for a new fear came across him. It was that no waterman would venture upon the river with him on such a night, and yet, after reasoning with himself a little time, he said, "Watermen are human, and they love gold as much as anyone else. After all, it only resolves itself into a question of how much I will pay." Full of this idea, which in its way was a tolerably just one, he sneaked down the Strand until he got right to Charing Cross. He had thought of going down one of the quiet streets near that place and taking a boat there, but now he considered that he would have a much better chance by going as far as Westminster Bridge, and accordingly, despite the rain and the wind, he made his way along Whitehall and reached the bridge. A few watermen were lounging about at the head of the stairs. They had little enough expectation of getting a fare at such a time and upon such a day. One of them, however, seeing Todd pause, went up to him and spoke. "You did not want a boat, did you, sir?" "Why, yes," said Todd, "I did, but I suppose you are all afraid to earn a couple of guineas." "A couple of guineas?" "Yes, or 3, for the matter of that. One more or less do not matter to me, but it may to you." "Indeed it does, sir. You are right enough there. But where do you want to go to, sir? Up or down?" "To Greenwich." Todd thought if he mentioned Gravesend, he might frighten the man at once. "Greenwich, Hugh." The waterman perpetrated a long whistle, and then, shaking his head, he said, "I'm very much afraid, sir, that it is not a question of guineas that will settle that, but I will speak to my mate. Halloa, Jack, Jack, I say, old boy, where are you?" "Here you are," said an old weather-beaten man coming up the steps. "I have only been making the little craft fast. What is the row now, Harriet?" "No row, old mate, but this here gentleman offers a matter of 3 guineas for a cruise to Greenwich." "Aye, and why not, Harry?" "Why not? Do not you hear how it's blowing?" "Yes, I do, Harry, but it will not blow long. I have seen more gales than you have, lad, and I tell you that this one is all but over. The rain, in another quarter of an hour, will beat it all down. It's fast going now. It will be a wet night and a dark night, but it will not blow, nor it will not be cold." "If you say as much as that, Jack," said the younger waterman, "I will swear to it." The old man smiled as he added, "Ah, dear me, yes, and so you may, Harry. I have not been so long out of doors that I do not know the fancies of the weather. I can tell you a'most what it's a-going to do beforehand, better than it knows itself. There, do not you hear how it's coming in puffs, now, the wind, and each one is a bit fainter nor the one has come before it. Lord bless you, it's nothing. We shall get a wet jacket, that's all, and if so be, sir, as you really do want a cruise down to Greenwich, come on, and Harry and me will soon manage it for you." These words were very satisfactory to Todd. He had no objection in the world to its being rather a bad night on the river, but he certainly had a great objection to risking his life. Discomfort was a thing that gave him no concern. He knew well that that would pass away. "If you are willing," he said, "let us then start at once, and I will not hold you to your bargain if the weather should happen to turn very bad. We can, in such a case, easily, I dare say, put in at some of the numerous stairs on one side or other of the river." "There will be no need of that, sir," said the old waterman. "If you go, and if you choose to go all the way, we will put you on shore at Greenwich." "How about London Bridge?" said the younger man in a tone of some anxiety. "Better than usual," said Jack. "It is just the time to shoot it nicely, for the tide will be at a point, and will not know exactly whether to go one way or the other." "It's all right, then." "It is." Todd himself had had his suspicions that the passage of Old London Bridge would be one of no ordinary difficulty on such a night as that. But he knew that if the tide was at that point which the old man mentioned, that it might be passed with the most perfect safety, and it was a matter of no small gratification to him to hear from such a competent authority that such was the fact just then. "Let us go at once," he said. "All's right, sir. Our wherry is just at the foot of the stairs here. I will pull her in, Harry." The old man ran down the slippery stairs with the activity of a boy, and as Todd and Harry followed him, the latter said, in quite a confidential tone of voice, "Todd encounters great perils on the River Thames." "Ah, sir, you may trust to his judgment on anything that has anything to do with the river." "I am glad to hear it." "Yes, sir, and so am one. Now I thought I knew something, and I should not have ventured to take you, or if I had, it would have been with rather a faint heart. But now that the old man, sir, says it's all right, I feel as comfortable as needs be in the matter." By this time they had reached the foot of the steps, which was being laved by the tide, and there the old man had the boat safely in hand. "Now for it, sir," he said. "Jump in." Todd did so, and the younger waterman followed him. He and his aged companion immediately took their places, and Todd stretched himself in the stern of the little craft. The rain now came down in absolute torrents, as the boat was pushed off by the two watermen into the middle of the stream. Chapter 160, The Police Gully on the Thames. What an anxious and protracted glance Todd cast around him when he found that he was fairly upon the river. How his eyes, with fox-like cunning, glistening like two lead-colored stars, were here and there and everywhere in the course of a few moments. Then he contrived to speak, as he thought, craftily enough. "There are but few boats on the river." "No, sir," said the young waterman. "It is not everybody that cares to come on the water in such weather as this." No, but I have business." "Exactly so, sir. That's it." "Yes," added Todd in quite a contemplative tone of voice, "the fact is that I have just heard that at Gravesend there resides a family with whom I was once intimate but had lost sight of. They have, as I hear, dropped into poverty amounting to destitution, and I could not rest until I had gone after them to relieve them." "Did you say Gravesend?" said the old man. Why, yes, but I do not ask you to go so far. I will try and find a conveyance on land at Greenwich. But if you like to pull all the way to Gravesend, I do not mind paying, for I prefer the water. Could not do it, said the old man. Certainly not, said the young one. Todd felt mortified that his plan of getting to Gravesend by the aid of the boat was thus put an end to, but he could not help feeling how very impolitic it would be to show any amount of chagrin upon such a subject, so he spoke as cheerfully as he could, merely saying, "Well, of course, I do not want you to do it. I merely offer you the job, as I am so fond of a little boating that I would not mind a few guineas more upon such an account." "No use trying it," said the old man sententiously. "There's several turns in the river, and we should be down one at this time before we could get there. Gravesend is quite another thing." "So it is," said Todd. He felt perfectly certain, by the tone and the manner of the old man, that it would be of no use urging the matter any further, and the great dread he had of exciting suspicion that he was a fugitive had the effect of making him as cautious as possible regarding what he said. In stern and moody silence, then, he reclined in the stern of the boat, while it cleaved through the black water, and, as the old boatman prophesied, the wind each moment went down until it left nothing but a freshness upon the surface of the water, which, although it was bitterly cold, in no way affected the progress of the boat. But a slight rain now began to fall, and every moment the night got darker and darker still, until the lights upon the banks of the river looked like little stars afar off, and it was only when they got quite close to it that they became aware of the proximity of Blackfriars Bridge. It was Todd that saw it first, appearing like some gigantic object rising up out of the water to destroy them. He could not resist uttering an exclamation of terror, and then he added, "What is it? Oh, what is it?" What, said the young waterman, shipping his oars and looking rather terrified. The old man gave his head a slight jerk as he said, "I fancy it's Blackfriars." "Oh, yes, yes," said Todd, with a feeling of great relief. "It's the bridge, of course it's the bridge, but in the darkness of the night it looked awful and strange, and as we approached it, it had all the effect as if it were something big enough to crush the world rising up out of the water." "Aye," said the old man, "I have seen it on all sorts of nights and was looking out for it. It's all right, easy with your larboard over there, that will d'other we go." The boat shot under one of the arches of the old bridge, and for a moment the effect was like going into some deep and horrible cavern, the lower part of which was a sea of ink. Todd shuddered, but he did not say anything. He thought that after his affected raptures at sailing, that if he made any sort of remark indicative of his terrors at the passage of the bridge, they would sound rather inconsistent. It was quite a relief when they had shot through the dim and dusky arch and emerged again upon the broad open water, and owing to the terrible darkness that was beneath that arch, the night upon the river, after they had passed through it, did not seem to be nearly so black as it had been before, thus showing that, after all, most of our sensations are those of comparison, even including those dependent upon the physical changes of nature. "This is cheering," said Todd. "It is lighter now upon the river, do not you think it is?" "Why," said the old man, "perhaps it is just a cloud or two lighter, but it's after coming through the arch that it makes the principal difference, I take it." "Yes," said the other, "that's it, and the rain, to my thinking, will be a lasting one, for it comes down straight and with a good will to continue. Do not you think so?" The question was addressed to the old man, who answered it slowly and sententiously, keeping time with his words to the oars as they made a slight noise jerking in the rowlocks. "If it do not rain till sunrise, just ask me to eat the old boat, and I will do it." "That's settled," said the young waterman. The weather, in so far as rain or not rain was concerned, was not to Todd a matter of much concern. So long as there was no stormy aspect of the elements to prevent him from speeding upon his journey, he, upon the whole, rather liked the darkness and the rain, as it probably acted as a better shield for his escape, and he rather chuckled than not on the idea that the rain would last. Besides, it was evident that as it fell, it smoothed the surface of the river, so that the oars dipped clear into the stream and the boat shot on the better. "Well, well," he said, "we can but get wet." "That's all," said the old man, "and I hold it to be quite a folly to make a fuss about that. If you sit still, the rain will, of course, soak into your clothes, but if you go on sitting still, it will in time give you up as a bad job and begin to run out again. So you have nothing, you see, to do but take it easy and think of something else all the while." "That is very true, my friend," said Todd in a kind and conciliatory tone, "but you get wet through in the process." "Just so, pull away." The younger man, for the last 5 minutes, had glanced several times through one of his hands along the line of the surface of the river, and the injunction to pull away was probably on account of his having been a little amiss in that particular. The old man had spoken the words rather sharply than otherwise. "Yes, I," said the other, "I will pull away, but there's another craft upon the river, in spite of the rain, and they are pulling away with a vengeance rather. Look, they are in our wake." "It's no use me looking, you know that well enough. I ain't quite so good with my eyes as I was a matter of 20 years ago. I suppose it's the police craft. Of late, you know, they have taken to cutting along at all times." "Yes, it's them." Todd stooped in the boat, until his eyes went right along the line of the water's edge, and there he saw coming on swiftly a biggish, bulky object, and as the oars broke the water, he could see that there were 5 or 6 of them on each side. It looked altogether like some great fish striking through the water with a number of stranger-looking fins. The coward heart of Todd smote him, as well it might, when he saw this sight. For a moment or two he sat bewildered, and he thought that he should faint in the stern of the boat, and then that nothing in the world could save him from capture if that were in reality the police boat. It was, perhaps, only the rain falling upon his face that revived him, as it came upon him with its cold, refreshed splash. To be sure, he was well armed for one individual, but what could he do against some dozen of men? Suppose that he did shoot 2 or 3 of them, that would be but a poor recompense for his capture by the others. He was bewildered to know what to do. He spoke in a low, anxious tone. "Are you, from your knowledge of the river, quite sure that that is a police boat?" "Ah, to be sure." "Do you then think likewise that that is upon our track? Answer me that. Answer it fairly." "Our track," said the old man, as he almost ceased rowing. "Hilloa, there's something more in this affair than meets the eye. It will not exactly pay us to be overhauled by the police, after a chase. Who and what are you, my friend? If you are afraid of the police boat, we are not, and you ain't quite the sort of customer to suit us exactly, I should say." "I have both their lives," thought Todd, as in the dark he felt for his pistols. "I have both their lives, and if they show any disposition to give me up, they shall not live another 5 minutes. I will shoot them both, cast their bodies into the river, and land myself at the first stairs I come to." "Listen to me," he said, in a mild tone of voice. "It would only tire you, and besides, it would take too long to tell why I have a fear of the police. But I have such a fear. I assure you that I am quite innocent of what they accuse me. But until I can get from Hamburg the only witness who can prove my innocence, I do not want to fall into the hands of my enemies. I implore you not to sacrifice me." "Humph," said the old man, "what have you done?" "Nothing, nothing, as heaven is my witness." "But what do they say you have done?" said the young waterman. "I," said the other, "that's the question." "Why, they say that I was wrong in helping a poor lad, who certainly had done some wrong thing, to escape from the country, but then it would have broken his poor mother's heart if they had hanged him. It was for forgery only, and it was all owing to bad company he did it. Alas, I did not think it a crime to aid the poor boy to get away. What good would his death have done to anyone?" "Was that all?" "Yes, that was all. But it appears in law, you see, a very serious offense to aid and abet, as they call it, a felon. Poor boy, poor mother." "Oh, hang it, we will not give you up to the bloodhounds of the law for that," said the old man. But hark you, sir, it's out of the question that we too should be able to hold our way against the police galley with 6 young fresh rowers. So all we can do is to put you ashore somewhere, and then you can shift for yourself the best way you may. I do not see what else we can do for you." "Nor I," said the young waterman, "and in a few moments it will be best to do that. Is there a stairs close at hand?" "Not one," said the old man. "It's a done thing. We cannot land you except in the water, if that can be called landing you at all. I do not know what to be at." "Oh, save me," said Todd. "But how can we?" "Yes," said the young waterman, "there's one way of managing that I think will do it, and do it well too." "Oh, how can I thank you?" "Do not mention it. Suppose we put him on to the first craft we come alongside of in the river that is moored and has got no one on board. It will not be noticed, like our putting into a landing would, you know. They would be sure to say we had put someone on shore. But if we just ease the boat for a moment as we pass some craft, our fare can scramble on board, and we can go right on, and let the police overtake us, and overhaul us in due course. I will be bound that by this light, there's not a man on board of yonder craft can take upon himself to say whether there's 1, 2, or 3 people in our wherry." "Yes," said the old man, "that will do if anything will, and if that do not do, nothing will." "It will do," said Todd, "it will do. I thank you from my heart for the suggestion. It will do well. All you have to do is to let me board the craft in the river, upon the side furthest removed from the police boat. Oh, you will have the prayers of the widow and the fatherless for this kind act." "Never mind about that, pull away." And when the police boat is past, will you then come and take me off again?" "That's awkward," said the old man. "We will if we can," said the young one, "but do not depend upon us. We do not know as yet what the police may say to us. For all we know, they know more than we would wish them of your being in our boat, and all we can say then is that we put you ashore, but they may keep a watch upon us after that, and if they do, it will be only to give you up to them that we could push off to you." "Yes, I understand," said Todd. "I thank you, and will take my chance of all that may happen." "You must." "There's something ahead," said the old man. "What is it?" "It's the pile-driving barge. They are mending up the bank of the river. I know that the men leave that all night, as there is nothing to take from it that anyone can lift. Will you go on board that, sir?" "Yes, yes," said Todd, "that will do." "Be quick, then, about it," said the old man, "for they gain upon us." "Boat ahe," cried a voice over the river. Chapter 161. The Police Galley's Fate. Todd, when he heard that voice, quite sank down into the bottom of the boat, and felt as though his last hour were come. "Do not answer," said the old man. "Pull away for the pile-driving barge as hard as you can." "Oh yes, pull," cried Todd, "save me." "If you make that noise," added the old man, "we may as well be off at once, for the river, when it is as smooth as it is now, carries voices well." "Boat ahe," cried the voice again. "We must answer them now," said the old waterman. Aye, is it here, boat ahe?" Aye, came the voice from the police galley. At that moment, the 2 watermen succeeded in reaching the broad stern of the barge, in which was centered the pile-driving machinery, and the young man said to Todd, "Now clamber in, and good luck attend you. If we do not come to you in the course of an hour, do not expect us, that's all." Todd was not very young and supple in his joints, but the sense of present and serious danger has an effect upon everyone, and in a moment he seized the side of the pile-driving barge and drew himself in. "All right," said the old man. "Oh, yes, said Todd, as he crouched down with his chin touching the side of the barge. "Good night, then." "Good night, you will come for me if you can." "Yes, but do not expect us. Pull now as hard as you can and get out into the stream. Pull." By the strenuous united exertions of the 2 men, the boat shot along at good speed and soon got to a considerable distance from the barge in which Todd had taken refuge. It was then that the police galley hoisted a strong light that shed a bright glare through the rain and over the surface of the river. "Am I saved?" said Todd. "Am I saved or am I not?" He sank quite down into the body of the barge. There was a sort of platform over one half of it, and upon that platform he felt the mass of iron, weighing about a couple of hundredweight or more, which was used for driving piles into the bed of the river, and which, when liberated from a height and allowed to fall upon the end of the pile, comes with a most tremendous force. That piece of metal so used is called the monkey. "They cometh come," said Todd. "Oh, if they only chance to see the boat place me here, I am lost, quite lost. What will become of me then, with nothing but the cold, cold river all round me? Death, indeed, now stares me in the face." Truly, the situation of Todd now was rather a critical one. There was no saying how far the men on board the police galley might not think themselves justified in boarding any craft that was moored upon the river. And indeed, if they were searching for him and had really any idea that he was trying an escape by the Thames, it was highly improbable that they would omit to have a good look in the barge where he was. There was another great danger, too, that suddenly flashed across his mind and drove him nearly mad. If the police, when they overtake the wherry, he thought, should mention who it is they are in pursuit of, may not the two watermen at once, upon finding that their sympathy has been excited for me, declare where I am, and even aid in my apprehension? This idea, either because it was the last one that came into his head, or because it really was the one that seemed most full of real dangers, clung to him with desperation, and more than once the thought of ending all his miseries by a plunge into the river crossed his mind. But it is not such men as Sweeney Todd who commit suicide. "They cometh come," was all he could now say. The light from the police was, by the aid of a revolving reflector, capable of being cast pretty strongly in any direction that those who had the care and control of it chose, and for a moment it rested upon the barge where Todd was. He felt as if, at that moment, he could have crept right through the bottom of the barge and taken refuge in the Thames. The broad beam of light was then shifted off the barge on to the little wherry, which was at rest upon the water waiting for the approach of the police galley. And now, with vigorous sweeps of its 6 oars, that galley made its way right past the barge. Oh, what a relief it was that it went past! It did not follow that all danger was gone because the police barge had gone past, but it was a sufficient proof that the glare of light they had sent in that direction, by the aid of the reflector, had not had the effect of discovering him to them. "That is something," muttered Todd. He then slowly permitted his eyes to peer over the side of the barge in order, as far as he could, to watch the interview that was about to take place between the police and the 2 watermen in the wherry where he had been so lately a passenger. Upon that interview, now, he thought that his fate depended. "Hilloa," cried one of the police. "Why did you not wait for us when we first called to you?" "We did," said the old man, "as soon as we saw your light and knew what you were. But there are so many jokes played off upon the river that if we were to restore to everybody who callboat ahe, we should have enough to do." "Who are you?" "A couple of registered watermen. Here we are. You can overhaul us at once if you like." "You have no passenger." "No, I only wish we had. Times are very bad." "Well, it's all right. But we are placed here by the orders of Sir Richard Blunt, the magistrate, who suspects that the notorious murderer, Sweeney Todd, may try to escape by the Thames." "Sweeney Todd," cried the young waterman in a tone of horror. "What, the fellow that killed all the people in Fleet Street and made them into pies?" "The same." "It's coming now," thought Todd. "It's coming now. They will tell him where I am." The next words that were spoken were uttered in a tone of voice that did not reach his ears. It was the old man who had spoken, and he did not utter his words so clearly as his younger companion, and although he tried his utmost to hear what he said, He could not possibly make it out, and he remained in a perfect agony of apprehension. "Very well," said the officer in the police barge who had conducted the brief conversation. "It is a miserable night. Give way, my men. Steady there. Put the light out." In an instant the light was lowered and extinguished, and the darkness that reigned upon the surface of the Thames was like a darkness that could be felt. It was difficult to conceive that it was not really tangible. "Are they coming back?" That was the question that Todd asked of himself as he grasped to steady himself the heavy piece of iron that belonged to the pile-driving machine. He listened most intently until it was positively painful to do so, and he began to fancy all sorts of strange noises in the air and from the water. In a few moments, though, an actual splashing sound put to rout all imaginary noises, and he felt convinced that the boat with the police was slowly returning towards the barge in which he was concealed. There was, to be sure, still a hope that they would pass it, but it was only a hope. Oh, how awfully full of apprehension was each passing moment now. It might be that the police galley was only going quietly back to its proper station after overtaking the wherry, but then it might be quite otherwise, and the doubt was terrific. While that doubt lasted, it was worse than the reality of danger. And now it was quite evident to the perception of Todd that the police boat was close to the barge, and he heard a voice say, "Is that the pile-driving barge?" "Yes, sir," replied someone. "And they leave it, I suppose, as usual?" "No doubt, sir." "Well, pull alongside, and a couple of you jump in and see if all is right. People leave their property exposed to all sorts of depredations and then blame us for not looking after it. Mind how you go, my men. Do not run foul of the barge." "No, sir, all's right." From the moment that this conversation had begun, Todd had remained crouching down in the barge, like a man changed to stone. He heard every word those words upon which hung, or seemed to hang, his life, and his grasp upon the massive piece of iron tightened. The police boat gradually advanced, and finally just grated against the side of the barge. A sudden thought took possession of Todd. With a yell, like that of a madman, he, with preternatural strength, moved the heavy mass of iron, and in one moment toppled it over the edge of the barge. Crash it went into the police galley. There was then a shriek, and the men were struggling in the water. The piece of iron had gone right through the boat, staving to pieces. It filled and sank. Todd and the police galley. "Help!" cried a voice, and then all was still as the grave for a few moments. "It is done," said Todd. "Help, mercy," said a voice again, and a dark figure rose up by the side of the barge, clinging to it. Todd drew one of his pistols. He leveled it at the head of the figure. He was upon the point of pulling the trigger when it struck him that the flash and the report might be seen and heard from the shore. The pistol was heavily mounted with brass at the butt end of it. "Down," said Todd, "down." He struck the clambering, half-drowned man upon the head, and with a shriek he fell backwards into the water and disappeared. In another moment Todd felt a pair of arms twining round him, and a voice cried, "Murderer, I have you now. You cannot shake me off." Todd made an effort, but in truth, those wet and clinging arms held to him like fate. "Fool," he said, "you will find drowning the easiest death for you to meet." The murder on the Thames Todd's narrow escape. "Help, murder," shouted his assailant. The pistol was still in Todd's grasp. With a devilish ingenuity, he thrust the barrel of it under his arm and felt that it touched his assailant. He pulled the trigger, and then he and the man who held him fell to the bottom of the barge together. Todd kicked and plunged until he got uppermost, and then he felt for the throat of the other, and when he got a clutch of it, he held it with a gripe of iron. "Fool," he said, "did you think that one driven to such desperation as I am would be conquered so easily?" There was no reply. Todd lifted up the head of the man, and it hung limply and flacidly from the neck. He was quite dead. The pistol bullet had gone through his heart, and death was instantaneous. "Another one," said Todd, as he sprang to his feet and stood upon the dead body. "Another one sacrificed to my vengeance. Let those only interfere with me who are tired of life." He placed his hand to his ear now, to listen if there were any indications of others of the boat's crew stirring, but all was still. No sound, save the lazy ripple of the tide past the old barge on which he was, met his ears. "It is over," he said. "It is quite over now. That one great danger is past now." The rain began to fall quicker and splashed upon the half-deck of the barge. Todd felt that he was thoroughly wet through, but all minor ills he could now laugh at, that he had escaped the one great peril of capture. He felt that his life had hung upon a thread, and that only the recent accident had saved him, for to be captured was to him equivalent to death. "All gone," he whispered. "They are all gone. Well, they would have dragged me to a prison and then to a scaffold. Self-defense is a sound principle, and for that I have fought." A sudden gust of wind got up at that moment and came howling past Todd and ruffling upon the surface of the river, but all was still around the barge. There was now no cry for mercy, no shout for help, no bubbling shriek of some swimmer who was yet sinking to death as the waters closed over him. "Yes," said Todd, as his long hair blew out like snakes in the wind, "I am alone here now. They are all dead, and I could do it again if it had to be done." Chapter 162. Another Boat. It seemed now as though the lull in the weather was over, for after that one gust of wind there came others, and in the course of a very short time, indeed, the surface of the water was much agitated, and such a howling noise was kept up by the wind that Todd thought every moment that he heard the voices of his foes. "What am I to do now?" he said. "Oh, what am I to do? I dare not wait here until daylight. That would be destruction. What is to become of me?" He came round the sides of the barge with the hope that some wherry had been moored to it, but he found that that hope was a fallacious one indeed. There was the gloomy-looking vessel moored far out in the stream, with him as its only passenger. Anyone without Todd's load of guilt upon his soul, and upon better terms with human nature, could soon have got assistance, for the distance from the shore was by no means so great but that his voice must have been heard had he chosen to exert it. But that would not do for him. He dreaded that his presence upon the barge should be known, and yet he alike dreaded that the morning's light should come shiningly upon him without any boat coming to take him off. To be sure, the two men who had brought him there had made a half-promise to come to his aid, but he felt certain he could not depend upon their doing so. The look with which they had regarded him upon the doubt, even, that he might be so frightful a criminal as he really was sufficient to convince him that while that doubt remained, they would not return. "And what," he said, "is to dissipate the doubt? Nothing, but anything may confirm it. Accidents always tell for the truth never to its prevention, and so I am lossless, quite lost." The bitterness of death seemed almost to be upon the point of assailing Todd. He could fancy that spirits of the murdered shrieked and wailed around him as the wind whistled by his trembling frame. In this wretched state an hour passed, and then Todd thought he heard a voice. "What is that?" he said. "Oh, what is that?" He inclined his head as low down to the edge of the water as he could get it, and heard distinctly someone singing to the stroke of a pair of oars as they were deliberately dipped into the stream. The voice sounded like that of some young lad, and a hope of succor sprung up in the breast of Todd. In the course of a few moments, he became perfectly convinced that the boat was approaching the barge, and he shrunk down so that by being prematurely seen he might not alarm the boy who was rowing down the stream. The song continued, and it was quite evident from the manner in which the boy sung it that he was quite delighted with his own powers in that line. "I must speak to him," thought Todd. "If I let him pass there may not be another chance now. I must speak to this boy and speak to him freely too. He comes." It was not so dark, but that Todd could see pretty well the surface of the river, and presently in dusky outline he was conscious of the approach of a wherry in which was a boy, and he could see how the boy moved his head to and fro to the tune that he was amusing himself with. "Hilloa!" cried Todd. Now Todd, in this hilloa, had for once in a way tuned his voice to such a gentle, pleasant sound that it was quite a wonder to hear it, and he was rather himself surprised at the manner in which he managed it so as not to be at all alarming. The boy stopped rowing and looked about him. It was evident at the moment that he could not tell where the sound came from. "Hilloa," said Todd again. "Aye," said the boy, "where are you?" "Here, my dear," said Todd, "on board of the barge, bless you. How are you, my fine fellow, eh?" "Oh, I am pretty well. Who are you?" "Why do not you know me? I am Mr. Smith. How is your father, my lady?" "Oh, father's all right enough, but I did not know as he knowed a Mr. Smith at all." "Oh yes, he does. Everybody knows a Mr. Smith. Come on, you can give me a lift to shore off the barge here. This way, just step up to the side, and I will step into your pretty little wherry. And so your father is quite well, eh, my fine lad? Do you know I was afraid he had caught a little cold, and really have been quite uneasy about him." "Have you?" said the boy, as he pulled up to the side of the barge. "Where do you want to go to?" "Oh, anywhere you happen to be going, that's all, my fine lad. How you do grow, to be sure." "But how came you here, out in the river on the dredging barge? Do you belong to her?" "To be sure I do. I am Mr. Deputy Inspector Dredger Smith, and am forced to come and superintend the barge, you see, but my boat that I sent to shore for something has not come back, and I am getting cold, for I am not so young as you are, you know." "Why, I do not suppose you is, sir," said the boy, "but I will put you ashore if you like." "Thank you, I should like." "Get in then, sir. All's right. I will hold on to the barge. Easy, easy with you, sir. That will do. Which side of the river, sir, would you like to be put ashore at, if you please?" The boy was evidently deeply impressed with the importance of the title of Deputy Inspector Dredger, and was quite deferential to Todd. How delighted was Todd to get off the barge. It seemed to him like a reprieve from death. "Which way is the tide, boy?" he said. "Running down, sir, but not fast." "That will do. I will trouble you, then, to row with it as comfortably and as fast as you can." "But I am going, sir, to Westminster to meet father. I cannot go down the river, please, sir. I would if I could. I said I would put you on shore on either side you like, and that's a waste of time, for the tide is getting fuller every minute, and it will be a hard pull against it, as it is. I cannot go down the river, so do not ask me, sir. Indeed I cannot." "Indeed?" "No, sir. If I put you ashore, you will find lots of watermen who will be glad enough of the job." "What's your name?" "Bill White, sir." Todd compels Bill White to assist his escape from the Thames police. "Very well, Bill White. I dare say you have ears at your age, and guess that to have one's brains blown out is not one of the most agreeable things in the world, and perhaps you know a pistol when you see one. This that I take from my pocket and hold at your head is carefully loaded, and if you do not pull away at once with the tide down the river, I will scatter your brains into the river and throw your lifeless carcass after them. Do you understand that, Mr. Bill White?" Todd uttered these words in such a tone of fiendish malignity and glared into the eyes of the poor boy so that he nearly drove him out of his wits, and it was as much as his trembling hands could do to hold the oars. For the space of about half a minute, he could only glare at Todd with his eyes and mouth as wide open as they could be. "Speak, devil's whelp," cried Todd. "Why do you not answer me?" "Murder," cried the boy. Todd caught him by the throat, and if the oars had not been well up in the rowlocks, they must have gone overboard. "Another such cry," said Todd, "and it is the last you shall have the opportunity of making in this world." "Oh, no. But I say yes. Listen to me. If you row me as I direct you, I will not only do you no harm, but I will pay you well. If you still obstinately refuse, I will murder you and murder your father likewise upon the first opportunity. I will row you down the river, sir. Oh, yes, I will do it. Indeed I will, sir. Very well, take your oars and pull away. The boy was in such a state of trembling that although it was quite evident he did his best to obey Todd, it was with the greatest difficulty that he could pull a stroke, and it took him some minutes to get the boat's head round to the tide. Be careful, said Todd. If I see you willing, I make any allowance for you, but if I fancy for a moment that there is any idea of not obeying me, I will kill you. I am obeying you, sir. Very well. Now listen attentively to what I am about further to say to you, Bill White. You can pull away while you listen. We are going now very well with the stream. Yes, sir. We shall no doubt pass many wherries, and you may think it a very good thing to call out for help, and to say that I threaten to murder you and all that sort of thing. But so soon as you do, you die. I will hold this pistol in my hand, and whenever we come near a wherry, my finger will be upon the trigger and the muzzle at your head. You understand all that, I hope, Bill White. Of course I do, sir. Go on then. Todd reclined back in the stern of the boat and kept his eyes fixed upon the boy, down whose cheeks the tears rolled in abundance as he pulled down the stream. Having the tide fully in its favor, the wherry, with very little labor, made great way, and Todd, as he saw the dawn slowly creeping on, began to congratulate himself upon the cleverness with which he had escaped from the barge. The river began to widen, the pool was left behind, and the dull, melancholy shore of Essex soon began to show itself, as the tide, by each moment increasing in strength, carried the light boat swiftly along its undulating surface, with its frightfully wicked load. Todd thought it would be as well now to say something of a cheering character to the boy. Modulating his voice, he said, Now you see, my lad, that by obeying me you have done the very best thing you possibly could, and when I think proper to land, I will give you a guinea for yourself. I do not want it, said the boy. You do not want it? No, and I will not have it. What do you mean by that, you idiot of a boy? How dare you tell me to my face that you will not have what I offer you? I do not see, said Bill White, how that ought to put you in a passion. All you want is to make me row you down the river. Well, you have made me, 'cause I do not want to be shot down like a mad dog, of course, but I will not be paid for doing what I do not like, not one. Well, it do not matter to me. You may please yourself about that. I am just as well pleased at being rowed for nothing as if I paid for it. You can please yourself in that particular, but it would have been better for you to have taken what I chose to give you than to have refused it. The boy made no answer to this speech, but rode on in sullen silence. He no longer wept now, and it was evident to Todd that indignation was rapidly taking the place of fear in his heart. Todd even began to debate with himself whether it would not be better to throw him into the river and take the oars himself, and trust to his own skill to conduct the boat with the stream to Gravesend, than was the risk of any sudden act of the boy's that might bring danger upon him. It would have been but a poor satisfaction to Todd to have shot the boy at the moment possibly of his calling for help, when the sight of such an act would be sufficient to ensure his capture, without people troubling themselves about what he had done or not done before. These were considerations that began to make Todd very unhappy indeed. Well, Bill White, he said, as your father, no doubt, expects you by this time, and I dare say you will be glad enough to go back and forget all about the little disagreement that we have had, I will get you to land me at once at those stairs yonder, and then we will shake hands and part. No, we will not. Oh, I say we will not shake hands. I am willing enough that we should part, but as for the shaking hands, I will not do it, and I am quite willing to pull into the stairs. As he spoke, he inclined the head of the boat to a little landing place where a few wherries were moored. Chapter 163. Another police galley. Bill White, said Todd. "Well, what now?" said the boy in a sulky tone. Todd pointed to the pistol and merely uttered the one word "remember," and then, with a horrible misgiving at his heart, he let the lad pull into the landing place. Some half-dozen lazy-looking fellows were smoking their pipes upon the dirty beach, and Todd, concealing the pistol within his capacious cuff, sprang on the shore. He turned and looked at the boy, who slowly pushed off and gained the deep water again. "He is afraid," thought Todd. "He is afraid, and will be too glad to get away and say nothing." Bill White's actions were now not a little curious, and they soon attracted the observation of all the idlers on the beach and put Todd in a perfect agony of apprehension. When the boy was about half a dozen boats' length from the shore, he shipped one of his oars, and then, with his disengaged hand, he lifted from the bottom of the boat an old saucepan, which he held up in an odd, dodging kind of way before his face, with an evident idea that if Todd fired the pistol at him, he could interrupt the bullet in that way. Then, in a loud, clear voice, he cried, "Hilloa, do not have anything to do with that Mr. Smith. He has been threatening to shoot me, and he has got a pistol in his hand. He's a bad un, he is. Take him up. That's the best thing you can do. He's well nigh as bad as old Todd, the murderer of Fleet Street, that they cannot catch. Take him up. I advises you, blaze away, old curmudgeon." Todd's rage was excessive, but he thought that the best plan would be to try to laugh the thing over, and with a hideous affectation of mirth, he cried out, "Goodby, Bill Goodby, remember me to your father and tell him all the joke." "It was not a joke," said Bill White. "Ha ha," laughed Todd. "Well, well, I forgive you, Bill, I forgive you. Mind you take my message to your aunt, and tell her I shall be at the chapel on Wednesday." "Oh, go to the deuce with you," said Bill, as he put down the saucepan upon finding that his late fare was not disposed to carry his threat of shooting him into effect. "You are an old rogue, that you are, and I dare say you have done something that it would be well worth while to take you up for." With this, Bill began vigorously to pull away against the stream, puffing and blowing, and looking as indignant as he possibly could. Todd turned with a sigh to the men at the little landing, and affecting to wipe a tear from his left eye, he said, "You would not believe, gentlemen, that that boy could say such things to his poor old uncle, and yet you would not believe if I were to tell you the pounds and pounds that boy has cost me and his poor aunt. He do not behave well to either of us, but we are as fond of him as possible. It's in our natures to love him, and we cannot help it." "Lor," said one of the men. "You looks tender-hearted," said another. The others all laughed at this, and Todd thought it was as well to seem as if he thought that some very capital joke was going on, so he laughed too. "I was thinking," he said, when the merriment had a little subsided, "I was thinking of going right on to Gravesend. What do you say to taking me now, a couple of you? There's the tide nicely with you all the way, and I am always a liberal enough paymaster." "What will you give?" said one with a voice like a cracked trumpet with a bad cold. "Why, name your price, and I shall not say no to it." "What shall we take the German for, Bill?" said this man to another, who was smoking a short pipe. "A rum un," was the reply of Bill. "Do not be a hass. I did not go for to ask you what sort of individual he was, but what we would take him to Gravesend for." "Oh, that's the caper, is it?" "Yes, it is, idiot." "Well, 15 bob, and a tanner." "Will that do, sir?" said the other to Todd, who thought that it would look bad to acquiesce too readily in the amount, so he said, "I will give the 15 shillings." "Very good. We will not go to loggerheads about the tanner, so come along, sir, and we will soon get you to Gravesend, with this tide a-running all the way there, as comfortably as it can, all of a purpose." Todd was well enough pleased to find that these two men owned the longest and strongest-looking wherry that was at the landing place. He ensconced himself snugly enough in the stern of the boat, and they put aside their pipes, and soon pushed off into the middle of the stream. "Once more," thought Todd, "once more I am on the road to escape, and all may yet be well." The two men now set to work with the oars in earnest. They felt that as they were paid by the job, the best way was to get it over as quickly as possible, and aided by the tide, it was perfectly astonishing what progress they made down the river. Todd every now and then cast a long and anxious glance behind him, and presently he saw a boat shooting along by the aid of 6 rowers at great speed and evidently turning into the little landing place from where he had just come. His eyesight was either sharpened by the morning light or fancy deceived him, for he thought he saw the boy, Bill White, seated in the stern of the boat. Todd was in an agony. He knew not whether to attract the attention of the 2 watermen to the large boat with all its rowers, so that he might get an opinion from them concerning it or not. And then again, he thought that at the moment there would be a good chance of working upon the cupidity of the men if any real danger should befall him of capture. "I say, Bill," said one. "Well, say it." "There's one of the police officers gone into the old stairs. There's something afloat this here morning." "Ah, they are always at some maneuver or another. Pull away. It ain't no business of hern." Todd could almost have hugged the man for the sentiment he uttered, and how he longed to echo those 2 words, "pull away," but he was afraid to do so, lest, by any seemingly undue anxiety just then for speed upon his part, he should provoke the idea that the police boat was as interesting to him as it really was. Poor, wretched, guilty Todd surely suffered 100 times the pangs of death during his progress down the river, and now he sat in the stern of the boat, looking as pale as death itself. "You do not seem very well," said one of the men. "Oh yes, I am quite well, I thank you." "Well, I am glad to hear it, for you look just as if you had been buried a month and then dug up again." "Ha ha," laughed Todd. "What a hideous attempt at a laugh it was. That is very good." "Oh Lord, you laugh that way when you are at home. 'Cause if you do, I should expect the roof to tumble in with fright, I should." "How funny you are," said Todd. "Pull away." He did venture to say, "pull away," and the men did pull with right good will, so that the landing place and the long police boat that was at it looked just like 2 specks by the riverside, and indeed it would have been a long pull and a strong one to catch Todd's wherry. The murderer breathed a little more freely. "How far have we got to go now?" he said. "Oh, a matter of 9 miles yet." "And how long will it take you?" "About 1 hour and a quarter, with the tide running at such a pace as it is. There's some wind, too, and what there is all with us, so we cut along favorably. What are they doing away yonder, Bill?" "Where?" said Bill. "Right in our wake there. Oh, they are getting up a sail. I will be hanged if they ain't, and pulling away besides. Why, what a hurry they must be in, to be sure, to get down the river. I never knew them do that before." Todd looked along the surface of the water, and he saw the police boat coming along at such a rate that the spray was tossed up in the air before her prow in millions of white particles. A puff of smoke came from her side, and a slight sharp report rang upon the morning air. A musket or a pistol had been discharged on board of her. "What's the meaning of that, Bill?" "I can tell you," said Todd sharply, before Bill had done moving his head from side to side, which was a habit of his preparatory to replying to any very intricate question. "I can tell you easily. The police galley chasing Todd to Gravesend." "What is it then?" "You pull away, and I will tell you. You see that boat with the sail and the 6 rowers there?" "Yes, yes." "And you heard them fire a gun?" "To be sure." "Well, pull away. It's enough to make a cat laugh, but it was Mr. Anthony Strong that fired that gun." "How very droll, but what did he do it for?" "Well, pull away, and I will tell you. You must know that Mr. Anthony Strong, who is in command of that police boat, is my brother-in-law, and he laid a wager with me that he would start from the pier at Chain Walk, Chelsea, at daybreak this morning, and get to Gravesend before me if I started from Blackfriars, and did the best I possibly could to get on that money and men could do for me. I allowed that he was to take all his 6 rowers with him and hoist his sail if he liked, and I was to take no more than 2 watermen at a time. When he saw me, he was to fire a gun, you see, and the wager is for £20 and a dinner. I should like to win it, and so, if you can fairly beat him with the start you have, which is above a mile. It's above 2, said Bill, waters deceiving. Well, I am glad to hear it, and I was going to say I would stand 5 guineas. You will, old fellow. I will, and to convince you of it, here they are, and I will place them in your hands at once. So now, I do hope that you will pull away like devils. Will not we, if Mr. Anthony Strong, with all his sail and his 6 hands, catches us on this side of Gravesend, I will give him leave to skin me and eat me at the dinner that he would win. No, no, if we do not know the currents and the shortcuts of the river a little bit better than ever a captain of police boat that ever lived, or that ever will live, why you may set me down for a frog or a Frenchman, which I take it are much of a muchness. They is, said the other. Todd shouted with delight, and it was real now the wild laughter that shook his frame, for he began to think he was safe. The confident tone in which the waterman spoke had quite convinced him that he could do what he said. With a perfect confidence in the power of his 2 watermen, he looked at the police wherry without any alarm, and the foam that it dashed up as it came bounding on did not seem to fall coldly upon his breast, as it had seemed to do before. 2 miles, he said, that's a long start. In a stern chase, said Bill, it's half of the blessed world to get over is them 2 miles. Yes, yes, exactly, and I shall beat Mr. Anthony Strong, I feel now. You see, my little nephew, Bill White, gave me the first start from Blackfriars, but I knew I could not depend upon him all the way, so there's another gun. Hal ha, Mr. Strong, it will not do. Well, said Bill, with a look of what he, no doubt, thought was great cleverness, if I did not know as this was a bit of fun between Mr. Anthony Strong and you, sir, I should have said that them guns was for us to lie at o. That's just what he wants, cried Todd. Does he? Yes, he thinks that he will frighten whoever is rowing into a dead stop when they find a police galley firing guns, but I think he is mistaken in this matter, my friends. Rather, said Dick, as he bent his back to the oars and pulled away like a giant. How the boat shot through the water, and yet to Todd's apprehension, the police galley gained upon him. Of course, he told himself that it must gain with its sail and 6 rowers, but the question was how much it would gain in the 7 or 8 miles they had got to go. With what a feverish action Todd licked his lips. Chapter 164, Todd Goes Back on Land. Oh, quicker, quicker, cried Todd. That would be difficult, said Bill, but I rather think as we is a-doing of it something out of the common way. Bang went another gun from the pursuing boat, and this time there certainly was the greatest possible hint given by the police galley that it was in earnest, for a bullet struck the water not above a couple of boats' length from Todd's wherry. Well, said Bill, that may be firing, but I will be hanged if it is at all pleasant. Oh, heed it not, said Todd, heed it not. They would have such a laugh at both me and you, if by any means they could frighten you into stopping, and so giving me up. No, no, I mean giving up the wager. What am I saying? I tell you what it is, said Bill. To my mind this is a very odd sort of wager, and if you have no sort of objection to it, sir, we will just pull to the next stairs and put you ashore. If you do not like that, why, I rather think you must be content to lose your wager. You will desert me? Oh, no, surely you will not and cannot. You have but to name your price, and you shall have it. No, that will not do. You must land now. Todd looked nervously along the bank of the river, and he saw a little miserable landing place, towards which the men now began to urge the boat. He thought then that if he could get anything like a start of his pursuers on the shore, all might yet be well. I could get across the country to Gravesend, and if once there, I might find some vessel to take me off. "Pull to shore then," he said. "I will take my chance. Pull to shore at once, as swiftly as you possibly can." When the boat's head was turned towards the shore, it was pretty evident that the police galley was much more intent upon getting to Todd than to Gravesend, for the rowers in it on the instant turned the boat's head in the same direction, and it became then, truly, a case of life and death to Todd. Vigorously as the boatmen worked, the little wherry was quickly so close to the shore that Todd saw he could land by a scramble through the water. "There is your money," he cried to the men, "and for what you have done I thank you with all my heart. Good be to you." He sprang over the side of the boat, although by so doing he was up to his knees in the river, but that he heeded not, and in the course of half a minute he had scrambled to the shore, and going at a great rate up the little steps at the landing place, he gained the road and began to run at great speed. The two boatmen were not a little amazed at this proceeding, and Bill said, "I say, I rather think that this is another queer sort of a piece of work than a wager, but if we do not wish to get ourselves into trouble, we must stick to it tooth and nail, that was what we believed it to be." "I," said the other, "I believe you, we must, or else we shall get into limbo for our share of the affair, and no mistake. Here they come, hand over hand, and they do not look very well pleased either." The rowers in the police galley had made such strenuous exertions to reach the landing place quickly that they were really not far behind the wherry that had conducted Todd there, and the first thing that was done was to lay hold of the wherry with a boat hook and drag it alongside of them. Then the officer in command of the police boat called out, in a voice hoarse with rage, "What do you mean, you infernal rascals, by running off in this way, when you know by our flag that we were the police? But you will have leisure to repent of it in jail. Clap handcuffs upon them both, my men." "Why, what have we done?" said Bill. "You will win your wager yet, I should say, if you look sharp about it." "Wager? What wager? What do you mean?" "Why, the gentleman told us that he had a wager with you about who was to get to Gravesend first, and he was to take what means he could, and you were to cut along in the galley, and there was to be quite a grand dinner on the strength of it." "Oh, nonsense, nonsense." "Well, that's what he told me, and that's why we pulled away so for. But if so be as it ain't, we are sorry enough, for why should we get into trouble about a man we never saw before and ain't likely to see again? This excuse will not serve you." "But who is he, and what's he done?" "For all we know to the contrary, he is the infamous Todd, the murderer." "What, the fellow that made the people into pies? Oh, if we had only had half a quarter of an idea of that. But hold, I saw the way he went. It was along that chalky bit of road. If you really want to nab him, why do you waste time here talking to us? Come on shore, and I will go with you, and we will soon have him now, if that will do any good." The officer saw at once that this was the only mode of proceeding that promised him the least chance of capturing the fugitive, whether he were Todd or not. For after all, the persons in the police galley had nothing like positive evidence that it was Todd of whom they were in pursuit. A couple of officers were left in the charge of the boats, and the whole of the remainder of them landed along with Bill and ran up the steps to the road along which Todd had been seen to run. They did not know, however, what a wily, cunning personage they had to deal with. When Todd found himself in such comparatively close quarters with the enemy, he felt perfectly sure that to continue scampering along the high road was not the most likely way to escape. If he were to succeed in eluding his foes, he felt that it must be by finesse and not by speed. With this idea, he did not go along the road for a greater distance than sufficed to bring him to a hedge, across which he then instantly made his way, and then turning, he crouched down and crept back towards the other direction. On the side of the hedge where he was now, there was not a very pleasant kind of field drain, but Todd's circumstances did not permit of his being very particular, and getting right down into the drain, he crept along, stooping so low that only a portion of his head and back were visible above it. This was certainly the most likely way to baffle his pursuers, who were not very likely to think that he had so rapidly doubled upon them. Knowing now that his destination was Gravesend, they would in all probability run along the road after him, or if they took to the fields, it would still be with the idea that he was ahead of them. After proceeding for some distance, Todd thought it would be just as well if he were to reconnoiter the foe a little, and accordingly, he raised his head sufficiently to enable him just to peep through the hedge, and when he did so, he found that he was on sufficiently high ground to command a view of the road, and the landing place, and the river. To his immense consternation, he saw the police advancing rapidly towards him. "Lost, lost," said Todd, as he sunk down into the ditch, with a conviction that he was all but taken. He felt in his pocket for a pistol, and getting one out, he placed it to his ear, and there held it, for he had made up his mind now to shoot himself, rather than be dragged back to prison, from where another escape would be quite out of the question. "They shall not take me. I will die," he murmured, and then he concentrated all his attention to the act of listening to the proceedings of the police. They came on in a straggling kind of way from the landing place, and the principal officer cried out, "You, Jenkins, get up the first tree you come to and take a long look about you. The country is flat enough, and he will find it no easy matter to hide from us, I should say." "Oh, it's all right, sir," said another voice. "We have him as safe as if he were lying at the bottom of our boat with the darbies on him, and as far as I can judge of him, sir, I should say it is Todd." "I hope so," said the officer. "It will not be a bad morning's work for you all, my lads, if it is." Not very far off from where Todd lay concealed in the ditch, only fortunately for him, on the other side of the road, was a stunted tree, rising about 20 feet from the barren soil, and upon this the man, who was named Jenkins, made his way carefully and took a long look all round him, and particularly in advance. "Do you see him?" said the officer commanding the party. "No, sir, I do not." "Then he is hiding somewhere, and the only plan is to go right on and hunt him up if he is among the hedges. Come on now at once, we must have him, he cannot possibly escape us now." Todd, upon this, again gave himself up for lost, but as luck would have it, although two of the men got over the hedge and began looking about, and dashing their cutlasses into the hedge, the officer called to them. "Oh, he never came so far up the road. You do not suppose he was goose enough to come back again? If he is hiding, it will be more likely by the time he lost breath, I should say. Come now, I saw him myself get past yonder little chestnut trees and the white cottage." Upon this the men ran on, and Todd felt, for the present, at all events, he was saved. "The idiots," said Todd, as he looked up and listened. "The idiots, so they think that I am as far gone in stupidity as they are, and that I have nothing to do but to run on until they, younger and more fleet of foot, overtake me." He crawled out of the ditch, and a most pitiable figure he was when he did so. In his anxiety to hide himself completely, he had, in fact, lain himself down comfortably enough, as far as regarded the softness of the place, right at the bottom of the ditch, and had only, in the midst of a thick growth of rank weeds, kept his face above the water. "This is horrible," he said, "and they will be back soon, too. What on earth am I to do?" He heard a loud shout at this moment, and he raised his head sufficiently to see along the road to observe the actions of the officers. He found that they had paused, and were talking to a man on horseback, who was pointing in the very direction where Todd stood, or rather crouched. The idea that this man had from some eminence, he being mounted too, seen him Todd hide in the ditch, at once crossed his mind, and from that moment he felt that he was not in the safety that he had fondly hoped he was. To remain where he was, with such an idea prevailing in his mind, would have been madness, and accordingly, crawling down close to the hedge, he ran along, splashing, like some gigantic waterfowl, in the ditch, until he came to a thickly planted fence, at right angles with the hedge that bordered the road. There he was forced to come to a standstill. The fence was composed of the common privet, so that there would have been neither difficulty nor danger in forcing his way through it. But what he might encounter upon the other side was a subject of consideration well worth his attention. Through the interstices of the foliage, he could see that there was a pretty and well-kept mixed garden on the other side. Roses and other flowers grew in quite loving companionship with all kinds of culinary vegetables, and the little plot of ground was well shadowed by some half-dozen fruit trees. A part of the ground was made into a kind of lawn, and upon that lawn was a child about 1 year old crawling about and amusing itself by making weak efforts to pull up the grass. While Todd was observing these things, a woman came out of a little whitewashed cottage that was at the farther end of the garden, with some clothes to hang up to dry. The woman spoke to the child, and from the tone in which she did so, it was quite evident she was the mother of it. Todd waited until she had hung the clothes up that she had brought out into the garden, and then when she went into the house for more, he burst his way through the hedge, and with a resolution and firmness that nothing but the exigencies of his situation could possibly have endowed him with, he took the child up in his arms and walked slowly across the lawn towards the cottage. The woman, with another heap of wet clothes in her arms, met him and uttered a loud scream. "Peace," said Todd. "Peace, I say. There is no danger unless you make some. Listen to me, and I will tell you how you can do a service to me and spare your child." "Help, help, murder, thieves," cried the woman. Todd took one of his pistols from his pocket and held it to the head of the child. "Another word," he said, "and I fire." Todd resorts to a frightful stratagem with a mother and child. The woman fell upon her knees, and holding up her hands in the attitude of prayer, she said, "Oh, have mercy, kill me if you must take a life, but spare the child." "The child's life," said Todd, "is in your own hands. Why do you seek to destroy me?" I do not, indeed." "Then peace, and do not cry out for help. Do not shout that dreadful word murder, for that will destroy me. I am hunted by my fellow men. I am a poor proscribed wretch, and all I ask of you is that you will not betray me. You will spare my child." "I will. Why should I harm the little innocent? I was once myself a little child, and considered to be rather a beauty." As Todd said this, he made one of his most hideous faces, so that the woman cried out with terror and tried to snatch the child from him, but he held it with a firm grasp. Chapter 165. Todd hides in a cupboard. "It is in vain," said Todd. "My safety is wound up now with the safety of this little one. If you would save it, you will save me." "Oh, no, no, why should it be so? I cannot save you." "You can, I think. At all events, I will be satisfied if you make the effort to do so. I tell you I am pursued by the officers of the law. It does not matter to you what I am, or who I am, or what crime it is that they lay to my charge. Your child's life is as dear to you in any case. Hide me in the cottage, and deny my being seen here, and the child shall live. Betray me, and as sure as the sun gives light, it dies." "Oh, no, no, no." "But I say yes. Your course is easy. It is all but certain that my prosecutors will come to this cottage, as it is the only habitation on the route that I have taken. They will ask you if you have seen such a man as I am, and they will tell you that you may earn a large reward by giving such information as may deliver me into the hands of justice. But what reward, what sum of money would pay you for your child's life?" "Oh, not all the world's worth." "So I thought, and so you will deny seeing me or knowing aught of me for your child's sake. Is it agreed?" It is. God knows who you are, or what you have done, that the hands of your fellow creatures should be raised against you, but I will not betray you. You may depend upon my word. If you are found in this place, it shall not be by any information of mine." "Can you hide me?" "I will try to do so. Come into the cottage. Ah, what noise is that? I hear the tread of feet and the shouts of men." Todd paused to listen. He shook for a moment or two, and then, with a bitter tone, he said, "My pursuers come. They begin to suspect the trick that I have played them. They now know, or think they know, that I have turned upon my route. They come. Oh, give me the child. I swear to you that I will hide you to the utmost of my means, but give me the child." "Not yet." The woman looked at him in an agony of tears. "Listen to me," she said. "If they discover you, it will not be my fault, nor the fault of this little innocent. You feel that? Ah, then tell me, upon what principle of justice can you take its life?" "I will be just," said Todd. "All I ask of you is to hide me to the best of your ability and to keep secret the fact of my presence here. If after you have done all that, you still find that I am taken, it will be no fault of yours. I do not ask impossibilities of anyone, nor do I threaten punishment against you for not performing improbable feats. Come in at once. They cometh come, do you not hear them now?" It was quite evident now that a number of persons were approaching and beating the bushes as they came on. The tread of a horse's feet, too, upon the road convinced Todd that among his foes now was the mounted man whom he had seen, and whom he thought he saw point to him as he lay crouching down behind the hedge, half hidden in the ditch. With the little child still in his arms, he rushed into the cottage, and the woman followed him, wringing her hands with terror. And yet Todd was gentle with the child. He knew that from the mother he had everything to hope and everything to dread, and he did not wish to drive her to despair by any display of harshness to the little one. "This way," she cried, "this way," as she led the way into an inner room. "There is a cupboard here in which you can conceal yourself. If they do not search the house, they will not find you, and I will do all that I can to prevent them." "That will do," said Todd, "but remember, I will have the child near me, so that upon the least symptom of treachery from you, I can put it to death, and I shall not, under any circumstances, at all scruple so to do. Where is this cupboard that you speak of?" "It is here." "Ah, that will do." Todd now cast his eyes around the room and perceived a little cot that at night was devoted to the slumbers of the child. "Take that," he said, pointing to it, "and place it against the door of the cupboard with the child in it. It will seem then not likely that I am hidden here." "I will do so." Todd did not feel any apprehension of treachery from the mother of the child. He was not slow to perceive that every other feeling was in her breast weak in comparison with the all-absorbing one of love for the infant, and so he calculated that, rather than run the shadow of a risk of injury to it, she would do all that he required. The cupboard was a deep one, but it was not high enough for Todd quite to stand upright in. That, however, was a trifling inconvenience, and he got into it at once. The child's cot was placed against the door, and the young mother, with 1,000 fears tugging at her heart, pretended to busy herself about her household affairs. The little interval that now ensued before Todd's pursuers reached the spot was certainly to him rather a fearful one, and he felt that his fate hung upon the proceedings of the next few moments. He called to the woman in an earnest tone. "Courage, courage, all will be well." "Oh, peace, peace," she said, "they come." Todd quite held his breath now in the painful effort that he made to listen, so that not the slightest sound that might be indicative of the approach of his enemies might escape him, and he gave such a start that he nearly threw open the cupboard door and upset the cot as he heard a hoarse man's voice suddenly call out from the garden. "Hilloa, house, here house, hilloa." "No, no," he gasped. "Now I live or die. Upon the next few moments hangs my fate." The cold dew of intense fear stood upon his brow, and his sense of hearing appeared to be getting preternaturally acute. Not a word that was said escaped him, although it was right away in the garden that this, to him, fearfully interesting conversation took place. "What is the matter?" he heard the woman say, and then the rough voice replied to her. "We are the police, my good woman, and we are in search of a man who is hidden somewhere about this neighborhood. Has anyone come into your place, or have you seen a tall man pass the cottage?" "No," said the woman. Todd breathed a little more freely. "It's very odd," said another voice, "for he must be about this spot, that is quite clear, as he was dodging about the field at the back of here and hiding in the hedge. We must have passed him." "Well, he cannot get away," said a third. "But after all, he may be lying down somewhere in the garden, for all we know to the contrary." "I do not think it," said the woman. At this moment, the child began to cry violently. "Oh, confound you for a brat," said Todd. "I wish it was only safe to throttle you." "Is that your child?" said one of the officers. "Oh, yes, said the young mother, and hastening into the cottage, she placed a chair by the side of the cot, and began to rock it to and fro, singing while she did so to lull the child to sleep. "She will keep her word," thought Todd. "I feel confident that she will keep her word now with me." "You look all round the garden, while I take a peep about the house," said the principal officer. "Oh, I am lost," moaned Todd. "I am surely lost now. If the house should be searched well, so obvious a place of concealment as a cupboard will not escape them. All is lost now, indeed." He almost gave up all thought now of keeping life or liberty, and he waited only for the fatal moment when the officers should approach and place their hands upon that cupboard door to open it. The child still cried, and the mother sang to it. "Sleep, sleep, little baby. Oh, sleep all the day. The sunshine is hiding. The birds fly away. Away, away, far away. The sunshine is hiding. The birds fly away. Hilloa, what cupboard is that behind the child's cot? And when they return, you may open your eyes. Oh, it's where we keep our best crockery. Do not disturb the child, I do think it is sickening with the measles. And see how the sunset is gilding the skies. Away, away, far away. And see how the sunset is gilding the skies. Have you found him in the garden? I shall be almost out of my wits now till my husband comes home. Who is it that you are looking for, and pray what has he done? He would need to be clever indeed to come in here without my knowing it. And as for the garden, why, I was hanging out the clothes there for the last half hour, I tell you." "Oh, he's not here," said the officer. "It would be no bad thing, marm, for anyone who could lend a helping hand to find him." "Ah, indeed." "Yes, you have heard of Todd, the murderer. Well, that's the man we are after, and we have every reason to think that he is somewhere about here, and it is a large reward that is offered for him, I can tell you." "Ah, I should like to get it." "Not a doubt of it. Good day, marm. If you should see any suspicious-looking fellow about the fields, just give notice of it in some sort of a way, if you can, for you may depend upon it, it will be Todd." "Oh, yes, I will. How very fractious this little thing is today, to be sure. I hardly ever knew it to be so before." "Ah, well, they will be so at times, but I am off. Mind now, you get the reward if you see anything of Todd." "Oh, yes, trust me for that." The man left the room. What a reprieve from death that was for Todd. He thought that during all the perils that he had passed through, he had surely never been quite so near to destruction as then, and when he found that he was saved, temporarily, he could hardly hold himself up in the cupboard, and a sensation of faintness came over him. It was not safe for him yet, by any means, to think of emerging from his place of concealment. Indeed, he felt that the young mother would be the best judge upon that hand, so he did not stir nor speak, and at last he heard the cot with the now sleeping child in it being gently moved from before the cupboard door. Then it was opened, and Todd, with his face pale and haggard, stepped out into the room. The young woman only pointed to the door of the little apartment steadily and significantly. "What do you mean?" said Todd. "Go," she said. "I have done that which you require of me. Now go." "To death." "No, your enemies are no longer here. At the sacrifice of truth and of feeling I saved you. It was all you asked of me, and now I tell you to go and no longer pollute this place by your presence. I know who and what you are now. You are Sweeney Todd, the murderer." "Well, and if I am, what then?" Nothing, nothing. I ask nothing of you but that you should leave this house, I have kept my word. I will let the memory of this hour's work sink deeply into my heart, and there remain untold to anyone. Not even to my husband will I breathe it. I only ask you to go. I am going. Todd felt awed by her manner. He cowered before the look that, full of horror, she bent upon him, and he crept towards the cottage door. But the dread that some of his enemies might be lurking about the spot detained him. Tell me, he said. Oh, tell me truly, are they gone? Wait, she said, and I will see again. She took the child in her arms and left the cottage. Todd found, now that the child was no longer in his power as a kind of hostage for the faith of the mother, that he had trusted her too far. But it was too late now for him to recede from the position in which he had placed himself, and with all his terror, he had no resource but to calmly as he could wait her return. She came back again in a few moments. You can go with safety, they are all away. I will trust you and take your word for it, said Todd. I thank you for the service you have rendered to me, and I am not ungrateful. Accept of this in remembrance of me and of this day's adventure. He took from his pocket a splendid gold watch and laid it upon the table in the outer room, but with vehemence the woman cried, No, take it up, I will not have it. Take it up, or even now I will dare everything and call for help. I will take nothing from your blood-stained hands. Take up the watch, or I will destroy it. As you please, said Todd, as he placed the watch in his pocket again. I wish not to force it upon you. I am gone. He went out into the little garden, but he looked about him very nervously indeed, before he trusted himself to walk towards the little white gate that opened upon the high road. Each moment, however, that passed without anyone springing upon and attacking him was a moment of confidence gained. He carried a pistol in his hand, and keeping his eyes keenly around him, he reached the road. All is safe, he said. I do, indeed, think she is right, and that they have given up the chase for me. She has not deceived me, and I may yet escape. He kept close to the roadside, so that he was very much covered by the hedge, and then, at as fast a pace as he thought he could keep up for any length of time, he ran on. He had not gone far when he heard the sound of wheels behind him, and he got over a hedge and hid behind it until he could see what sort of vehicle it was that approached. It turned out to be a cart driven by a couple of countrymen who were talking upon their own affairs in rather loud tones. As they came on, Todd listened intently and was satisfied that his supposed escape into that neighborhood was not the subject of their discourse. Chapter 166. The ship bound for Havre takes a passenger. Hilloa, cried Todd, as he came out into the middle of the road and confronted the cart with the two men in it. Hilloa, which way are you going? One would think you might see that, said one of the men, by the way the horse's nose points. What do you want? Said the other, rather sharply. Not to intrude upon you at all, if you do not like it, replied Todd, but I am going to Gravesend, and if you will help me on a part of the way, I will pay you well for it. I thought it would be good for my constitution to walk, but I find I am older than I thought I was. What will you give? Said one of the men, in a dubious tone of voice. Name your price, said Todd, and I will give it. I know you will not be unreasonable with me. Will you give half a guinea? Said the other. Yes, for I am foot-weary. Jump up then, and we will soon take you to Gravesend. You ain't many miles off from it now by the near cuts that we know. Come on. Todd managed to scramble into the cart, and the man who was driving gave the horse an impulse forward, and away they went at a good pace. Todd began to feel a little easier in his mind now, for the quick motion of the cart in the direction that he wished to go in was most satisfactory to him. He felt quite delighted in a little time, when one of the men pointing ahead cried out, There's the first houses in Gravesend, if you really want to go there. Really, said Todd, indeed I do. Can you tell me what vessels are off the port? Perhaps we can, and perhaps we cannot, old fellow. but we will have some talk about that soon. Ha ha. There was something so peculiar in the laugh of the man that Todd began to wonder into what hands he had fallen. They every now and then, too, gave to each other a very significant look, as though there was some secret between them which they would not converse of before him. All this began to make Todd very uneasy, indeed, and the little amount of felicitation which he had been giving to himself so short a time before rapidly subsided. "Am I a prisoner?" These were the words that occurred to him, but he had no ready means of answering the question. All he could do was to keep upon his guard, and to tell the truth, well armed and desperate as he was, Todd was no very despicable match for any two men. Suddenly, the man who was driving turned the horse's head down a deep declivity that led towards the river, to the right of the road. The country they were in was all of chalk, and this narrow road, or rather lane, at right angles with the high road, was evidently a cutting through the chalk foundation for the sake of a ready passage from the side of the Thames to the high road. A more picturesque spot could not well have been conceived. The small amount of loam upon the surface of the chalk bore a brilliant vegetation, and upon the tall rugged sides of the deep cutting, wherever a small portion of earth had lodged, tall weeds had grown up, while on each side of the lane, close to the base of the chalky heights, there was a mass of weeds and tall creeping plants, and here and there a young tree, which lent a beautifully verdant aspect to the place. Every step that the horse now went conducted the cart and its occupants deeper and deeper into the cutting, until, at last, the sky overhead looked only like a thin streak of light, and the gloom of a premature twilight was about the place. "Halt!" cried the man who was not driving, and the horse was stopped in the gloomiest portion of the lane. Todd turned ghastly pale and kept his hand plunged in his breast upon one of his pistols. "What have you come down here for?" he said. "Why do you come to a stop in such a place as this?" "We will soon let you know," said the man who had not been driving, knitting his brows. "No doubt you thought you had nailed us nicely, my fine fellow." "Nailed you?" "Yes, you need not put on such an innocent look, I can tell you. We are pretty good judges in these matters, and it's quite sufficient for me to tell you that we know you." "Know me?" "Yes, to be sure. Did you think we were taken in by any such nonsense as your being tired, and so on? No. We know you, I say, and this hour is your last. You have placed yourself in our power, and we will take good care of you now. There is a well in this lane which keeps secrets capitally." Todd drew his pistol and held it against the breast of this man. "Attempt any violence," he said, "and I fire." "Oh, indeed, you are well prepared, are you? I must say that, for an exciseman, you are a bold fellow." "A what?" "An exciseman. You know well you have been on the lookout for us for the last week, so it is of no use denying it. You thought you nabbed us when you got into our cart." Todd's adventure with the smugglers. Todd lowered his pistol. "This is a foolish enough mistake," he said. "I am no more an exciseman than I am commander-in-chief of the forces. What could have put such a thing into your heads?" "Say you so?" cried the other. "But how will you make us believe it? That's the question." "Well," said Todd, putting on a very candid look, "I do not know how a man is to set about proving that he is not an exciseman. I only know that I am not. The real truth is that I am in debt, and being pressed by my creditors, have thought proper to get out of their way, and so I want to make the best of my way to Gravesend, that is all. I fancy, by your anger at the idea of my being an exciseman, that you are smugglers, and if so, I can only say that, with all my heart, you may go on smuggling with the greatest success until the day of judgment, before I would interfere with you in the matter." "Dare we believe him?" said one of the men to the other. "I hardly know," replied the other, "and yet it would be rather a sad thing to take a man's life, when it might turn out that he was not what we took him for." "How on earth am I to convince you?" said Todd. "Where do you want to go to?" "I want to get on board some vessel, I do not care what, so that it is bound to some continental port. My object, I tell you, is to get away, and that is all. Would the port of Havre, in France, suit you? Perfectly well. The two men now whispered together for a few moments, and then one of them, turning to Todd, said, "The fact is that we are somewhat connected with a vessel bound for Havre, and it will sail tonight. If you are really what you pretend and truly want to leave England, you can come with us, and we will give you a passage, but we expect to be paid for it." "Nothing can be more reasonable," said Todd. "I will pay you a liberal price, and as I wish to go on board as soon as I can, you may feel yourself perfectly easy regarding your suspicions of my being an exciseman, by keeping me in your company and placing me on board your own vessel as quickly as you can." "Hang it, that's fair enough," cried one of them. "Come on, then, and let us get to the Lively William as soon as we can. It's rather a mercy we did not knock you on the head, though, at once." "I am very much obliged," said Todd. "Oh, do not mention it. I always myself, mind, defer anything of that sort till the last. It's a very rough and ugly way of settling matters at the best, but when you cannot reasonably, do anything else, why, you must, and there's an end of it." "Exactly," said Todd. "I perceive that you are quite a philosopher in such transactions. So now that we have a better understanding together, the sooner we get on board this Lively William you talk of, the better." "Not a doubt of that. Come up." The horse's head was turned up the lane again, and in a very few moments the high road was gained, and they went on at a rapid trot for Gravesend. The town was soon reached. That town what is all dirt in winter, and chalkdust in summer. Ran the two men, by the manner in which they kept their eyes upon Todd while they passed several throngs of people, showed that it was a very difficult thing indeed to get rid of suspicion when once it took possession of them. After, however, getting right through the town, and finding that Todd did not attempt to give the least alarm, but, on the contrary, shrunk from observation as much as he could, their confidence in him was complete, and they really believed him to be what he pretended to be. Whether, if those men had really known who and what he was, they would have altered their views with regard to him, is a matter difficult to give an opinion upon. But as it was, they had no scruples whatever, provided he would pay them a good price for his passage to Havre. "Now," said one of them, "we know that you have not deceived us, and that it is all right. We do not mind telling you that we are the captain and owner of the Lively William, and that we are in the regular smuggling trade between the French ports and this country. We do not make a bad thing of it, one way and another." "I am glad to hear it," said Todd. "Ah, you view this sort of thing in a Christian-like spirit, we see, and if you have no objection to a drop of as pure champagne brandy as ever you tasted, provided you have tasted some of the best, you can have a drop." "I should like it much," said Todd. "Just look out ahead, then, and fix your eyes on that old tree yonder, while we get it." Todd did not care to know what mode of hiding spirits the two men had in their cart, so he did as they required of him, and fixed his eyes upon the old tree. After he had kept his eyes upon that object for some few minutes, they called out to him, "All's right." Todd looked round, and found one of the men with a small bladder of spirits and a little horn drinking cup. "Here," he said, "you can give us your opinion of this." Todd tossed off the contents of the cup. "Excellent," he cried, "excellent. That indeed is brandy. I do not think that such is to be got in London." "Scarcely," said the man, as he helped himself, and then handed the bladder and the cup to his companion. "But we are going to put up our horse and cart now, and if you will be so good as to look at the old tree again, we will send the brandy away." "Certainly," said Todd. The brandy was soon, in some mysterious manner, disposed of, and then the cart was stopped at the door of a little country-looking inn, the landlord of which seemed to have a perfect understanding with the two men belonging to the Lively William. "Now," said one of them to Todd, "as you have no objection to go on board at once, we will put you there." "Objection," cried Todd. My objection is to remain on land. I beg that you will let me feel that I am on the deck of your vessel as quickly as possible." "That will do, this way." They led him down a narrow lane with tall hedges upon each side, and then across a straggling manger-looking field or two, such as are to be found on the banks of the Thames and on the northern coasts of some portions of England, the Isle of Wight in particular, and then they came at once to the bank of the river. A boatman hailed them, and upon their making signs to him that his services were required, he pulled in to the shore, and Todd, with his two new friends, were in a few moments going through the water to the vessel. The lively William did not look particularly lively. It was a slatternly-looking craft, and its black, dingy hull presented anything but an inviting appearance. The genius of dirt and neglect seemed to have taken possession of the vessel, and the nearer Todd got to it, the less he liked it. But still, it was a means of his escaping, and had it been 10 times a more uncomfortable-looking abode than it was, he would have gladly gone on board it. "Here we are," cried one of the men. The boat touched the side of the ship, and in another moment Todd was upon her deck. Chapter 167. Todd meets with a little rough weather in the Channel. Todd almost thought that he was saved when he felt himself fairly upon the deck of the lively William. It seemed to him such a miracle to get so far that his faith in completely getting the better of his enemies increased wonderfully. "Oh, this is a relief," he said. "This is, indeed, a vast relief." "What do you mean?" said one of the men of the cart to him, as he eyed him keenly. Todd was very anxious not to excite any suspicion that he was other than what he had represented himself to be, so he answered quickly. "I mean that it is a relief to get out of the small boat into the ship. Ever so little a distance in a boat disagrees with me." "Oh, that's it, is it?" "Yes, and if you have no particular objection, I will go below at once. I dare say the cabin accommodation is very good on board the lively William." "Oh, quite wonderful," said the captain. "If you will come with me, Mr. What's your name?" "Wilkins," said Todd. "Oh, Mr. Wilkins. Well, if you will come with me, I shall have the very great pleasure of showing you what a capital berth we can give you." "Thank you," said Todd, and then, rather timidly, for the staircase down which the captain dived seemed to Todd better adapted for poultry than for human beings, he carefully followed his new friend. The cabin of the lively William was a woeful place. Any industrious housewife would have sneered at it as a linen cupboard, and if it had been mentioned as a storeroom in any establishment of pretensions, it would have excited universal reprobation. It had a roof which knobbed Todd's head if he attempted to stand upright, and the walls sloped to the shape of the sides of the lively William. The window was a square hole with a sliding shutter, and the furniture would have made the dingiest broker's shop in London blush to own it. "This is the state cabin," said the captain. "Really," said Todd. "Why do not you see it is by its size and looks? You will not often see in a craft of this size a handsomer cabin than that of the lively William." "I dare say not," said Todd. "It will do very well for me, my friend. When a man is traveling, he must not be very particular, as it is soon over." "That's true, but now I want to say something to you, if you please, that's rather particular. It's quite clear to me and my mate that you want to get out of England as quickly as possible. What you have done, or what you have not, is not much matter to us, except, so far as that, we dare say you have swindled the public to a tolerable tune. We do not mean to take you for nothing." "Nor do I wish you," said Todd. "Nothing can possibly be further from my thoughts." "Very good. Then, in a word, we do not intend to do the thing unhandsome, and you shall have all the capital accommodation that the lively William can give you to the port of Havre for £20. £20? Yes, if you think it is too much, you may go on shore again, and there is no harm done, you know." "Oh, no, that is, I cannot help thinking it is a large price, and if I were to say I thought otherwise, you would not believe me. But as I really wish to go, and you say you will not take less, I must give it." "Very good, that's settled then. We shall be off at ebb tide, and I only hope we shall have good luck, for if we do, we ought to make havoc at all events this time tomorrow." "I hope we shall." "Keep up your heart and make yourself comfortable. Here's lots of the most amusing books on this shelf. Let me see. Here is the Navy list for about 10 years ago, and here's a redirectioner, and here is the exciseman's vade mecum, and here is a chart of the soundings of Baffin's Bay, so you cannot say you are out of books." "Oh, how kind," said Todd. "And you can order whatever you like to eat and drink, provided you do not think of anything but boiled beef, biscuits, and brandy." "Oh, I shall do well enough. Rest is now what I want, and a quick voyage." "Very good," said the captain. "You will not be at all interrupted here, so you can lie down in this magnificent berth." "What on that shelf?" "Shelf? Do you call the state berth of the Lively William a shelf?" Well, well, I dare say it is very comfortable, though the roof, I see, is only 8 inches or so from one's nose. I am very much obliged. Oh, very." The captain now left Todd to himself and to his own thoughts, and as he really felt fatigued, he got into the state berth of the Lively William, which, to tell the truth, would have been very comfortable if it had only been a little wider and a little longer, and the roof higher, and not quite so damp and hard as it was. But after all, what were all these little disagreeables, provided he, Todd, fairly escaped? If he once set his foot upon the shores of France, he felt that, with the great continent before him, he should be free, and he did not doubt for a moment getting in any capital a ready enough market among the Jews for the watches and jewelry that he had about him. The ship, as the tide washed slowly by it, moved to and fro with a sluggish motion that rocked Todd to sleep, and he dropped off from a perception of the world and all its cares. How long he slept he knew not, but when he awoke all was darkness around him, and the first attempt he made to move brought his head into violent contact with the partition of his berth. Then Todd felt that the ship was tossing upon the water, and he could hear the dash and ripple of the sea pass her sides, while every now and then a loud splash against the closed shutter of the cabin window warned him that that sea was not in one of its quietest moods. "We are off," cried Todd, in the exultation of his spirits at that fact. "We are off, and I am all but free." He attempted to get out of the berth, and he was materially assisted by a roll of the sea that sent him to the other side of the cabin, accompanied by a couple of stools and several articles that happened to be lying loose upon the floor. "Murder!" cried Todd. "Hilloa!" cried a gruff voice from the companionway. "Hilloa, what now?" "Oh, nothing," said Todd. "Nothing. Where are we now? Oh dear, what a thing it is to live in a cupboard that will not stand still." The gleam of a lantern flashed in Todd's eyes, and the captain came below with it swinging in his hand. He steadied himself against the table, which was firmly screwed to the floor, and hung the lantern to a short chain dependent from the cabin roof. "There," said the captain, "the chandelier is alight now, and you will be able to see about you. Hilloa, where are you now?" "Why, I rather think I fell off the shelf," said Todd. "I beg your pardon, the state berth, I mean." "Then you had better turn in again, for we shall have, I think, a squally sort of night rather. There are symptoms of a sou-wester, and if so, you will know a little of what weather is in the Channel." "Where are we now?" said Todd mournfully. "About 15 miles off the North Foreland, so we are tolerably quiet just yet. But when we turn the head of the land, it's likely enough we may find out what the wind means to say to us." While the captain spoke, he tugged on a complete suit of waterproof apparel that seemed as thick and inflexible as so much armor covered with tar, and then up he went upon deck again, leaving Todd to the society of his own reflections and the chandelier. The Lively William was going on just then with a flowing sheet, so that she was carrying a tolerably even keel, and Todd was able to get up and reach his berth. But at the moment that he laid hold of the side of it to clamber in, the ship was tacked, and away went Todd to the opposite side of the state cabin with the rug in his grasp that did duty as a counterpane in the berth. "This will kill me," he groaned. "Oh, this will kill me. But yet I am escaping, and that is something. There will be a storm, but all ships are not lost that encounter storms." Todd made up his mind to remain where he was, jammed up against the cabin partition, until the ship should right itself sufficiently for him to make another effort to reach his berth. After a few minutes, he thought he would make the attempt. "Now," he said, "now surely I can do it. I will try. How the wind howls, to be sure, and how the waves dash against the ship's sides as though they would stave in her timbers, but all is well, no doubt. I will try again." Very cautiously now Todd crept to his berth, and this time the winds and the waves were kind enough only to move the ship so that he knocked his head right and left a little, and managed then to scramble on to the little inconvenient shelf, with its damp mattress that served for a bed. "Ah," said Todd, "and there are people who might, if they liked, stay on land all their lives, and yet they pretend to prefer the sea. There's no accounting for tastes." By dint of jerking it a little from under him, Todd propped the mattress against the outer edge of the berth, so that provided the vessel did lurch in that direction, it was not so likely to tumble him out, and there he lay listening to the winds and the waves. "A storm in the channel," he muttered. "From what that beast of a captain said, it appears we are to have one. Well, well, I have weathered many a storm on land, and now I must put up with one at sea." At this moment there was a tremendous bustle upon deck, and some orders were issued that were quite unintelligible to Todd. There was, however, a great flapping of canvas and a rattling of chains. The lively William was weathering the South Foreland, and just going to do battle with half a gale of wind in the channel. Up to this point, Todd had, with something approaching to resignation, put up with the disagreeables about him, and upon the principle of the song which states that when a man travels, he must not look queer. If he meets a few rubs that he does not meet here. He regarded his position with philosophy, but now there came over him a dreadful sensation. A cold, clammy dew burst out upon his face, all strength fled from his limbs, and with a deep groan, Todd began to feel the real horror of seasickness. Nothing can be like seasickness but death, and nothing can be like death but seasickness. Todd had never suffered from that calamity before, and now that it came upon him in all its aggravated horrors, he could not believe that it was a mere passing indisposition, but concluded that he must have been poisoned by the captain of the ship, and that his last hour was come. And now Todd would fain have made a noise and called for help. He would have liked to fire one of his pistols in the face of that captain, provided he could but have got him to the side of his berth. But he had not strength left to utter a word above a whisper, and as for moving his hand to his pockets to get out his firearms, he could not so much as lift a finger. All Todd could do was to go on, and to get each moment worse and worse with that awful sensation of sickness, which resembles the sickness of the soul at parting from its mortal house, to which it had clung so long. The wind howled upon the deck, and through the cordage of the vessel spray dashed over her bulwarks, and each moment the storm increased in fury. Chapter 168. Todd gets a world of maritime experience. The idea that he was poisoned grew upon Todd each moment, and to such a man it was truly terrific to think that he should come to so fearful an end. "Help, help," he groaned, but after all, it was only a groan and not a cry not that mattered, for if he had had the lungs of 10 men all concentrated in his own person, and had so been able to cry out with a superhuman voice, it would have been most completely lost amid the roar of the wind and the wild dashing of the waves. The storm was certainly increasing. "Oh, this sickness," groaned Todd. Oh dear, oh dear." At the moment that he was so bad that, In his want of experience of what seasickness really was, he thought every moment would be his last. He heard someone coming down into the cabin, and one of the crew rolled rather than walked into it. "Help," said Todd. "Oh, help." "You go to the DL," said the man. "The captain is washed overboard, and we are all going to the bottom, so I am one who likes to take a little spirits with him to qualify the water that one may be obliged to swallow. That's it. Steady, craft, steady." Practiced as this man no doubt was in the art of keeping his footing upon an undulating surface, the pitching of the ship was so tremendous that even he was thrown to the cabin floor with considerable violence and had no easy task to rise again. "No," cried Todd, finding that positive fright lent him strength, "you do not mean that." "Mean what, you old sinner?" "That we shall be lost." The man nodded, and having opened a little cupboard, he brought out a little bladder of spirits, and placing it to his lips, he drank a large quantity while he held by the cupboard door to keep himself from falling. "That will do," he said, as he dropped the bladder to the floor, and then, after several unsuccessful efforts to do so, he scrambled upon deck again. "I too will drink," said Todd. "Oh yes, I will drink. I feel that if anything will give me strength to bear the horrors of the night, it will be my old and well-treed friend, brandy." He cast his eyes upon the bladder of spirits that the sailor had thrown to the floor. The spirit was slowly weltering out of the bladder and running in a stream across the cabin. As the odor of it saluted the nose of Todd, he exclaimed, "It is brandy. I must and will have some." It was all very well for Todd to say that he must and would have some of the brandy, but the difficulty of getting at it was one by no means easy to surmount. He recollected what a job he had to get into his berth again upon the occasion that he had got out of it before, and he dreaded to place himself in a similar predicament. Yet he found the vessel was more steady, although the wind had not at all abated. Yes, it certainly was more steady. "I will try," said Todd. "I must have some." With a determination, then, to get at the choice liquor, which was wasting what Todd considered its sweetness upon the cabin floor, he slid out of his little bed place, and the ship giving a sudden roll in a trough of the sea, he fell sprawling to the floor. "Oh, I shall be killed," he yelled. "This frightful voyage will be the death of me. It is too terrible. Oh, heaven, it is much too terrible. Help, mercy." Todd lay upon his back on the cabin floor, with his arms and legs stretched out like a gigantic St. Andrew's cross. Something touched his hand. It was the bladder of brandy that, as the ship rolled, had moved towards him. He clutched it with a feeling of despair and brought it to his lips. With the exception of about half a pint, the brandy had made its way on to the cabin floor. But it was strong, pure spirit, such brandy, in fact, as smugglers might well reserve for their own private drinking, so that the half-pint was a very tolerable dose to take at once, and Todd drained it to the last drop. "Better," he said. "Oh yes, I am better now." The fumes of the strong spirit mounted to his brain, and got the better, for the time, of that frightful feeling of sickness which had been so like death, that Todd had mistaken it for the last pangs that he was likely to feel in this world. "Oh yes, I am better. How the wind howls now, and how the waves dash the ship hither and thither. The deck, yes, the deck will be the place for me. Oh gracious, what was that?" A loud crash, and a scream from some drowning wretches who had gone overboard along with a mast, had broken upon his ears. Terror sat at his very heart, and unable any longer to endure the frightful suspense of being below, he tried, upon his hands and knees, to crawl upon the deck. By no other mode could Todd have had the slightest hope or expectation of reaching the deck of that fated vessel, but as he tried it, he did, after a time, succeed in dragging himself up from the cabin. The sea was washing over the deck, and for a few moments he could see no one. He watched for a lull in the wind, and then he cried, "Help, help, oh help." "Who's that?" shouted a voice. "I," said Todd. "Go to blazes, then." "Oh, how kind," groaned Todd. "How very considerate at such a time as this, too." The wind that had lulled for a few moments now came with a frightful gush, and Todd was glad to find the fragments of a quantity of cordage belonging to some of the top parts of the mast that had gone overboard to cling to till the gust had passed over the ship. Then there came some tons of salt water over him, and he was nearly bereft of the power of breathing. "Oh, this is dreadful," he said. "This is truly dreadful." "Hands off," growled a voice. "Everybody for himself here. Hands off, I say." "What do you mean?" said Todd. "Do you speak to me?" The voice had sounded close to him, and now again, with an angry tone, it cried, "Someone has got hold of my leg." "Oh, I dare say I have," said Todd, "but I did not know. There I have left go. Who are you, sir, eh?" "Oh, do not bother." "Well, but is there any danger?" "Danger, I rather think there is. I suppose you are the love of a passenger that the captain brought on board." "Yes, I am the passenger," said Todd. Why he should be called a love of a passenger he did not exactly know, but he repeated his question concerning the condition of the ship, and at the next lull of wind, for it came now very strangely in gusts, he got a not very consolatory reply. "Why, as to dangers," said the man, "that's rather past, I reckon, but perhaps you are a landsman and have not yet thoroughly made up your mind." "To what?" "To be drowned, some day or night, as I have." "Oh, no, do not say that. Drowning is a very dreadful death indeed, I am sure it is." "It may or it may not be so," said the man, "but whether it is or not, you and I are very likely soon to find out, for the old craft is going at last." "Going?" "Yes, it's all up with her, and it will soon be all down with her likewise." "But the ship goes easier through the sea." "Oh, she's filling, you see, and settling lower down in the water, so you cannot have quite so much pitching and tossing as you had an hour ago, hardly." "You cannot mean that. You do not mean to tell me that there is no hope. Oh, say not so." "Well, you can please yourself. I can tell you that the rudder has gone, we have not a mast standing. There is already 5 feet of water in the hold, and we are drifting as hard as we can upon a lee shore, so if you can make anything satisfactory out of that, I leave you to do it." "Did you say we were drifting to shore?" "A lee shore." "Oh dear, I am glad to hear it. Any shore will do for me, if I can but get out of this confounded ship. What is that afar off? Is it a light?" "Oh yes, it is a light." "It is. We are on the Sussex coast, somewhere, but I cannot take upon myself to say where. But it do not matter a bit, for we shall go to pieces long before we reach the surf, and then in such a sea as this you might as well try to swallow the channel at a few draughts as to swim." "But I cannot swim at all." "It do not matter a bit." "But my dear friend—" "Hold your row, I am not your dear friend nor anybody else's just now. I tell you we shall be all drowned, and the best thing you can do is to take it as easy as possible. What can be the good of making a fuss about it?" This information was to Todd of so deplorable a character, for to none is death so terrible as to the guilty that he wept aloud and screamed with terror as the spray of the sea struck him on the face, and the wind roared and whistled over him. "Oh, no, he cried, I cannot die yet, I must not. Spare me, I am afraid to die." "Oh, you stupid," said the sailors. "That comes now of not having had a proper sort of education. I make no doubt, but your howling will pretty soon be put an end to." The situation of the ship was undoubtedly one of the greatest possible peril. Having by the violence of the tempest lost all her masts, and having had her rudder torn away, she was quite at the mercy of the winds and the waves, and the set of the sea, as well as the direction of the wind, carried her sometimes stern foremost, and at other times head foremost, and at times broadside on to the coast of Sussex, upon which the lights were at intervals dimly visible through the thick haze of the storm. It was truly a dreadful night, and such as fully merited the worst apprehensions of the sailor, who had spoken so coolly to Todd of his coming fate. There was but one chance for those on board of the vessel, and that was that the wind might abate sufficiently to enable some boats to put off from the Sussex coast, provided they happened to be off a part of it where such accommodation was to be had, and rescue those upon the wreck. The lights that at intervals were visible rather favored the supposition that it was a populous part of the coast that the ill-starred struggling ship was driving fast upon. Todd, however, did not know of that slender hope, and he gave himself up to despair. To a landsman, nothing could exceed the real horrors of the scene on board the ship, and indeed, to one well accustomed to the sea, there was quite enough to produce much terror. All but 3 persons connected with the working of the ship had been washed overboard during the gale. Both of the men with whom Todd had had the meeting in the cart were at the bottom of the sea, and all their struggles and smugglings were over. Todd did not know that, though. It was quite evident to practical observers that the gale was abating, for it no longer was so steady and so continuous a wind that blew with fury over the fated ship. And although the sea still ran high, it did not break over the vessel with such thundering impetuosity. A very faint glow of daylight, too, began to come over the sea. If Todd had had mind enough left to look about him now, he would have seen that there was some food for hope, although not much. But the fact was that he had so thoroughly made up his mind that all was lost that he did not look for consolation. How poor and how miserable appeared to him, at this moment, all his struggles for wealth, for the attainment of which he had struggled through such gigantic crimes. How much happier, he could not help thinking, it would have been for him to have gone on all his life in plodding industry, than to endeavor, as he had done, to find a short road to fortune, and only to end in finding a short one to death. One of the seamen cried out in a loud voice, "Save themselves who can. We shall be on shore now in less than 5 minutes. We are all going now as safe as nuts." Chapter 169 takes a peep at some friends of the reader. For a brief space, now, in order to connect more closely the events of this narrative, we will leave Sweeney Todd to the perils and chances of the disabled ship, and the storm in the Channel, while we conduct the reader to the society of other persons, in whom it is to be presumed we are largely interested. In the most cheerful room of one of the prettiest houses at Brighton, facing the beach upon the esplanade, which is unrivaled, was a rather select party. That party consisted of old and well-treated friends of the reader, and when we announce of whom it was composed, it will be seen that their society is decidedly good. First of all, there was Ben the beefeater. Poor Ben had never before been at a seacoast town, and everything was consequently to him new and strange. Yet he felt amazingly happy, because he was surrounded by those whom he loved with all his heart, and if he had now and then a wandering thought, it was to the animals in the tower, to whom he was accustomed, and who, no doubt, missed Ben quite as much, if not more, than he missed them. Then there was Tobias. Yes, Tobias was there, looking so fresh and so well, notwithstanding that he knew Sweeney Todd was at large, that it was quite a congratulation for those who felt that they were his friends to see him. The rest of the party consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Ingestry, and Colonel Geoffrey and his young bride, and Mr. and Mrs. Oakley, so that there was really quite an assemblage in that room. The Colonel holds a letter in his hands and is speaking, while all eyes are turned upon him. "Yes," said the Colonel, "this letter is from Sir Richard Blunt, and I will read it to you, if you will be so good as to listen to it." "Oh, yes, eyes," said everybody. "Very well, here it is then." Upon this, the Colonel read as follows: Craven Street, London. My dear Colonel, no news of Todd. We are sparing neither pains nor expense in tracking him, and it is an absolute impossibility that he should escape us long. Accident, I am convinced, much more than any design or luck upon his part, has had the effect as yet of keeping him out of our hands. But I do not think that it would be very difficult to count the time, in hours, between this and the period when he must be dead or a prisoner. I hope that all our dear friends with you are quite well, and that they will banish from their minds all fear of the revenge of Todd. Nothing is more improbable than that he should dream of finding his way to the obscure little village where you are. I hope all of you are benefiting much by the health-giving breezes of the ocean. With kind regard to all, I am, my dear Colonel, yours very truly, Richard Blunt. Still at large, said Mark in jestry, upon the conclusion of the letter. So the rascal is still at large. Yes, said the Colonel, but you hear what the magistrate says, that he will soon have him. Yes, but that is rather a hope than a certainty. Tobias changed color, and Johanna turned to him, saying in a kind tone, Nay now, Tobias, you have nothing to fear from Todd. Did you not hear what the letter said upon that point? Yes, oh yes, replied Tobias, I will fear nothing while you are all so good to me. I tells you what it is, said Ben, that air fellow is for all the world just like one of the wild beastesses as declines being tamed. We had one once as got away one night, and he swam over the river, you see. And did you catch him? Said Tobias. After a time, yes, easy did it. Who did it, sir? Easy it ain't a who, it's a way of doing things. You take it easy, you know. Oh yes, I understand now. Well, I went arter the fellow and traced him up and down the streets on the Surrey side, till I got him into a court where there was no thoroughfare, and then I nabbed him. And he did no mischief. None to signify. He settled a couple of old women and 5 or 6 children, that was all. Tobias shuddered, and the Colonel said, I cannot but be surprised that Sir Richard has not yet found out the retreat of Todd, and my own opinion is that he is dead. It is more than probable, said in jestry, I have thought so several times. When he found that there was no hope for him, and that he was in a state of destitution, or something near it, which must be the fact, it is likely enough that he has laid violent hands upon himself, and his body may not be found for a long time. Well, said the Colonel, let us get out for a stroll upon the beach. It will be dark in another half hour, and as there is no moon tonight, we shall not like to remain out. They all rose upon this suggestion, but the evening dropped so rapidly, and several black clouds piled themselves up in the sky, that in jestry, after stepping out upon the balcony and looking at the weather, came back again and said, You had better remain in, all of you. I have seen enough of the sea and heard enough of the wind to prophesy that this will be a rough night in the Channel. Will there be a storm, Mark? Said Johanna. There will be a very good imitation of one, you may depend, if not a real one. If there should be, said the Colonel, you will be rather surprised, for I can tell you that a gale off this coast is no joke. You would be truly amazed at the violence with which a regular southwestern sets upon this shore. I can easily imagine it, said Mark in jestry. See, it darkens every minute, and what an angry look that small cloud right away in the horizon has. It has indeed, said Johanna, as she clung to the arm of her husband. Do you think, Mark, that any poor souls will be wrecked tonight? Probably enough, but the coast of Suffolk and the Irish Channel will be the worst. It will be child's play here in comparison. A strange booming noise came across the sea at this moment, and the Colonel cried out, Is that a gun, or is it thunder? Thunder, said in jestry, hark, there it is again. There is a storm some 40 or 50 miles off. It's right away in the German Ocean, most likely, but only look now, even, dark as it is getting, how the sea is rising, and what an odd seething condition it is getting into. They all stood on the balcony and looked out towards the sea. The surface of it was to the eye only undulating quite gently, and yet, strange to say, it was rapidly covering with white foam, and that from no perceptible cause, for as yet the wind was a mere trifle. How is that? Said Johanna. The sea is not very rough, and yet it is all white. It is the worst sign of bad weather, said in jestry. The commotion has begun below the surface in some mysterious way, and that white foam which you see each moment rapidly increasing is cast up. But soon the whole surface will begin to heave, and then you will find out what a storm is. We may hear it, said the colonel, but if this darkness continues, I doubt very much if we shall be able to bring any other of our senses into requisition upon the occasion. Hush, said Tobias, what is that? He held up his hand as he spoke, and as they were then all profoundly still, a strange, low, wailing sound came over the water. What can it be? Said Johanna. Only the gale, smiled Ingestri. It's coming now. That's the sigh of the wind over the water. You will soon hear it, I can tell you. Now only notice how still everything is. There, look how that bird flies in a terrified manner close to the ground. It knows that the gale is coming. The sound you heard with intense listening, you will be able now to hear without listening at all. It will force itself upon your notice. Hilloa, there it comes. Look at the sea. A few miles out from the shore, the sea seemed to rise like a wall of water, tipped with a ridge of foam, and then down it came with such a splash and a roar that it was plainly heard on the shore. And then, in a moment or two, the impulse so given communicated itself to the whole of the sea, and it was fearfully agitated. With a roar and a shriek, the gale swept on, and from that moment conversation was almost out of the question. The ladies of the party were glad to get into the house again, and in a little time the colonel and Ingestri found it anything but comfortable to remain in the balcony, and as the night had fairly set in, they likewise retreated. The gale lasted the whole of the evening, and when our friends retired to rest, it seemed to be rather increasing than otherwise. It was still dark when Ingestri was awakened from his sleep by a knocking at the door of his room. "Hilloa," he said, "who's there?" "It is I," said Colonel Geoffrey. "Will you get up, Mr. Ingestri? It is nearly morning, and they say a ship is going down about a couple of miles off the coast." "I am coming," cried Ingestri, as he sprang out of bed and dressed himself with amazing rapidity. "If it does go down, it will not be the only one that finds the bottom of the channel tonight." When he reached the lower part of the house, he found the colonel and Ben waiting for him. "This has been an awful night," said the colonel. "Well, I do not know," said Ingestri, "for I have been fast asleep." "Asleep," cried Ben. "I could not get a wink of sleep but once, and then I dreamt I was a mermaid. Why, what with the howling of the wind, which is a great deal worse than our lioness when she wants her knuckle of beef, and the washing of the water, I could not rest at all." "The voice of the wind," said Ingestri, "always has the effect of sending me fast asleep. But you said something of a ship in distress, did you not?" "Yes, they say that in the offing there is a large ship, and that she is evidently waterlogged and must go down unless she drives ashore." "The deuce she must. Let us run down to the beach at once and see what we can do." With this they all three left the house and made the best of their way to the beach along the execrable shingle of the Brighton coast. It was far from being an easy task to proceed, for the wind was terrific, and now and then, when they did reach the beach, there came a sea washing in that drenched them with spray. A crowd of people had collected upon the coast. Some were holding up lanterns on the end of poles, and many were prepared with ropes to cast to the aid of any of the crew of the vessel that might swim to the shore. "There she is," said Ingestri. "I see her. It's a small craft, and she is a wreck already." "She must go down, then," said the colonel. "I do not know. She is drifting inshore, but evidently quite unmanageable. She is a sheer hulk. If they had the least control over her, they could run her in 10 minutes on to the beach, but she is going about like a log." "Then she may go down in deep water yet." "In truth, she may. Here are plenty of boats." "Boats, my dear friend, there never was a boat yet that could live in such a sea as this. It is out of the question. You find no one makes the attempt, and I am quite sure that among the hardy fishermen of this place there are many would do so if it were at all practicable, but it is most certain that death in the surf would be the result." I fear it would, indeed. There she goes, cried a voice. Said Ben, turning round and round. I do not see anybody in the female line. The ship, cried Ingestry, they mean the ship, but she is not gone yet. There she is still. Do you see her, Colonel, like a tub upon the water, there right away by yon light-coloured cloud? I do. The ship had not gone down. She had only settled for a moment or two in the trough of the sea, and it was now quite evident that the wreck was rapidly drifting towards the shore, so that there was an expectation that it might strike in shallow water, and so give the crew a chance of escape from death. Chapter 170. Mark Ingestry rescues a shipwrecked man. The scene now upon the beach at Brighton was one of the most exciting that can well be imagined. No one who has not stood upon a beach under such circumstances and seen a brave ship battling with the waters can have any real idea of it. Language is too weak to paint the feelings of such a conjunction of circumstances. It is so hopeless a thing to stand upon the shore and listen to the wind roaring in its fury, and to see the waves dashing in mad gyrations hither and thither, while a few frail and creaking timbers only keep some poor mortals from sinking into the sea, which, like a seething cauldron, seems ready to devour them, that it is enough to unman the stoutest heart. No wonder that persons with kindly sympathies and gentle feelings towards human nature, such as Colonel Jeffrey and Mark Ingestry undoubtedly had, should suffer acutely to see others so suffer. If there had been any likelihood of a boat reaching the ill-fated ship, Ingestry would have been the first to propose such a measure, and the first, with hand and heart, to carry it out. But there was no such likelihood. Our friend had seen too much of service afloat, and was by far too good a sailor to suppose for an instant that any boat could live for a cable's length from the shore in such a sea as that. Is it quite impossible to aid them? Said the Colonel. Quite, said Ingestry, unless they strike close inshore. Then something may, perhaps, be done. Aye, sir, said a weather-beaten boatman who stood close to Ingestry, you are right there. If they only drift a little further in, and are still afloat, when the keel touches ground, they may get ashore, some of them. No boat, said the Colonel, could reach her. Boat, sir, my little bit of a craft will do now, and then things that one ought not to expect from anything in the shape of a boat. But that surf would toss it up like a piece of cork, and it would only be making bad worse to draw a few brave fellows from land here, because others are going down at sea. You are right, said Ingestry. Do you happen to know the craft out yonder? No, sir, she is so swept clear that it would be hard to know her if she were one's own, but I do not think she belongs to this port at all. The gale is going down a bit. It is, sir. Do not you see it's coming in puffs like it will not last much longer? Gone, cried 100 voices at once. No, cried Ingestry, do not say that. A wild shriek came across the surface of the water, and the ship that had been doing battle with the winds and the waves disappeared. Oh, this is, indeed, terrible, said Colonel Jeffrey. It is too horrible. It is, indeed, cried Ingestry. There is but one chance now of doing any good, and that is in case any poor fellow should get washed on shore through the surf with a few sparks of life in him. Hilloa, my men, get out your tackle, and let us look out for the survivors. Someone may try to fight for it yet. The sailors and boatmen upon the beach were charmed with the idea that they might be able to do some good in this way, and as they soon found that Ingestry knew perfectly well what he was about, they listened to his orders in the course they should take, and obeyed them with alacrity and skill. He had some of the long line connected with the fishing nets, and to which corks were attached, cast out into the sea by the aid of little kedge anchors, so that the waves did not bring them back again, and as the other ends of the lines were held firmly on the shore, anyone might be struggling for life amid the surf, would have had a good chance of preservation by laying hold of one of those lines. We may do some good, said Ingestry, as he tied one end of one of the ropes round his waist. "What are you about?" said the colonel. "Oh, nothing. Do not fancy I am going to throw myself into the waves. But if I should chance to see any poor soul struggling for life, it would take something to prevent me from going after him. But think of yourself. Oh, I cannot come to any sort of harm, you know. They will easily be able to haul me on shore, you perceive, by the other end of the rope, and I have been rather used to fighting my way through the waves. Heaven speed you, if the occasion for your doing so again should arise, my gallant friend. Far be it from me to dissuade you against such an attempt, and I am sure that even she who loves you best of all would be the first to encourage you." "Of course she would." "All lost, sir," said a sailor. "No, do not say that," cried Ingestry. "Where is that night glass that someone had here a little while ago?" "Here, sir." Ingestry placed the telescope to his eye and looked fixedly in the direction of the wreck. He then handed it to the sailor and said, "Who has a good hold of the end of this rope that is about me?" "All's right, sir. There will be no lack of hands with that, but you do not mean to go through the surf, sir." "I see a human being struggling with the foam, and from his actions he is no swimmer. I cannot stand here and see him die while there is a chance of saving him. Hark you, do not wait for me to sing out, but use your own eyes and begin to pull in the moment you see me close with him. The dawn is coming rapidly, and you will see better each moment. Now I am off." "For the love of heaven, be careful," cried the colonel. Ingestry smiled, and then dashed into the roaring, bubbling surf of the sea with the rope round his waist. Mark Ingestry risks his own life to save Todd. A loud cheer burst from the throats of all present as the heroic action was witnessed. If anything had been wanting, which it was not, to urge the gallant Mark Ingestry on his brave and noble adventure, that cheer would have done it. But amid the roar and din of the water about his ears, it is doubtful if he could have heard it at all, or any noise of 10 times the intensity. The figure in the sea that had attracted the attention of Ingestry was now plainly perceived by the colonel and by all who were upon the beach. To the practiced eyes of the sailors then present, it was evident that the body must be lashed to some very buoyant substance, which enabled it to keep afloat, notwithstanding the roll of the sea and the breaking of the waves over it. The person was evidently not swimming, although by the wash of the tide and the set of the wind he was being driven into shore. Mark Ingestry felt that his only chance of getting through the surf was to dive under it, and that maneuver he executed with a skill that few could have commanded, and to the admiration and delight of all the spectators of his heroic conduct, he appeared outside the roaring edge of the sea, quite able to swim gallantly towards the shipwrecked man. As he had said, the dawn was coming fast now, so that there was no great difficulty in seeing him, and in watching, with some degree of accuracy, his movements. "He will do it," said the colonel. "Do it," said the sailor who had the first hold of the rope that was round the body of Mark Ingestry. "Do it? Of course he will. The man who has the heart and hand to try these sort of things always does them." "I believe you are right, my friend," said the colonel. "I know I am, sir. I have seen too much of this sort of thing, and if I had not been a little out of sorts in my larboard leg, I should have gone. But I am not all right, you see, sir, so it will not do. Ah, there he has him. It's all right enough, I told you so." The progress of Ingestry was watched by many eyes with the most intense interest. Under no circumstances was distance so deceiving as at sea, and although the black object in the water, which the practiced eye of Ingestry had shown him, was a man, appeared to be only just without the line of the surf, he Ingestry knew that the distance was, in reality, much greater, and that he would have a good swim through those troubled waters before he could get within arm's length of the shipwrecked person. To be sure, as the body was drifting to the shore, he made better progress, and the distance between him and it was diminished much more rapidly than as if it had been stationary. Colonel Jeffrey distinctly saw Ingestry reach the body at length, and the sailor who had hold of the rope likewise saw him, and he sung out, Now pull away, but easy, my lads, a steady pull, and no jerking, or you will hinder him instead of helping. That's I to see now, easy. Ah, said Ben, who had come down to the beach to see what was going on. Easy does everything, as I always said. Pray, Colonel Geoffrey, what unfortunate animal is that you are dragging out of the water? Do not you know, Ben? Not one, but I suppose it is some poor half-drowned fellow from the ship. It is that as well, I hope, but the person who is with him and who is being hauled to the shore is no other than our friend, Mr. Ingestry. What, Johanna's husband? The same. Oh Lor, I'm afraid Easy will not do it then, and that my little girl will be a widow. Give me hold of the rope. If pulling will do it, I will soon have him on shore again all right. The idea now of a man with the nicest young creature of a wife in the world going into the sea at the end of a rope and covering himself all over with froth and seaweed. Oh dear, it's truly dreadful, it is, and Easy certainly do not do it. Ben would have lent his aid to pull the rope, but the colonel kept him back, as it was not strength but skill and tact that in the process was required, and the rope was in the hands of men who had both. It was clear that Ingestry had got hold of the floating object, whatever it was, and that, as he was pulled into shore, he brought it with him. When he reached the edge of the surf again, a quick pull brought him at once through it, and a couple of the sailors, dashing into the waters, got a hold of him and drew him right up on to the beach between them. Half a dozen more brought to the shore the body of a man, tied to a plank of wood. Poor Mark was nearly exhausted. He was just able only to smile faintly in answer to the colonel's anxious inquiries. He must be carried home, said the colonel. Lend me some assistance, my brave fellows, to do so. No, Ingestry managed just to say faintly, take him. He pointed to the man whom he had rescued, and the colonel immediately said, Make yourself easy about him, my dear friend. The sailors will carry him to the house, and if the vital spark has not quite fled, you shall have the pleasure of knowing that you have saved him. But it is yourself that I wish to have got home. Can you walk? Said Ben. I don't think I will try. Poor Ingestry did try, but he was really so completely exhausted by the efforts he had made that it was quite evident that he was unequal to the task of walking along the shingle. Give it up, said Ben. You cannot do it. He must be carried, said the colonel. To be sure he must, said Ben, and this is the way to do it. With these words, Ben did not hesitate another moment, but taking Mark Ingestry in his arms as though he had been an infant, he walked over the pebbly beach with him as easily as though he had been only a very ordinary kind of bundle to carry. As he went on, it occurred to Ben that Johanna might see him carrying her husband home, and might imagine that some fearful accident had happened to him. So, by way of putting an end to that idea, he kept crying out as he got near the house. Here we are, all alive and kicking, it's only a joke. All alivey live, oh, here we are, it's only a joke, all alive, and ready for feeding time. Chapter 171. A rather important discovery is made. The man, who appeared to be the only one at all dead or alive was preserved from the wreck of the ship off the coast of Sussex, was carried to the house where all our friends were staying, and being taken into the kitchen, was there placed in the care of a couple of medical men, who were hastily sent for, and who quickly restored animation to the seemingly drowned person. It was reported to Ingestry that the stranger was all right, and as he himself had by that time thoroughly recovered and had changed his saturated apparel for a dry suit, the news gave him the liveliest satisfaction. Well, he said, it is something that I have not gone through that tremendous surf in vain. Yes, Mark, said Johanna, with the tears starting to her eyes, but we must, indeed, get away from the seacoast, and then you cannot be tempted to expose your life in such adventures. Only think of what might be the consequences. Yes, said the colonel, It is hardly fair, although, at the moment, one cannot help admiring the heroism of the act. I do not know how it can be avoided, said Ingestry. If you see a poor fellow struggling for his life, and you feel that you may save him at a little risk to yourself, it seems a strange thing not to do it. It does, said old Mr. Oakley, and I should be the last to say no to the noble impulse. Only if there are to be many storms off his coast, I shall second the resolution of Johanna that you ought to live somewhere else. And so shall I, said Arabella. And I, said Tobias. He's better, they say, cried Ben, popping his head into the room. The doctors say he is better, and that, after he has had a sleep, he will be all right. The sailor belonging to the ship you mean, said the colonel. What sort of a person is he, Ben? Have not seen him yet, so cannot tell, but they have made up a good fire in the back kitchen, and he is lying on a sofa there and going to sleep, and the doctor says it will do him no good to disturb him or bother him by talking. It certainly will not, said Ingestry. It matters very little to us who he is, poor fellow. He is saved, that is the principal thing. Yes, said Johanna, that is everything. And at all events, Mark, there is one human being who through life, let his position and prospects be what they may, must look upon you as his friend and preserver. Ah, said poor Tobias, we should all be very happy if Sweeney Todd were but in the hands of justice. It is very strange why I tremble so today at the thought of him, and I did not tremble yesterday. You have no occasion to tremble today, nor yesterday either, Tobias, said Arabella. Remember how surrounded you are by your best friends, and remember, likewise, that after all, Todd is but a man, and by this time he must be but a poor, weak, dispirited one, and much more intent upon devising means for his own safety than in carrying out his revenges. If, indeed, he lives, said the colonel. Just so, said Ingestry. My opinion will very much incline to the idea that he is dead, if Sir Richard Blunt does not very shortly get some news of him. That will be a pity, said Tobias, unless it can be proved past all dispute, for while it continues only a likely thing, the dread of him will still cling to my heart, and I shall never be happy. Nay, Tobias, said the colonel, you must pluck up a spirit. The probability is now that Sweeney Todd, let him be where he may, is much more afraid of meeting you than you can possibly be of meeting him. I wish I thought so, said Tobias, but only look now how sweetly the sun is peeping out on the water after the storm there. This is very beautiful. Tobias walked to the window, and his praise of the beauty of the morning caused the breakfastable to be, in a very few minutes, completely deserted. To be sure, the praise that the imaginative boy had lavished upon the young day was by no means misapplied, for a more lovely day than that which broke over Brighton after that terrific gale in the Channel could not be conceived. It seemed as if the good genii of earth, sea, and sky were striving to banish from the minds of all the inhabitants of that place the recollections of the frightful storm that had made the world dismal and terrific. Indeed, it is lovely, said Johanna, who now, to look at that placid sheet of water, with scarce a ripple upon its surface to reflect the sunbeams, would think that only a few hours ago it presented a scene of such fury that it was a shuddering terror to look upon it. And yet, said Ingestry, it is these varieties that make the great world beautiful. Not a doubt of it, but they require more stern minds than mine, Mark, to stand them. The party now, finding that the day was so delightful, sallied out to the beach to make some inquiry among the sailors and boatmen concerning the damage that the gale had done. The moment Mark Ingestry appeared with his friends, he was recognized as the person who had performed the gallant exploit of going through the surf to the rescue of the shipwrecked man, and he became immediately the observed of all observers. This sort of homage was at once flattering and embarrassing to Johanna. She felt proud that it was her husband who was entitled to so much popular consideration and respect, and yet, with her natural timidity of disposition, she shrank from sharing it with him. Some eager inquiries were made of Ingestry now, regarding the man he had saved, and it was a great gratification to him to be enabled to state that he was doing well, although he had not himself seen him since he grappled with him in the water and brought him to the beach. A few fragments only of the wreck had been washed to the shore, but nothing that could in any way enable them to identify the vessel, so that was a species of information that must come from the man who had been saved, whenever he should be able to go through the fatigue of an interview with his friend and his deliverer. After an hour's stroll upon the beach, the party, at a slow pace, returned to the house they had hired during their stay at Brighton. The moment they got to the door, the colonel's servant appeared with his horse, which he had ordered to be ready for him at 12 o'clock. "Just walk him up and down," said the colonel to the man. "I shall be ready in a few minutes. Hilloa, my friend Hector, are you here?" The dog was with the horse, and the man said, touching his hat, "We were half a mind, sir, to let Hector loose last night during the storm, for he is a famous fellow in the water, but knowing how much you valued him, we were afraid to do so." "I am glad you did not," said the colonel. "You were quite right to keep him shut up. I would not have him come to any mischief for any money." The colonel entered the house, and when he and all his friends had got into the drawing-room, they sent for a servant to inquire how the poor wrecked man was getting on, and after a little time, one of the domestics of the house came to say that he was up and sitting, dressed, in the front kitchen, and would be happy to see, and to thank those who had saved him from death in the raging sea. "Shall we have him up here?" said the colonel. "Yes, if you please," said Ingestry, "and I dare say a glass of wine will not hurt him, while he tells us the name of his ship, poor fellow, and who and what he is." "Certainly not," said Mr. Oakley. "I will get out the decanter." "Allow me, my dear," said Mrs. Oakley. "You know you always break every glass that you interfere with." "Oh, stuff." "But I say, Mr. Oakley, that you do." "Easy does it," said Ben in his deepest bass voice. "Easy does it, I say, easy." "How cold I am," said Tobias. "Cold, Tobias," said Ingestry. "My good fellow, we will have a fire if you are cold." "Oh, no, not on my account, Mr. Ingestry. I shall be better soon, but I feel as if something were going to happen. My heart beats so fearfully, and at the same time I shake as if I know not what." "Give him a glass of wine," said Ingestry to Johanna. Tobias took the glass of wine, and it evidently did him some good, but yet he looked ill and uneasy. Orders were given that the shipwrecked man should be shown up to the drawing-room, for they were all curious to know to what ship he had belonged, and how many had fallen victims to the frightful gale that had made the vessel such a complete wreck. "He is coming, poor fellow," said the colonel. "I hear his footsteps on the stairs. He comes slowly. No doubt he is weak yet." "Poor fellow," sighed Johanna. "Have the wine ready to give him at once, mother. It will put some heart into him. What must be his feelings towards you, Mark?" "Come now," said Ingestry. "Do not plague him, any of you, about his being saved by me and all that sort of thing. Just say nothing about it. Sailors are no great orators at the best of times, and if he begins to make a speech about his gratitude, you may depend he will never get to the end of it." "Yes, but he ought to know," said Mrs. Oakley, "who he owes his life to under Providence." "Hem," said Ben. He never liked to hear Mrs. Oakley begin to use religious phrases, as they had a tendency to remind him of the late Mr. Lupin. The door of the drawing-room opened, and all eyes were eagerly bent in that direction. A servant came in and said, "The poor man is here, if you please. Is he to come in now? He seems rather timid." "Oh, yes," said Ingestry. "Let him come in, by all manner of means, poor fellow. He and I made acquaintance in the sea, and we ought to be good friends now." A tall, gigantic figure marched 3 paces into the room. "Todd," shouted Tobias. "It is Todd." It was Sweeney Todd. With one glance round the room, he recognized an enemy in every face. With a perfect yell of fear and rage, he turned and dashed down the staircase. The servant who had conducted him up to the drawing-room, and whom he met in his way, he knocked down with one blow, and in another moment he was in the street. The colonel's horse was close to the door. Todd felled the man who held it by a blow on the top of the head that took him so suddenly he could not guard against it, and then springing upon the horse, the murderer raised another wild, unearthly kind of shout and set off at a gallop. Todd seizes the colonel's horse, mounts, and makes another escape. So sudden, so totally unexpected, and so appalling had been the presence of Todd in the drawing-room, that if a spectre had appeared among the people there assembled, and they had had no possible means of escaping from the belief that it was a spectre, they could not have been more confounded than they were upon this occasion. Poor Tobias, after uttering the exclamation that we have recorded, fell flat upon the floor. Ben swung backwards in his chair and went with a tremendous crash right away into a corner. Ingestry and the colonel rose together and impeded each other in their efforts to follow Todd. Johanna, shrieking, clung to Ingestry, and Arabella made a vain attempt to delay the colonel. "By heaven, he is off," cried the colonel as he heard the clatter of the horse's feet. "No," shouted Ingestry, "it cannot be." "Easy does it," said Ben, from the corner into which he had fallen. "Easy, easy." "Johanna, unhand me, I implore you," cried Mark Ingestry. "Do you wish the murderer to be lost sight of? Come on, Colonel and I must engage in this pursuit. God of heaven, the idea of me saving Todd from the waves." The colonel and Ingestry seized their hats and rushed down the stairs, tumbling over the servant in the hall. The next object they came across was the groom who had had charge of the horse. They found him sitting on the pavement, looking as confused as possible. "Which way has he gone?" cried the colonel. "Theth man, round that corner, and Hector has gone after him like mad, sir." "Oh dear." "Hector, then he will be taken, for I will back Hector to hang upon him like grim death. Come with me to the nearest stable, Ingestry, and let us get horses. Come. Chapter 172. The Pursuit of Todd on the London Road. The whole of these proceedings had really come with such a rush upon the senses of Mark Ingestry that he might well have been excused had he not been able to act with the energy that he did. But the strong desire to capture Sweeney Todd, and so to put an end to all the doubts and fears that were felt concerning him, upon the parts of those to whom he was fondly attached, roused the young man to action. Colonel Geoffrey was cooler than Ingestry in the affair, but he was not a whit the less determined upon that account. In the course of 7 or 8 minutes at the outside, they were both mounted, and as there were plenty of people who could tell them in which direction Todd had gone, they were soon upon his track. Todd pursued by the colonel and Mark.